Chapter 1. Adopted by Belmir. The gentle warmth of the sun illuminated the shimmering ocean, lending a touch of warmth to the otherwise frigid waters that lie in the East Sea. In the village of Kokoyasi, a young Nami was playing along the shore when she suddenly noticed a small boat drifting from afar. Curiosity piqued. Nami instinctively took a step forward to investigate, but hesitated and called out to the shore, "Belmir, something is floating over here." At the sound of her voice, Belmir, who had been lounging lazily on the ground, soaking up the sun, lifted her head and replied, "What is it, little Nami?" Seeing Belmir sit up, Nami slowly raised her hand and pointed towards the boat, saying, "Belmir, look, there's a small boat over there." Upon noticing, Belmir stood up and casually glanced towards the boat, preparing to lie back down to rest when she suddenly froze. A small boat, and it seems there's a child inside. Realizing this, Belmir quickly stood upright again, focusing intently on the small vessel. After a moment of observation, she confirmed her suspicion. Indeed, there was a child on the boat. Although she wondered how the child had arrived alone, she knew she could not ignore the situation. With urgency, she dashed towards the shore to intercept the small boat. Splash! Accompanied by the sound of water, Belmir leaped into the sea. Amid Nami's surprised exclamations, she dragged the boat to the shore. After casually wringing out her clothes, Belmir gently lifted the child from the boat. Examining the child in her arms, she estimated that he was around 5 or 6 years old and glanced at Nami beside her. A charming smile appeared on her lips as she crouched down and said to Nami, "Little Nami, from now on, this will be your brother." My brother? Hee, so that means he'll be an older sister," Nami exclaimed excitedly, playfully pinching the face of the unconscious child. Observing Nami's delight, Belmir couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, let's let your little brother rest well." With that, Belmir tenderly stroked the child's head, her heart aching slightly. As Nami beamed with excitement, Belmir carried the child back into the house. Then, she turned to Nami and said, "Nami, your brother will sleep with you tonight. We'll help him set up a room in the coming days." Okay. For Nami, having a brother was a small matter indeed. Belmir gently placed the child on the bed and tucked him in before stepping outside with Nami. However, not long after they left, the child, Yaishin, who had been peacefully sleeping, began to emit a faint glow. At that moment, in the depths of his consciousness, Yaishin stared blankly at the transparent interface that appeared before him. A prompt box on the interface blinked continuously. With excitement, Yaishin reached out and pressed the confirmation button. Yaishin had joined the chat group. "Zero, Meng Tian, it seems this person is from your Dragon Kingdom. Order Meng Tian. I've already told you, I'm a bit different from the Meng Tian, you know. Absurdity. By the way, why can't I change my name? What does absurdity even mean? Yaishin, what the heck? How did you all gather here? This shouldn't be happening. Red A, do you know us? Order Meng Tian. Yes. Same question. Absurdity. 1. Yaishin, I'm not surprised that Red A and Absurdity are here, but Meng Tian, you're not part of the same system. Red A, the same system? Me and Absurdity? Order Meng Tian. Care to elaborate? Absurdity. This group is quite fascinating. I can still see it even after logging out of the game. Truly high-tech. Yaishin, well, to sum it up, Red A is a heroic spirit, Absurdity is an undead, and Meng Tian is a general. Red A, that's hardly informative. Absurdity, when did I become undead? Are you referring to my character in the game? Order Meng Tian, you must know us. Yaishin, Absurdity you. We're not one now, but you will be soon. Remember to acquire some artifacts in the game. Indeed, if time permits, consider changing your character. That might allow you to change your name to Absurdity. Bro, you definitely know us. I'm certain of it. Red A, I share that sentiment. Order Meng Tian. You can shift your perspective, he definitely knows. Just as Yaishin was about to respond, in the outside world, Noki Gao, look, this is our brother. As Nami spoke, she continued to pinch Yaishin's tender and smooth face with her small hands. Beside her, Noki Gao, witnessing the scene, covered her head and said helplessly to Nami, "Nami, maybe you should stop. Don't disturb your brother's rest. Oh, who knows how long he has been asleep. Waking him up is better. What if he wakes up as a fool?" Nami's lively eyes twinkled with mischief. Clearly, she was overjoyed to have a brother, but it frustrated her that this annoying brother was still asleep, showing no signs of waking. Yaishin, meanwhile, heard the voices from outside and couldn't help but feel a wave of annoyance, internally commenting, "What the heck, waking up as a fool. Yaishin, I have something to attend to. Log off for now. We can chat later." Hastily, Yaishin bid farewell and awakened from his slumber. In the outside world, Nami continued to squeeze Yaishin's face while looking at Nokigao, her voice bright and clear. "Nokigao, you should try it too. It feels so nice." At that moment, Nami resembled a little demon with two horns atop her head. Lying on the bed, Yaishin slowly opened his bleary eyes. As he prepared to speak, Nami's small hands had stealthily moved down to grasp his cheeks and began to tug at them. However, she wasn't looking at Yaishin, so she didn't notice that he had awakened. But Nokigao, sitting beside Nami, saw that Yaishin was already awake and gently tugged on Nami's arm, saying, "Nami, your brother is awake." "Eh, really?" Nami's voice brimmed with excitement and joy. She quickly turned her gaze toward Yaishin, who was wide awake, though his eyes were filled with grievance. Seeing Yaishin awake, Nami's smile grew even wider, and her hands moved with increased fervor as she excitedly exclaimed, "Brother, you're finally awake." Yaishin, with a look of exasperation, glared at Nami and reached out to stop her relentless teasing. Yet, Nami, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, slowly lowered her hands, fixating on Yaishin like a little demon, causing him to feel a hint of panic. At that moment, Nami extended her hand toward Yaishin and cheerfully said, "Come, brother, let me help you up." Seeing this, Yaishin felt a warmth in his heart and reached out his hand as well. Their hands clasped together, but Yaishin failed to notice the cunning glimmer in Nami's eyes. With a slight tug, Nami attempted to pull Yaishin up from the bed. However, just as Yaishin was about to stand completely, his expression suddenly changed. Whoa. Chapter 2. Belmare, my brother stole my little pants, alas. Yi Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he felt a chill sweeping across his tender skin. He promptly reclined, seizing the quilt he had just kicked aside, wrapping himself tightly within it as he trembled. Observing Yi Tian's demeanor, Nami could not help but express her disappointment. What a pity. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian nearly erupted with indignation. Pity? What do you find regrettable? It was at this moment that he truly comprehended how mischievous Nami had been in her childhood. Ahem. Could you pass me my clothes? Yi Tian awkwardly glanced at Nami and Nojiko. Upon hearing his request, Nami's lively eyes darted about before she readily agreed. Before long, Nami entered the room with an armful of clothes, placing them aside. Yi Tian let out a sigh of relief, silently thinking, "Finally, I can be liberated." However, just as he was about to ask Nami and Nojiko to step out, he noticed that among the garments Nami held was a piece of women's clothing. In an instant, Yi Tian's face darkened. Just then, Nami exclaimed, "Come on, little brother, try on the clothes and see if they fit." Hastily, Yi Tian buried his head deeper into the quilt, muffling his voice. No, I'd rather just lie here." Nami, standing by the bed, felt a surge of annoyance at Yi Tian's stubbornness, and suddenly, a mischievous idea struck her. She stealthily approached Nojiko and whispered a few words in her ear, grinning as she awaited Nojiko's response. However, Nojiko, feeling a twinge of concern, remarked, "Nami, isn't that a bit unfair? He just woke up. Precisely because he's my brother, I want to tease him. You see, the more you tease a brother, the closer you become." Nami's eyes sparkled with mischief as she gazed at the bundled-up Yi Tian. Noticing Nojiko's hesitation, Nami took action, gathering all the clothes she had brought and forcefully shoving a pair of shorts into Yi Tian's quilt. Curious, Yi Tian felt the object Nami had pushed into the quilt, his mind racing with questions about its nature. At that moment, Nami took a deep breath and shouted, "Belmare, my brother stole my little pants." Upon hearing Nami's exclamation, Yi Tian's face turned crimson, and he hastily tossed aside the object in his hand. In that fleeting moment, Nami seized the edge of the quilt, determined to unveil him. Just then, Belmare, having heard Nami's voice, entered the room, her expression one of confusion. The sight before her was quite the spectacle. The young Nami, with flushed cheeks, tugging at the quilt's edge while Yi Tian struggled against her, feeling utterly exhausted. Who would have thought that such a tiny Nami could possess such strength? Yet, Yi Tian refused to surrender, for to yield would be to forsake his manhood, a battle for the dignity of a man. As the two remained locked in their contest, Belmare intervened, sighing Nami. Startled by Belmare's voice, Nami froze mid-tug, turning to face her with an air of embarrassment. The little brother is bullying me, she stammered, her tone wavering. Inside the quilt, Yi Tian groaned at Nami's words. Little brother? Seriously? However, seizing the opportunity, Yi Tian yanked back the quilt corner that Nami had claimed, wrapping himself tightly once more and remaining motionless. Witnessing the scene, Belmare felt a sense of helplessness wash over her. With a furrowed brow, she addressed Nami. Nami, you mustn't bully your brother. He has just joined our family and is still unfamiliar with everything. As his sister, you ought to help him feel welcome. All right, I understand, Nami replied, her disappointment palpable as she nodded. Seeing Nami acknowledge her mistake, Belmare's expression softened into a smile. She approached the bed and gently patted the quilt, saying softly, all right, little one, it's time to rise. Though Yi Tian heard Belmare's gentle voice, he had no intention of emerging just yet. After the tumultuous encounter with Nami, he would not be so easily swayed. No, I refuse to wear women's clothing. Even if you frame me for it, I won't be fooled. Give it up, you cunning old man. Belmare couldn't help but twitch at the absurdity of Yi Tian's muffled protest, casting a glance at the bashful Nami before shaking her head in resignation. She turned back to Yi Tian, speaking softly. All right, I will find you some clothes. With that, Belmare took Nami and Nojiko out of the room. In the living room, Belmare shot Nami an exasperated look and slowly said, Nami, go ask everyone if they have any clothes for children. Okay, Nami replied eagerly, nodding her head vigorously, not daring to provoke Belmare's ire. With that, she dashed out the door. Back in the room, once Yi Tian sensed the silence, he cautiously lifted a corner of the quilt to survey the empty space. Sighing in relief, he sank back against the bed, his heart racing from the earlier ordeal. He had never realized how mischievous young Nami could be. With nothing else to occupy his time, Yi Tian opened the chat group, engaging in a lively conversation. Red A. By the way, where did that guy vanish to? Order Ming Tian. Who knows? But I have a feeling he knows a lot. Nonsense. Next time, I must ask him what nonsense really means. It feels ominous. Yi Tian, hello? Everyone, I'm back. Red A. Wow, you returned so quickly. Order Ming Tian. We were just talking about you when you showed up. Nonsense. I can't fathom why I became nonsense. Yi Tian. Yi Tian, nonsense. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. Just follow my lead, and you won't go wrong. Nonsense. I can't. The server is shutting down tomorrow. Yi Tian, oh? Then stay in the game until the very last moment. I guarantee you will emerge as a powerhouse. Nonsense, no way, really? Red A, Yi Tian. You know who I am, right? Yi Tian. I know, but have you participated in the 5th Holy Grail War yet? Red A. How did you come to know that I intend to participate in the 5th Holy Grail War? Yi Tian. So it hasn't happened yet, then. Chapter 3. The Reward of Red A. Red A. Not yet. I want to know, have I succeeded? Yi Tian, well? Red A. I won't let you speak in vain. So please tell me. Yi Tian. After you fought, you recognized him, and ultimately, he walked the same path as you. However, he had persistence and chose a different route. Red A. Is that so? I think I understand. To express my gratitude, let me give you this. Member Red A sent Yi Tian a special red envelope. Yi Tian looked at the sudden appearance of the red envelope on the screen, a wave of joy washing over his face, and he promptly reached out to open it, acquired the character panel of the heroic spirit, Saber. Yi Tian. Oh my, what a grand gift. Red A. It's nothing significant. I can merely replicate my abilities, so I'll give it to you. I hope it can aid you. Yi Tian. It will definitely help. This place is terrifying, and as a child, my safety is hardly guaranteed. Nonsense, a child? Can a child really join this group? Order, Ming Tian. What is your world like? Does the court not care for the people? Red A. It seems I made the right choice. Smile? JPG. Yi Tian. This world is filled with darkness. A group of scoundrels who claim to be descendants of gods controls everything. Nonsense. Wait, a pirate world? How could that be? Yi Tian, it appears you are aware of my world. Nonsense, indeed. Good luck to you. Order, Meng Tian, truly a world that brings despair to ordinary people. Red A, indeed. Yi Tian, it's fine. Now that I possess the abilities of Brother Red A, I can protect myself here. Order, Meng Tian. Yi Tian, I wonder if you know about me? Yi Tian, of course, the continent of kings, General Meng Tian of Xinyang. Order, Meng Tian, I see. May I ask, did the future me manage to repel the Blood Clan? Yi Tian, once Ing Zheng returns from his studies, you will achieve your goal. He is a great ruler, regardless of the world. Order, Meng Tian, thank you. Now, to provide you with more means of self-protection in that world, please accept my token of gratitude. Acquire the character panel of Order, Meng Tian. Yi Tian, thank you both, truly. Order, Meng Tian, I wish to know why the Meng Tian they speak of is so different from what I have experienced. Do you know why? Yi Tian, yes. It emerged from the history of the ancestor star's Dragon Kingdom. However, after being adapted by the author, it transformed into a game, creating the continent of kings, where Xianyang is essentially the Great Qin Empire. Order, Meng Tian, a game, you say? Red A, so. Does that mean we? Nonsense, impossible. Yi Tian, yes, I hail from the ancestor star, but due to certain extraordinary reasons, I was reborn in the world of pirates. Order, Meng Tian, the ancestor star. Could you tell me about the Great Qin Empire? Yi Tian, certainly, the Great Qin Empire. Order, Meng Tian, what a thrilling nation. It truly inspires yearning. Red A, indeed, as Yi Tian said, Ing Zheng is a great ruler in any world. Nonsense, yes. Yi Tian, apologies, someone is coming. Let us chat later. As he swiftly closed the screen, Yi Tian turned his gaze to the approaching Nami, who entered clutching some clothes, a chill running down his spine. He vividly remembered how mischievous Nami could be. As Nami saw Yi Tian sit up, she couldn't help but pout, then feebly remarked, "Hey, your clothes." With that, she placed the clothes on the bed and quietly sat beside Yi Tian, not leaving. Seeing this, Yi Tian felt a pang of frustration. "I need to get dressed," he said helplessly. "Uh-huh." Nami nodded, yet remained seated without moving. Observing Nami's demeanor, Yi Tian sighed in resignation and took the clothes beside him. He carefully dressed under the watchful eyes of Nami, who, thankfully, did not cause any mischief this time. Once dressed, Yi Tian slowly got off the bed and stood beside Nami. With a smile, he extended his hand, saying, "I am Yi Tian, pleased to meet you." Nami glanced at Yi Tian's outstretched hand, pouted again, and playfully replied, "Do I need to call you big brother?" She then placed her hand in his. They shared a brief handshake before letting go. Under Nami's guidance, Yi Tian made his way to the living room. In the midst of her chores, Belmir paused and looked surprised at the sight of Yi Tian emerging slowly, her face lighting up with joy as she asked, "Did you sleep well?" She even ruffled Yi Tian's hair. "I slept great. Thank you for saving me," Yi Tian replied earnestly, bowing deeply to Belmir. "No worries. You can stay here from now on," Belmir said with a warm smile. "Yes, thank you." Yi Tian nodded in agreement. After dinner, Yi Tian ventured alone to the shoreline, gazing at the vastness of the ocean, lost in contemplation. He had never imagined he would traverse into the world of pirates. After a long silence, he sighed deeply and opened the chat group, merging the two panels he had acquired with his own. Feeling the influx of magical power within him, Yi Tian felt a surge of exhilaration. With a flicker of thought, a blue light began to manifest in his hand, revealing a katana. Unlike Red A's twin blades, this weapon resembled a standard katana. He wielded it with ease, swinging it for a moment before dissipating it into thin air. After a brief pause, a brilliant red glow enveloped him, accompanied by the sound of armor clanking around him. When the radiance subsided, Yi Tian stood clad in battle armor, gripping a spear and shield. "So, this is the power of Order, Meng Tian." He wielded the spear and shield for a moment before vanishing them. "Well, it's getting late. I should head back," he said cheerfully, sprinting towards Belmir's house. With this, he would sever ties with his past life, which felt like a dream, and embrace life in the dark world of pirates. However, as Yi Tian returned to his room, his eyes fell upon the scene before him, and he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, inwardly grumbling, "Goodness, is Nami a demon?" Chapter 4. I report. Nami is a devil. As Yi Tian returned to his room and surveyed the scene on the bed, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his inner thoughts. Could it be that Nami is a demon? At that moment, Nami sat quietly beside the very spot where Yi Tian had just slept, her clothes laid out meticulously. Observing Yi Tian's twitching expression, she gently spoke, "Brother, come. It's time to sleep." Yi Tian glanced at Nami and then at his bed, feeling a twinge of helplessness as he replied, "Your clothes are still not put away." "Oh, you mean these? I noticed your blanket was a bit thin, so I thought to add some warmth." "It's nothing," Nami said nonchalantly, displaying an air of generosity. Yi Tian could only feel a vain throb on his forehead. He chose not to engage further in Nami's conversation and approached her, methodically collecting her garments from his bed, folding them neatly, and placing them beside her. Watching Yi Tian's actions, Nami nodded unconsciously, a smile gracing her lips as she lay down on the bed and drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Yi Tian occupied a corner of the bed, his expression one of despair as he lamented the invasion of his personal space by Nami. "Goodness, is this how I'm supposed to sleep? I've never seen a girl manage to occupy an entire hour with one round of sleep." Yi Tian grumbled internally. He observed Nami, who was rotating gracefully in her slumber, akin to the hand of a clock, and he edged away further along the bed. The night passed in silence, and the following morning found Yi Tian with dark circles under his eyes, half of his back exposed to the chill of the window, while the other half lay on the bed. He felt a wave of despair wash over him. Glancing at Nami, who was still sleeping soundly, he sighed and consoled himself, "Don't hold grudges against a little brat. Just let it go." However, upon noticing the dawn light filtering through the window, Yi Tian could no longer resist. He tiptoed, dressed quickly, and slipped out of the room. In the living room, Yi Tian was taken aback to find Belmare preparing breakfast. Inwardly, he mused, "How can she be up so early?" Hearing the door open, Belmare turned, her face lighting up with surprise. "Ah, Yi Tian, you're awake. How did you sleep?" Yi Tian, caught off guard by her question, fell silent, his gaze drifting toward Belmare. The observant Belmare soon noticed the prominent dark circles under his eyes, her expression shifting to one of concern. "Oh, Nami does have rather peculiar sleeping habits, doesn't she?" As Yi Tian made a move to exit, Belmare hastily urged him, "It's quite cold outside. You should have something to eat first to warm up." Yi Tian nodded slowly and replied, "All right, after breakfast." Just as he was searching for a place to catch some sleep, Nami dragged him off to the orange orchard, claiming they had work to do. Thus, a rather amusing scene unfolded. Belmare, with an expression of resignation, picked oranges while Yi Tian wearily plucked one orange at a time, swaying as he placed them into a basket on the ground. Nokigo approached Belmare, her eyes filled with curiosity. Upon meeting her gaze, Belmare smiled wryly and whispered, "It seems Nami is quite fond of her brother." Nokigo followed Belmare's gaze to Nami, who stood by Yi Tian, absent-mindedly picking oranges while protectively leaning against the drowsy boy. "It's rare to see Nami like this," Nokigo remarked, nodding in agreement. Time flowed gently by. In this manner, Yi Tian endured Nami's playful torment and their shared experiences over the course of half a year. Despite Nami's intentional teasing, her attachment to him only grew stronger. "Brother, brother, come, let us pick oranges. Brother, brother, come, let us fetch water. Brother, brother, come, let us go to the beach and help Belmare fish." Whatever Nami wished to do, she would always drag Yi Tian along. Such was their tranquil life, and gradually, amidst her repeated calls of brother, Yi Tian found himself integrated into this family. This year, Nokigo turned 13, Nami reached 10, and Yi Tian was 7. One night, perched upon a large stone, Yi Tian gazed serenely at the night sky, his mind drifting into contemplation. After a while, he murmured absent-mindedly, "Nami is 10 now, and I am 7. In the original story, the Arlong pirates came when Nami was 10. With this thought, Yi Tian clenched his small fists, determination coursing through him as he resolved, I shall not allow such a fate to unfold before my eyes. With that, Yi Tian fell into a reverie, reminiscing about the moments shared with everyone during this time. Just then, a pair of delicate hands suddenly covered his eyes, followed by a cheerful voice ringing in his ears. Guess who I am? Yi Tian chuckled helplessly, gently lifting her hands away as he replied, It's you, Nami. Ugh, that is not fun at all. Nami pouted, clearly unimpressed that he had correctly guessed her identity. Seeing Nami's sulking figure behind him, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, how could I not guess? You are the only one who would appear like this. In Yi Tian's heart, Nokigo felt more like an older sister, while Nami, despite being older, embodied the essence of a younger sister. All right, but what brings you here? Yi Tian inquired, amused by Nami's continued sulking. He pulled her down to sit beside him. Nami furrowed her brows slightly, her expression turning glum as she replied, I don't know why, but I have this feeling that something bad is about to happen. Hearing her words, Yi Tian felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. He looked at Nami with earnest eyes and declared, no matter what, I will protect everyone. That is my promise as a man. Nami's eyes sparkled with joy at his words, and she replied proudly, but I'm the big sister, so I don't need my brother to protect me. Yi Tian smiled faintly, choosing not to argue further. After a long pause, he finally said, all right, let us head back and get some rest. It's late. With that, he took Nami's hand and led her homeward. The next morning, a cacophony of sounds erupted from outside the room, startling Yi Tian awake as he opened his eyes wide. Chapter 5. The assault of the Arlong pirates. Having been in a deep slumber, Yi Tian abruptly opened his eyes. Rubbing the remnants of sleep from his bleary gaze, he swiftly dressed and exited his room. Outside, a Jin looked upon the others with palpable fear and exclaimed, everyone, quickly hide. The pirates are coming. At his words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, igniting a chorus of terrified cries. Meanwhile, standing nearby, Belmir regarded a Jin with a serious demeanor and inquired, have you contacted the Navy? Upon hearing her question, a Jin nodded gravely before responding, I did. But no one answered. Instantly, Belmir's countenance darkened as a chilling realization dawned upon her. She turned to a Jin urgently, I must return to organize things. Yes. Hurry and take Nojiko, Nami, and little Yi Tian to hide, a Jin urged in agreement. Acknowledging his advice with a heavy heart, Belmir hastened back toward the house. At that moment, Arlong, accompanied by his fellow fishmen, had already landed and was advancing toward Kokoyashi village. Yi Tian slowly opened the door and stepped outside, only to be met by the sight of a breathless Belmir racing back. Before he could speak, Belmir urgently instructed, little Yi Tian, you must take Nami and the others to safety. Pirates have entered the village. Upon hearing her words, Yi Tian's eyes narrowed with a chilling intensity as he spoke. His voice laced with suppressed fury, the pirates, have they really come? Just then, Nami and Nojiko emerged from the room, their faces paling at Belmir's warning. Seeing their actions, Belmir disregarded everything and aimed to lead Yi Tian and the others to the cellar for safety. However, just as she reached out to grasp Yi Tian's arm, she was met with the icy resolve in his gaze. Startled, Belmir exclaimed, little Yi Tian, what do you intend to do? They are not foes you can confront. Quickly, take the sisters and hide. In response, Yi Tian lifted his head, offering Belmir a slight smile as he spoke softly. Belmir, you should take Nami and the others to safety. I wish to see for myself. No, absolutely not, she insisted, preparing to forcibly lead him away. Yi Tian effortlessly broke free from her grasp, assuring her, rest assured, Belmir, I shall not act recklessly. With that, he began to stride toward the village center. At that moment, Nami's small hand suddenly clutched Yi Tian's. Looking at her with tenderness, he reassured her, it's all right. Don't worry. I won't act foolishly. Yi Tian understood how deeply concerned Nami was for him, but he also recognized his capability to resolve this crisis and prevent Belmir from facing a tragic fate. Therefore, he was resolute in his intention to eliminate this threat without hesitation. After calming Nami, Yi Tian's expression hardened further. He became taut with anticipation, and in a swirl of smoke, vanished from sight. This sudden change caused Belmir, who had intended to intervene, to gasp in astonishment. Her experience as a former Navy officer allowed her to perceive the extent of Yi Tian's power. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she reaffirmed her determination. Yi Tian was her child, and protecting him was her maternal duty. Having ensured Nami and Nojiko were safe, Belmir retrieved a firearm from a nearby corner and dashed toward the center of the village. At the village center, the fishmen had already encircled the area, gathering the villagers together. Leading the fishmen, Arlong let out a booming laugh. Stepping forward and glaring at the trembling villagers with murderous intent as he proclaimed, "From this day forth, this place shall be under the dominion of the Arlong pirates. From now on, you are to pay me a hefty tribute each month. If not," the villagers were instantly incensed. Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out from behind them. "If not, what? You, a wretched stray dog, dare to bark here?" The villagers turned in shock, their faces draining of color as they urgently implored, "Little Yi Tian, get away from here." Just then, the village guard, a Jin, hurriedly approached Yi Tian, exclaiming, "Little Yi Tian, quickly leave. I will hold them off for you." With a gentle smile, Yi Tian replied nonchalantly, "It's fine, Uncle A Jin. These pathetic scraps fleeing from the Grand Line cannot harm me." He then confidently walked past A Jin and strode toward Arlong. Noticing Yi Tian's presence, Arlong roared in anger. "You lowly subhuman, are you seeking death? Huh, I never expected that the once respected Sun Pirates would produce such a filthy fishman." Yi Tian scoffed disdainfully. "You." Arlong's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he opened his mouth to retort, Yi Tian interjected, "Since you wish to invade this village, you have chosen to be my enemy. In that case, I shall take revenge upon you, fishmen. Ha! The only one among you whom I find appealing is your princess." "Silence! She is unworthy," Arlong bellowed, furiously brandishing a long knife and pointing it at Yi Tian, issuing orders to the surrounding fishmen. "Kill this lowly human child." At these words, the villagers gasped in horror. Yet in an instant, they seized their weapons and stood resolutely by Yi Tian's side. Moved by their solidarity, Yi Tian felt a surge of emotion. But he slowly raised his head, a crimson glow illuminating his form. The sound of clashing armor echoed as the red light dissipated. Revealing Yi Tian clad in armor that matched his stature, his expression becoming fiercely bloodthirsty. His eyes glinting with icy resolve, akin to a predator sizing up its prey. Yi Tian thrust his shield into the ground. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he wielded his free hand, summoning a grand flag that materialized in his grasp. Addressing Arlong, who stood not far away, Yi Tian spoke with a playful tone, "To dare to boast in my presence, let me show you what despair truly means." With that, he plunged the flag into the earth. The blood-red banner fluttered ominously, seemingly stirred by an unseen wind. "Montague army, assemble!" He roared, "Kill!" Instantly, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust enveloped the area, and thousands of soldiers clad in black armor appeared on the scene. Witnessing this, Yi Tian's face broke into a bloodthirsty grin as he gazed upon the assembled Montague army. Chapter 6. A terrifying encounter. Upon witnessing this, a bloodthirsty smile crept across Yi Tian's face as he raised his head to gaze at the approaching Meng family army. "Esteemed warriors, thanks to General Meng Tian of Xianyong, I am fortunate to have your assistance. Now that the battle is upon us, I implore you to aid me as you have helped General Meng Tian. Form the battle formation, Guansha. Attack." This sudden turn of events caused the expressions of all the fishmen present to shift dramatically as they turned their gazes towards Along. In that moment, Along glared furiously at Yi Tian, bellowing, "How dare mere humans defy our noble fishmen? Everyone, obey my command, kill." Hearing Along's declaration, the fishmen cast aside their earlier trepidation and charged towards Yi Tian. Observing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but let out a scornful laugh. Picking up a shield from the ground and positioning it before him, the surrounding soldiers quickly assembled in front of Yi Tian, standing resolutely with their shields raised. The war was about to erupt. At that moment, Belmir, having settled Nami and the others, arrived with a long spear in hand. Scanning the area but failing to spot Yi Tian's figure, Upon noticing a group of armored warriors at the village gate, her brow furrowed slightly, yet she said nothing. Instead, she approached a Jin and inquired softly, "Ajin, have you seen little Yi Tian?" Upon hearing Belmer's words, Ajin could only nod bitterly, slowly lifting his gaze to where Yi Tian stood, clad in armor and positioned behind the multitude of soldiers. Following Ajin's line of sight, Belmer was taken aback by the sight of the young figure in armor, but only for a moment before she hastily made her way towards Yi Tian. Arriving at Yi Tian's side, Belmer gazed at him with a hint of exasperation, saying, "Little Yi Tian, you truly have much to hide from your mother." Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, then offered an awkward smile. Just as he was about to respond, Belmer interjected, "But let's set that aside for now. Today, I shall spare you." With that, and to Yi Tian's astonishment, Belmer aimed her spear at a nearby fishman. Yi Tian shook his head, then turned his serious expression back to the oncoming fishmen. "Form shields," Yi Tian commanded coldly. "Yes, form shields," the soldiers echoed. Yi Tian raised his shield, slamming his spear into the ground before resting it atop the shield. "Spears ready." The sound of weapons being readied echoed through the air. "Kill." With Yi Tian's battle cry, the Meng family soldiers began to thrust their weapons at the advancing fishmen. In an instant, the two sides clashed. However, just then, a glint of cold light shot forth from behind the fishmen. Yi Tian's eyes widened, and he stepped in front of Belmer, raising his shield high to deflect the incoming blade. Turning to Belmer, who still appeared shaken, he cautioned, "Belmer, be careful. Attack from behind the soldiers. That way, no one can harm you." With that, Yi Tian suddenly found his hands empty. His spear and shield vanished. As the onlookers gasped in surprise, Yi Tian calmly declared, "Along, let us join the fray." In an instant, a radiant blue light flickered, and a katana materialized before him. With a flurry of sand, Yi Tian appeared just a short distance from Along, his katana aimed directly at him, his eyes growing cold. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Seeing Yi Tian disappear so swiftly, Along's pupils constricted as he murmured, "Is that Six Styles shave? Along, there's no time for contemplation. Come, receive my strike." As his words fell, a crimson line appeared on Along's body, blood erupting forth and staining the ground before him. This strike jolted Along from his thoughts, and in a fit of rage, he charged at Yi Tian. The sounds of clashing steel rang through the air, yet the two figures remained elusive to the onlookers. This left Belmer and the others, who had been closely watching Yi Tian, anxiously concerned for his safety. With a resounding crack, Yi Tian suddenly retreated, observing his shattered katana disintegrating into sparkling motes of light. Undeterred, he conjured another pristine katana in his hands as blue light shimmered anew. "Curse you! I shall see how many weapons you can conjure." Along roared, launching himself at Yi Tian without waiting for a response. The two clashed once more. Yet, amidst their fierce battle, the anguished cries of the fishmen echoed nearby. Along, glancing back, realized that not a single one of his troops had managed to fell an enemy soldier, while his own ranks suffered losses. Witnessing his subordinates' dire predicament, a thought of retreat flickered through Along's mind, but it was swiftly extinguished as he re-engaged Yi Tian. Minutes later, as Along glanced back again, he noted that over 40 of his fishmen had fallen. "Everyone, regroup," Along commanded as he distanced himself from Yi Tian, summoning his remaining fishmen. Yi Tian made no attempt to stop them, standing silently with a frosty expression as he regarded Along. Once the fishmen gathered before Along, Yi Tian beckoned behind him, and a flag that had been planted in the ground appeared in his grasp. After a moment of silence, Along spoke slowly. "You have won. I can offer you all my treasures. Will you let us leave?" His words stunned the crowd, though the villagers and Belmer remained silent, merely watching Yi Tian, waiting for his decision. Yi Tian gradually raised his head, his eyes glinting with cold determination as he fixed a penetrating gaze on Along. Amidst the tense breaths of Along and his men, Yi Tian let out a derisive chuckle. Suddenly, the battle flag in his hand vanished, along with the entirety of the Meng family army. Along and his men breathed a sigh of relief, while the villagers behind Yi Tian's side as well. Wishing for Along's demise, yet accepting Yi Tian's choice without objection. However, just as everyone thought it was over, Yi Tian's voice resonated once more, "TSK. Do mere fishmen think they can negotiate with me? Should your Princess Odoheim be present, perhaps I would grant you some leniency, but you, Along, are unworthy." You. Along glared at Yi Tian. "Huh, I have vowed to make you feel despair. Now," Yi Tian scoffed at Along. And with those words, his armor suddenly dissipated. Chapter 7. The Unlimited Blade Works appears in the pirate world at this moment. The villagers standing behind Yi Tian were momentarily stunned, and then they were struck with fear, urgently calling out to him, "Little Yi Tian, be careful." Hearing the villagers' warnings, Yi Tian slowly turned around and smiled at them. At that instant, Arlong, standing not far away, subtly curled the corner of his mouth. Taking a step back with his right leg and tightening his grip on the large blade in his hand. With a muffled sound, Arlong instantly vanished from his spot, charging toward Yi Tian. Yi Tian, upon hearing that sound, also disappeared, reappearing in front of the villagers. With his right hand on his chest and kneeling on one knee, he solemnly spoke, "I am the bone of my sword." Upon these words, the crowd fell into complete silence. Among the villagers, Belmir frowned slightly, whispering, "What is this? I do not understand a single word that little Yi Tian is saying." At that moment, a circle of blue light gradually illuminated beneath Yi Tian's feet, slowly rising as if to envelop him. "Steel is my body, and fire is my blood." The incantation continued. However, Arlong could not afford to wait for him to finish chanting. Seizing the opportunity, he charged directly at Yi Tian. "I have created over 1,000 blades." As Arlong's footsteps grew closer, a long sword materialized in Yi Tian's hand. Yi Tian, who had been kneeling and chanting, suddenly stood up to block the large blade that was about to descend upon him. The incantation persisted, unknown to death. The sounds of the chant mingled with the clash of steel, echoing throughout the village, nor known to life. As Yi Tian continued his chant, the winds around him intensified. Feeling a surge of anxiety from the ongoing incantation, Arlong shouted at Yi Tian, "You, stop." In response, he accelerated the movements of his hand, swinging the large blade with increasing speed toward Yi Tian. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. Yet, Yi Tian remained unfazed, his cold and mocking gaze fixed on Arlong. Indeed, had it not been for his arrival, Arlong would have ruled this land for 8 years, having not only killed Belmir, but also oppressed Nami for 8 long years. Although such events had not yet transpired, he would not allow any threat to those he considered family to exist, no matter how minuscule. Even the faintest glimmer must be extinguished. Yet, those hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited blade works. As Yi Tian's incantation concluded, darkness enveloped the eyes of the onlookers. When they opened their eyes once more, they were horrified to find themselves in an unfamiliar place. Before them lay a crimson wasteland filled with countless swords, the horizon flickering with flames, and a dark sky dominated by colossal revolving gears, resembling an ironworks world. Where exactly is this? As everyone was engulfed in confusion, they beheld Yi Tian standing atop a hill of swords, with the Arlong pirates nearby. Yi Tian's icy gaze fixed on Arlong as he spoke in a detached tone. "This is your burial ground." Barely had the words left his mouth when Yi Tian slowly raised his hand. Countless swords embedded in the ground began to tremble and lift into the air. From atop the hill of swords, Yi Tian extended a finger, pointing at Arlong. At this sight, Arlong felt a pang of fear and stammered, I concede." "You, concede? I will not accept such a broken surrender here." As his words fell, the swords floating behind Yi Tian transformed into streaks of light, hurtling directly toward Arlong. Seeing the barrage of swords approaching, Arlong gritted his teeth and shouted to his crew, "Defend yourselves." His voice snapped them out of their terror, but upon witnessing the countless swords flying toward them, their legs turned to jelly. If they couldn't withstand it, they would perish. Arlong roared, swinging his large blade wildly in an attempt to block the incoming onslaught. At this moment, not only Arlong but even the villagers standing behind Yi Tian were engulfed in fear. What on earth is this place? Little Yi Tian, Belmir gazed at Yi Tian on the hill of swords, pondering in confusion. Just then, a sudden scream shattered her thoughts, prompting her to look in the direction of the sound. There, Arlong was already pierced by several long swords, yet he continued to swing his arms, trying to fend off the remaining weapons. However, as more swords embedded themselves into his body, his movements gradually slowed. Ultimately, covered in wounds and bleeding profusely, Arlong collapsed to the ground, surrounded by a multitude of swords. Behind him, the other fishmen were in a similar state. Observing this, Yi Tian slowly lowered his hand, and the swords in the sky plunged into the ground. With his hands in his pockets, Yi Tian approached the kneeling Arlong, taking a moment to scrutinize him. Then, with a tone of disdain, he remarked, "Such vitality? TSK. Is this what you call a superior race? I see it as nothing more than." Pausing for a moment, Yi Tian casually drew a sword from the ground, stepping back slightly. With the blade leveled, he pointed it at Arlong's throat. With a slight motion, the sword pierced through without any obstruction. "I see. It is nothing more than this." As Yi Tian's words echoed, the surroundings transformed once more. When the crowd regained their sight, they found themselves back in Kakoja village. As the reality of the situation dawned on them, they hurriedly turned to where Yi Tian stood. Before him, the members of the Arlong pirates knelt on the ground, drenched in blood. Unlike the other fishmen, while Arlong's weapons had vanished, the sword embedded in his throat remained, forcing him to kneel before Kakoja. Fishmen. Truly pitiful and deserving of sympathy. Yet this does not justify your reign of terror upon the seas. Chapter 8. A group of old rogues after uttering a single sentence. Yi Tian slowly turned around and walked towards Belmel. Upon reaching her side, he gently lifted his gaze to meet hers, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "Belmel, I am hungry." At his words, Belmel, who had initially been about to inquire further, paused in surprise. A charming smile then appeared on her face as she nodded slightly and softly replied, "Come, I will prepare a meal for little Yi Tian." With that, she reached out and took his small hand, and together they headed towards the house, leaving a group of villagers somewhat dumbfounded. As they walked, Yi Tian pondered over the events that had just transpired. One particular matter continued to perplex him, the fact that he had felt no reaction whatsoever when he had dispatched the fishmen. This unsettling realization stirred a sense of fear within him. Throughout the journey, he contemplated various possibilities, the most plausible being that upon inheriting the character template, he had also absorbed some of their traits or other attributes. However, this was not the most pressing concern at the moment. The primary issue now was how he would articulate this to Belmel. Should he confess directly? That was out of the question. It was his greatest secret, one he would never divulge to anyone. Perhaps he could concoct a lie, claiming it was the will of the world that had bestowed this upon him. That excuse seemed quite appealing. Yi Tian nodded to himself in silent agreement. Upon returning home, Yi Tian made a beeline for the cellar, releasing Nami and Nojiko from their confines. After casually reassuring the two, he found a flimsy excuse to evade Nami's persistent inquiries and retreated to his room alone. Lying on his bed, Yi Tian opened the chat interface. "Unfounded talk. Little Yi Tian, come out and chat with your older brother. I am suffering here." Unfounded talk. "Let me tell you, little brother, I have a subordinate you know, whose imagination knows no bounds. It's truly a trial for me." Unfounded talk. "Little brother, why did I ever choose this race? It's just a forced state of calm. When emotions run high, it's all green light." Unfounded talk. "Little brother, where are you?" Red A. I say, unfounded talk. Where is your forced calm? I was just about to do something when you flooded the screen. Order Ming Tian. Exactly. This is just a matter of routine. If it were battle time, I would probably be done in by you. Be more mindful. Unfounded talk. Oh, what is the big deal? Come to me. I'll treat you for free. Besides, the undead tribe wouldn't mind, right? Order Ming Tian. Damn. Red A. Going to your place. I might not even meet you before getting torn to pieces by your subordinates. And besides, I can't even go there. Yi Tian. Unfounded talk. Supreme Sovereign. Manual jest. Unfounded talk. Oh, little brother, why so formal between us? Manual jest. Yi Tian. Forced calm. Green light all over. Unfounded talk. Are you mocking me? Little brother, you're not being sincere. Yetion, what do you mean I'm not sincere? Unfounded talk. I've called you so many times, and you ignored me. Little brother, you must understand, this is the admiration of a king. Yetion forced calm, green light all over. Little DS imagination, forced calm. TSK. So it doesn't matter how well one transmigrates. What matters is having a capable subordinate who understands the nuances. Unfounded talk. Hey, little brother, that is going too far. It's all my brilliance and martial prowess that makes them obey my commands. Yetion, have you regained your forced calm? Is the green light gone? I refuse to believe you weren't in a state of forced calm just now. Unfounded talk. Hee, little brother. You guessed wrong. Yetion. All right, I've just discovered something quite strange. Unfounded talk. What is it? Tell me, I'll help you strategize. Red A, what is it? Order Mengtian. Yetion. A group of pirates just came to our village, and I killed them. But why did I feel nothing at all? Unfounded talk. That's rather peculiar. Red A, that's very strange. Order Mengtian. Quite odd. Yetion. Are you not going to explain? Unfounded talk. The undead, the supreme sovereign, the master of the great tomb, feel nothing. Red A, as an assassin, after killing so many, do you gain any feelings from it? Order Mengtian. I, Mengtian, a general of Xianyong, have fought countless battles. What feeling is there in killing a person? Yetion. So, it seems that S valid too. Unfounded talk. However, little brother, did you just make a typo? They? Yetion. Yes, they. What S wrong? Unfounded talk. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? You used they for animals. Yetion. No, there was a group of fishmen. What else would I use for animals? Red A, fishmen? Mermaids? Order Mengtian. I've indeed heard of that race. Unfounded talk. Little brother, did you see a mermaid? Yetion. Is your focus solely on mermaids? I've seen them. They are quite beautiful, so what? Unfounded talk. Research perhaps? Red A, research? One order Mengtian. Ahem, that could be interesting. Yetion. A group of old rogues, not. Sweat JPG. Red A. By the way, are there only a few of us in this group? It's rather dull. Yetion. Did you not notice that this group can level up? Order Mengtian. How does one level up? Unfounded talk. Same question. Red A. 1 Yetion. Haven't you all been paying attention to that string of numbers on the group interface? Red A. 9,000, 10,000. Order Mengtian. What does that represent? Unfounded talk. Is this the fabled progress bar? Yetion. You all continue chatting. I'm off to eat. Farewell, everyone. Just as Yetion closed the chat interface, the door suddenly swung open. A playful little head peeked in. Brother Nami called softly upon seeing Yetion lying on the bed with his eyes tightly shut. At her call, Yetion, who had been about to open his eyes, paused and remained still, appearing as though he were asleep. Brother. Nami approached and glanced closely, then murmured, Hey, brother, as your best sister. I see that your face doesn't look quite well. How about I draw something for you? Without waiting for a reply, she bounced out of the room. Hearing her footsteps fade away, Yetion suddenly opened his eyes wide, sat up straight in bed, and after surveying his surroundings, he gazed thoughtfully out of the window. Chapter 9. Mischievous brother. Upon hearing the sound of departing footsteps, Yetion abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up straight from his bed. After a brief moment of contemplation, he scanned his surroundings and noticed a window nearby. Without hesitation, he flung open the window and leapt out, executing the movement with such fluidity that one might assume he was accustomed to such escapades. Once outside, Yetion took a moment to observe his environment before making his way to a tree, where he silently watched the room within. Inside Belmir's chamber, Nami's small face radiated excitement as her tiny hands rummaged through Belmir's drawer filled with cosmetics. Outside the room, Nojiko cast a casual glance at the exuberant Nami, momentarily taken aback, before asking curiously, Nami, what are you looking for? At this, Nami paused her actions briefly, her face glowing with an unmistakable thrill as she replied, Nojiko, do you know where Belmir keeps her cosmetics? Belmir's cosmetics? They're in the drawer. What do you need them for? Nojiko inquired, her expression one of confusion. Oh, don't ask. I'm going to put makeup on my brother. Nami exclaimed, her excitement intensifying. Clutching a small box she had just unearthed, she tiptoed across the living room and approached Yition's door. With a deep breath to steady herself, Nami quietly opened the door and peeked inside. After a moment of observation, she suddenly pushed the door wide open, inadvertently dropping the cosmetics box, which tumbled to the floor as she began to search the room. From his perch in the tree, Yition observed Nami scouring the room for him and felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a wail echoed from within the room. "Wah! Belmir, my brother is missing." Startled, Yition quickly jumped down from the tree and made his way into the living room. Inside, Belmir was trying to comfort Nami, who was in tears, oblivious to Yition's entrance. However, upon spotting her brother, Nami's cries ceased, and a smile gradually replaced her tears. Yet, due to her recent distress, she remained unaware of the snot trickling from her nose, and as soon as she smiled, the room fell into silence. Moments later, laughter erupted as everyone realized Nami's nose had bubbled. Watching the scene unfold, Nami's earlier joy faded, her lips pouting as if she were about to cry again. Yition quickly suppressed his laughter and rushed to console her. However, Nami seized him, pulling out a pen from her pocket and began to doodle on Yition's face. Taken aback, Yition could only manage a rueful smile as he said, "Nami, are you finished with your artwork?" "Humph." Nami turned her head away, feigning annoyance. Observing this, Belmir and Nojiko stifled their laughter. After some time, Belmir gently patted Nami's head and said, "All right, it's time to eat. Let us go." She picked Nami up and headed toward the dining table, while Yition, sporting a face resembling a painted cat, followed them into the kitchen. At the dining table, Yition felt a mix of apprehension as he picked at his food, mentally preparing himself for the inevitable questions from Belmir. However, despite finishing his meal, he found himself waiting in vain for her inquiry. Just as he was about to help clear the table, Belmir smirked and said softly, "If you tidy up the table, I'll forgive you." Taken aback, Yition's face brightened with a smile, and he hastened to complete the task. Observing him, Belmir's expression softened, revealing a smile of her own. Once the table was cleared, Yition approached Belmir, ready to explain himself, but she preempted him, saying, "Nami is still upset. Go cheer her up. She really likes you as her brother." Upon hearing this, Yition's face fell slightly, thinking to himself, "She may like me, but it's quite hard to accept, especially with her acting like a little imp. I prefer the grown-up Nami." As he pondered this, Belmir patted his shoulder and walked toward her room. Watching her depart, Yition sighed, glancing back at Nami's room as he made his way there. Opening the door, he found Nami sitting on her bed, her pouty lips and reddened eyes betraying her feelings. When she heard the door creak open, she slowly turned her head but immediately averted her gaze upon seeing Yition. Yition couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. He quietly closed the door behind him and approached her side. As he sat at the edge of the bed, he smiled at Nami and said, "What is wrong, Nami? You look quite unappealing." "Humph. If I look unappealing, then don't look," Nami retorted. Yition remained unfazed and continued, "Come on, tell your brother who bullied you. I'll help you deal with them." "Humph. Who bullied me? Can't you tell?" Nami shot back, glancing at him. "Was it me? But how can one hit oneself? Why don't you hit me to vent your frustration?" Yition feigned distress. "Is that what you say?" Nami slowly turned to look at him. Yition nodded solemnly, closing his eyes as if bracing for an impending storm. Nami couldn't help but chuckle. But just as she did, she quickly buried herself under the blanket, muffling her voice, "You can go now. I'm not angry anymore." Hearing this, Yition opened his eyes and smiled at the sight of Nami cocooned in her blanket. With a grin, he quietly exited the room, closing the door behind him, and stealthily hid in a corner. Sure enough, as soon as he concealed himself, a corner of the blanket opened slightly, revealing Nami's bright eyes peeking at the door. Her expression momentarily clouded with disappointment. However, in an instant, that dismay morphed into fear, and she swiftly shrank back beneath the covers. Chapter 10. I am a reclusive child. Do not disturb my chat group. After soothing Nami, Yition seldom ventured outside in the following days, preferring to remain alone in his room. He would only emerge for meals. Otherwise, he would not step beyond his door. One day, Nami quietly moved a small chair into the living room. Sitting still with her bright little eyes fixed on the closed door of Yi Tian's room, lost in thought. Suddenly, a pair of large hands landed unexpectedly on Nami's head, startling her out of her reverie. She turned to see Belmir standing behind her, smiling warmly. Noticing the surprise in Nami's eyes, Belmir smiled gently and asked, "What's on your mind? Thinking about your brother?" Nami nodded, but then asked with a hint of confusion, "Belmir, do you know why my brother has been locking himself away in his room these past few days?" Belmir paused to contemplate. Sensing Nami's urgency, she playfully tugged at Belmir's arm. "I don't know," Belmir replied, but as soon as Nami heard her words, she became quite flustered. "You're no fun, Belmir. I won't talk to you anymore," Nami huffed. Unfazed, Belmir smiled at Nami and suggested, "If you want to know what your brother is up to, why not go find him? Is that okay?" "But didn't my brother say we shouldn't disturb him?" Nami questioned, her face filled with doubt. "It's perfectly fine, Nami. If you want to go play with him," Belmir replied with an enigmatic smile. "Really?" Nami exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her as she jumped from her chair. However, Belmir offered no further response, leaving only a smile before departing. Inside the room, Yi Tian was immersed in his chat group, eager to fill his progress bar. However, he soon realized that after initially posting one message to gain a little progress, he now needed to post 10 without any noticeable increase. He lamented to himself, "I am a reclusive child. Nothing must disturb my chat group." Outside the room, Nami approached the door and quietly turned the handle, peeking inside with her bright eyes. The faint sound of the door creaking open roused Yi Tian from his focus, and he glanced towards the door without changing his expression. Sighing inwardly, "I am a reclusive child. Nothing must disturb my chat group." Peeking from the side, Nami saw Yi Tian lying on the bed, unresponsive, and couldn't help but stifle a giggle. She carefully opened the door wider and tiptoed into the room. Upon reaching the bedside, she noticed Yi Tian had already closed his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she slipped off her shoes and climbed onto the bed, playfully slapping Yi Tian's backside before sitting on him and tugging at his cheeks. Smelly brother, get up. The sun is shining on your bottom. Come play with your sister." As Yi Tian lay there, he endured the playful torment, thinking to himself, "I am a reclusive child. I only engage in my chat group. Nothing else can move me." Nami continued her antics, pulling on Yi Tian's face. "You absolutely cannot wake up. It would be torturous." Nami then flung the blanket off Yi Tian, and he could no longer hold back. The discomfort was overwhelming. As he persevered, Nami grabbed his feet. Slowly, Yi Tian opened his eyes, rubbed them sleepily, and asked in confusion, "Ah, Nami, what is the matter?" Nami, who had been preparing to tickle him, paused her actions, placed her hands on her hips, and glared at him in mock anger. "Brother, come on, let us go out and play. If you keep sleeping, you'll become a beggar." Hearing this, Yi Tian could not help but smile wryly as he glanced at the chat interface, now showing only a minimal increase in progress. "All right," he conceded, nodding helplessly. Being dragged out by Nami, Yi Tian wore a resigned expression as he was pulled along. After some time, he glanced in the direction Nami was leading him and hesitantly asked, "Is this the way to the orange orchard?" Upon hearing this, Nami stopped, turned to him, and with a commanding tone declared, "Of course. You've been sleeping for days. It's the perfect time to help your sister at the orchard. Okay, let us go?" Yi Tian replied, resigning himself to the situation. As he prepared to leave his chat group behind, he could only apologize to it. Meanwhile, in the chat group, the conversations continued without him. "Nonsense. I bet Yi Tian hasn't even checked the chat group." "Red A. Nonsense. That's obvious." "Nonsense. I'm just stating the truth." "Red A. Learn to read, my friend." "Red A. Got it. Nonsense. Nonsense. You better pray there's no cross-world feature activated. Otherwise, I'll smash your face." "Red A. All right. Nonsense. Give it a try." "Nonsense. No. I need to find someone to vent my frustrations on." "How infuriating." "Order. Meng Tian. Red A. Look what you've done to Nonsense. What if he gets sick from the anger?" "Oh, wait. I forgot. He's undead." "Red A. No worries. Just a little green glow. TSK. That description fits little Yi Tian quite well. Nonsense. Order. Meng Tian Red A. I'm done playing. I'm flipping the table. One-on-one. This is absolutely intolerable. Once you're done, I'll let you know. Nonsense. Yi Tian. Little brother Yi Tian. I've been bullied. Quickly log into your account and scold them awake. This is a path to destruction. This is disrespect to the Supreme. Red A. Path to destruction? Order. Meng Tian. Disrespect to the Supreme? Nonsense. Are you scared? Just asking if you're scared. The activity level of the chat group is full. The system is online for an upgrade to version 2.0. Stay tuned. Your happiness is our goal. We strive to create joy. The three stared at the text on the screen, momentarily stunned. Just as they prepared to send messages, they found they were unable to do so. We use a certain World S software as our original template. The upgrade is complete. Please continue your operations. This system has added the latest programs, Group Mall, Skin Module, Beta version. Inviting new members to join. Slime has joined the chat group. Chapter 11. The Greed of Colonel Mouse, Arrogant King Xiaoming. Join the chat group. Big Ancient Stewing Soup. Join the chat group. Nonsense. Wow, I finally leveled up. But we have newcomers. Red A. Finally, newcomers have arrived. I won't have to face you every day. Order. Meng Tian. 1. Nonsense. What's wrong with facing me? Am I in your way? Slime. Hello everyone. Arrogant King Xiaoming. What is this? High tech? Quite interesting. Big Ancient Stewing Soup. Hello everyone. Nice to meet you all. So this is nonsense. You all figure it out. I'm off to check the new features. Red A. 1. Order. Meng Tian. 1. Slime. Alright. Arrogant King Xiaoming. Big Ancient Stewing Soup. Okay, thank you. Nonsense. Wow. I see my hope. This skin module is quite impressive. Red AO. Is hope sprouting? TSK. But can you afford it? Have you checked the price? Order. Meng Tian. This Dragon Hunter skin is quite good. I'm almost able to afford it. Nonsense. Damn. Does this mean I have to sell all my treasures? Yi Tian. Create happiness with your salary. No money, no play. Nonsense. Yi Tian. Little brother, I'm broke. Yi Tian. What's the matter? Nonsense. I found a skin that resembles my old self, but handsomer. And the outfit is more flamboyant, perfectly matching my aura. But why is it so expensive? Yi Tian. Isn't there a cheaper one? Nonsense. There is. Yi Tian. Then that's it. Buy a cheaper one first. Nonsense. As the Supreme Being, I declare that those do not match my aura. Yi Tian. Yi Tian. Inherit the fine tradition. We create happiness with our salary. No salary, no play. Nonsense. That's a fair point. Red A. I think it's pretty good. With my current savings, I can afford one. Dragon Hunter. Meng Tian. Oh, hello everyone. Nonsense. Yi Tian. Lion's roar clears the mind. I'll retreat for now. Bye-bye. Nami looked at Yi Tian with a displeased expression. Noticing this, Yi Tian paused, scratching his head awkwardly, then teasingly said, Ahem, well, I'll get serious about my work now. As he spoke, he casually plucked an orange from above his head and placed it into the basket by his feet. Observing Yi Tian's demeanor, Nami placed her hands on her hips and angrily remarked, Honestly, you lazy brother, all you do is sleep, and you're so slow at doing things. With that, Nami puffed out her small chest a bit proudly and declared, You should learn from your sister, you know? I can carry back many baskets in a single day. Looking at Nami's proud expression, Yi Tian couldn't help but smirk, indicating that he could finish it in a day. Of course, finishing was impossible. As a socially withdrawn child, chatting in a group was his true joy. Just as Yi Tian's thoughts began to drift while he continued to pick oranges at a snail's pace, a voice called out, Yi Tian. The sound made Noki, who was busy in the orange grove, turn her head towards Yi Tian's direction, appearing somewhat helpless. Unbeknownst to Yi Tian, Nami had twisted his ear into a 180 angle. Ouch, it hurts, Yi Tian said, lightly covering his ear in haste. Nami slowly released her grip and angrily said, Honestly, if I don't keep an eye on you for a moment, you just stop moving. Nami, be gentle, it's all red now. Yi Tian gently rubbed his ear, trying to alleviate the pain. Humph, this is the punishment for not working diligently, Nami said indifferently. While Nami supervised Yetion's work, an unexpected guest arrived in Cocoa Village. On the coast of Cocoa Village, a warship slowly docked. Upon anchoring and disembarking, the leader, a naval officer resembling a mouse, walked forward, followed by several naval soldiers. At the village entrance, Colonel Mouse regarded the village chief with arms crossed, his eyes subtly radiating an aura of greed. "You say there are no pirates in Cocoa Village?" "Indeed. We have had no pirate visits as usual. Is there something you need, sir?" The village chief, supported by a young man, spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Colonel Mouse frowned and turned to his aide. The aide stepped forward and whispered in Colonel Mouse's ear. According to intelligence, the Arlong pirates indeed arrived in Cocoa Village 5 days ago and have not left. After pondering his aide's words for a moment, Colonel Mouse nodded, his expression growing slightly lecherous as he said, "Village chief, you must think carefully, otherwise I shall search under the charge of harboring pirates." Upon hearing this, the village chief was taken aback, then slowly nodded, looking at Colonel Mouse, and replied, "Yes. Cooperating with the work of the naval officers is our duty. Please feel free to search." Upon hearing the village chief's words, Colonel Mouse's brow furrowed, his fingers gripping tightly. Turning pale, he stared at the village chief for a long moment, then suppressed his anger and said, "Search." As soon as the command was given, the soldiers behind him rushed into the village, conducting a thorough search. Before long, a soldier approached Colonel Mouse with a stack of berries, respectfully reporting, "Report. We have found the berries looted by the Arlong pirates a few days ago." Hearing this, Colonel Mouse's lips curled into a smirk as he slowly reached out to take the berries, weighing them in his hand. At that moment, a young man shouted from a distance, "Give me back my money." However, just as he was about to charge towards Colonel Mouse, several naval soldiers blocked his path. Colonel Mouse, unfazed, calmly addressed the village chief. Reportedly, the Arlong pirates looted a total of 5 million berries. "Village chief, will you search, or shall I?" Upon hearing these words, the village chief's expression changed instantly. He was no fool and understood what Colonel Mouse meant. However, thinking of little Yetion, the village chief couldn't help but sigh softly. Then, in a dazed manner, weakly said, "No need to trouble the officer. I will search." Chapter 12. The calm life has ended. Having just finished picking oranges, Yetion and his companions were on their way home. However, as they stepped out of the orange grove, they were met with the sight of a group of Navy soldiers blocking the entrance to the village. The villagers had gathered in the center of the village, seemingly engaged in negotiations with them. Yetion was momentarily taken aback, then began to ponder quietly. The nearest Navy should be Colonel Mouse, he thought. The mere consideration of this made Yetion furrow his brow. He then turned to Nami and Nokigo, saying, "Nami, Nokigo, you two should head back first. I need to see what is happening in the village. After you put away the oranges, stay indoors and don't come out." With that, he walked directly towards the village center, carrying the oranges. At that moment, in the heart of the village chief was collecting money while quietly explaining to the crowd, "Do not mention anything about the pirates. We must pay them off." The villagers nodded in agreement, gathering their coins. Just then, a somewhat juvenile voice called out from behind them, "Grandpa Village Chief, why are there Navy soldiers here? What are you doing?" The crowd turned in surprise to see Yetion standing behind them with the oranges on his back. A villager in the back hurriedly pulled Yetion aside and whispered, "Little Yetion, you should go back. It's nothing to worry about." Yetion was momentarily stunned, but upon noticing the coins in the villager's hands, he furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "Are the Navy collecting money? Is this a protection fee?" At that moment, Colonel Mouse, standing at the village entrance, also noticed Yetion. A smirk crept across his face as he said, "Oh, we have a little visitor. Come here, young one, I have a question for you." Hearing Colonel Mouse's words, an icy glint flashed in Yetion's eyes. Emotionless, he set down the basket of oranges and prepared to approach. However, the villagers pulled him back, shaking their heads silently. The village chief, seeing this, stepped forward and addressed Colonel Mouse, saying, "Sir, he's just a child, and doesn't he understand? We will have the 500,000 ready shortly." Upon hearing the chief's words, Colonel Mouse frowned and bellowed, "Do I not know? Do you need to remind me?" Someone, bring that child here. Yes, sir, one of the Navy soldiers responded, striding towards Yi Tian. At this, a frigid fury surged within Yi Tian's gaze. He shrugged off the villager's hands and marched boldly towards Colonel Mouse. Standing before Colonel Mouse, Yi Tian suppressed his anger and asked quietly, "Is there something you need?" Colonel Mouse, unfazed, smiled amiably at Yi Tian and inquired, "Young lad, do you know anything about the pirates who came here 5 days ago? Where are they now? If you tell me, there's a reward in it for you." "Oh, you're not asking about the Arlong pirates?" Yi Tian replied, his expression unchanged. Upon hearing this, Colonel Mouse was momentarily taken aback, his face lighting up with excitement as he said, Yes, the Arlong pirates. Do you know where they are now?" "Well," Yi Tian paused, savoring the moment as he toyed with Colonel Mouse's curiosity. "They've all been killed by me." With that, Yi Tian fixed his piercing gaze on Colonel Mouse. At Yi Tian's words, Colonel Mouse's voice faltered, anger flickering across his face. However, when he met the murderous intent in Yi Tian's eyes, he hesitated. He turned to the villagers nearby and commanded his subordinates, "Capture all the villagers. They must have hidden Arlong's treasure." "Yes, sir," the soldiers replied, moving to apprehend the villagers. Amidst this chaos, a sinister smile crept onto Yi Tian's lips. "It seems we have a pest among the Navy. Should I cleanse this filth? Leaving it be is an affront to the eyes. It's better to eradicate it." As he spoke, a glimmer of blue light flashed in Yi Tian's hand, revealing a long sword. In an instant, he vanished from sight before Colonel Mouse, who was left in shock. "Curse it! Someone kill that brat. He's in league with the pirates," Colonel Mouse shouted. However, before he could finish, Yi Tian's sword pierced through his throat. As the surrounding Navy soldiers began to react, Yi Tian moved like a phantom among them, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Within mere moments, several Navy soldiers lay dead on the ground, the earth soaked in crimson. As Yi Tian prepared to head towards the coast, the villagers, who had initially stood frozen in shock, rushed forward to block his path, urging, "Yi Tian, stop. They are Navy soldiers. Killing them will put you on their wanted list." Hearing this, Yi Tian paused, then slowly replied, "I've already killed some. I'm not afraid of taking down a few more. Don't worry." He then broke free from the villagers' grasp and charged towards the Navy ship on the coast. The few Navy soldiers guarding the ship were engaged in casual conversation when suddenly, a flash of sword light swept across their throats, and they fell silently to the ground. Yi Tian found fuel in the storage and doused the entire ship, igniting it in flames. On the shore, the villagers stared in astonishment at the raging inferno, dumbfounded. The village chief, standing by, pounded his chest in despair, exclaiming, "This has escalated. This has escalated." Seeing this, Yi Tian, passing by the village chief, calmly said, "It's all right. There's nothing to worry about." With that, he walked towards the houses. Throughout the journey, Yi Tian remained silent. Knowing that the tranquil life he once knew had just come to an abrupt end, Yi Tian stepped into the house, ignoring the people in the living room, and simply sat in a chair, savoring a moment of stillness. The three in the living room were taken aback by his demeanor, unsure of what had transpired, left only to fret anxiously. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. "Coming," Belmir quickly responded before rising to open it. Upon seeing Yi Tian sitting in the living room, the village chief sighed with pity and turned to Belmir, saying, "Belmir, come outside for a moment. I need to discuss something with you." After a long pause, Belmir, her expression mixed, entered the living room. Looking at the still silent Yi Tian, she found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Nokigo and Nami sat nearby, utterly confused, unable to grasp the situation, their faces etched with uncertainty. Chapter 13. The Proper Use of Chat Groups. After a prolonged silence, Belmir's lips moved slightly. After a moment of internal conflict, she finally spoke softly, "Xiao Yi Tian. What are your thoughts?" "Thoughts? I have none for the time being," Yi Tian replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Belmir gazed at him with a complex expression but refrained from speaking further. Meanwhile, Yi Tian focused his attention on the chat group. "Yi Tian, esteemed ones. Wuji Zhijian, has Master Zuan logged in?" "Hong, don't. I'm scared." Hunter Long, Meng Tian, little brother, what's the matter? Slime, hello everyone. Arrogant King Xiaoming, just taking daily photos. De Goose doing soup, patrolling, will be quiet. Yi Tian, I seem to have accomplished something significant. Wuji Zhijian, little brother has grown up. Tell us, what is it? Share with us. Yi Tian, I killed the greedy navy. Wuji Zhijian, what? Hong'e, the greedy navy? The justice of that world is also shamed. What a fallen world, too bad. I cannot go there. Hunter Long, Meng Tian, stop talking, let me see. I remember seeing it yesterday. Hunter Long, Meng Tian, found it, it's this, transmigration card, bronze. Wuji Zhijian, what? Let me see. Hong'e, 400 exchange points. I have already traded for something. Wuji Zhijian, TSK, Hong'e really is quick, I traded too. But I can only take one subordinate for a day. Hunter Long, Meng Tian, yeah, I traded as well. Slime, can we really transmigrate? Boo-hoo. I'm worthless. Wuji Zhijian, one punch to kill the boo-hoo monster, JPG. Arrogant King Xiaoming. Impressive, we can transmigrate, but as an ordinary person, it would be of no use for me. Yi Tian, thank you all for your support. I have nothing to repay you with. Wuji Zhijian, offer yourself? JPG, Hong'e, wicked smile, JPG. Hunter Long, Meng Tian, wicked smile, JPG. Slime, is offering myself okay? Wicked smile, JPG. Arrogant King Xiaoming. Yi Tian, what a beautiful thought. A bunch of old scoundrels. Wuji Zhijian, to be honest, I am quite looking forward to the pirate world. I've only seen it in anime, although I've only watched a dozen episodes. I imagine the power within isn't too strong either. Yi Tian, you know? You've only watched a dozen episodes. Yi Tian, someone is calling me. I'll chat later. Yi Tian swiftly closed the interface and then turned his head, somewhat puzzled, to look at Belmir. Xiao Yi Tian, I used to be in the Navy too. Should I talk to my former commander? Belmir pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian smiled faintly and replied, no need. I just feel a bit reluctant to part with this peaceful life. However, since my life is about to be disrupted, I cannot spare those who shatter my peace. As he spoke, Yi Tian slowly rose to his feet. Gazing at the blinding sun, a trace of murderous intent flickering in the corner of his eye. With an indifferent expression, he stated, since the Navy intends to hunt me down for this matter, it is evident that the justice of this world has decayed. Therefore, I shall repay them with war. War? Nami and Nojiko, who were sitting nearby, instantly stood up from their chairs. Belmir looked at Yi Tian in shock. After a moment, she finally spoke, you must understand. The Navy is not to be trifled with. Hearing Belmir's words, Yi Tian could not help but scoff disdainfully. The Navy has 3 admirals, wielding immense power to intimidate the seas. There are also veterans like Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr who instill fear in pirates. Moreover, the emerging Navy, including Peach Rabbit and others, is backed by the world government. At this point, Yi Tian abruptly turned his head, locking eyes with Belmir, and spoke each word deliberately. However, they cannot see the people behind me. Do they know what I, supported by countless formidable allies, will bring to this world? If they wish to hunt me down, then I shall unleash the supreme beings of the dead, or let the guardians of the world cleanse it, or perhaps an invincible army will sweep through the world government. They have no choice. If they dare to pursue me, I won't hesitate to plunge the entire world into chaos. I want to see whose power is truly greater, theirs or ours. The Heavenly King? Imu? Let us see who can safeguard this world. At this moment, at the naval headquarters in Marineford. Knock, knock. Come in. A voice filled with authority echoed from within the office. Outside, a messenger slowly pushed open the office door and immediately saw Garp sitting at one side, munching on donuts. What is it? Sengoku, with his braided hair and a seagull perched atop his head, glanced at Garp and then turned his attention to the messenger. Upon hearing Sengoku's voice, the messenger was momentarily stunned, quickly standing straight and reporting loudly. Marshal, in the East Sea, the pirate Captain Mouse and his naval crew were killed. Here is the photograph. No Navy personnel survived. The last Navy member to send back imagery perished in the pirates' burning warship. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily picked up the image in his hand to examine it. However, as Sengoku gazed at the somewhat blurry image for a while, his expression grew increasingly grim. This is a child? Where did they encounter this tragedy? Sengoku inquired of the messenger. Report. It was in Koko Village, the messenger answered loudly. Koko Village? Let me think. Issue a bounty. Instruct Smoker, who has just arrived at Lode Town, to apprehend them. The bounty is tentatively set at 500,000 berries. Sengoku said after a moment of contemplation. Understood. The messenger replied and departed. Watching the office door slowly close, Sengoku sighed deeply, then removed his glasses, looking at Garp, who was still eating donuts, and asked, Garp, don't you want to take a trip? Hearing this, Garp paused his donut munching, looking at Sengoku with a puzzled expression. What? Is this pirate particularly troublesome? No, it's just that I find it hard to comprehend. From that blurry bounty notice, it seems the one who killed the Navy is merely a child. However, Sengoku rubbed his forehead. The seas have become increasingly restless since Roger's execution. There are all sorts of people now. But since you say this person is in the East Sea, I might as well take a vacation and go back to see my little grandson. Saying this, Garp immediately tossed aside his donut. You. Sengoku sighed, knowing his old friend's character, feeling somewhat helpless. Seeing this, Garp stood up, waved his hand, and remarked, All right, I know all you want to say, so I will go have a look. I want to see why he killed the Navy and who his master is. Chapter 14. The sorrowful Nami for 2 consecutive days. Nothing transpired, and the villagers of Kokoja gradually set aside their concerns. Meanwhile, Yi Tian remained ensconced in his room, diligently exploring the functionalities of the chat group. He had already gleaned considerable insights, such as the fact that the exchange points required for the system shop were derived from resources across various worlds, as well as items imbued with extraordinary powers. Skins, in addition to bestowing the bearer with splendid attire, could also endow them with certain abilities or identities, or even bloodlines. Based on the type of exchange, Yi Tian had thoroughly acquainted himself with the members of the group. Yi Tian, to be honest, why don't we schedule a gathering sometime? Nonsensical talk. Is this what they call meeting in reality? Or is it a cross-world rendezvous? Red A, once I find the time, I absolutely must visit your world, especially little Yi Tian's world. As a guardian, I simply cannot stand idly by. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian, Yi Tian, does your world have mermen? What about dragons? I feel that slaying a dragon is essential to live up to the title of hunter. Nonsensical talk, wow. Our esteemed General Meng Tian has become quite arrogant after acquiring a skin, hasn't he? Red A, it appears so. Slime, my world has dragons, but I have already consumed them. Hee. Arrogant King Xiao Ming, seriously, that is so ruthless. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian, so, this is the true powerhouse among us. Daga stewed into soup. How impressive. Red A, what kind of dragon was it? Yi Tian, don't listen to the boastful king. That dragon willingly allowed itself to be consumed, but his abilities are indeed rather formidable. Nonsensical talk. Boastful king? Is it particularly adorable? Red A, and there are dragons that willingly get consumed? Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian, I was startled, so that is how it is. Yi Tian, well, it's not that bad. I've only seen it, not played with it. Hee hee, mischievous grin JPG. Slime what? Playing with it is too extreme, isn't it? Daga stewed into soup. By the way, why is my name like that? Stewed into soup. Red A, hey. We straight off topic. Red A, however, your name does have a rather peculiar connotation. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian, just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Nonsensical talk. As an undead, I must say I have never done such a thing. Yi Tian, that is his future. What is so peculiar about it? Dagu stewed into soup. My future will be stewed into soup? That sounds terrifying. Slime. Hey, weren't we just talking about me? This conversation has taken a strange turn. Yi Tian, what do you have to discuss? As a slime, at this moment, you should remain quietly in the heart of the mountains. Refrain from speaking. Nonsensical talk. The heart of the mountains? Is there such a large slime? Red A, having never seen a slime, I find myself utterly bewildered. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian, I have seen one, but I'm not sure if it resembles what you have in mind. Arrogant King Xiao Ming, I haven't seen one. Yi Tian, you can imagine it as a blob of jelly. Slime, what does blob even mean? Don't assume I haven't studied. Yi Tian, haha, slip of the tongue. Yi Tian, nonsensical talk. By the way, how far along is your development? Nonsensical talk. I'm currently reclaiming territory from the crocodile tribe. Yi Tian, I see, keep it up. I suddenly feel like establishing a nation myself. Nonsensical talk. Establishing a nation is quite exhausting. Red A. I concur. Building a nation is indeed laborious. Daegu stewed into soup. Is Yi Tian really going to establish a nation? Nonsensical talk. Would you like me to assist you? Yi Tian, spare me. You should first sort out your own affairs. Daegu stewed into soup. Everyone, I must take my leave. Monsters have appeared in my world. Yi Tian, monsters have appeared? It's almost time to stew. Yi Tian, I will also take my leave. With that, Yi Tian quietly closed the chat group. At that moment, Nami burst into the room, a piece of paper fluttering in her hand. Upon hearing Nami's voice, Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes and, with a smile, took the paper from her grasp, scrutinizing it closely. A bounty notice? Surprised by the bounty notice he received from Nami, Yi Tian paused, then continued reading. Name, unknown age, suspected to be 7. Crime, assassination of a Navy colonel bounty, 500,000 berries requirement, capture alive. As he read the bounty, Yi Tian couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. A smirk of disdain gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. He slowly set the bounty notice down, deep in thought. Although he possessed some abilities now, he was merely a child in comparison to the formidable beings in the Grand Line or the New World. Thus, he realized that he needed to cultivate his strength. In the East Sea, there were very few capable of teaching him, such as Gung Siro and Carp. Seeking Carp for training was not realistic. As for others, they were elusive, leaving him with only one option, Gung Siro. While Gung Siro specialized in swordsmanship, it did not mean he lacked knowledge in other abilities. Though he had not utilized them before, it did not imply that Gung Siro was solely limited to instructing swordsmanship. With this thought in mind, Yi Tian felt a sense of clarity. He resolved to wait at home for a while longer, observing what audacious beings might dare to seek trouble here. Once assured of safety, he would proceed to pay his respects to his master. Just then, a little hand waved in front of Yi Tian's eyes, and a curious voice inquired, "Brother, what's wrong?" Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Yi Tian's face as he turned to Nami and replied, "I'm fine, Nami. What about you?" Hearing Yi Tian's words, Nami pouted, her face marred by tear streaks as she sat beside him. Seeing this, Yi Tian was taken aback and quickly took Nami's small hand, softly asking, "What's wrong? Did someone bully you?" However, Nami did not respond to Yi Tian's question. Instead, she spoke on her own, "I know." At her words, Yi Tian's body stiffened, and his expression darkened. Nami seemed oblivious to Yi Tian's demeanor as she continued, "I know. The Navy is after you, brother. You're going to leave." Hearing Nami's statement, Yi Tian opened his mouth, only to find his throat parched, unable to articulate a single word. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice, gazing at Nami and murmuring, "Sister." Chapter 15. The arrival of Smoker. After a considerable time, Yi Tian finally spoke in a voice tinged with hoarseness, gazing at Nami and murmuring, "Sister." At this, Nami's eyes brimmed with tears, her dark, gem-like irises reflecting her profound sorrow. After a lengthy pause, she managed to suppress the deep-seated sadness within her, and with reddened eyes, she looked at Yi Tian and said, "Brother, you must promise to return and not forget us. I will surely set sail to find you once I grow up." Upon hearing her words, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, a smile emerging on his previously sorrowful face. He reassured Nami, saying, "Rest assured, sister, I will never forget you. The time spent here has been the happiest of my life." Nami nodded eagerly, her heart heavy with reluctance. Just then, Belmel rushed into the room. Observing the heartfelt exchange between the two, she paused, then pushed the door open, addressing Yi Tian urgently. "Little Yi Tian, the Navy has arrived. Everyone is holding them at the village entrance. You must leave now." Yi Tian was momentarily stunned, then slowly raised his head to ask Belmel, "What does the leading Navy officer look like?" "The leader?" Belmel pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked up and replied, "He has white short hair, carries a peculiar weapon, and has a cigarette in his mouth." A smile crept onto Yi Tian's face at Belmel's description, and he calmly said, "It's all right. I will go and take a look." Belmel was taken aback and quickly urged, "Aren't you going to escape first?" "Escape? This person seems rather decent. I have a certain admiration for him," Yi Tian replied with a gentle smile. With that, he stood up, patted Nami on the head, and walked toward the door. The two girls hurriedly followed suit. At the village entrance, Smoker looked vexed as he faced the villagers standing defiantly before him, inwardly cursing Colonel Mouse. The villagers were resolute in their refusal to yield, their determination evident, causing him an unintentional headache. He turned to his aide, Tashiji, and said quietly, "You stay here and keep an eye on things. I will go consult with the higher-ups." With a sigh, Smoker stepped aside and took out a den mushi, a communication snail given to him by his mentor, Zephyr. At the Marine headquarters, in the elite training camp office, Zephyr, engrossed in a book at his desk, noticed the ringing den mushi and smiled faintly. He picked it up and answered, "This is Zephyr. Is there something concerning Smoker?" "Teacher, a situation has arisen here, and I believe we should revoke a bounty on someone," Smoker replied solemnly. "Revoking a bounty? What exactly has transpired?" "You must understand that bounties are not easily rescinded." Zephyr's brow furrowed with concern. "The matter is as follows." Smoker relayed the villager's account to Zephyr. Upon hearing the report, Zephyr slammed his fist on the desk, rising abruptly. He instructed the den mushi, "Do not take any rash actions. I will immediately consult with Sengoku." After hanging up, he donned his cloak and strode towards the marshal's office with a grim expression. In the marshal's office, Sengoku was in high spirits until suddenly, the door was flung open, crashing against the wall. He stood up, his expression darkening as he turned to the entrance. But his anger diminished slightly upon seeing Zephyr. "What is the meaning of this, Zephyr?" Sengoku demanded, irritation evident. "What is the meaning? Your navy nearly caused a child to lose his life. I should be asking you what you intend to do," Zephyr shouted back. Sengoku's anger dissipated, replaced by confusion. He knew Zephyr would not react this way without serious cause. "What is going on?" he asked, perplexed. "I ask you, did you issue a bounty on a child a few days ago?" Zephyr pressed, barely containing his fury. "Yes, he is a cruel child, based on my analysis. He will undoubtedly become a scourge upon the seas," Sengoku replied earnestly. "You have got to be kidding. A scourge upon the seas? He is helping our navy by eradicating the cancer of piracy, and you insist on driving him to oppose us? Would it not be better to recruit him into the navy?" Zephyr exclaimed in exasperation. Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Zephyr. In response, Zephyr conveyed Smoker's account to Sengoku, and the latter's expression darkened. He slammed his fist on the desk, cursing, "This is truly tarnishing the Navy's reputation." Meanwhile, at the entrance of Kokasia village, among the villagers arguing with the Navy, Nojiko cast a worried glance back towards her home, silently wondering if her brother had already departed. Just as she turned to leave, she spotted Yi Tian at the edge of the village and hurried towards him. Reaching Yi Tian's side, Nojiko urged, "Brother, you must leave quickly." Seeing the deep concern etched on Nojiko's face, Yi Tian smiled gently and replied, "It's all right, sister. I have a matter to discuss with this Navy lieutenant." With that, he strode confidently toward the village entrance. Nojiko, taken aback, felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation as she followed him. At that moment, the villagers, still confronting the Navy, turned to block Yi Tian's path. However, just as they prepared to intervene, Yi Tian smiled and shook his head, stepping past them to stand directly in front of the Navy. Yi Tian surveyed the scene and soon spotted Smoker standing in a corner. He called out, "Hey, Lieutenant, are you the one sent to capture me?" Startled, Smoker, who had been waiting for Zephyr's call, paused and tucked the den mushi away, striding towards Yi Tian. "Are you Yi Tian?" Smoker asked, intrigued. "Indeed I am," Yi Tian declared, holding his head high. Smoker nodded slowly and continued, "I have reported the villagers' accounts to headquarters. If all goes well, your bounty should be revoked. Chapter 16. An invitation from the Navy. Upon hearing the words, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a direct confrontation with the Navy, yet this unexpected twist caught him off guard. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded slowly and stood quietly to the side, awaiting further developments. Before long, Smoker's transponder snail began to ring. "This is Smoker," he announced, glancing at Yi Tian, who stood nearby. "This is Sengoku. The bounty on you has been rescinded. However, a young individual capable of killing a Navy captain, albeit from a branch, is indeed a rare talent. We shall recruit him into headquarters." Sengoku's words flowed steadily from the other end of the line. Smoker was momentarily stunned by this revelation, but he gradually nodded in acknowledgement. After ending the call, he approached Yi Tian, his expression calm, and said, "Your bounty has been revoked. Furthermore, Admiral Sengoku wishes to enlist you in the Navy to uphold justice upon the seas alongside us." Hearing Smoker's words, Yi Tian let out a soft laugh, his face reflecting disdain. The Navy can uphold true justice? While it is true that the Navy has maintained relative peace on the seas in recent years, as an institution under the world government, it is incapable of truly enforcing absolute justice, unless you sever ties with the world government and execute the celestial dragons. You. Smoker gazed at Yi Tian with a grave expression. Although he recognized the truth in Yi Tian's statement, he wondered how this young child could voice such words without a hint of fear in such a public setting. "To be frank, your decision today was wise. Had the newcomers acted rashly to apprehend me, I might have been compelled to eliminate them. Do not doubt my strength and influence. The world government holds little weight in my eyes." As he spoke, a sinister smile crept onto Yi Tian's lips. Observing the malevolent smile on Yi Tian's face, Smoker's lips twitched slightly. He dismissed Yi Tian's words, believing that this young boy possessed neither the capability nor the connections to back them up. "Does that mean you will not join the Navy?" Smoker asked, his tone serious. "Indeed," Yi Tian replied without hesitation. "Very well, I look forward to our next encounter." With that, Smoker turned and departed with the Navy personnel. As Smoker left, Belmer, who had been standing behind Yi Tian, stepped forward and asked, "Yi Tian, why do you choose not to join the Navy? It could lead to a promising future." Watching Smoker's retreating figure, Yi Tian shook his head slowly. To the world government and the celestial dragons, the Navy is merely a loyal hound. I cannot bend my will to such servitude. Belmer chose not to press the matter further. However, at that moment, Yi Tian spoke again. "Belmer, I must take my leave." Surprised, Belmer quickly inquired, "What's wrong? Isn't everything settled? Why leave?" Yi Tian shook his head and replied, "Once a bounty is issued, it signifies the end of my peaceful life. Though the bounty has been rescinded, I have entered the sights of some individuals. I need to grow stronger. Remaining here will not prepare me for the tumultuous seas that lie ahead." Upon hearing this, Belmer fell into silence before nodding slowly. "You will return, one to you?" A smile of happiness graced Yi Tian's face as he replied, "Of course, this is my home. Where do you intend to go?" "You are still quite young to set sail," Belmer remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. "To Shimatsuki village, where a great swordsman resides. I wish to become his disciple," Yi Tian stated firmly. "Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall not hinder you. Shimatsuki village is not far. I will visit you with Nami and the others when time allows." As she spoke, Belmer helped Yi Tian adjust his clothing. Yi Tian nodded appreciatively and said, "I shall take my leave now. I will return to see you all when I have the opportunity." "Thank you, Belmer." He then embraced her before heading towards the warship at the coast. On board the warship, Smoker stood silently on the deck, gazing at Kokoyashi village with a sigh. Yi Tian's words echoed in his mind, stirring a mixture of frustration and realization. While many within the Navy fervently pursued justice upon the seas, they remained shackled by the influence of the celestial dragons and the world government. At that moment, Tashiji, standing beside him, gently nudged his back and whispered, "Smoker, look, it's that boy." Smoker's eyes narrowed as he caught sight of Yi Tian approaching them. He couldn't help but think, could it be that this kid has had a change of heart? But didn't he just say he wouldn't join the Navy? Just as Smoker was about to signal for the ship to return to shore, He was taken aback as Yi Tian's figure suddenly vanished from sight. When Yi Tian reappeared, he was suspended in midair, albeit still some distance from the warship. As Smoker braced for Yi Tian's impending fall, he witnessed the boy draw a long sword from seemingly nowhere and hurl it into the sea. The sword did not sink immediately, its hilt remaining above the water, while the blade was embedded in the ocean's depths. Descending from the air, Yi Tian landed forcefully atop the warship, drawing a smile from Smoker. "Kid, impressive skills. Have you changed your mind? Want to join the Navy now?" At this, Yi Tian smiled slightly before shaking his head. "Shouldn't the Navy assist civilians?" Smoker felt a twitch of frustration as he responded, "What assistance do you require? Take me to Shimatsuki village. You can also patrol the seas along the way. Should you encounter any pirates threatening the waters," Yi Tian declared. At this moment, both Smoker and Tashiji were rendered speechless. "What business do you have in Shimatsuki village?" Smoker slowly inquired. "To seek a master and learn the art of swordsmanship, of course. Stop wasting time and take me there," Yi Tian insisted with an air of authority. "You." Smoker was momentarily at a loss for words, having never encountered someone so brazen. Chapter 17. The village of Seymour-ji. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Smog found himself momentarily speechless, never having encountered such unabashed audacity. Surely, as a member of the Navy, one should be concerned for the welfare of the common folk? Yi Tian unceremoniously settled into a nearby beach chair. Observing the childlike demeanor of Yi Tian, Daski's attention was suddenly captured. She had initially overlooked him at the village entrance. But now, upon a closer glance, he appeared rather endearing. Seeing Smog's evident frustration, a symbol of irritation appeared on his forehead. After standing in contemplation for a while, he finally spoke. "Relay the orders to alter our course towards Frostmoon Village." With that, he turned to leave, fearing that lingering any longer would tempt him to strike Yi Tian. However, just as he was about to move, Yi Tian, lounging lazily in the beach chair, remarked, "Well, since you have brought me along, allow me to impart a piece of advice." Smog, initially intent on departing, hesitated momentarily but dismissed Yi Tian's words as insignificant. Continuing towards the ship's cabin, "Do you not wish to know the turning point in your teacher Zephyr's life?" Upon hearing this, Smog abruptly turned back, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Tian. "My eyes can perceive certain inexplicable truths. Recently, I witnessed an event occurring in the year 1513 of the Sea Circle calendar, which is to say, next year. Zephyr, while leading elite trainees on a maritime expedition, will have his right arm severed by Whitebeard II, resulting in a catastrophic loss of life among his students, leaving only a few survivors. Zephyr will descend into a dark path." At this juncture, Yi Tian gradually straightened in his chair, casting a meaningful glance at Smog, who was visibly trembling. "As his disciple, what will you do? Will you confront Whitebeard too? Prevent Zephyr from embarking on this journey? Or pursue another course of action?" "How infuriating," Smog growled, his fists clenched so tightly they turned pale. In an instant, he pivoted, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Yi Tian with a fierce intensity. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Oh, it seems you are skeptical. Such a pity. If you choose not to heed this warning, Zephyr will inevitably tread the path towards his own demise, a once great admiral, ultimately betrayed by all. Before Yi Tian could finish, Smog transformed into a wisp of smoke, reappearing directly before him, lifting Yi Tian by the collar. "What the hell do you want to say, you scoundrel?" Yi Tian, unperturbed by the display of aggression, calmly replied, "I merely wish to offer a gentle reminder. Do take care of yourself." With that, he effortlessly pried Smog's hand away and resumed his position in the beach chair. Smog stood frozen, as if turned to stone, while Dasky beside him remained speechless, uncertain of what to say. Meanwhile, Yi Tian basked in the sunlight, awaiting their arrival at the destination. After a prolonged period, the naval vessel anchored at the shores of Seymour-ji. Just as Yi Tian prepared to leap from the deck, he heard Smog's voice call out from behind. "Is what you said truly accurate?" At this, Yi Tian's lips curled into a fleeting smile before vanishing. He replied in a flat tone, "Of course it is. I'm off now." With that, he jumped down from the deck. Smog, deep in thought, watched Yi Tian recede into the distance before issuing orders to return to Rogue Town. Upon entering the village, Yi Tian casually inquired at a local household for the location of Geng Shiro's dojo before departing. The One Heart Dojo. Peering through the door, Yi Tian observed a group of youths practicing swordplay alongside a lone boy with green hair engaged in solitary training. He gently pushed open the half-closed door and walked inside. The practicing youths paused momentarily upon seeing Yi Tian enter, but soon resumed their sword drills. Geng Shiro, smiling, stood up and approached Yi Tian. However, he sensed something distinctly different about this young boy, an aura of bloodshed, or perhaps a hint of murderous intent. There was no doubt, this youthful figure had taken lives. As Geng Shiro drew closer, Yi Tian straightened his posture and offered a respectful bow. "You must be Mr. Geng Shiro. My name is Yi Tian, and I wish to learn swordsmanship and the flowing infant technique from you." At this declaration, Geng Shiro's smile momentarily faltered before quickly returning. He approached Yi Tian and, with a slight bow, said, "I can teach you swordsmanship, but I do not possess knowledge of the flowing infant technique, so I cannot instruct you in that. No, you can teach me. In return, I will fulfill a wish of yours, whatever it may be," Yi Tian stated earnestly. Geng Shiro's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing within them. Observing the change in Geng Shiro's demeanor, Yi Tian smiled gently, continuing, "Mr. Geng Shiro, there is no need for concern. I am neither from Wano nor affiliated with the world government or celestial dragons." Upon hearing this, Geng Shiro's expression grew increasingly intrigued. He could not fathom how this boy had acquired such knowledge. Just then, Yi Tian scanned the surroundings and his eyes brightened. "If you teach me swordsmanship and the flowing infant technique, I could help you find a female swordsman to teach your daughter." Geng Shiro's expression darkened further. How could this youth have unraveled his circumstances so thoroughly? Observing Geng Shiro's reaction, Yi Tian smiled lightly and reassured him, "Mr. Geng Shiro, there is no need to be so tense. I come with no ill intent and do not represent any organization or faction. I am solely here on my own behalf." After a lengthy silence, Geng Shiro finally nodded slowly and regarded Yi Tian. "Very well." Yi Tian's face broke into a smile, and he bowed once more, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Geng Shiro nodded slightly and turned to retrieve an ordinary iron sword from the nearby sword rack. He prepared to toss the sword to Yi Tian, but Yi Tian halted him, raising his hand to reveal a katana that had materialized in his grasp. Chapter 18. The Duel. No need. I have my own weapon. Yi Tian spoke slowly while gazing at Geng Xiling. Taken aback by Yi Tian's demeanor, Geng Xiling seemed to contemplate for a moment before setting aside any concerns regarding weapons. He placed his iron sword at his side and began to approach Yi Tian with measured steps. The surrounding students had already gathered, and this spectacle prompted Sauron, who had been training alone, to abandon his practice and quietly observe the unfolding scene. On the high platform, Kuina watched the child, younger than herself, standing in a standoff with her father, a flicker of brilliance passing through her bright eyes. As the space around them shrank, Yi Tian, feeling somewhat troubled by the diminishing area, addressed Geng Xiling. "I wonder if Mr. Geng Xiling knows of a more spacious place? It's rather cramped here for our demonstration." In response, Geng Xiling nodded slowly and replied, "Follow me." He led Yi Tian and the others to the rear of the dojo. Behind the dojo lay an uninhabited wasteland, where the onlookers stood at a distance, silently observing the two opponents in the barren expanse. Among the crowd, Sauron, pondering, asked Kuna's sister, "What can you possibly compare between Master and this little brat? He's not even older than me." However, Kuina paid no heed to Sauron's words. Her gaze fixated on the two figures in the arena. She understood that her father could easily allow her or Sauron to take the stage if the child lacked sufficient skill. Yet, should the challenge exceed their capabilities, it would fall upon him to intervene. Though Kuna found this notion somewhat absurd, it was nonetheless unfolding before her eyes. In the wasteland, the two exchanged formal bows. After the ritual, Geng Xiling stood firm, calmly regarding Yi Tian as he said, "Come at me." Yi Tian nodded, then crouched slightly, pointing his long sword skyward. His gaze locked onto Geng Xiling as he warned, "Be careful." Before Yi Tian could finish his sentence, he vanished from his position in a flash. Clang, 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 clang. Kuina and Sauron watched in astonishment. They could only see Gung Sailang standing firm in a defensive posture, while sparks flew from the clashing swords, rendering Yi Tian invisible to their eyes. However, Gung Sailang's experience allowed him to perceive the battle differently. With his eyes partially closed, he utilized his haki to sense Yi Tian's movements, aware that the child's weapon had shattered multiple times, only to be conjured anew in an instant. Two swords? Clang, clang, clang. Yi Tian suddenly reappeared before Gung Sailang, wielding two blades that struck relentlessly against Gung Sailang's defense, generating a flurry of sparks. Dust swirled around them as the sounds of clashing weapons gradually subsided, revealing the two figures in the clearing. Gung Sailang held his iron sword by his side, while Yi Tian sat on the ground, gasping for breath. I'm done. That was completely ineffective. I couldn't even break through his defense. Yi Tian slumped against the ground, his chest heaving. You've got speed, little one, but it seems you've never systematically studied swordsmanship, have you? Your technique lacks structure. Gung Sailang observed, his mood surprisingly buoyant. Not at all. I've never studied formally, which is why I sought you out as a mentor, Yi Tian admitted candidly. How did you come to know of me? Gung Sailang inquired with a gentle smile. With my eyes, I can see many things, Yi Tian replied, borrowing a phrase from Smoker to impress Gung Sailang. Oh, you saw me, which is why you sought external guidance in swordsmanship. Gung Sailang pondered aloud. Indeed. But to be precise, I first glimpsed the future, seeing that green-haired fellow and your daughter before I saw you. Yi Tian boasted without hesitation, weaving a mysterious narrative. Upon hearing this, Gung Sailang nodded thoughtfully, then helped the exhausted Yi Tian to his feet, his curiosity piqued. What else did you see? Care to share? Sauron. One of the new generation of supernovas, the future swordsman vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, a formidable wielder of the three-sword style, having trained briefly under Hawkeye, the warlord of the sea. Kuina. Here, Yi Tian's voice trailed off, and he fell silent. This clearly intrigued Gung Sailang, who pressed on. What about Kuina? Kuina will tragically die while sharpening her sword on the night of the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Gung Sailang dropped his iron sword, standing frozen in place, his expression inscrutable. Finally, with a hoarse voice, Gung Sailang murmured, Then, can the future be changed? Great destinies are unalterable, smaller ones can be shifted. Kuina's fate lies within the realm of the small, while Sauron's life may be altered or not, depending entirely on who attempts to change it, Yi Tian replied, his eyes unwavering as he regarded Gung Sailang. Internally, however, he reveled in delight. Gung Sailang inhaled deeply, then, with a serious expression, stated, In that case, I shall impart all my knowledge to you. After speaking, Gung Sailang's lips moved, yet he merely shook his head and fell silent. Observing this, Yi Tian gently asked, Is there something you wish to know, Mr. Gung Sailang? Nothing of consequence, Gung Sailang replied, shaking his head slowly. Very well, Yi Tian responded. Let us go. You've just arrived, take a day to rest. Whether you choose to become my disciple is entirely up to you. Tomorrow, I will formally teach you my swordsmanship. Gung Sailang concluded, turning towards the dojo. At these words, Yi Tian smiled and followed suit. However, after a few steps, Gung Sailang paused and slowly asked, You mentioned you could find a female swordsman to teach Kuina? With a calm smile, Yi Tian replied, The world is vast, and there are many skilled female swordsmen, not inferior to their male counterparts. Thank you. This gratitude was heartfelt, as he spoke on behalf of Kuina. He recognized her tenacity and ambition to become a swordsman from a young age, and he understood the societal biases that led many to believe women could not achieve such heights. While this was merely an excuse to expose Kuina to broader experiences, he genuinely felt that women often had to exert significantly more effort than men to succeed as swordsmen. This sentiment reflected his affection for his daughter, yet he was aware of her stubbornness and his lack of experience in mentoring female swordsmen. Now, upon hearing Yi Tian's assurance of finding a female swordsman for Kuina, he felt a burden lift from his shoulders, realizing that his daughter's happiness was paramount above all else. Chapter 19. Gung Shiro's paternal love upon hearing that Yi Tian had found a female swordsman to mentor Gu Yaina. Gung Shiro felt a sense of relief. The happiness of his daughter overshadowed all other concerns. Yi Tian, taken aback for a moment, soon smiled, recognizing Gung Shiro's deep affection for his daughter. Meanwhile, Zoro, standing among the distant disciples, appeared bewildered as he processed the match. It wasn't until everyone had departed that he regained his composure. Fixing his earnest gaze on Yi Tian, who stood behind Gung Shiro, he resolutely declared, "I have made my decision. He shall be my target from now on." Gu Yaina, standing beside Zoro, was momentarily stunned by his words. She shifted her gaze from her father to Yi Tian. After a prolonged silence, she sighed, pondering. Is it true that girls are not as capable as boys? Subsequently, she fell into a contemplative silence. At that moment, Gung Shiro and Yi Tian passed by Gu Yaina. Observing her lost in thought, Yi Tian involuntarily sighed. Hearing his sigh, Gung Shiro felt a sense of melancholy and, almost imperceptibly, inquired, "Yi Tian, what is that female swordsman you mentioned at the beginning like?" Startled, Yi Tian glanced at Gu Yaina before thoughtfully responding. For a woman to become a swordsman is indeed a challenging path. However, with determination and effort, it is certainly attainable. Among those I know, there are many female swordswomen, ranging from queens to slaves, each with varying abilities, wielding different swords, some embodying nobility, others defiance, righteousness, dominion, or non-aggression. I believe that the sword most suited for Gu Yaina is the best sword, and I will endeavor to prove this. However, for now, my friends cannot come. Once the time is ripe, I shall arrange for their arrival. For now, you need only master Gung Shiro's sword techniques and the flow of the spirit. Gung Shiro nodded slowly, glancing at the astonished Gu Yaina before stating, "Thus, I entrust Gu Yaina's future to you." Yi Tian smiled at Gung Shiro's words and turned to Gu Yaina, saying, "My future is bound to be extraordinary. Being by my side offers a significant opportunity to rise above the world. However, given your diligence and perseverance, I doubt you will lag too far behind me." "Very well," Gung Shiro murmured softly, nodding in agreement as he led the group toward the dojo. Yet, Gu Yaina stood rooted in place, her mind racing with disbelief as she gazed at the retreating figures of her father and Yi Tian. Why would my father entrust my future to him? Is my destiny already defined? Why does my father not refute the words of that little brat? Questions flooded her mind. Upon returning to the dojo, Gung Shiro instructed Gu Yaina to arrange a room for Yi Tian, while he quietly sat at a table, sipping his tea, lost in thought. One thing he was certain of was the enigma surrounding Yi Tian. His movements were not merely a result of the Navy's 6 styles, but stemmed from sheer explosive power. This realization left Gung Shiro profoundly shaken. Such speed was beyond what a mere child could achieve. Moreover, he was equally puzzled by Yi Tian's ability to conjure weapons seemingly out of thin air. Initially, he suspected Yi Tian had consumed a devil fruit, granting him such abilities. Yet, after observing closely with his observation haki, he concluded that the method was not that of a devil fruit, but rather an unfamiliar power altogether. Lastly, Yi Tian claimed that his eyes could foresee the future. While this assertion raised many doubts, it was not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. With these 3 extraordinary abilities manifesting before him, Gung Shiro had ample reason to believe that Yi Tian was not a devil fruit user. The pressing question lingered. What, then, was the source of his powers? As Gung Shiro pondered these mysteries, in a different room, Yi Tian faced a rather different scenario. "Hey, little brat, I want to challenge you to a duel," Zoro declared, brandishing 3 bamboo swords with a determined expression. Yi Tian, feeling exasperated by the boy's persistence, replied, "Once you attain Gung Shiro's approval to wield a real sword, I shall gladly compete with you. How does that sound?" Zoro fell silent, contemplating this, then nodded earnestly and replied, "All right, I will challenge you. Just wait for me." As Zoro laid down his bamboo swords and reclined on his bed, Yi Tian let out a sigh of relief and followed suit, lying back as he opened a chat group to converse with others. "Speaking of which, you all want to believe it. I've encountered a monster over here, towering over 40 meters. Oh, My bone dragon seems to be about the same height. Oh, my friend, the storm dragon, is indeed a bit shorter in comparison. AI. Dash. Wow, that S enormous. Accompanied by your performance, JPG. By the way, it's not that hard to accept. I just transformed into a Cayman Rider. Cayman Rider? If I'm not mistaken, is that the one where? I used to envy that so much. But, it looks so ugly. Hey, what is Cayman Rider? A knight wearing a mask and riding a warhorse? Dash. I've never heard of it. Aren't we straying off topic a bit too quickly? Oh, the arrogant Emperor Rider has arrived? TSK, the destroyer of worlds. Let me see if this world is worth my while to annihilate. Destroyer of worlds? That sounds like a villain. Am I going to get killed? As for your matters, I shan't concern myself with them. Go travel and write your own history. Wow, your words have instantly reassured me a lot. Haha, it's nothing. Go experience your own cycle of life and death. After all, your world is rather absurd. Chapter 20. Chat group? No, it is the alliance of all realms against anomalies. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. I suddenly no longer desire this belt. Yi Tian, no desire? Then wait for death. Da goose stewing soup. Help. Nonsensical talk. What's wrong, my brother? Da goose stewing soup. My warplane is malfunctioning. I can't eject. It's over. It's over. Everyone, it was a pleasure knowing you. We shall meet again in the next life. Red A, don't. I will save you. Nonsensical talk. I will go as well. Dragon Hunter. Meng Tian. I shall refrain from intervening. I have matters to attend to. Yi Tian. No need to go. Dagu is about to stew soup. Your chance to alter your fate is here. Wait for death. Nonsensical talk. Yi Tian. Do we really not need to go? Red A. Same question. Yi Tian. No need to go. Going will only lead to disaster. Nonsensical talk. All right then. I won't go. Red A. Understood. Ding. The combat power of this chat group has reached the minimum requirement. Hidden features activated. Ding. The chat group has been renamed to the Alliance of All Realms Against Anomalies. Ding. The position of Alliance Leader has been activated. Ding. Alliance missions have commenced. Ding. Alliance Space has been established. Ding. Alliance Construction tab has been opened. Ding. Alliance War Channel has been initiated. Ding. Alliance Mall has been updated. Ding. Alliance Enhancement functions have been activated. Ding. Alliance ranks have been established. Ding. The position of Inter-Realm Envoy has been initiated. Ding. Alliance Live Broadcast and Photography functions have been activated. Ding. Alliance Member Rescue function has been initiated. Ding. Alliance Warehouse and Personal Backpack have been opened. Ding. The Alliance of All Realms Against Anomalies has completed its updates. Ding. The rules of the Alliance group are as follows. Members must not attack each other in any manner. Ding. The election for the Alliance leader has begun. Members of the chat group, situated in various realms, gazed in bewilderment at the completely transformed interface and chat group. After a brief moment, they regained their senses. In the Overlord world, Ainzul Gaon sat upon his throne, flanked by his guardians, while Demiurge stood before him, reporting. Great Supreme One, the Empire has declared war on the kingdom. How shall we proceed? Please guide us. Great Supreme One, Demiurge said respectfully. Wait a moment. Upon finishing, Ainzul Gaon directed his gaze towards the options presented in the chat group. After a long pause, he softly murmured, in my opinion, the only suitable candidate for the leader position is little brother Yi Tian. Having made his choice, he cast his vote for Yi Tian. In another world, within a fenced tribe, Rimuru sat upon a wooden throne, observing the options before him, decisively voting for Yi Tian. In the Fgate parallel world, Saber sat atop a dilapidated structure, gazing at the distant setting sun, and spat disdainfully, then slowly said, Guardians, huh? He then focused on the suddenly appearing voting options in the chat group, and without hesitation cast his vote for Yi Tian. In the Decade world, Cayman Rider Deno just returned to the photography studio, noticed the sudden voting prompt, and directly voted for Yi Tian. In the King S world, Meng Tian, clad in armor, sat within a tent, looking at the suddenly presented option, and without a word, voted for Yi Tian. In the Digo world, lying on the ground, Diga's crystal suddenly brightened, and the statue began to awaken. Dagu, seeing the abrupt voting option before him, reached out and tapped Yi Tian's name. However, Just as he completed his selection, Golzan stomped down hard, crushing him beneath his foot. In the pirate world, Yi Tian stared at the options before him, momentarily stunned. Then, after a moment's contemplation, he self-assertively declared, "Who else but me? Who else but me?" He chuckled and tapped his own name. Election for the alliance leader has concluded. Congratulations to the group members. Yi Tian has become the leader of the alliance of all realms against anomalies. Nonsensical talk. Hee hee. Congratulations, Brother Yi. Red A. Congratulations. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. Congratulations. Slime. Congratulations. The Goose Stewing Soup. Who will save me from being beaten by monsters? Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. Congratulations. What is going on? Yi Tian leader. Thank you all. Thank you. Nonsensical talk. Quickly, tell us, what powers does the leader possess? Red A. Same question. Yi Tian leader. Silence, punishment, judgment, expulsion, rights over group members. Yi Tian leader. I can activate alliance space, construct alliance buildings, initiate alliance wars, and set up alliance envoys. Nonsensical talk. I can understand the rest, but what is this alliance envoy? Yi Tian leader. Fear not. Let me check the introduction. Yi Tian leader. The alliance envoy is a position established by an agreement between the group and the will of the multiverse, held by group members to observe and defend their respective worlds. In return, they receive divine fate, enhanced fortune, and increased combat strength. Yi Tian leader. If a danger arises that the envoy and alliance cannot withstand, they may withdraw from that world, leading to its destruction by the world's will. Once the new world is reset, the envoy may re-enter. Nonsensical talk. Wow. Red A. Slime. So powerful. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. Indeed impressive. The Goose Stewing Soup. Impressive. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. One Yi Tian leader. Additionally, envoys possess exclusive badges and attire. When equipped, they represent the will of the world. They only need to prepare the badge for everyday use, but in times of crisis, they must don the special attire, signifying the world's judgment and decree. Yi Tian leader. The construction of alliance space requires resources that must be collectively borne by alliance members or obtained through missions from endangered world wills. Yi Tian leader. I have already designated all group members as envoys. Yi Tian leader. Now, everyone, the time to take flight has arrived. Are you all prepared? Nonsensical talk. Ready. Red A. Already in position. Slime. In position. The Goose Stewing Soup. Always ready. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. In position. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming ready. Yi Tian leader. Then please check the items required for constructing alliance buildings. The resources will depend on everyone's efforts. Everyone, understood. In the pirate world, Yi Tian lay comfortably on his bed, holding a golden bordered badge engraved with swords and skulls. He placed it against his chest, and just as he did, a flash of white light occurred, adhering it to his clothing. Simultaneously, a piece of information appeared in his mind, revealing that this badge would not fall off. Even if he removed his clothing, it would remain on his skin unless he chose to take it off himself. Chapter 21. The construction of the alliance space. At the same time, a piece of information emerged in his mind, and he realized that this badge would not fall off. Even if he removed his clothing, it would remain affixed to his skin unless he chose to take it off himself. Lying in bed, Yi Tian gradually drifted into slumber, unaware that members from other worlds were already gathering the necessary resources for the construction of the alliance. In the Overlord world, Ain's Olgaun sat upon his throne, observing the displayed shortages in the alliance's donation section. Wood, 0.3 million, cloth, 0.500, 000, stone, 0.6 million. The buildings that could be constructed included the Alliance Hall, Alliance Barracks, Alliance Farmland, and Alliance Mall. Subsequently, Ains donated a piece of half-meter-long wood to the warehouse. The interface reflected the change. Wood, 1.3 million. Seeing this, Ains turned to his side and addressed Albedo. Albedo, my esteemed supreme being. Upon hearing this, Albedo stepped forward and knelt before Ains, respectfully stating, "You have tasked us with gathering 3 million pieces of wood, 500,000 pieces of cloth, and 6 million stones. I possess these materials, Is it acceptable for me to hand them over to you? Ains replied slowly. Yes, you may proceed with the arrangements. Albedo hastened to respond. According to our younger brother Yition, we are destined to dominate this world. Now that we have become the ambassadors of this realm, let us expedite our efforts. As he spoke, Ains took out a badge and placed it at the position of his chest. Albedo, who had not yet departed, inadvertently overheard Ains' words, her brows slightly furrowing as she murmured, Yition? A human? However, just as Albedo was about to rise, she noticed the gleaming golden badge before Ains and was momentarily taken aback. Cautiously, she inquired, Supreme Being, what is that badge on your chest? Ains was momentarily stunned by her question, then looked at Albedo as she stood. He chuckled softly. This is the ambassador's badge. With this badge, one assumes the duty of safeguarding this world. In times of grave crisis, it grants the power to judge the world. After a moment of silence, Albedo, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed, It is truly magnificent. Observing Albedo's fervent reaction, Ains felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his face, and his expression turned slightly green. In the pirate world, Yition awakened from his dreams, washed up, and made his way to the center of the dojo, greeting Jiwai Shi. After all, he was there to learn, and although he would not formally apprentice under Jiwai Shi, he still needed to address him as a teacher. Jiwai Shi, seated at the head of the table, first imparted some fundamental knowledge about swordsmanship to Yition before instructing him to begin his training. Today, his tasks were clear: practice swordplay in the morning and run around the village of Shimatsuki with weights in the afternoon. Time passed, and soon he returned to his room, accompanied by Zoro, who followed him like a devoted disciple. Upon reopening the chat group, Yition noticed that the materials in the Alliance warehouse were not only full, but had vastly exceeded their limits. He accessed the Alliance space, and suddenly, a black hole the size of a person appeared behind him, silently drawing him in. When Yition opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a desolate land, the ground overgrown with weeds, and the horizon stretching endlessly. Is this the Alliance space? Yition whispered, surveying his surroundings. At that moment, an option materialized before him. Alliance space settings. Would you like to open the member access channel? Current status: not opened. Construction settings. Available buildings for construction include the Alliance Hall, Alliance Barracks, Alliance Farmland, and Alliance Mall. Taken aback by the options, Yition promptly selected the Alliance Hall. As he clicked, a brilliant white light enveloped his vision. When he opened his eyes again, a towering structure loomed before him, adorned with a symbol depicting countless celestial bodies, shimmering with starlight. Feeling a surge of excitement, Yition murmured, Now this truly befits my status within the Alliance. Satisfied, he prepared to construct the Alliance Barracks. However, just as his hand grazed the option, a message popped up. Ding. No construction team available. Unable to build. Please construct the Alliance Mall first to exchange for a construction team. Surprised by the sudden notification, Yition quickly selected the Alliance Mall. As with the Alliance Hall, a blinding light almost blinded him. When his vision cleared, he saw a single-story Alliance shop standing beside the Alliance Hall, a stark contrast in grandeur. Yet, the decoration of the Alliance Mall was remarkable, its materials indiscernible. Yition walked toward the Alliance Mall, but as he reached its entrance, a luminous screen appeared before him, displaying a variety of products, prominently featuring the construction team for the Alliance space. Yition blinked at the price of the construction team, momentarily taken aback before deciding to purchase it. However, just as he tapped to buy, another prompt appeared. First-time purchase of the construction team is free. Subsequent purchases will be at full price. After reading the message, Yition closed the prompt and noticed a group of people suddenly materializing beside him. Alliance Space Construction Team. At your service, Lord. They shouted in unison. Yition nodded slowly, then opened the construction interface of the Alliance, clicking through all the buildings. He stood quietly, watching as the construction team began their work at a deliberate pace. Impressed, Yition clicked his tongue but refrained from purchasing a second construction team, as it required Alliance points, of which he had none. Thus, he could only wait for their slow progress. Having completed these tasks, Yition opened the member access. envisioning this as their future gathering place. After a final glance around, he raised his hand and clicked exit, disappearing amidst the swirling blackness. In the pirate world, a black hole suddenly appeared half a meter above Yi Tian's bed, and he fell through it. Thud. Chapter 22. Seeking guidance, Nami arrives on this day. As per usual, Yi Tian practiced swordplay in the morning and engaged in weight training in the afternoon. It marked the 5th day since his arrival at the Isen dojo. While he tirelessly wielded his long sword on the mountainside, he gradually ceased his movements, plopping down onto the ground, drenched in sweat and with sore hands from the relentless practice. As Yi Tian rested, a junior disciple of the dojo rushed over. Upon seeing Yi Tian, whose appearance resembled someone who had just emerged from a pool, he paused for a moment, then recalled his purpose for coming and hurriedly exclaimed, "Junior brother, there's a young lady here looking for you." Taken aback by the mention of a young lady, Yi Tian pondered, "A young lady? It has only been a few days since I arrived on this island. How could I have caught the attention of a young lady?" His mind swirled with questions, and he turned to the junior disciple behind him, asking, "Have you inquired about her name?" The junior disciple, momentarily taken aback by the question, thought for a moment before slowly replying, "I believe her name is Nami." Nami. The moment Yi Tian heard this name, he sprang to his feet, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the junior disciple. "Are you certain? You really mean Nami?" As he paced back and forth in shock, the junior disciple watched Yi Tian's frantic state with confusion. Just as he was about to inquire further, a youthful yet melodious voice reached his ears. "Brother, I've come to see you." Upon hearing the voice, the junior disciple noticed a figure swiftly darting past him, embracing Yi Tian. The sudden impact jarred Yi Tian from his thoughts, and he felt a pair of arms wrap around his neck. Catching a whiff of the fragrant scent emanating from Nami's hair, he lowered his gaze to find her nestled in his embrace and softly asked, "Sister, what brings you here?" Nami, with a hint of pride, huffed in response, "Is it wrong for me to come see my brother? It has been days since I last saw you on the shore. I happened to meet a villager who had just sold oranges here. He told me he spotted you, so I asked him to bring me along to find you." As she spoke, a smile crept onto Nami's face, and she nuzzled closer into Yi Tian's embrace. Understanding her unspoken affection, Yi Tian gently ruffled her hair. After a while, he set Nami down and, with utmost seriousness, asked, "Nami, does Belmare know you've come here?" At this, Nami's cheeks flushed slightly. She looked at Yi Tian with a hint of trepidation and replied, "She should know." "Should know?" Yi Tian's hand, which was meant to reassure her, froze midair. He gazed at Nami with a mix of exasperation and concern. "Aren't you worried about Belmare's feelings? Come, let me escort you back. We shouldn't let her worry too much." "No." To Yi Tian's surprise, Nami turned away, pouting and ignoring him. Nearby, the junior disciple, with tears glistening in his eyes, lay on the ground, murmuring in sorrow, "Who knows why my eyes are filled with tears? Because this dog food is just too hard to swallow." At that moment, Yi Tian turned to the sorrowful junior disciple and cleared his throat before leading the sulking Nami away. Beneath the grand tree, Yi Tian looked at the irate Nami with resignation and gently said, "Nami, at the very least, you should inform Belmare. Otherwise, she will worry." Nami, with a stubborn pout, fidgeted with the hem of her clothes and hesitantly replied, I left a note in Belmare's room. She should see it." "A note? Where did you place it?" Yi Tian asked, relieved yet curious. "Under her pillow," Nami admitted bashfully. Yi Tian struggled to contain his exasperation. "Who leaves a note under a pillow? How is anyone supposed to find it?" He continued, "Does anyone know you came out here?" "Uncle Ajian. I told him. And he was on the beach when I set sail," Nami said, her expression slightly guilty as her gaze darted around. "Goodness." Yi Tian realized that at least half of what she said was likely fabricated. After a prolonged silence, he sighed deeply and said, "Let us go. It's time for dinner. Come eat with me, and afterward, you can play in my room for a while. I'll take you back in the afternoon." With that, he took Nami's hand and led her toward the dojo. Inside the Isen dojo, Guena observed with an odd expression as she watched Nami, who was energetically devouring her meal beside Yi Tian. While it was expected for Yi Tian, who engaged in intense training daily, to have a hearty appetite, It was puzzling to see Nami keeping pace with him. Meanwhile, Zoro remained unfazed, focusing solely on his meal. Just as he lifted his chopsticks to grab a piece of meat, another pair of chopsticks swiftly snatched it from his plate. Annoyed, Zoro followed the chopsticks with his gaze, only to find them resting in Yi-Tian's mouth. Cough, cough. Yi-Tian, who is this little sister? Why haven't you introduced us? Guena inquired, eyeing the mountain of food in front of Nami. Yi-Tian slowly lifted his head, glanced at Nami, and prepared to respond. However, Nami interjected, "Hello, sister. I'm Yi-Tian's sister. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for taking care of my brother all this time." Surprised by Nami's words, Guena paused, scanning both their faces before nodding slowly. "Nice to meet you. Eat slowly. There's plenty of food." Hearing this, Yi-Tian raised his head to glance at Guena and then turned to Nami, saying, "Nami, hurry up and eat. I'll find a boat to take you back soon." "Humph, I'm ignoring you now." With that, Nami turned her head away, focused solely on her meal, leaving Yi-Tian feeling exasperated. He knew he had no way to deal with Nami, who he regarded as a little devil. He could only endure her whims lest she become even more mischievous. Observing Yi-Tian's predicament, Guena and Zoro exchanged amused glances, having never witnessed him being put in such a position before. It was indeed a sight to behold. Chapter 23. The pirates chasing after Belmere, while Yi-Tian and Nami were dining at the dojo, in another corner of the world, in Cocoa Village. Belmere was tidying up her room when she inadvertently discovered a note tucked beneath her pillow. Stunned, she stood frozen in place, and a furious shout echoed throughout the room. "Nami!" Upon hearing Belmere's enraged cry, Nojiko hurried over, unable to suppress her concern. "Nami, did you anger Belmere?" As she caught sight of Nami's presence in the room, Nojiko gradually halted, her expression filled with confusion as she gazed at Belmere. However, Belmere did not respond. Her eyes were fixated on the note, her body trembling uncontrollably. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spoke. "Nojiko, prepare yourself. Ask the villagers if there are any ships heading to Shimatsuki village. We need to retrieve Nami." Nojiko was taken aback, her disbelief evident as she exclaimed, "Nami went to Shimatsuki village to find Yi-Tian? How could she? This is not the time for hesitation. I am not worried about her seeking out Yi-Tian. My concern lies with the pirates she may encounter along the way. I must go to Shimatsuki village to confirm whether Nami is with him," Belmere stated, taking a deep breath. Nojiko nodded urgently and replied, "All right, I will inquire at once." Just then, a knock echoed at the door. "Knock, knock." The two were momentarily startled, and Nojiko quickly opened the door to find a breathless Jian standing outside. "Jian, what's the matter?" Nojiko asked. "Belmere, Nojiko, not long ago, Nami boarded a ship to Shimatsuki village. She told me she had consulted with you both. And after much thought, I felt I should inform you," Jian explained. Upon hearing this, the expression on Belmere's face darkened. Nojiko turned to Jian, anxiously inquiring, "Do you know if anyone from our village is heading to Shimatsuki village? We want to find Nami." Jian paused, lost in thought, before looking up to address them. "Let me check and see if any ships are passing through Shimatsuki village." Gratefully, the two thanked Jian, who waved them off, saying, "It's nothing. But if it weren't for little Yi-Tian. All right, I'll go inquire." Before long, Jian found a ship that would pass through Shimatsuki village on its way to the kingdom of Goa. After paying a fee, the captain allowed Belmere and Nojiko to board. Standing on the deck, they watched Cocoa village recede into the distance, anxiety gnawing at their hearts as they worried for Nami's safety. With the gentle sea breeze caressing them, they momentarily found solace in the tranquility. After approximately 4 hours of sailing, a sailor approached them, informing Belmere, "Ahead lies Shimatsuki village. Our ship will pause there momentarily." Joy surged within them, and they expressed their gratitude profusely. However, just then, a warning bell rang out across the ship, plunging Belmere and Nojiko into a state of panic. As the crew sprang into action, Belmere was ushered into the cabin for safety. "It's the Creed pirates. Everyone, hasten our speed," the captain commanded. As Belmere was led toward the cabin, she turned to a nearby sailor, asking, "How far are we from Shimatsuki village?" After a moment of contemplation, the sailor replied, Not far. We'll arrive shortly. Belmir nodded, then urged, could you inform your captain to steer the ship towards Shimatsuki village? There are individuals there capable of handling this situation. The sailor blinked in surprise, then asked, are you certain someone in Shimatsuki village can withstand the Creek pirates? I am certain, for my child is studying there, and my child once annihilated the Arlong pirates, Belmir affirmed. Really? I will notify the captain immediately, the sailor exclaimed. Rushing off. In the captain's quarters, the sailor relayed Belmir's message. After a moment of contemplation, the captain ordered the ship to head towards Shimatsuki village at full speed. Meanwhile, Belmir stood on the deck, her heart racing as she gazed at the nearby Shimatsuki village. The sound of cannon fire echoed from behind, causing her to tense, yearning to seize a weapon and confront the pirates. Yet, she was not alone. Nojiko was with her, and their chances of victory were slim. Thus, they could only place their hopes in Yi Tian and his mentor. She knew that Yi Tian's abilities would attract worthy teachers, ensuring that those who came to learn from him were exceptional. At that moment, on the shores of Shimatsuki village, Yi Tian was escorting a displeased Nami, reassuring her, Nami, I promise that whenever I have the time, I will return to Koko village to see you. Let us get you back, so Belmir won't worry. Nami pouted, clearly disgruntled, yet she understood the truth in Yi Tian's words. Suddenly, a cannon shot shattered the coastal calm. Yi Tian swiftly turned to the source of the sound. In that instant, he spotted a figure, and with narrowed eyes, he urged Nami, Nami, find a place to hide. Pirates are approaching. I must rescue Belmir. With that, Yi Tian dashed towards the oncoming ship. On the deck, Belmir also spotted the figure racing towards her vessel and joyfully shouted, Yi Tian. Though separated by the sea, nothing could hinder Yi Tian's determination to board. He summoned a long sword and hurled it towards the ship, leaping onto the blade, expertly balancing himself. In an instant, he propelled himself forward, landing deftly on the deck. Spotting Belmir, a smile broke across his face as he said, Belmir, Nami is on the island. I will deal with these pirates first, and then come to you. Chapter 24. The arrogant Creek as Yi Tian gazed at Belmir on the deck. A smile unconsciously crept across his face. He then looked at her and slowly said, Belmir, Nami is on the island. I will first deal with this group of pirates, then come to find you. Upon hearing this, Belmir was taken aback, and with a hint of concern, she looked at Yi Tian and said, be careful. Feeling the warmth from her worried tone, Yi Tian reassured her nonchalantly, it's nothing. They merely have numbers. With that, he leaped towards the Creek pirates. Despite Belmir's anxious gaze following him, on the main deck of the Creek pirates' flagship, Creek, clad in gleaming silver armor and wielding a large sword, sat in a massive chair, surveying his subordinates. What? Haven't you caught up to that merchant ship yet? He inquired. Admiral, that merchant ship is approaching Seymour village, replied the ominous figure, Ghost Mannequin. Seymour village? Chase after them. It's been a while since our fleet has replenished its supplies, Creek said with an arrogant demeanor and casual tone. Akin hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately fell silent. At that moment, a sailor hurriedly approached Creek, respectfully reporting, Admiral, a child is jumping over here. A child? Huh. A child dares to approach my Creek pirates? How bold. Creek chuckled, turning to the sailor. Before the sailor could respond, a youthful voice rang out. Oh, I've arrived. Creek followed the sound and, behind a crowd, spotted a small figure. With a flamboyant grin, he exclaimed, Huh? Kid, you're quite impressive. Join my pirate crew. And you shall be proud of it. Oh, join your pirate crew? Yet, I can't help but feel that you are all nothing but a bunch of clowns. Especially here in the East Sea, where so many powerful figures are in hiding. A pirate admiral like you, making such a big fuss? You truly appear to be a clown, Yi Tian retorted, a smirk on his face as he looked at Creek, who was seated in the grand chair. At his words, the expressions of those present shifted, and they glared at Yi Tian with ill intentions, muttering, Kid, you're asking for death. With that, the subordinates lunged at Yi Tian in anger. Although they did not fully comprehend his words, they could sense the derision behind them. Yi Tian merely scoffed, then abruptly jumped back, blue light enveloping his hand as he grasped a katana. Can't hold back anymore, can you? Very well. Let me see what this so-called pirate admiral is made of, he declared, lowering his body slightly in preparation to charge into the crowd. At that moment, Creek, seated in his immense chair, chuckled, "Huh? Kid, you're quite something. Come join me." Yi Tian's lips curled into a slight smile, his youthful face suddenly taking on a charm that seemed out of place. "Join you? Let's see you survive my onslaught first." With that, he vanished from sight in an instant. The Creek pirates' subordinates froze, bewildered by Yi Tian's sudden disappearance. They had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Meanwhile, Creek's pupils narrowed, and he stared blankly at the scene. He watched as the laughter of his men abruptly ceased, only to be replaced by the sight of Yi Tian reappearing among them. As he took a few steps forward, the pirate crew members began to fall to the ground, dark crimson stains appearing on their necks. The once pristine deck was soon tainted with blood. Seeing this, Creek's back broke out in cold sweat, and he instinctively recoiled. Just as he took a step back, he fell into the giant chair. Watching Yi Tian approach him, Creek quickly regained his composure and reached out to touch his armor, attempting to soothe his nerves. Drawing a deep breath, he looked at Yi Tian and solemnly declared, "Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Submit to me, and I shall bestow upon you countless treasures. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. What do you say?" At this, a smile appeared on Yi Tian's face, and he tilted his head slightly, responding with a hint of disdain, "I wonder, what gives you the audacity to act so brazenly in the East Sea?" Creek's face lit up with pride, and he replied with a tinge of arrogance, "Kid, do you see this invulnerable armor I wear?" Fearing Yi Tian wouldn't believe him, Creek casually drew a pistol from behind him and fired a shot at his own armor. With a loud bang and a puff of white smoke from the barrel, he holstered the pistol and smugly gestured to his unscathed armor, saying, "See, this armor can withstand bullets." Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle. As he made his sword vanish, he crouched down and laughed heartily. Creek furrowed his brow, looking at Yi Tian with irritation. "Kid, what's so funny?" Unfazed by Creek's anger, Yi Tian continued to laugh until Creek could no longer contain his fury. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Tian ceased his laughter. Standing upright, his lively eyes filled with deep mockery, he calmly addressed Creek. "I truly cannot fathom how the Navy's control in the East Sea is so feeble that it allows a clown like you to act with such impunity." "A clown? Kid, you dare to call me a clown? I will take your head for that," Creek roared, filled with rage. Yi Tian merely ignored Creek's outburst, slowly stating, "Your greatest reliance is this armor of yours." As soon as the words left his lips, a sword appeared in Yi Tian's hand, and he prepared to attack when a series of explosive booms echoed from behind the flagship. Accompanying the sounds were countless cries of agony. Creek, who had been ready to deal with Yi Tian, paused in surprise and turned sharply to the side. Chapter 25. Monkey D. Garp. Accompanying the chaos were countless screams. Creek, who was initially poised to deal with Yashin, was momentarily taken aback by the sound, swiftly glancing to either side. However, just as he turned, 2 cannonballs plummeted from the sky, crashing directly onto the pirate ship. Contrary to his expectations of a grand explosion, the moment the cannonballs struck, the ship was split in two, sinking rapidly into the depths of the sea, leaving Creek in a state of shock. As Creek regained his composure, a booming laughter echoed from behind the main ship. "Haha, you little brat, not bad." Upon hearing this, Yashin, who was standing on the deck, froze momentarily, as if a realization dawned upon him, and he sheathed his sword. With an expression of resignation, he looked at the visibly distressed Creek and said, "There's no suspense left. You needn't have me intervene." Upon hearing Yashin's words, Creek suddenly regained his calm, a smile creeping onto his face as he gazed at Yashin. "So, are you planning to join me?" Yashin, taken aback by the question, regarded Creek with a hint of pity. "Haven't you realized yet?" Furious, Creek shot back, "What do you mean, you little brat?" However, Yashin chose not to respond, instead slowly extending his hand toward the sky. Creek, puzzled, followed Yashin's gesture with his gaze. In an instant, a figure descended from above, landing firmly on the deck before Creek's incredulous eyes. When Creek recognized the newcomer, his expression shifted dramatically. the Navy hero, Garp. Yet, almost immediately, his demeanor transformed into one of confidence as he looked at Yaishin and declared, "Do you think that just because one Navy officer has arrived, you are safe? I've traversed the East Blue for years. I've slaughtered countless Navy officers." Yaishin paused, then nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you are correct. How about this? If you kill him, I shall join your pirate crew." Creek's eyes lit up at Yaishin's words, and the anger on his face gradually dissipated as he turned to face Garp, who was casually picking his nose not far away. Yaishin seized the moment to scrutinize Garp. At this moment, Garp was at his peak, his short hair neatly styled, clad in a Marine's vice admiral uniform, and a long cloak emblazoned with the word "Justice" billowed in the sea breeze, his splendid epaulets shimmering under the radiant light. However, his dignified appearance was utterly undermined by his current action of digging into his nostrils. Yaishin couldn't help but facepalm, internally lamenting, "Perfect. This is so Garp exactly as I remember him." Just as Yaishin was lost in thought, Creek made his move. With a sinister smile, he glanced at Yaishin and indifferently stated, "So, you said that as long as I kill him, you'll join my crew, right?" Yaishin nodded eagerly. "Yes, just kill him, and I will board your ship." "Very well." Creek began, slowly raising his pistol and aiming it at Garp. At this moment, Garp ceased his action of digging and looked at Yaishin with curiosity. "Kid, what are you thinking? Want to join the Navy with me?" Yaishin remained silent, observing the two men. Meanwhile, Creek, infuriated by Garp's blatant disregard for him, glared at Garp and retorted, "How dare you try to poach my crew right in front of me? You're asking for death." With that, Creek pulled the trigger. Bang! As the smoke from the gun dissipated, Creek froze in disbelief. A black smear faded from Garp's hand, revealing a bullet that fell onto the deck. Enraged, Creek went wild, repeatedly pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 However, this time, the 3 bullets did not make the sound of hitting the ground, and a smile began to form on Creek's face amid the smoke. "So what do you think, kid?" But before he could finish, a massive fist struck him squarely in the face, slamming him into the wall of the cabin. The wall could not withstand Garp's tremendous strength, and Creek's body crashed through successive walls, finally hitting the rear deck with a resounding thud. As Creek lay on the deck, his pupils dilated, blood oozing from his wounds. Garp and Yaishin paid him no mind, instead engaging in conversation. Garp, observing the fearless Yaishin before him, smiled and suddenly swung his fist at him. Seeing this, Yaishin's eyes widened, and he vanished from sight. In the next moment, a blade of light appeared beside Garp, slicing toward his arm. Clang! Yaishin's sword met Garp's arm, which had turned black with hockey, producing a sound reminiscent of iron striking iron. Yet, Garp's arm bore no mark. Taken aback, Yaishin shook his head in resignation, sheathing his sword and addressing Garp. "Vice Admiral Garp, let this be. I am no match for you. I couldn't even leave a scratch on your hockey-covered arm." No sooner had Yaishin spoken than his sheathed sword shattered, transforming into a flurry of blue sparks that vanished. Garp paused his actions, gazing at Yaishin with a hearty laugh before earnestly saying, "Kid, join the Navy, and I'll teach you hockey." Yaishin blinked in surprise, looking at Garp. "Join the Navy? To become a lackey of the Celestial Dragons? Sorry, but that is something I cannot stoop to." With that, he turned to leave. But Garp seized the collar of his shirt, gazing at him with a serious expression. "Kid, I won't deny your words, but within the Navy, there are many who fight for justice." Yaishin rolled his eyes and replied, "Vice Admiral Garp, you surely know better than I what the Navy stands for. Maintaining justice? No. They merely guard the gates of the sea for the world government and the Celestial Dragons." Hearing this, Garp let out a slight sigh, slowly releasing Yaishin. "Kid, if you can't stand it, why not join the Navy and change it from within?" Chapter 26. The Choice. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Garp let out a faint sigh and slowly set Yi Tian down. He then spoke with a measured tone. "Kid, if you find it intolerable, why not join the Navy and effect change?" Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend why the steadfast Garp from the animated tales would utter such words. It was understandable for Yi Tian to interpret it this way, yet it was not that Garp lacked the desire for change. Rather, he was simply too old. Furthermore, with Garp in the Navy, the world government would refrain from overtly pursuing the Revolutionary Army due to Karp's esteemed position and identity as a Navy hero. This status served as a beacon, a standard, inspiring the entire Navy to regard Karp as an idol. If the world government were to fall out with Karp, one could hardly fathom the repercussions of his actions. After all, the defection of a Navy hero to the Revolutionary Army would deliver a significant blow to the world government. Moreover, Karp had no desire to become adversaries with his former comrades and friends. Thus, even though Dracul Mihawk had established the Revolutionary Army, the Navy and the world government had not reached a breaking point. It is worth noting that with the might and influence of the world government, capturing Dracul Mihawk would be straightforward. Setting aside the spies of the world government, the Navy alone could easily contain or annihilate the Revolutionary Army. However, the situation had yet to escalate to that level. Observing Yi Tian's dazed expression, Karp burst into hearty laughter, as if nothing had been said moments prior. Just as Yi Tian was about to respond, the pirate ship beneath him trembled slightly. Soon after, a contingent of Navy personnel boarded the deck. At that moment, an officer clad in an admiral's cloak approached Karp, saluted respectfully, and reported, "Vice Admiral Karp, we have destroyed 14 pirate ships in the vicinity. The remaining pirates have been apprehended. Please provide further instructions." Karp nodded slowly and nonchalantly waved his hand, saying, "Take them to impel down." He then turned to Yi Tian and remarked, "I heard from Smoker that you are here to seek mentorship. Why not join the Navy? I can assure you the most systematic training, which will guarantee a steady increase in your strength." Upon hearing Karp's words, Yi Tian fell into deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he finally raised his head to meet Karp's gaze and replied, "I need to think it over." Karp nodded without surprise and, grasping Yi Tian by the collar, utilized the Navy's 6 styles to propel himself towards the shore. Yi Tian, held by Karp's grip, felt no alarm. He understood that he stood no chance against Karp, even possessing the warrant officer's badge. Moreover, employing the authority of judgment granted by the badge would be futile. In contrast, Karp's life, much like Zephyr's, was dedicated to the cause of justice, unlike those in the Navy who aligned with the world government and the celestial dragons. Thus, the judgment ability would hold no sway over him. Aware of this, Yi Tian chose not to dwell on it, knowing well that Karp meant him no harm. On the shore, Belmir, accompanied by Nami and Nojiko, anxiously observed the events unfolding at sea. Initially, when she saw Yi Tian surrounded by pirates, a wave of regret washed over her. However, upon witnessing the timely arrival of Navy ships, her expression of worry eased considerably, although traces of concern remained. Yet, her anxiety surged once more upon seeing an officer in a Navy cloak haul Yi Tian away. As the figure approached, Belmir was rendered speechless, her body trembling with emotion. She recognized the man. Indeed, no one upon the seas was unfamiliar with him. It was Karp, the legendary Navy hero. As Karp brought Yi Tian to the beach, Belmir hurriedly led Nami and Nojiko forward. With a look of reverence, she saluted Karp, stating, "Former Navy soldier Belmir, at your service, Vice Admiral Karp." Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback by Belmir's demeanor, standing frozen in place. Yet, before long, memories of Belmir's past came flooding back to him, and he fell silent. Meanwhile, Karp, who had been absent-mindedly picking his nose, halted his actions upon hearing Belmir's words. This surprise, however, remained within reasonable bounds. As Karp surveyed the coastline, he noticed that aside from Yi Tian and the 2 sisters along with Belmir, there were other Navy personnel searching for the remaining pirates. "Hello. Thank you for your unwavering dedication to justice," Karp said, a rare smile of kindness gracing his face. Observing this expression, Yi Tian felt a chill run down his spine. As Karp finished speaking, he slowly turned to Yi Tian and said, "Come, let us visit the dojo where you seek your training." At the dojo, Gung Shiro sat with a smile beside the tea table, while Karp dozed off across from him. Yi Tian, looking resigned, sat opposite Gung Shiro with Nami draped over him, while Belmir quietly sat beside him, saying nothing. Kunao and Zoro were kneeling to one side, their faces filled with confusion as they regarded the 5 individuals at the table. After a prolonged silence, Gung Shiro finally broke the stillness. Young Yi Tian, have you made your decision? Yes. I have decided to bring Kuina and Zoro with me to the Navy headquarters for training. I believe Vice Admiral Karp's words hold great truth. If one cannot abide, then one must enact change. I am confident that soon, the world's order will shift because of me, Yi Tian replied, nodding firmly after a lengthy contemplation. You know, Kuina is my daughter. Gung Shiro maintained a smile, yet inwardly chastised Yi Tian. At this, Yi Tian chuckled softly and reassured Gung Shiro, rest assured. I will care for Kuina well, ensuring she remains out of harm's way, even if I must face danger myself. Hearing Yi Tian's promise, Gung Shiro fell into silence, deeply concerned about his daughter becoming embroiled in perilous affairs. Sensing Gung Shiro's unease, Yi Tian continued, worry not, Mr. Gung Shiro. I possess the capability to turn the world upside down, even now. However, I simply choose not to use it, for such actions would lead to complications, albeit not those instigated by the world government. Chapter 27. Joining the Navy. Seated opposite Yi Tian, Gung Silang's eyes darkened, his mind seemingly adrift in contemplation. Unbeknownst to Yi Tian, Karp, who had been snoring beside him, stealthily opened a sliver of his closed eyelids. As if nothing had transpired, he resumed his slumber. What thoughts occupied Karp's mind at this moment remained a mystery to all. A profound silence enveloped the room. After a lengthy pause, Gung Silang slowly lifted his head and addressed Yi Tian, stating, in that case, you may take charge. However, whether Guina joins us is ultimately her choice. As for Sauron, you may take him along if possible. Understood, Yi Tian replied, nodding in acknowledgement. His gaze then shifted to the two individuals kneeling beside him. Guina hesitated, glancing at Gung Silang, and bit her lip, poised to voice her thoughts. Yet, she heard Gung Silang's calm voice, if you wish to go, then go. Your life must be determined by you alone. Upon hearing Gung Silang's words, Guina's head drooped slightly, but her expression soon transformed into one of resolve. I want to go. I aspire to become the world's greatest swordsman. I wish to go too. I am determined to be the world's greatest swordsman, Sauron chimed in, refusing to be outdone. Gung Silang could only smile at their fervor, and a hint of a smile graced Yi Tian's face as well. Just as Yi Tian prepared to speak, Nami, who had been resting her head against him, whispered in his ear, Brother, I want to go too. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Nami, saying earnestly, Nami, training in the Navy can be quite arduous. I don't care. I want to go, Nami insisted eagerly. With a sigh of resignation, Yi Tian glanced at Belmare, who merely shook her head and looked at them both with gentle eyes. Little Yi Tian, if Nami wishes to go, then take her with you. Caught off guard by Belmare's unexpected support, Yi Tian nodded reluctantly. Very well, Nami can accompany me. Besides, with her passion for cartography, she can pursue it within the Navy. Yay, you're the best, brother, Nami exclaimed, embracing Yi Tian with excitement. With the group seemingly in agreement, Yi Tian turned his attention to Karp, who was still dozing. He picked up a pair of chopsticks from the table and playfully poked Karp's nose with one. Boom! Karp jolted awake, his bleary eyes focusing on Yi Tian as he mumbled, So, have you all come to a decision? Yes, we've reached an agreement. But there are a few conditions that I believe would be easily managed by a vice admiral like you, Yi Tian stated. Oh, do tell, Karp replied, a smile forming on his lips. First, you must ensure the safety of Belmare and Nojiko, who reside in Kokoyashi village, or alternatively, facilitate their relocation to Marineford. Second, Nami wishes to learn skills related to cartography and navigation. Your assistance in arranging that would be appreciated. Lastly, we should not be too scattered in our accommodations. That's all. Karp nodded thoughtfully, surveying the group before responding. Marineford is designated for the families of naval officers, but I have a vacant villa there. You may stay in it. Turning to the small Nami, he added kindly, as for Nami, I will inform Crane to arrange her studies accordingly. He then looked at Yi Tian, Guina, and Sauron, saying, Upon your arrival at the Navy headquarters, you will be under the tutelage of Zifa. I will discuss this with him. Yi Tian nodded appreciatively and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Vice Admiral Karp. He then turned to Gung Silang. a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Do you have any concerns, Mr. Gung Siling? Gung Siling shook his head slowly, replying, Vice Admiral Karp's arrangements seem quite satisfactory. I feel reassured with Guana accompanying you. Yi Tian nodded and inquired of Karp. What are your plans now, Vice Admiral? Karp scratched his head and replied, First, I want to check on my little grandson. Then we shall head to the Navy headquarters. But before that, do you want to return to Kokoyashi and gather your belongings? Belmare quickly interjected, There's nothing to gather. We can buy whatever we need once we arrive. At that moment, Belmare's heart raced with excitement. Marineford had long been a place of her dreams since she became a Marine, yet she never had the opportunity. Now, thanks to little Yi Tian, she would soon reside there. Karp nodded in understanding and stood up, addressing the group. Let us depart. First, we shall visit Windmill Village to see my grandson, and then proceed to the Navy headquarters. Yi Tian, you three should gather your things promptly. Yi Tian nodded and urged Guana and Sauron, hurry and pack. I have nothing to gather. He then turned to Gung Siling, bowing slightly. Thank you, Mr. Gung Siling, for your guidance these past few days. The world will protect you. What you desire will come to fruition, provided it does not disrupt the greater course of events. However, there will be only one opportunity. Consider this my token of gratitude. With that, Yi Tian followed Karp out of the dojo. As he watched Yi Tian gradually fade from view, Gung Siling stood rooted in place, murmuring to himself, What I desire will come to pass, as long as it does not disrupt the greater course of events. Truly a mysterious individual, even if only one chance. On the shoreline, Karp, now sporting a dog hat, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing quietly at the sea. Seemingly addressing Yi Tian, who followed behind, he remarked, Kid, you are quite enigmatic. Vice Admiral Karp, there is one thing you must remember. I do not provoke others, nor do I wish to be provoked. Should anyone cross me, the heavens themselves will tremble, and they will not escape, Yi Tian declared resolutely. With your current capabilities, achieving such a feat seems improbable. Thus, you seek to grow stronger? Karp replied calmly. Improbable? Not at all. I can accomplish it now. My support is not comparable to those who falsely deem themselves descendants of deities. Not even the true puppet masters of the world government, Emu and his celestial kings, can rival it. Yi Tian's tone brimmed with disdain. Chapter 28. This 13 dressed to the skies upon hearing these words. Karp's pupils widened in shock as he turned to gaze at Yi Tian, his expression filled with horror. At that moment, an endless tide of tumultuous waves surged within Karp's heart. He could hardly fathom that Yi Tian possessed knowledge of matters he himself had yet to fully grasp. Throughout his years in the Navy, he had only heard fragmented whispers regarding this topic, dismissed by all as mere jest. They had always believed that the 5 elders were the true leaders of the world government, and Karp had held that belief as well. It was only upon hearing Yi Tian's words today that Karp realized there existed another figure above the 5 elders within the world government. After a prolonged silence, Karp swallowed hard, his throat dry, and asked, Who are you? I. Yi Tian's face gradually broke into a somewhat peculiar smile as he regarded Karp. I could tell you, but do you truly wish to know? After a moment of contemplation, Karp firmly nodded, Yes. Huh. Just as Yi Tian's voice fell, the metal before him began to shimmer with a radiant light, and his attire transformed in an instant. Now, Yi Tian donned a flowing white robe, adorned with celestial patterns embroidered in an unknown thread. His previously neat short hair cascaded into long, dark locks that danced in the wind. Behind him, the sun and moon appeared to float, while a great sun emerged above his head. Seeing Yi Tian in this moment, Karp was utterly astounded, stammering, God. No. I am the envoy of the pirate world, tasked with guarding, patrolling, and sanctioning all those who threaten this realm. I am also the leader of the Multiverse Alliance. Yi Tian's voice resonated like that of a deity, low yet echoing through the heavens. As his words faded, a brilliant light enveloped Yi Tian, and he reverted to his original, unremarkable form. Do you understand now? He asked, tilting his head and offering a half-smile. Karp, still in shock, stared at Yi Tian and nodded dumbly. I understand. After a long pause, Karp took a deep breath, struggling to calm the lingering astonishment within him, and finally managed to ask, "Why have you appeared? Is there someone in this world that requires your sanction?" At Karp's inquiry, a faint smile graced Yi Tian's lips as he replied, "In this world, empires may rise, and the world government may exist, but there cannot be beings who are immortal. Just as with him and others who have undergone the surgery to achieve eternal life." Karp stood frozen in place, and after a moment of silence, he bitterly asked, "So, are you going to destroy the world government? Annihilate the world and recreate it? Bring down divine punishment?" Yi Tian interjected, "Haha, I have no desire for such complications. Do you think annihilating and recreating the world is a simple task? Erasing the memories of all beings is easy? I merely feel stifled and wish to wander for a while." Karp unconsciously swallowed hard at these words. After a lengthy pause, he finally exhaled, "Moreover, is destruction of the world something I would do? No, I would rather let the destroyer of worlds come to do the job. Though not difficult, it would take billions of years for this world to regain life, which is quite a hassle." Yi Tian looked at Karp with a serious expression. "And there is a destroyer of worlds?" Karp asked, his anxiety resurfacing. "Ah, that fellow is quite arrogant and boastful. I usually let others gang up on him. He is likely traveling through various worlds now. Well, I can't say it's a vacation. Every time he arrives in a new world, he assesses whether it deserves to be destroyed. After all, it's his job." While feigning contemplation, Yi Tian scratched his head. Karp, with a dry throat, queried, "What are the limits of that being who destroys worlds?" "Limits? A world without an envoy. As long as it lacks an envoy and is in utter chaos, it qualifies for destruction. If it's merely a world without an envoy, we would send people to sign a contract with the world and dispatch an envoy." Yi Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Karp remained silent, unaware of the amusement brewing within Yi Tian's heart. The ability to magnify the titles of group members and utter them aloud was nothing short of grandiose. Karp, however, was not in a state of such mirth. When Yi Tian revealed his true nature, Karp felt an overwhelming force that nearly brought him to his knees. Fortunately, Yi Tian withdrew in time, otherwise, he would have indeed succumbed. That fleeting display had solidified Karp's belief. Karp's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. Though he had just inquired about the limits of the world destroyer, his doubts remained unresolved. After a while, Karp turned to Yi Tian once more and asked, "What if a world has an envoy but remains chaotic?" "It depends on the mood of the envoy and the level of chaos. If the envoy is in good spirits, they might tolerate the chaos around them, as long as it doesn't lead to world destruction. However, if the mood is foul, we would dispatch the Alliance forces to conquer the world and reshape it. Though it may seem like a formality, we cannot lose our momentum." Yi Tian chuckled, and as he observed the cheerful expression on Yi Tian's face, Karp couldn't help but twitch his lips in discomfort. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Tian turned to see Guena and Zoro approaching the ship and said to Karp, "Only you witnessed and heard my words just now. Do not spread this. I still wish to indulge." With that, he walked away toward the direction of Belmir and the others. Watching Yi Tian's retreating figure, Karp murmured to himself, "Only I saw it." He glanced around at the surrounding Marines, and a cold sweat broke out on his brow. Standing dazed on the deck, he gazed out at the vast sea and whispered, "I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse." Meanwhile, Yi Tian, engaged in conversation with Nami and the others, caught sight of Karp lost in thought. A smile crept onto his lips. He felt that his masquerade had been quite successful. With Karp as a scapegoat in the Navy, he could play to his heart's content. Moreover, he believed the world government would not withstand the might of the members within the group and their armies. Just speaking of Daegu, with his light manipulation skills, even the kings would tremble, and the alliance was only at level 2. The future influx of powerful figures would make this endeavor all the more feasible. Chapter 29. The first encounter with the three little ones in Windmill Village. A series of piercing screams shattered the misty sky. Atop a mountain peak, an elderly man wearing a straw hat sat quietly in a chair, observing with a smile the three figures in the forest engaged in a fierce struggle with a tiger. "What a delight it is! Ace, stop him!" exclaimed a spirited Luffy, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he directed his attention toward Ace, who stood alongside the tiger. "Enough! Ace shouted, preparing to spring into action. Take this. At that moment, Sabo struck the tiger on the head with a mighty blow. While the three were causing a commotion in the forest, Carp stood on the deck, gazing at the serene village not far away. Yes, I know, replied Yashin, then promptly leaped off the ship. Seeing Yashin jump from the deck, Carp's lips curved into a slight smile, and he followed suit. The individuals behind them couldn't help but twitch their lips at the sight. Casting a glance at the already laid wooden ladder, they sighed and descended slowly. As Carp walked behind Yashin, he observed the ladder's calm demeanor and couldn't suppress a quiet sigh. Just as they reached the village entrance, several villagers spotted Carp and greeted him warmly. Carp smiled faintly and inquired, "Do you know where Luffy is?" The villagers pondered for a moment before looking back at Carp and replied, "He should be in the forest right now." They then moved toward a nearby house. Upon hearing the villagers' words, Carp's expression brightened, and he was about to search for Luffy. However, when he noticed Yashin in front of him, he paused, preparing to speak. Unexpectedly, Yashin turned his head slightly, offering Carp a gentle smile. "Shall we go? Take me to meet Luffy." "You know Luffy?" Carp was taken aback, sensing from Yashin's tone that he was indeed aware of Luffy. "Of course, Luffy," Yashin replied, his expression contemplative. Carp's eyes narrowed slightly, a sense of foreboding beginning to surface in his heart. "Just leave it to you, Machino. I must check on Luffy," Carp said, looking at Machino with a cheerful expression. "Don't worry, Mr. Carp," she responded, her sweet smile illuminating her face. Yashin then turned to Belmere and the others, smiling softly. "I'm going with Mr. Carp to meet his grandson. Feel free to do as you please." With that, he nodded at Carp, and the two exited the tavern together. As they ambled along, walking side by side, silence enveloped them for a moment. Eventually, Carp could no longer contain himself and turned to Yashin, voicing the question on his mind. "Mr. Yashin, Luffy." Before Carp could finish, Yashin interjected, "You wish to inquire about Luffy's future?" Carp nodded slowly. Yashin shook his head gently. "Luffy, Ace, Sabo, they are destined for greatness." "Greatness?" Carp echoed, musing the word. "Indeed, driven by fate. Thus, their future can only be guided, not forcibly altered, and you cannot change it either. As for guidance, at this moment, it holds little significance," Yashin explained, shaking his head once more. This was also Yashin's own reflection. He had already taken Nami and Zoro away, and according to the world's revisions, Luffy would find substitutes when he set sail in the future. However, to turn Luffy into a marine, that would render his foresight abilities futile. Therefore, change was impossible. Whatever was meant to happen would transpire. Only thus could he, possessing foresight, better manipulate certain individuals. Their conversation drifted aimlessly as they ventured deeper into the forest. Now, standing within the woods, they could hear the sounds of laughter from Luffy and his companions resonating from the depths of the forest. "Let us go," Yashin said, observing Carp's excitement, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. "All right," Carp nodded and followed suit. In the heart of the forest, the three were gathered around a fire, feasting on the tiger they had just hunted. "Hey, Ace, what is your dream?" Luffy mumbled through a mouthful of meat. "I want to be a pirate," Ace replied casually, tearing off a piece of meat himself. "What is a pirate?" Luffy asked, puzzled. "The freest person on the ocean," Ace answered without hesitation. Sabo, who was enjoying the roasted meat, nodded in agreement with Ace's words. "Right. The freest person, huh?" Luffy paused, contemplating for a moment before his excitement bubbled over. "I want to be a pirate too." However, just as Luffy's words left his mouth, a fist struck his head with a resounding thud. An angry voice echoed in his ears. "How can you become a pirate when you aim to be a marine?" At this exclamation, the three were taken aback, turning their heads toward the source of the voice. Luffy, stunned, looked up to see the figure behind him, his face turning pale with fear as he shouted, "Grandpa!" Ace and Sabo were equally astonished at the sight of the person standing behind Luffy, unable to believe that Carp had appeared at that moment. "Well, Luffy looks quite decent," Yashin remarked, casually stepping forward and leaning against a tree. Hearing this, the three little ones turned their heads, gazing curiously at the boy leaning against the tree. At that moment, Carp spoke. "Well, this is my grandson Luffy. That kid is Ace, and this." After introducing Ace, Karp was momentarily at a loss when it came to Sabo, as he did not know how to introduce him. I know, Sabo. The future of the golden generation, very impressive, Yaishin remarked, casting a casual glance at Sabo. However, just as Yaishin finished speaking, he noticed the tiger meat resting on the fire and walked over to tear off a piece to eat. This action incited a bit of anger in the three little ones, as it was clearly the meat they had hunted. Yet this little brat had the audacity to eat it. Nevertheless, with Karp present, they dared not voice their displeasure. Swallowing the bite of meat, Yaishin observed Luffy, whose head bore a large bump, and smiled gently before addressing Karp. Mr. Karp, there's no need for such formality. It serves little purpose. Children are quite stubborn. There's nothing wrong with wanting to see the ocean. Karp was taken aback by this response and retorted, but becoming a pirate. A pirate? By the time I'm bored, who knows if this world will even have pirates? Why bother worrying about it? Yaishin said with a smile, looking at Karp. Chapter 30. The bandits of Windmill Village. Upon hearing the words, the gathered crowd was momentarily taken aback. Karp remained composed, while the trio of youngsters harbored a pent-up frustration, their eyes fixed intently on Yi Tian. Observing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle, and then addressed them. I was just teasing you. Haha. After this, he slowly turned to Karp and said, I'm off to the tavern to find Belmare and the others. We'll leave once you're done here. All right. Karp replied with a nod. In an instant, Yi Tian vanished from sight, leaving a swirl of dust in his wake. The trio stared in astonishment at the spot where Yi Tian had just stood, mouths agape as they looked at Karp. Old man, what just happened? In response, Karp, far from being angry, merely gazed at the place where Yi Tian had disappeared and said slowly, You'd best not provoke him. He is not someone you can handle. Is that so? What about you, old man? Ace asked, puzzled as he looked at Karp. Hearing Ace's words, Karp sighed and nodded, then stated, I, too, am powerless. There is no one in this world who can match him. Inside the tavern, Nami languidly rested her head on the counter, weakly stirring a glass filled with juice. Noticing this, Nojiko couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Nami, are you missing Yi Tian? Turning her head slowly, Nami, devoid of energy, replied, I'm wondering what my brother is up to. And I'm so bored. Upon hearing Nami's words, Belmare was momentarily startled and then looked at Nami with concern, realizing the child was maturing too quickly. On the opposite side of the bar, Kuina and Zoro were observing everything around them with keen curiosity, as they had never been to a tavern before. The tavern hall was filled with naval officers, reveling in their drinks and laughter. At that moment, the tavern door was abruptly kicked open, and a boisterous voice rang out, Bring me some drinks. However, upon stepping inside, the newcomer froze, his sword slipping from his grasp. In Navy, Higuma stuttered. As he spoke, he quickly scanned the room, searching for a particular figure. But just as he was looking, the naval officers set down their drinks and picked up their weapons, leaning against the tables. In the center of the hall, a lieutenant clad in a navy cloak rose slowly, a faint smile gracing his flushed face as he looked at Higuma. Well, if it isn't the bandit from Windmill Village, what brings you here to rob the navy? Higuma's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. He realized that this lieutenant was under Karp's command, meaning Karp had already returned to the village. With this thought, Higuma forced a smile and said, Ahem. I heard that Mr. Karp was back, and I was just eager to meet him. The lieutenant chuckled, but then his expression darkened as he replied sternly, Arrest him. As soon as the command was given, the surrounding navy officers moved in. Higuma's face paled, and he gripped his sword tightly, glaring at the officers. I'm not easy prey. Is that so? Let us see about that. Bogart, one of the officers, stepped forward, gripping his sword. Higuma took a deep breath. Tightening his grip on his weapon, his gaze locked on Bogart. Bogart smirked, then suddenly vanished in a blur. When he reappeared, he was at Higuma's side, swiftly striking him in the abdomen with the hilt of his sword. Ugh! The force of the blow caused Higuma to drop his sword, doubling over in pain as he clutched his stomach and fell to the ground. Bogart sneered, then turned to the officers behind him. Take him away. When we return to headquarters, send him straight to Impel Down. Yes, sir, several officers responded, moving forward to capture Higuma and escort him back to the ship. Bogart returned to his seat, resuming his drinking as the tavern buzzed back to life. Only Kuina and Zoro remained in a state of shock at the bar. After a moment, they slowly regained their senses and exchanged glances before simultaneously exclaiming, "So strong." Their previous reluctance to visit the Navy headquarters dissipated. Just then, the tavern door creaked open as Yi Tian stepped inside. Approaching the counter, he smiled at the busy Makino and said, "A glass of milk, please." Makino turned, her eyes lighting up as she looked at Yi Tian, silently thinking, how adorable. She quickly poured the milk and placed it in front of him, beaming, "Here you go, little brother." However, just as Yi Tian was about to pick up the glass, Nami pulled a chair next to him and complained, "Where have you been, little brother?" Yi Tian smiled at Nami and replied, "I went to see Mr. Karp's grandchildren. I must say, those 3 little rascals are quite something." "Mr. Karp has 3 grandsons?" Nami asked, surprised. Chuckling, Yi Tian explained, "One is his biological grandson, one is an adopted grandson, and the other is their friend. So he can be considered a sort of adopted grandson as well." "Oh, I see." Nami nodded, somewhat understanding. "Have you met little Luffy yet?" Makino interjected, looking at Yi Tian. "Yes, they're quite the interesting trio," Yi Tian replied casually. Hearing this, Makino giggled and remarked, "Honestly, little brother, you don't seem that much younger. Why do you speak so maturely?" Yi Tian sighed, lifting his glass of milk and taking a large gulp. "It's just that I feel disadvantaged due to my age." The others in the tavern erupted into laughter at Yi Tian's words. Just then, Belmare approached him. Looking somewhat uneasy as she asked, "Little Yi Tian, is it really all right for us to go to headquarters like this?" Belmare had finally regained her composure after her initial excitement. Yi Tian paused, glancing at Belmare with a reassuring smile. "It's perfectly safe at the Navy headquarters. I'm quite at ease." Belmare was taken aback, but gradually nodded, remaining silent afterward. Although she felt a pang of reluctance for Cocoa Village, she had agreed too eagerly in her excitement. Chapter 31, Captured by Carp. Time gradually passed, and soon the group had spent 3 days in Windmill Village. "Let us depart. It is time to return to the Navy headquarters," Carp commanded as he stood on the deck, gazing at his adjutant beside him. "Understood," Bogart replied promptly, issuing the orders. Carp observed Zoro and Ka training on the deck and couldn't help but nod in approval, reflecting to himself, "This time, Sengoku cannot object. I have brought back 3 promising talents." Meanwhile, Yi Tian lay in bed, engaged in a conversation with the group. "Nonsense. I have high hopes for someone, but unfortunately, he refuses to submit to me. What should I do?" "Red A, who are you and who is he?" "Nonsense. What do you mean?" "Arrogant King Xiaoming, different races." "The goose doing soup. Does being of different races mean we cannot coexist peacefully?" "Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. First, from what angle are you inviting him?" "Yi Tian leader, no need to elaborate. I understand. You, an immortal, attacking his homeland. How could a general of a nation ever submit to you? It's impossible. So stop thinking about it." "Nonsense. Well, I suppose there's nothing I can do. I'll give up." "Arrogant King Xiaoming, TSK. By the way, Yi Tian, I have already embarked on my journey. I just arrived in the sky world." "Yi Tian leader, the goose doing soup. Yi Tian, can humanity truly not coexist peacefully with monsters?" "Yi Tian leader, don't dwell on it. You lack the ability. Besides, your identity and the world you inhabit are unique. You will understand in due time." "The goose doing soup. What do you mean by lacking the ability? Is there someone who possesses that ability? And what makes my identity and world so special?" "Yi Tian leader, as far as I know, only Ultraman Gaia has the ability to enable coexistence between humans and monsters." "Nonsense. By the way, would the little brother like to come and play?" "Yi Tian leader, what would I come to your place for?" "Nonsense. To witness a war. To see how I, your older brother, excel in battle." "Yi Tian leader, just admit you're trying to show off." "Nonsense. Cough, cough. Please don't say that." "Yi Tian leader, I happen to have nothing to do. I'll come over shortly." "Arrogant King Xiaoming, I'll join too. I'm quite bored." "Slime, add me. Add me." "Red A, 1, I too wish to see what kind of war you are speaking of." "Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian, I'm in as well. I often fight, but have never observed others in battle up close." The goose doing soup. Then, I shall join too. Yi Tian leader. All right, it's settled. Let us all go and enjoy some food and drink. Nonsense, prepare the feast. Nonsense, understood. With that, Yi Tian exited the alliance group and entered the alliance space. Observing the black hole before him, he glanced around before stepping inside. Instantly, Carp furrowed his brow sharply as he noticed Yi Tian's sudden disappearance into the ship's cabin. After a moment's contemplation, he headed directly toward Yi Tian's location. In the alliance space, Yi Tian emerged from the black hole and surveyed the completed buildings, nodding in satisfaction. Just as he was about to enter the hall, a voice interrupted him. Greetings, leader. At this, Yi Tian slowly turned to find several soldiers clad in gleaming silver armor standing in the alliance space, exuding a fierce aura. Fixing his gaze on one soldier, a light panel materialized before him. Character, Alliance Soldier Position, Alliance Corporal Strength, First Level Abilities, Alliance Aid, Alliance Teleport, Advanced Marksmanship Special Ability. Blood. Yi Tian stared at the panel, momentarily taken aback, murmuring, First Level? What does that mean? Just as the words left his lips, another light panel appeared. Yi Tian focused on it in astonishment. Character, Yi Tian Position, Leader of the Multiverse Anti-Mutation Alliance Strength, Advanced First Level Abilities, Projection, Duplication, Summoning. Special Ability, Realm Envoy. Would you like to enable the display of Alliance members' ranks? Without hesitation, Yi Tian selected yes and then turned his attention to the interface of the Alliance space. Alliance space current buildings, Alliance Hall, Alliance Barracks, Alliance Mall, Alliance Farmland unbuilt structures, residential houses, camps. Warehouses current resources, wood, 50, 000, 000, 10, 000 stone, 80, 000, 000, 10, 000 fabric, 40, 000, 0006, 000 food, 20, 00050, 000 current military force, 400 first level gunmen, 400 gunmen. Yi Tian observed the data displayed, proceeding towards the hall. At the entrance of the Alliance Hall, Yi Tian beheld the vast space within, greeted by a blank wall. Gazing at the emptiness, a light panel appeared before him. Would you like to select an Alliance flag? Yi Tian decisively chose yes. Countless flags materialized for selection. After searching for some time, he finally found a flag that resonated with his vision. Click to confirm. A flash of golden light passed, and a design instantly appeared on the previously blank wall. The wall, adorned with a blue background, showcased a golden stitched fist. With a smile, Yi Tian murmured, the fist represents power, indeed. Having said that, he navigated around the wall and walked straight in. Behind the wall stood 2 rows of soldiers in silver armor, wielding long spears. At the center of these soldiers was an oval conference table. The foremost seat was a massive chair seemingly crafted from purple crystal. 2 rows of seats made from blue crystal-like material flanked the sides of the table. Yi Tian gradually approached the head seat and sat down, instinctively closing his eyes to savor the moment. After a considerable time, Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, and murmured, this position is quite splendid. With that, Yi Tian stood up, arranging the residential houses, warehouses, and camps within the space, awaiting the construction crew to commence building. Completing these tasks, Yi Tian exited the Alliance space and returned to the pirate world, intending to inform Carp before heading to the world of the Bone King. However, as soon as Yi Tian appeared in the ship's cabin, he froze in place, for he spotted a figure seated in a chair nearby. Mr. Carp. Yi Tian gazed at Carp, who was seated at a desk, momentarily taken aback. Hearing this, Carp slowly raised his head, observing the black hole behind Yi Tian gradually vanishing, growing increasingly certain. After a brief silence, Carp turned directly to Yi Tian and inquired, what were you just doing? In response, Yi Tian showed no signs of concealment. Taking a sip of water from the desk before replying, nothing much. I just returned from the Alliance. Chapter 32. Gathering with Carp. Have you returned to the Alliance? Carp whispered. Indeed, what did you expect? Yi Tian replied, rolling his eyes at Carp. Suddenly, as if recalling something, He looked at Karp and said, "Oh, by the way, I must leave for a while to witness a war in a lower realm." At this, Karp abruptly lifted his head, fixating intently on Yi Tian, his mind swirling with confusion. He was exceedingly sensitive to the term war, which explained his reaction. However, it was merely a fleeting moment. Karp's expression gradually returned to calm as he inquired, "Is it an annihilation?" "No, it's simply a newly appointed boundary envoy seeking to unify the world," Yi Tian explained, slowly placing his cup down. He then advised Karp, "You should sit tight. I am about to depart." Just as he prepared to raise his hand, Karp hurriedly interjected, "Wait." Hearing this, Yi Tian halted his motion, a puzzled look crossing his face as he regarded Karp. Noticing Yi Tian's expression, Karp cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed, and said, "I've never been to another world. Could you take me along to see?" "You wish to see?" Yi Tian's brows furrowed slightly at his words. "Yes, please, can you fulfill my curiosity?" Karp urged eagerly. Yi Tian lowered his arm, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Karp as he assessed his level. Name, Monkey D. Karp. Gender, male. Position, Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Strength, Intermediate Stage 2. Abilities, Armament Hockey, Observation Hockey. Upon this, Yi Tian opened the chat group to review the members' strengths. Useless Talk, Advanced Stage 2. Red A, Intermediate Stage 1. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. Beginner Stage 1. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. Substandard, Intermediate Stage 1. Big Soup. Substandard, Intermediate Stage 3. Slime. Beginner Stage 1. Unknown Yi Tian. Advanced Stage 1. After examining the displayed strength levels, Yi Tian turned his gaze back to Karp. After scrutinizing him for a moment, he finally spoke. "You may come, but once you arrive, regardless of what transpires, you must not take action. Even if you find something intolerable, you must endure. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety." Karp nodded vigorously. "All right, I promise not to intervene, no matter what I see or what happens." "Very well, I will inform them," Yi Tian replied with a resigned nod. He then opened the chat group. Yi Tian leader, Useless Talk. "I will be bringing someone along shortly. Make sure to intimidate him." Useless Talk. "No problem. How should I scare him?" "I'll follow your instructions." Yi Tian leader, showcase all your combat power and unleash your abilities right from the start. Useless Talk. "Understood." Red A, Yi Tian. "May I ask about the sudden appearance of the strength level Intermediate Stage 1 on my profile?" Big Soup. "Same question." Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. 1 Slime. 1 Useless Talk. 1 Yi Tian leader. "That is the result derived from the Alliance's assessment of your overall strength." Yi Tian leader. "Also, the person I'm bringing is at Intermediate Stage 2, so keep that hidden." Useless Talk. Acknowledged. With that, Yi Tian exited the chat group. He looked at Karp and asked, "Aren't you going to prepare yourself?" Karp paused, then hurriedly dashed out. Moments later, he returned, having tidied his attire. Seeing this, Yi Tian chuckled softly, then slowly raised his hand, revealing a bronze-colored card. In Karp's astonished gaze, he crushed it, transforming it into a shower of sparkling stardust. Instantly, a black hole appeared before Yi Tian. "To the Overlord world," Yi Tian declared. As soon as the words left his lips, a powerful suction pulled both Yi Tian and Karp into the void. Inside the black hole, Karp gazed in awe at his surroundings. They traversed a dark tunnel, moving toward a distant point of light. Unable to contain himself, Karp swallowed hard and asked, "Yi Tian, where are we?" Without turning back, Yi Tian replied calmly, "A world passage." Stepping into the light, they emerged from the black hole. As Karp followed Yi Tian, he was enveloped in a blinding radiance, momentarily losing his vision. Before he could open his eyes, a commanding voice resonated. "Brother Yi Tian, you have finally arrived. Is the war underway?" Yi Tian's voice rang in Karp's ears. Gradually, Karp opened his eyes, his expression frozen in shock. He found himself in a grand hall, flanked by various statues and adorned with an array of banners. At the far end, on a towering throne, sat a skeleton, with 2 rows of humanoid figures standing below him. Karp sensed an overwhelming aura of power emanating from them. On either side of these figures stood dozens of imposing skeletons clad in dark armor, wielding shields and swords. Before Karp could collect his thoughts, he heard Yi Tian say, "Haven't they arrived yet?" "Not yet. A monster suddenly appeared in Big Soup's world, and they are dealing with it," Meng Tian responded. "I believe they will arrive shortly." "Oh, Wang Xiaoming, or rather, Emperor Qi, should be arriving soon as well." "Huh. Look, isn't that them?" Ain Zulgaon remarked as he looked toward Yi Tian. At this, Yi Tian turned his head to see what was happening. Karp hurriedly followed suit, glancing at the newly emerged black hole. From it stepped a figure clad in red and black armor. After surveying his surroundings, he casually greeted Yi Tian and Ain Zulgaon. "Hey, Yi Tian, you made it first." "Ain Zulgaon, I must say, your insistence on keeping Yi Tian from leaving resulted in you being just a skeleton." Ains shook his head slightly. "That's a bit late to mention. There was only 1 day left. How could I manage?" Just then, another black hole appeared beside Karp, and Meng Tian, donning violet armor and wielding a spear and shield, emerged, nodding to those present. "Apologies for my tardiness." Big Soup, clad in victory team attire, rushed in, looking flustered. "I hope I'm not late." A slime rode in on a wolf, emerging from the black hole. "Hello, everyone," Rede greeted, dressed in a striking red coat, his white hair flowing. Standing behind Yi Tian, Karp felt somewhat awkward, yet remained serious as he scrutinized the gathering crowd. Chapter 33. The Gathering. The envious Bone King observing the assembled members around him, Ain Zulgaon casually waved his hand to open a spatial gate. He then turned to Yi Tian and the others, saying, "Let us step outside for a while. I have arranged a banquet." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and followed Ain Zulgaon through the spatial gate. They arrived at a mountaintop where a vast platform had been cleared. In the center of this platform stood a long table laden with an array of fruits, fish, and meats, a veritable feast. At that moment, Ain Zulgaon approached, taking Yi Tian by the arm, and remarked, "Brother, since you have become the leader, this seat is yours. Others may sit as they wish." The members present showed little reaction, but the guardians standing behind Ains could not help but furrow their brows, puzzled as to why a mere child should occupy the main seat, especially one bestowed by the Supreme Being. However, they kept their reservations to themselves. Yi Tian, being led by Ains, smiled slightly and then paused, looking at him. "In that case, I shall not be modest, but this chair ought to be replaced." Ain Zulgaon was momentarily taken aback and then curiously inquired, "Brother, what kind of chair do you envision?" With a mysterious smile, Yi Tian addressed the assembly. "You must be aware that the Alliance space has begun construction. In the Alliance Hall, everyone will have their own designated chair, but these chairs must be claimed by you. Once accepted, you may summon your unique chair's avatar or projection in any world." After speaking, Yi Tian walked over to the prominent seat and removed it, before slowly sitting down in front of the astonished crowd. As he did so, a brilliant light erupted from beneath him, lifting him onto a grand chair crafted from amethyst. Adorning the backrest was a fist-sized emblem. The onlookers were momentarily entranced by the radiant purple glow emanating from Yi Tian's seat. Soon after, they exclaimed, "I want to go too," and, amidst the incredulous gazes of others, entered the black hole. Moments later, they emerged, beaming with delight. Then, with astonished eyes from Karp, Demigurgos, and others, they swapped the wooden chairs originally positioned beside the table for their exclusive seats. Observing the seated assembly, Yi Tian smiled gently and then reached out to lightly tap the wooden table before him. Instantly, the ordinary wooden table transformed into a lavish and resplendent Alliance conference table. At its center stood a flag made of an unknown material, featuring a blue background with a golden fist intricately embroidered in the middle. As the attendees marveled at the sudden transformation, a 5-person-sized black hole slowly opened behind Yi Tian. A troop of silver-armored soldiers wielding long spears and carrying the Alliance flag emerged, positioning themselves at either side of the gathering. The assembly felt no surprise, having already learned about these soldiers upon entering the Alliance space and their role in safeguarding the venue. With a soft smile, Yi Tian addressed the seated members. "This is our first official meeting, a time for us to become acquainted. So, please indulge yourselves in food and drink, and feel free to converse as you eat." As soon as his words fell, a flash of white light swept across the conference table, and the food that had been on the wooden table appeared instantly. Carp, seated at the end of the table, gazed in astonishment at the scene, rendered speechless by the wonders he had witnessed since arriving with Yetion, particularly the ability to summon black holes and the sudden emergence of chairs and tables. Everything before him surpassed his comprehension, leaving his mind in a state of confusion. However, upon seeing the soldiers materializing from the black hole, he sensed their formidable power, realizing that their strength could rival that of a rear admiral. With the Navy headquarters having only a limited number of rear admirals, the presence of over 100 soldiers here indicated that this was merely a fraction of their might. At that moment, the red-clad casually picked up a piece of roasted meat and smiled at the others, saying, "It turns out I was merely a guardian, an assassin, never truly inscribed on the throne of heroes. Yet, since becoming a resident envoy, I have become independent, free from the constraints of my past duties. This is something I never dared to dream of before. Ah, congratulations. It seems the future holds no limitations for you. From now on, you are crafting your own destiny," Yetion remarked, taking a sip of his drink. Hearing this, the red-clad nodded enthusiastically. Ain Zulgaon, seated beside Yetion, turned to him and Montung, saying, "You know, I find myself envious of you, Brother Montung." Montung, taken aback by Ain's unexpected comment, asked in confusion, "What do you envy about me? You lack for nothing. What could I possibly offer for envy?" Ain Zulgaon pouted slightly and replied, "Brother, you may not realize it, but when my skin first appeared, I casually glanced at it, and the envy I felt, a mere glance could have granted me a complete body. Yet, the cost was exorbitant. But who would have thought that Montung would simply purchase one? TSK, I must concede, in terms of wealth, I am not as affluent as Brother Montung." Upon hearing this, Yetion and Montung exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter. Yetion, with a playful smile, asked Ains, "Are you sure you're envious? Perhaps Brother Montung can enlighten me about the undead?" Montung, placing his food down, looked resignedly at Ains and stated, "You truly have not discovered that each individual has different conditions for redeeming skins." Chapter 34. The agitated crowd and the uncertain Carp. Upon hearing the words, Ain Zulgaon found himself momentarily frozen in place, staring blankly at the crowd and asking, "The conditions for exchange are different? What does that mean? Let me clarify." Yetion replied, casting a sidelong glance at the still bewildered Ains. "While skin can grant us various abilities, ordinary skin merely requires some gold. However, as a member of the undead, acquiring skin without altering your inherent attributes is a different matter altogether. Such a feat demands a substantial amount of alliance exchange points. Does it not?" Ains nodded in understanding. Yetion continued, "You must recognize that items which are difficult to obtain in any context are inherently elusive. Take Meng Tian, for instance. He is fundamentally human. After purchasing a dragon hunter skin, he merely gained a slight advantage over dragons, with the rest being merely a change in attire." As soon as Yetion finished speaking, Meng Tian nodded in agreement. Ains, however, was instantly enveloped in a cloud of frustration. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "So what do we do? How can we acquire alliance exchange points? I am completely at a loss." Yetion cleared his throat and turned to address the assembly. "This is precisely what I wish to discuss." At this, the crowd perked up. Even Carp, who had been seated at the back, paused his meal, eager to learn about Yetion's plans, which was the very reason he had shamelessly joined them. Noticing the audience's rapt attention, Yetion smiled lightly and continued, "Since our alliance has gained military strength, I have received a task of considerable significance. We are the alliance against anomalies from various realms, and there exists a world where humanity's reckless actions have unleashed a virus, precipitating an apocalypse and mass extinction. Moreover, that world lacks a stationed envoy, hence." At this juncture, the crowd grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing it was indeed a mission. Red A was the first to speak up. "So, what shall we do?" The others echoed, "Yes, Yetion, please tell us how we can assist." Seeing their eager expressions, Yetion decided not to prolong their anticipation and stated, "We must cleanse the world, establish a stationed envoy, and bring the perpetrators to justice. thereby restoring the world to its former state. This will also yield a considerable amount of exchange points for us. The crowd erupted in excitement, urging Yi Tian to proceed. He chuckled softly and reassured them, there's no need to rush. This task involves world cleansing, which qualifies as a war. We need to activate the war channel, and since our alliance's military strength is somewhat lacking, we must wait a few days. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell into a contemplative silence. Ains, sitting nearby, interjected, "Is our military strength insufficient?" Yi Tian shook his head, replying, "It's not that it's insufficient. Rather, the Alliance's military strength has not reached the required threshold to activate the channel." "Very well," Ains acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. Daegu, seated beside them, raised his hand and inquired, "How can we rapidly increase our military strength?" Yi Tian shook his head slowly, saying, "I do not know, for now. We can only let it increase naturally." Daegu nodded in resignation. "Once our military strength is sufficient, can I lead my subordinates into that world for battle?" Meng Tian asked. "Indeed, that is the plan. How many do you intend to take?" Yi Tian asked, curious about Meng Tian's capacity to summon his forces. Meng Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I believe we need to leave at least 200,000 troops at the border of Xianyou. I have 300,000 in total, so I will take 100,000. Meanwhile, Ains turned to Demiurge, and after a brief discussion, he stated, "I can mobilize 3 million troops. If that proves insufficient, I can always convert more." The crowd gasped in astonishment, staring at him in disbelief. Yi Tian, who understood the nature of the undead, was less surprised. However, the revelation astounded the others, especially Karp, who found it terrifying that one individual could muster 3 million troops. At that moment, Rimuru, seated nearby, chimed in, "I can only bring a modest number of goblins and direwolves." Yi Tian nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "All right, let us not dwell on these matters now. Enjoy the feast, and when the time comes, I will notify you to gather your subordinates." The crowd nodded in agreement. This gathering only heightened Karp's unease, as he sensed that if these individuals so desired, they could easily dismantle the world government of his realm. Yi Tian, unfazed by Karp's trepidation, turned to Wenshishi with a teasing smile and asked, "How does it feel to be targeted and labeled as a world destroyer in every realm you visit?" Wenshishi paused, visibly agitated. "That infuriates me. I was simply enjoying my travels when I encountered this chaos." Yi Tian burst into laughter at Wenshishi's exasperation, saying, "Do not fret. You will come to understand in due time. Your power has yet to reach its zenith. Once you recall your memories, that will be your moment of ascendance. I eagerly await your ancestral transformation." Wenshishi merely scoffed at this. Karp, however, halted his actions, staring at Wenshishi in disbelief. To his eyes, Wenshishi appeared to be an ordinary man. Yet, he was intensely curious about Yi Tian's words. How could an ordinary individual possibly embody the title of World Destroyer? Was it perhaps related to his armor? As this thought crossed his mind, Karp became increasingly convinced that Yi Tian was alluding to the power Wenshishi would wield once clad in armor. Chapter 35. Karp, I have a somewhat immature idea. At this thought, Karp felt an involuntary tightening in his heart as a rather immature notion gradually took shape in his mind. He glanced around and soon spotted a person who seemed quite honest and trustworthy. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, he quietly moved his small wooden chair closer. Sitting down beside this individual, Karp surveyed the area, realizing that few were paying him any mind. He then nudged the person beside him and whispered, "Hello, I am Karp, and I came here with Yi Tian. May I ask your surname?" Upon hearing this, Daegu was suddenly enlightened. He glanced at Yi Tian, who was busy eating, then turned his head toward Karp and replied, "I am Jinjiao Daegu. What is it you need?" Karp's heart leaped with joy upon receiving a response, and, like a thief, he scanned the surroundings before murmuring, "Well, I have a somewhat immature idea and would like to hear your opinion." Daegu was momentarily taken aback, but then chuckled softly, saying, "Go ahead." Karp hesitated before asking, "I was wondering if your alliance is recruiting? How does one apply to join?" He shot off 3 questions in quick succession, leaving Daegu bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, Daegu looked at Karp with a strange expression and asked, "You want to join us?" Upon hearing Daegu articulate his thoughts, Karp nodded eagerly. Understanding dawned on Daegu, and he slowly raised his head, preparing to call out to Yi Tian. However, Karp quickly pulled him back, saying, "Hold on. Please don't mention it yet. This is just a somewhat immature idea, and I wanted to ask if it would be possible." Daegu looked at Karp with a resigned expression and asked, "What makes you want to join us?" Karp was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes darted around before lighting up as he exclaimed, "There is so much delicious food here. I want to join." He trailed off. Daegu rolled his eyes at Karp's response and said, "Be honest." Clearing his throat, Karp replied, "I want to become a certain ambassador to the realms." After pondering for a moment, he spoke with a longing expression. Daegu nodded, believing that only such a role could attract someone. Then, meeting Karp's eager gaze, Daegu slowly inquired, "Why is that?" "You must understand that there are already people from your world involved. Even if you wish to become an ambassador, you cannot represent your world unless Yi Tian willingly steps aside." Karp's eyes began to flicker as he pondered this. Then he said, "Well, I mainly want to witness what the powerful beings from outside are like." Daegu nodded slowly, then stated, "First of all, you should know that I cannot decide this matter. If you truly wish to pursue it, you should ask Yi Tian. I cannot provide any further information." Karp's hopeful expression dimmed slightly, but he still persisted, looking at Daegu and asking, "Do you know how one might apply to join your alliance?" Daegu, exasperated, rolled his eyes and replied, "I don't know. I was directly recruited." Karp nodded, seemingly understanding, and remarked, "I see. You were specially invited." Without waiting for Daegu's response, Karp hurriedly moved his small stool to sit beside Meng Tian. Meng Tian was taken aback when Karp, like a thief, settled next to him. He scanned the area and caught sight of Daegu shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. Just as Meng Tian was about to inquire, Karp leaned in and whispered, "Brother, I have a somewhat immature idea and would appreciate any advice you could offer." Upon hearing this, Meng Tian chuckled and looked at Karp with interest, saying, "Go ahead." Karp cautiously asked, "Is your alliance still recruiting? How might I apply? Could you guide me?" Meng Tian couldn't help but laugh heartily at Karp's cautious demeanor and replied with amusement, "You want to join the alliance but can't find a way in? Why not just approach Yi Tian directly?" Karp eagerly nodded, affirming, "Exactly, that's what I mean. Please enlighten me." Meng Tian laughed uproariously, oblivious to Karp's stealthy manner. His laughter drew the attention of others who were eating. Yi Tian looked over and asked, "What is going on? Why are you so merry?" Meng Tian, still chuckling, turned to Yi Tian and said, "Yi Tian, this person you brought wants to join the alliance, and you're unaware?" Yi Tian's face broke into a smile as he turned to Karp. "Mr. Karp wishes to join the alliance?" Karp felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon him and nodded, somewhat embarrassed. Yi Tian chuckled lightly. "Unfortunately, the alliance currently has no openings. So you must abandon that notion. However, could you share why you wish to join?" Karp's face flushed slightly as he cleared his throat and said, "Because the alliance you all represent aligns perfectly with my sense of justice." Yi Tian let out a hearty laugh, shaking his head. "This places me in a difficult position. Joining the alliance isn't solely about justice. There exists darkness as well. I advise you to contemplate this thoroughly. If you truly decide, I may be able to assist you." Karp fell silent for a moment, nodding thoughtfully before gradually taking a seat. Lost in contemplation, Karp's thoughts rendered him inscrutable to those around him. After Karp's matter was settled, the group resumed their feasting. Eventually, Yi Tian set down his chopsticks, picked up a napkin, and wiped his mouth clean. He scanned the table and noticed that everyone had nearly finished their meal. Turning to Ain Zulgaon, he inquired, "So, when do you think the war you mentioned will commence?" Ain Zulgaon paused, then consulted with Demiurge, who stood nearby, before responding, "Soon." Yi Tian nodded slowly, his gaze drifting to Albedo, who stood behind Ain's, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He then turned to Ain's, a half-smile on his face, and said, "Old friend, there is something I believe you should consider." Demiurge and Albedo, who had been observing the interaction, also turned their attention to Yi Tian. "Do you recall the modifications made to a particular NPC when the server was shut down?" Yi Tian asked, his eyes sparkling with interest as he looked at Albedo. Chapter 36. Perhaps you should revert your name? Gazing into Yi Tian's enigmatic eyes, Ainsul Gown was momentarily taken aback before slowly turning to look at Albedo beside him. As if a realization dawned upon him. With a hint of awkwardness, he addressed Yi Tian, saying, "Ahem, well, you must take responsibility for your own actions. They have all become living beings standing before you. What do you expect?" Witnessing this, Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. The others, who had just set down their bowls and chopsticks, turned their gazes towards Ainsul Gown, inquiring, "Old Bone, is there something amiss?" Hastily, Ainsul Gown waved his hands in denial, exclaiming, "Do not heed the nonsense of my younger brother Yi Tian. There is nothing wrong, just a trivial matter." Observing this, Yi Tian cleared his throat, adopting an elder's tone as he remarked, "Old Bone, it is not just me who is saying this. Their intentions are rather evident. Why not respond to them?" Demigul Gus, standing behind Ainsul Gown, adjusted his glasses and whispered to Albedo, "Your good fortune has arrived." Taken aback, Albedo replied, "What good fortune? Did you not comprehend what the Supreme One's friends were discussing?" Demigul Gus asked, somewhat exasperated. "No, I merely observed them questioning the Supreme One." Albedo replied softly, "The human seated at the head, named Yi Tian, was referring to you. He implied that the Supreme One should marry you." Demigul Gus elucidated, a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Albedo's face flushed crimson, her gaze filled with adoration as she looked at Ainsul Gown, momentarily deaf to all surrounding sounds. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Ainsul Gown became increasingly flustered, eager to explain himself. However, just as he was about to speak, a green glow suddenly erupted above his head, extinguishing his fervor in an instant. Yi Tian, seated beside him, was momentarily stunned by Ain's abrupt halt, before breaking into hearty laughter. The others quickly grasped the situation and joined in the mirth. Observing the laughter that enveloped the table, Ainsul Gown could only helplessly shrug and declare, "Now do you understand?" As laughter subsided, Yi Tian took a deep breath, gently patting Ain's shoulder. "I see. But this matter is easily resolved. You might want to explore the skin mall. Surely there exists something suitable for you." Hearing Yi Tian's suggestion, Ainsul Gown could only nod in resignation, indicating his understanding. Just as he was about to voice a thought, Yi Tian interjected, "You might as well change your name back. There is no need for it now that you have become the ambassador of the realm, as few can traverse here anymore." Taken aback, Ainsul Gown turned slowly to face the two behind him. Upon doing so, he found Albedo blushing and gazing at him, while Demigul Gus slightly bowed. Nodding thoughtfully, he asked Yi Tian, "Very well. Then, what do you think I should be called? Flying Squirrel? Or perhaps Suzuki Wataru?" Yi Tian paused, contemplative, before finally responding. "Suzuki Wataru was your name in the previous world. Since you have arrived here, it is best to bid farewell to it. Henceforth, let your name be Flying Squirrel." Listening to Yi Tian's words, Ain succumbed to deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "All right. I shall henceforth be known as Flying Squirrel, and I will no longer be alone." With that, Flying Squirrel lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of his companions, who nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to him, Albedo behind him radiated an unusual excitement. To her, the name Ainsul Gown held no significance. Her loyalty had always been with Flying Squirrel. "Very well, let us proceed to the battlefield as Old Bone suggested," Yi Tian declared, rising from his seat. The amethyst-like chair beneath him vanished at that moment. The group nodded in unison, standing and looking towards Flying Squirrel. In response, Flying Squirrel cast a spell, conjuring a spatial portal that appeared silently before them. After preparing to depart, Flying Squirrel turned to Yi Tian and the others. "Crossing through this portal will lead us to the camp on the battlefield. The opposing forces should be assembled by now." Yi Tian nodded slowly, and under Flying Squirrel's guidance, they stepped into the portal. At the boundary between the kingdom and the empire, the army of the kingdom had formed their ranks, while the empire's troops stood ready at their encampment. Yet, none dared make a move, for they were aware that a crucial figure had yet to arrive, Flying Squirrel. As if in silent agreement, both factions remained still, awaiting Flying Squirrel's arrival. At that moment, before the gaze of hundreds of thousands, a spatial portal gradually opened outside the Empire's encampment. A figure, both familiar and feared, stepped forth. As they beheld this figure emerging from the portal, their hearts raced, and a cacophony of thoughts echoed in their minds. He comes, he comes. However, upon seeing Flying Squirrel accompanied by two subordinates, they noticed that the portal had not yet closed. Just then, a diminutive figure emerged from the portal, capturing their attention. Following this child, a series of flags appeared in succession from the portal. Subsequently, soldiers clad in silver armor, wielding long spears and banners, emerged with a commanding presence. Once these soldiers had fully assembled, they stood resolutely behind Yi Tian, their demeanor exuding authority, remaining silent. After all the soldiers had exited, several individuals in varied attire also stepped forth from the portal, at which point it slowly closed. Gazing at the vast kingdom army before them, Yi Tian inquired, "Old Bone, are those the individuals?" Flying Squirrel nodded slowly, affirming, "Indeed, they are." In response, Yi Tian replied with a nod, "That is to be expected. The kingdom's system is outdated, and they are incapable of forming a formidable fighting force, as the lords within the kingdom fight their own battles." Chapter 37. Mutation. Upon hearing the words, everyone turned their gaze towards Yi Tian, and the members of the group nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his statement. They were well aware of the system within the kingdom, including its shortcomings and flaws. However, an imperial general standing behind the crowd appeared perplexed. Yet he soon comprehended the essence of Yi Tian's words. At that moment, a figure clad in ornate armor briskly exited the camp. He had been awaiting the arrival of the Flying Mouse, but just moments ago, a soldier reported that the Flying Mouse had reached the camp, accompanied by unfamiliar humans. Consequently, upon receiving the report, he hurriedly approached the encampment to ascertain the situation. As he arrived, he noticed Yi Tian standing alongside the Flying Mouse, flanked by a group of individuals. Among them were the two subordinates of the Flying Mouse he had encountered in the Great Tomb of Nazareth, who were now positioned behind this assembly. This sight left him somewhat bewildered. He could not fathom why these individuals shared an equal standing with the king of the undead. However, his confusion deepened when he observed the unfamiliar banners held by the soldiers surrounding them. The insignia was entirely foreign to him, a design he had never seen in this world. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. He approached the group with a demeanor of deference and slight humility. Addressing the Flying Mouse, "Welcome, great king of the undead, supreme sovereign." In response, the Flying Mouse slowly turned his head, casually nodded, and then looked at Yi Tian, saying, "Little brother, I believe you are familiar with this individual." Hearing the Flying Mouse's teasing tone, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile slightly before responding, "Indeed, he is the subordinate of the Blood Emperor, one of the 4 knights of the Empire, Anak, known as the Gale." Upon hearing this, the Flying Mouse nodded, then redirected his attention to the few individuals beside him. "So, what do you think? I brought you here for a spectacle, and I did not deceive you, did I?" Montian was the first to respond. "Heh, Old Bone, quite impressive. If there are more such performances in the future, do call upon me. We can strategize together." The Flying Mouse shot him a glance, then replied, "Enough of that. My warfare does not require strategy, brute force suffices." This statement elicited laughter from the crowd, while Montian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, smacked his forehead. "I forgot. You are indeed the undead." Yi Tian also chuckled at Montian's remark. Anak, observing the indifference of those around him, felt a surge of frustration. However, recalling the purpose of his presence as a military observer, he managed to suppress his irritation. After a moment, Yi Tian slowly inquired, "So, how do you plan to initiate the war? Will you send a magical pursuit after them?" At this, the Flying Mouse, who had just raised his hand, halted abruptly, looking at Yi Tian with a hint of exasperation. "I haven't even unleashed it yet, and you've already revealed it?" Not leaving them any suspense. With a chuckle, he added, "Go ahead, take the stage. I shall not disturb you." Following this, Yi Tian stood firm, silent. The onlookers watched in wide-eyed anticipation as the Flying Mouse gradually lifted his hand, and an almost tangible magic circle erupted around him. He began to chant the incantation. However, At that moment, a streak of light suddenly shot towards the magic circle, shattering it instantaneously. The previously relaxed crowd grew tense. Yi Tian stepped forward, addressing the flying mouse. Old bone, return. This world is undergoing a mutation. In response, the flying mouse took a step back to stand beside Yi Tian, his expression grave as he scanned the opposing royal army, searching for the one who had disrupted his magic circle. Is it a player? The flying mouse asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Yi Tian, however, remained silent, immersed in the chat group. On his leader interface, a new task materialized. Ding. Detected an anomaly in the world's trajectory caused by unauthorized travelers. A task has been issued immediately. Task description: the world currently has a resident envoy, and the sudden appearance of unauthorized travelers has led to a mutation. The will of the world entrusts the Alliance to identify and punish the intruders and reclaim the systems from their possession. Task reward: participants will receive 2,000 exchange points and a single lottery draw, along with an invitation. Task failure: should the world succumb to the intruders, it will reset in 2 centuries. The resident envoy will be dismissed, and Alliance members and their subordinates will be repatriated. Yi Tian gazed at the task that had suddenly appeared, momentarily taken aback. He then let out a wry smile and shared the task within the chat group for all to see. Subsequently, he exited the chat group, took 2 steps forward, and a radiant light emanated from the emblem on his chest. Before the astonished eyes of the soldiers and high-ranking officials of both the kingdom and the empire, Yi Tian was enveloped in the light, transforming his attire in an instant. Now donned in a flowing white robe adorned with mysterious threads depicting celestial bodies. His previously short hair cascaded into long, flowing locks, billowing in the wind. Behind him, the sun and moon seemed to circulate, with a grand sun appearing above his head. His companions also revealed their emblems, donning garments akin to Yi Tian's. Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes, surveying the surroundings with a cold gaze before fixing his attention on the royal army. He then spoke, his voice resonating throughout the skies. Imbued with the authority of the world's will, I am the leader of the Alliance against world anomalies. To the unauthorized travelers before me, you have 2 choices. First, immediately cease your resistance, surrender your unlawfully possessed systems, and adhere to the rules set forth by the world's will and my Alliance, subject to forced repatriation, or live out your life in this world under the scrutiny of the world's will. Second, if you choose to continue resisting, we shall impose sanctions and judgment upon you, forcibly reclaiming your unlawfully held systems, the consequences of which will be dire. Yi Tian's voice echoed with the weight of the world's will, suppressing all present. Anak and Kapu, positioned behind them, were drenched in sweat, kneeling upon the ground, while others had already collapsed in submission. This was a manifestation of the world's will. They possessed no means to resist. Is this the resident envoy? I think I understand a bit more now, Kapu murmured, gazing at the figures suspended in the air. Just then, amidst the astonished stares of the crowd, a young man accompanied by 1,000-strong guards stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Tian and the flying mouse. He then spoke with a harsh tone. Unauthorized travelers? You certainly excel at casting judgments. Can you enlighten me about that undead race on your side? Is he not a traveler as well? TSK, what a double standard. Chapter 38, The Hidden Card of Morong Quang? Upon hearing the words, Yi Tian, with an expression as stoic as stone, uttered, as you can see, indeed. But this is under the consent of the world's will, and the trajectory of this world's future development is thus determined. Therefore, he bears no guilt, while you, having traversed unlawfully and possessed a system illicitly, are guilty of grave offenses. The flying mouse, who had been standing beside Yi Tian, hesitated upon hearing the man's words. However, after listening to Yi Tian's proclamation, his heart steadied. What nonsense! We all traverse the realms. Why am I the only one being targeted? Why is it only I who am condemned? I reject such regulations and will never concede. If a battle is upon us, I shall stand my ground. Do you think I fear you? The youth shouted defiantly at Yi Tian and his companions. At that moment, while engaging in dialogue with Yi Tian, The youth also communicated with his system. System, what is happening? Why is this situation unfolding? What are they actually doing? He inquired directly. Ding. Host. They are the alliance against anomalies of all realms. However, it is merely a nascent alliance. Thus their true combat power is not formidable. As long as you repel them, this world shall belong to you, and they will no longer be able to enter or impede you. Very well, if that is the case. As he spoke, the youth gradually lifted his head, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he declared, I shall offer the souls of all those kingdom soldiers who lie defenseless on the ground. Ding. Due to the influence of the world's will and the alliance against anomalies, please eliminate them so the system can absorb their souls. Understood. The youth nodded slowly, then turned to his 1,000-strong guard and commanded, slay all these kingdom soldiers. Hunt their souls. Yes. The command was executed, and the 1,000-strong guard dispersed in an instant to eliminate the fallen kingdom soldiers. The youth began to exchange these souls within the system for various skills and more troops. On the opposite side, Yi Tian observed their actions and urgently called out, Stop! Just as he prepared to take action, a notification appeared. Ding! Detection of an unlawful traveler collecting the souls of defenseless individuals. Please immediately exit the status of the Alliance's envoy. Upon seeing this, Yi Tian hastily turned to his companions, saying, Everyone, exit the envoy's status and intercept him. He is harvesting those souls. Upon hearing this, the group quickly nodded in agreement, withdrawing from the envoy status and charging toward the traveler. Yi Tian descended slowly, addressing the just-risen Kapu. Did you not wish to join us? Here is your chance. Help us eliminate that unlawful traveler and contribute significantly to the alliance. I shall allow you to join. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Kapu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly nodded. All right, no backing out. No backing out, Yi Tian replied sternly. Haha, I shall await my contribution. With that, he swiftly advanced toward the traveler, utilizing a technique akin to the moonwalk. At the same time, Anak, stunned, turned to Yi Tian and asked urgently, Can I participate? If I kill him, can I join you? Yi Tian turned his head slowly, glancing at him with indifference before responding, Yes, but remember to act within your limits. After that, he paid him no further attention. Yi Tian stepped forward, and with each advance, pieces of armor materialized around him. Once fully clad in armor, a shield and a long spear appeared in his hands. He placed the spear on the ground and suddenly conjured a flag, thrusting it into the earth. Raising his voice to the heavens, he bellowed, Return, Mongolian army. As his voice faded, a mist of blood erupted from the flag, revealing thousands of soldiers clad in black armor standing behind Yi Tian. Roar! Kill! Witnessing this, Yi Tian released the flag and grasped the shield and spear, his eyes fiercely fixed on the traveler engaged in battle with his companions, shouting, Kill! 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 The soldiers followed suit, marching resolutely forward. The flag, once planted in the ground, was seized by a black-armored warrior, raised high to flutter in the wind. The traveler, amidst the fray with the others, laughed maniacally. Do you think that just because you have relieved the pressure, I can no longer collect souls? Do you take me, Moron Quang, for a fool? Saying this, he struck a charging slime away with a punch, swiftly unsheathing his long sword to deflect a dual-wielding attack from Red A. Then kicked him aside. Just then, Meng Tian lunged forward with a spear thrust. As the weapon approached him, Moron Quang's pupils constricted sharply, and he dodged to the side, yet still received a wound on his shoulder from the spear. Blood seeped from the injury, and the pain ignited a furious cry from Moron Quang. He grasped the spear embedded in his shoulder and yanked it out with force. Meng Tian was momentarily taken aback by this display, but prepared to intensify his assault. However, Moron Quang retreated explosively, roaring to his followers, Hasten your pace and kill them. We are nearly there. Yes. The 1,000-strong guard responded in unison, quickening their pace. While the kingdom's soldiers could only attempt to resist, falling one after another to the onslaught. The souls of the slain were instantly collected by Moron Quang's system. Upon hearing Moron Quang's command, the group paused momentarily before launching another attack. Injured, Moron Quang could only barely fend off their strikes. accumulating more and more wounds upon his body. After narrowly blocking an attack from Meng Tian, Kapu followed up with a punch that sent him flying. Spinning a few times in the air, Murong Quang crashed onto the ground. As the others prepared to catch their breath, he pushed himself up with his sword, gazing at them with disdain. "You hypocritical lot." Murong Quang swayed unsteadily at first, but as he gradually regained his balance, the system's voice resonated in his mind. "Ding. Host's preset item price has been satisfied. Purchasing. Purchase successful. Loading. Loading complete." As the voice echoed in his mind, a manic smile crept upon Murong Quang's face as he regarded the approaching group. Covered in blood, his smile bore a devilish quality, imparting an uncanny impact. In this moment, he resembled the very essence of a demon. "You cannot kill me, nor can you send me back, nor can you punish me. Allow me to show you the power bestowed upon me by the divine." Red A, poised to deliver a fatal blow, furrowed his brow, then abruptly retreated. His gaze fixed intently on the golden aura rising from Murong Quang's body. Chapter 39. Murong Quang's request. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Yi Tian's eyes narrowed instinctively. He understood that anything associated with divine matters is invariably fraught with complications. Furthermore, he was oblivious to the nature and purpose of Murong Quang's system, leading him to conjecture that it might incite violence. With this thought in mind, Yi Tian commanded the Meng family army to intercept Murong Quang's escort. He positioned himself to the side, pondering the trump card that Murong Quang was poised to reveal. "All adversaries, tremble before me. All wicked souls, fear my power." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's gaze turned icy, and he bellowed at the now inactive crowd, "Act now. We must not allow him to complete his incantation, or he will become even more formidable." Murong Quang was momentarily taken aback by these words, yet his urgency escalated, prompting him to hasten the pace of his words. In response to Yi Tian's command, the surrounding individuals sprang into action. Daegu, stationed at the periphery, aimed his Victory Hi-Pa gun at Murong Quang and promptly pulled the trigger. A beam of searing light shot towards Murong Quang's face. Beside Yi Tian, Min Yasi inserted his belt. Masked Rider Kuga. Upon hearing the sound emanating from Min Yasi's belt, Yi Tian smiled subtly and nodded in encouragement. "Go forth. This one is mine." Kapu laughed heartily, raising his fist to strike at Murong Quang. The arena was soon awash with vibrant colors, and the cacophony of explosions erupted. Boom. Just as Murong Quang narrowly evaded Daegu's laser, he was unable to escape the brunt of Kapu's punch, which sent him soaring. Yet, at that moment, Murong Quang managed to utter a few fragmented words, "The formidable mark of the camel that I raise." Instantly, he halted his backward flight, his body coming to rest on the ground as his golden aura reached its zenith. Yi Tian could not help but murmur the camel incantation from the Godslayer. However, as soon as the words left his lips, a slight smirk crept onto his face, and he added, "But even if you manage to obtain such power, what then? You cannot defeat even Kapu, let alone the Emperor Rider. You are utterly incapable of enduring the ultimate techniques of others." As if on cue, Red A, standing not far from Murong Quang, began to recite the incantation for his inherent domain. Meng Tian also gathered energy within, his body slightly sinking as he raised his spear, its tip directed at Murong Quang. Fei Shu stood at a distance, chanting spells, while Demios and Yalbed swiftly transformed to launch an assault on Murong Quang. Kapu, witnessing Murong Quang rising, swiftly charged in once more, lifting his fist for another strike. Boom, boom, boom. All attacks converged upon a single point, resulting in a tremendous explosion of dust and debris. Nonetheless, Murong Quang retreated several meters, his expression twisted in fury as he glared at the attackers. With dirt-covered hands, he tightened his grip on his longsword and charged at Kapu. Clang! The sword met Kapu's fist, enveloped in armed color. Murong Quang's eyes widened in disbelief as he swiftly retreated, astonished that his strike had failed to breach Kapu's defenses. Cursing inwardly, he thought, "What a monstrous being." Dodging Kapu's incoming punch, he prepared to attack the Emperor Rider instead. Clang, clang, clang. Listening to the sound of his sword scraping against the Emperor Rider's armor, Morong Quang paused, then hastily retreated, staring in shock at the Emperor Rider. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Red A's inherent domain rapidly unfurled, enveloping the arena and all present within its confines. Observing the myriad swords embedded in the ground, Morong Quang's heart began to race. As Red A's voice resonated, the swords trembled and began to levitate. Go! At his command, the floating swords shot towards Morong Quang like shooting stars. In disbelief, Morong Quang exclaimed, "What the?" He hastily inquired of his system. "Did you not claim they were a nascent alliance? Not powerful? What is this situation? I can't even breach their defenses. How am I meant to fight?" Beep. System automatically disengaging. Host, we shall meet again in the future. This system will remember the soul you contributed. May the mountains remain unchanged and the waters flow forever. Until we meet again. Upon receiving this information in his mind, Morong Quang was momentarily stunned, then suddenly threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He finally comprehended the true nature of his system, realizing he had been manipulated into believing it lacked autonomy. And he had genuinely fallen for it. No wonder these people accused him of possessing an illegal system, considering how he acquired points through exchanges. It was evident that using souls as a currency was indeed illicit. Just as Morong Quang was lost in thought, Kapu's fist collided with his head, sending him stumbling backward. Countless shimmering swords arced through the sky, hurtling towards Morong Quang's position. In an instant, the swords pierced through his body and lodged into the ground. At that moment, Morong Quang managed a sorrowful smile, gazing despondently at the crowd before him. "I was wrong. I accept the crimes you have laid upon me. However, that illegal system has severed its ties with me. You must capture it and avenge me." As his voice faded, Morong Quang collapsed onto the ground. Yi Tian approached slowly, observing the fallen figure of Morong Quang, and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "Even without your words, I would fulfill my promise. Not a single illegal system shall escape." At that moment, a luminous interface appeared before Yi Tian. "Detected, Supreme Exchange System. Would you like to capture it?" "Capture." Yi Tian responded solemnly. "Capturing in progress." "Capture complete." Analysis. The Supreme Exchange System, originating from the Demon Realm's Demon Lord, seeks to revive through potent souls. All commodities are exchanged using the balance principle, trading souls. System nature, evil. System options. 1. Submit to the Alliance. The Alliance will extract the balance principle for updating the Alliance Mall. 2. Destroy and submit to the Alliance for dismantling. Yi Tian paused at the options presented before him, a smile gradually forming on his lips as he chose the first option. The Alliance Mall is updating. Please wait. Watching the text appear on the interface, Yi Tian casually closed it and turned to Red A. "All right, lift the domain." Chapter 40. Carp joins the Alliance upon hearing the words. Red A slowly nodded and then dispelled the barrier. As the world before them shimmered, everyone found themselves back on the battlefield. Gazing across the scene, Yi Tian let out a sigh, then spoke. "The criminals have been punished, and the world can return to its rightful path. Morong Quang, though manipulated, has come to regret his actions. After his punishment, he may be reborn." At this, everyone's attention turned to Yi Tian. Meanwhile, Fei Shu looked at Yi Tian with a puzzled expression and asked, "Does that really matter? Can we actually influence his reincarnation?" Hearing this, the others nodded in confusion. Yi Tian observed their bewildered faces and shook his head, saying, "Have you forgotten? I mentioned the duties of the World Guardian at the start." He paused, and they fell silent, recalling his earlier words. Just then, the sky abruptly darkened, and a colossal eye appeared, accompanied by the sound of thunder, signaling its extraordinary nature. Seeing this, Yi Tian stepped forward, fixing his gaze on the eye without uttering a word. Although the surrounding crowd was uncertain, they instinctively positioned themselves behind Yi Tian, all staring at the eye in the sky. After a prolonged silence, a cold voice echoed from above, approved. It then addressed Yi Tian again, stating, "Today, due to unforeseen circumstances, the trajectory of the world has shifted. The Alliance and its affiliates shall retain their memories, while others will have theirs erased, returning to the world's original path." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian nodded slowly and turned his attention to the sparkling lights descending from the sky. As these lights touched the ground, they felt a momentary blurring of vision, and suddenly they were back at the entrance of the Imperial camp, with the battlefield restored to its pre-fight state. At that moment, Anak slowly approached from behind the camp, his demeanor obsequious yet slightly humble, and exclaimed, "You have arrived. Powerful undead king, supreme overlord." Karp stood beside him, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene around him. After a long moment, he sighed. "So this is the power of the World Guardian?" Upon hearing Anak's words, Fei Shu looked towards Yi Tian, eager to gauge his thoughts. He was still bewildered, uncertain about what was happening. Noticing this, Yi Tian smiled gently and said, "Just continue as usual. Remember to perform the sacrificial magic for the Dark Mother Goat soon. Do everything as you envision it." Fei Shu nodded earnestly. Now, as a member of the undead, his perspective had shifted. He felt indifferent towards non-player characters, sometimes pitying the sacrifices made by the good-hearted. His emotions found perfect expression within the alliance, fostering a deep connection with Yi Tian and the others. Yet he felt detached from the humanity of this alternate world. Therefore, he held no resistance to Yi Tian's guidance. Fei Shu stepped forward and extended his hand, conjuring magic. A series of magical circles emerged beneath him, soaring skyward. However, unlike in the scripted events, he patiently awaited the magic to take effect. Yi Tian, meanwhile, remained silent, conversing amiably with those beside him. Karp swallowed nervously and looked at Yi Tian, who smiled faintly in response. "This is the agreement signed with the will of the world. We possess the powers of inspection, protection, punishment, and judgment. As long as we adhere to the rules, we will reap benefits and retain our memories." With this, Yi Tian turned to the group and announced, "The task is complete. I have submitted it, and the rewards will be distributed shortly. Please check for them." Everyone nodded in acknowledgement and began to look for their rewards. Standing behind Yi Tian, Karp's lips moved as myriad thoughts swirled in his mind. Unable to contain himself, he finally spoke up. However, before Karp could finish, Yi Tian interrupted, a flash of light appearing in his hand. "Karp." Startled, Karp turned to Yi Tian, whose hand now held an envelope, a smile spreading across his face. He quickly stood upright and replied, "Yes. Your invaluable contributions in eliminating illegal travelers and reclaiming the unlawful system have been noted. I now present you with this invitation," Yi Tian declared, preparing to hand the envelope to Karp. Karp hastily extended both hands, his expression grave as he prepared to accept it. Just as Yi Tian was about to place the invitation in his palm, he paused, looking intently at Karp. "There is something you must know." Karp became anxious at this, quickly replying, "Tell me, and I will comply. You must not disclose excessive information about the Alliance to others, nor reveal the identities of its members. Everything is subordinate to the orders of the Alliance leader, which is me. Most importantly, although you have joined the Alliance, you will not yet become a World Guardian," Yi Tian stated solemnly, enunciating each word carefully. Upon hearing this, Karp nodded gravely. "I understand. Very well, then. Welcome to the Alliance. Within it, you will witness a broader world and acquire powers far greater than what you possess now. In time, you will find that the world government is not as formidable as it seems," Yi Tian said, smiling at Karp. "Yes," Karp replied, solemnly accepting the invitation from Yi Tian's hands. However, once he held it, he stood there in a daze, staring at Yi Tian. How do I use this?" In response, Yi Tian shot him a bemused glance and said, "Open it and take out the contents. It's that simple." "Oh, okay," Karp replied, hastily tearing open the envelope and retrieving a card emblazoned with the Alliance's emblem. He held the card in his hands, glancing around with excitement. Yi Tian shook his head slightly and instructed, "Place the card against your forehead, and that will suffice." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Karp nodded and slowly pressed the card to his forehead. Chapter 41. Let us get engaged, old bones. After Cap affixed the card to his forehead, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, Your Excellency. You have received an invitation to the Alliance against anomalies of all realms. As you have entered this alliance through an invitation, you will undergo a 1-month probation period. During this time, you are free to speak within the Alliance group, but you will not possess the rights to access the Alliance space, open the Alliance Marketplace, or obtain the Ambassador Badge. Upon completion of your probation, please submit a written application to the Alliance leader. Upon their approval, you will become a formal member with the following rights: access to the Alliance Marketplace, Alliance Space, World Traversal, and the Ambassador role. For World Traversal, you must inform the leader and the members of the world you intend to traverse, and upon obtaining their consent, you may proceed. As for the Ambassador role, please submit your application after your probation, and it will be assigned and taught by the leader. As long as you do not engage in senseless killings or severely threaten the world's operation, all your actions within that world will be deemed lawful. Cap gazed at the information on the luminous screen, his smile unwavering. He felt elated, convinced that his choice was indeed correct, even if he was merely a probationary member. However, at that moment, the magic incantation of the flying mouse concluded. Like a gentle breeze, the nearest soldiers of the kingdom collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Anak, standing behind the flying mouse, was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape, his eyes fixed on the fallen soldiers. The soldiers of the Empire, lined up on either side of the camp, were equally taken aback by the scene before them. At this moment, approximately half of the soldiers in the kingdom's army lay unconscious on the ground. What do you think? The flying mouse asked Anak in a tone devoid of emotion. Hearing the question, Anak momentarily froze, then stammered in response, Your magic is too powerful. Use. The flying mouse replied with a hint of irritation. What do you mean? Did I say something wrong? Anak stuttered, trembling at the flying mouse's words. No, you did not err. But your choice of words is misplaced. This magic has not yet concluded. It is a sacrifice to the mother of the black goat, who will bestow gifts upon the caster. They are quite adorable treasures. The flying mouse continued, ignoring Anak's expression. It hasn't ended? Anak asked, perplexed, slowly raising his head. In an instant, he was overcome with terror and collapsed to the ground. The onlookers widened their eyes in shock, while Cap regarded Yi Tian with a hint of sympathy. Isn't this a bit cruel? In response, Yi Tian turned to Cap and said, Indeed, it is. However, this is the trajectory of this world. Cruelty is irrelevant. Just know that this is the world's trajectory. Upon hearing Yi Tian's explanation, Cap nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. Although he did not fully comprehend Yi Tian's notion of the world's trajectory, he understood that since the flying mouse's actions did not provoke the world's will, what he did was not wrong. Being a newcomer, Cap felt it was inappropriate for him to voice his thoughts, so he remained silent, observing the unfolding events. Noticing Cap's demeanor, Yi Tian nodded in acknowledgement and chose to disregard him. At that moment, 5 black goats appeared on the battlefield of the kingdom's army, rampaging freely across the war zone, leaving behind a cacophony of wails. The flying mouse surveyed the scene before him, his heart unmoved. However, when he inadvertently spotted a figure on the battlefield, he felt a flicker of emotion and turned to Yi Tian. Yi Tian, my brother, I wish to visit someone. Before he could finish, Yi Tian interjected. Let us go together. I, too, wish to meet the man you admire. The flying mouse was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded, replying, Indeed, let us proceed. He will not disappoint you. He then directed one of the black goats toward their location. Red A and Meng Tian, standing beside Yi Tian, overheard their conversation and hurriedly inquired, What? Old Bones admires a man. My, that is quite an unusual taste. The surrounding crowd, including Dagu and others, turned to look at the flying mouse, their expressions filled with curiosity. Old Bones, do enlighten us. Who is this man that has captured your fancy? They urged, casting knowing glances his way. In response, the flying mouse abruptly turned around, pointing at Red A and Meng Tian, exclaiming loudly, Do not pry into my affairs. I do not fancy men. I prefer women, not men. Upon hearing this, Red A adopted a serious expression and retorted, Do not deceive me. You pay no attention to that stunning beauty behind you. How can you claim to like women? At that moment, Yalbed, standing behind the flying mouse, blushed furiously, leaning against him and sweetly saying, Master Flying Mouse. Taken aback, the flying mouse turned mechanically to face Yalbed, as if he suddenly understood something. He cast a mournful gaze at Red A and the others, then gently pushed Yalbed aside and said, I am merely a skeleton. There is no need to cling to me. We can discuss it once I have a body. This remark had a profound effect on Yalbed. Meanwhile, Red A and the others wore mischievous grins, teasing. Discuss it once you have a body. TSK, TSK. Old Bones, what will you say then? The flying mouse was momentarily rendered speechless, his voice trembling as he turned to Yi Tian. Yi Tian, my brother, leader Yi Tian, could you please manage your subordinates? I am the supreme overlord, the master of the great tomb of Nazareth. I still require some dignity. Yi Tian, initially engrossed in the spectacle, was taken aback by the flying mouse's complaint. He then adopted a serious demeanor and turned to address the ruckus caused by Red A and the others. Ahem. Let us set this matter aside for now. After all, Old Bones is in public and deserves some respect. The crowd nodded in agreement, realizing they had momentarily forgotten the gravity of the situation due to their excitement over the flying mouse's antics. However, just as the flying mouse thought the matter had settled, he heard Yi Tian's voice once more. How about you and Yalbed get engaged first? Yi Tian suggested, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Chapter 42. I did not wish for this either. Who knew it would come with a server-wide announcement? Upon hearing these words, Yalbed was instantly elated, staring blankly at the silhouette of the flying mouse. The flying mouse, on the other hand, was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Yi Tian, his voice trembling as he said, You must be joking. Me? A skeleton? I? In response, Yi Tian shot him an exasperated glance and slowly remarked, You recognize that a beautiful woman is finally interested in you. Should you not seize the moment? Ahem. Let me change my skin first, then we can talk. The flying mouse hastily deflected. Hearing this, Yi Tian ceased his further remarks and turned to the approaching black goat, saying, Your little treasure has arrived. Come, let me see what kind of person you admire. The flying mouse, relieved by Yi Tian's change of topic, felt a weight lift from his heart. He had genuinely feared that Yi Tian would persist in discussing this matter. Nonetheless, he manipulated several tendrils of the black goat to lift everyone up. Standing atop the black goat, Yi Tian curiously stepped on the surface beneath him and then turned to the others, asking, Hey, have you figured out what material this black goat's head is made of? It feels rather insubstantial. The group pondered for a moment before Hong A spoke first. This must be something of magical creation. It shouldn't be material. Rimuru gracefully leaped down from the head of the wolf and began inspecting the substance beneath him. After a while, he turned to Yi Tian and said, It seems to be dark matter. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, Yi Tian nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, It feels almost non-existent, yet it securely supports our bodies. TSK, TSK. What do you think, Old Bones? The flying mouse, somewhat irked, replied, I have no idea. Well then, Yi Tian responded, resigned to relinquishing his lingering questions. At that moment, the flying mouse announced, We have arrived. There he is, the kingdom's warrior chief, Good Jiefu. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian and the others turned to look, nodding in acknowledgement. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Tian asked, Do you wish to subdue him? The flying mouse nodded slowly. It's unlikely. He is exceedingly loyal, and you may not be able to sway him, Yi Tian remarked, scrutinizing Good Jiefu with a serious gaze. The flying mouse acknowledged this with a nod. Yet he was still reluctant to give up and turned to the individuals behind him, saying, I must see for myself. It feels wrong to abandon this so easily. The others nodded in agreement, indicating their support, and soon began chatting atop the black goat. Yi Tian, what exactly was that technique used by Murong Quang? Why did his power surge 100-fold after he recited those words, rendering his injuries almost inconsequential? Meng Tian inquired softly as he approached Yi Tian. The others, hearing this, turned to Yi Tian, even the ever-vigilant carp straining to listen closely. Yi Tian could only manage a wry smile before addressing Meng Tian. Very well. Allow me to elucidate this matter. Thus, Yi Tian settled into a cross-legged position, prompting everyone to do the same, eager to absorb his explanation. The technique Murong Quang employed is known as authority or word spirit. It can be considered a form of magic, though it also transcends traditional definitions of magic. To acquire authority, one must slay a rebellious deity. However, after slaying such a deity, they are often left on the brink of death. Pandora utilizes a reincarnation technique to transfer the defeated god's authority and a body capable of contending with divine powers to the victor, thereby transforming them into a demon lord, a godslayer. As Eteon's words settled, Daku raised his hand, gazing at Eteon with confusion and asking, if that is the case, how could someone who can defeat a god? Before he could finish, Eteon interjected, clearly, Morong Kwang has not been in this world for long, and his system is an exchange system, allowing him to trade souls for various skills and items. While he did not kill a rebellious deity, he could exchange a soul for authority within his system. Did you not notice that after he used authority, despite gaining immense power, he was still unable to withstand your attacks? In essence, he acquired the ability but not the physical resilience. His body simply cannot sustain such power. The group nodded in understanding, signaling their comprehension. Observing them deep in thought, Eteon chose not to disturb them and quietly opened his backpack, revealing a lottery ticket. After examining the ticket closely, a spinning wheel materialized before his eyes. Without hesitation, Eteon inserted the ticket into the wheel. The instant he did, the wheel transformed dramatically. Now, it displayed 6 options: technology, ability, bloodline, technique, summon, and unknown. As these options appeared, a start symbol emerged at the center of the wheel. Eteon pressed it without hesitation. Once he initiated the wheel, it began to spin erratically. Eteon remained fixated on the pointer, and finally, the spinning ceased, the pointer coming to rest on the ability option. Confusion filled Eteon's mind. Ability? What kind of ability? It seemed rather vague. Just as he pondered this, the inscriptions on the wheel began to change, revealing countless world names. Eteon couldn't help but exclaim, I must admit, this is more direct. At least now I can discern the origin of the ability. However, this time, it was not Eteon who turned the wheel. It began to spin on its own. After a considerable duration, the pointer landed on a specific world, piquing Eteon's curiosity. Yet, the images changed too swiftly, and the text was too small for him to discern clearly. While he was left bewildered, a notification chimed in the chat group. Congratulations, Eteon, Alliance Leader, has won the divine victory power from the Godslayer world, along with the 10 manifestations of Welslana. Let us congratulate him. Eteon, Alliance Leader. Well, I guess I'll give it a try. Who knew it would come with a full-screen announcement? Chapter 43, Rimuru, Absolute Darkness. Eteon, Leader. Well, I'll give it a try. Who knew he would announce it on the whole screen? Red A. Damn. Why is he so arrogant? Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. It's too arrogant. Slime. I can't stand it. The goose stewing soup. Exactly. I've never seen such arrogance before. Congratulations, the goose stewing soup, for winning the perfect version of the Thunder Fruit from the world of pirates in the lottery. Let us congratulate him. Arrogant King Xiao Ming. Red A. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. What the hell, this kid? Slime. Exactly. Why did I only get a pack of gum? This must be a conspiracy. Eteon Leader. Congratulations, Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian, for winning the character template of Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian from the game Honor of Kings in the lottery. Let us congratulate him. Red A. So I'm just singing to myself. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. Ahem. Well, I think this lottery is actually quite good. The goose stewing soup. Yes, indeed, though I don't know what the devil fruit is, it must be something good since it was drawn. Carp. Of course, it's a devil fruit, and a perfect version at that. Although I don't understand what perfect version means, the thunder fruit is definitely powerful. Eteon, Leader. Congratulations to Dagu for being able to control thunder and become the god of thunder in the future. Dagu stewing soup. Wow. Is it that powerful? Carp. Yes, it is that powerful. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. I always feel that what I drew is somewhat. Eteon, Leader. You're really lucky to have drawn something that belongs to you. However, if you hadn't joined this group, you might never have obtained it. Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. Eteon, your words are a bit ambiguous. What do you mean I would never get it? You just said it was mine. Eteon, Leader. Look closely and see if there's any difference. Think about it. Can that thing be the same? Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. What the? I was even turned into a game. I got a game template. Yi Tian leader. Otherwise, do you think where I summoned the Meng family army came from? Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian. Does that mean the power I gave you turned into a game template after reaching you? What the? Yi Tian leader? Yes. What do you think? Congratulations, Red A, for winning the Navy's 6 styles from the world of pirates in the lottery. Let us congratulate him. Red A, huh? Does this mean I will become a warrior? Yi Tian leader. It seems the will gave you some defense because it saw you couldn't take a hit? Carp, haha. Slime, conspiracy. Conspiracy. I want to report this. This is definitely a conspiracy. Yi Tian leader. People live to be happy. Try to think positively. Slime. What the hell? Think positively. Red A pack of gum is still okay. By the way, does Slime need to clean his mouth? Has teeth? Dragon Hunter, Meng Tian, I don't know. The goose doing soup. Don't bully Rimuru. It's hard to get something from another world and have a memento. Is that so bad? Slime. Dagu, thank you. Red A, haha. Yi Tian leader, ahem. Alright, just bully a bit. Don't take it too seriously, or Rimuru will get anxious. Slime. I'm already anxious. Angry, JPG Slime. But thankfully, Miniature didn't get anything good either. Hee hee, that comforts me a lot. Congratulations, arrogant King Xiao Ming, for winning the time stop ability from the Zio world in the lottery. Let us congratulate him. Red A. Haha. Has Rimuru's luck been used up during the crossover? Did he trade luck for looks? Yi Tian leader. Well. Slime. I can't go on. Crying. JPG de Goose doing soup. I can unleash thunder now. Red A. Impressive. Yi Tian leader. You can transform into thunder in the future. Train your abilities well. It will benefit you greatly. Carp. Yes, indeed. I want this ability too. Slime. Red A. Dragon Hunter. Meng Tian. You two stop it. Don't mess with me anymore. Yi Tian leader. What is going on? After sending the message, Yi Tian hurriedly left the chat group and turned to look at Rimuru. He discovered 2 burly men were on top of the black goat. One holding Rimuru's body and rubbing it, while the other was examining him, murmuring, "Why can't I tell his gender? I say, you two are overstepping." Rimuru stammered. Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Can't tell the gender. However, as Yi Tian laughed, Rimuru also turned to him and shouted, Yi Tian, save me. Watching Rimuru, who was still being tormented by the two, Yi Tian couldn't help but facepalmed and looked at Red A, saying, "All right, big brother Amiya, let him go." Upon hearing this, Red A rubbed a couple more times before slowly releasing his grip. Feeling the hands that were tormenting him loosen, Rimuru quickly escaped from Red A's clutches and jumped into Yi Tian's arms. Once in Yi Tian's embrace, Rimuru cried like a bullied little wife, launching the most heartrending complaint against Red A and Meng Tian. In an instant, the sorrowful cries echoed, reminiscent of Meng Jiangnu weeping over the Great Wall, and the wetness of Yi Tian's clothes was akin to the relentless flow of the Yangtze River. Yi Tian, gazing at Rimuru, gradually wore a mischievous smile and began to playfully torment him. At that moment, Retta hurried over, looking at Yi Tian, and said, "To be honest, Slime, the sensation of touching is truly amazing." As Rimuru felt 2 pairs of hands incessantly tormenting his small body, he struggled and began to plead for mercy. However, Yi Tian paid no heed and continued to tease him, saying, "This is what you get for crying and soaking my clothes. This is my style." I was wrong. Rimuru, who was morphing in Yi Tian's hands, cried out in despair. Chapter 44. Is the revelation imminent? As Yi Tian and his companions engaged in playful banter, Fei Shu stood resolutely opposite Gu Jiefu. "Have you made your decision?" Fei Shu inquired solemnly. "Indeed, I have resolved to remain loyal to the king for all my days, never to betray him," Gu Jiefu replied, lifting his sword with a nonchalant smile as he regarded Fei Shu. "Do you understand the implications? If I strike?" Before Fei Shu could complete his thought, Gu Jiefu interjected, "Your Excellency, the Sorceress King, I am aware of the consequences. Although I know I am no match for you, I still wish to give it a try." At this, Fei Shu fell silent, slowly lowering his gaze to the long sword in Gu Jiefu's hand. "This weapon is impressive. Might it be gifted to me after our encounter?" he asked. Upon hearing this, Gu Jiefu could not help but scoff, then turned serious as he addressed Fei Shu. I must decline, Your Excellency. This weapon is lent to me by the king, and I cannot part with it. Unperturbed, Fei Shu nodded and casually examined the weapon once more, then remarked, Such a rare weapon indeed, capable of inflicting harm upon me. Gu Jiefu was momentarily taken aback, staring at Fei Shu in bewilderment. In response, Fei Shu chuckled softly, producing a dagger from his satchel. This dagger shares the same attributes as your weapon, yet it surpasses it in quality. Observe. With that, he made a swift cut across his own cheek, a faint wound appearing on his skeletal visage, only to heal almost instantaneously. Gu Jiefu's conviction strengthened. A weapon capable of harming a being of his caliber was exceedingly rare. As he pondered this revelation, Fei Shu was about to speak when Yi Tian's voice called from behind. Hey, old bone, hurry up, it's time to retreat. Fei Shu turned slowly, addressing Yi Tian. I will be ready shortly. He then shifted his attention back to Gu Jiefu. We may commence. Gu Jiefu remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Yi Tian and his companions, a frown creasing his brow as he queried, Are they humans? Fei Shu nodded noncommittally, Indeed. How fortunate I am to have you as a friend, Gu Jiefu remarked derisively, eyeing Yi Tian and the others. In response, Fei Shu gently shook his head, stating, It is my fortune to befriend them, for through them, I have witnessed sights previously unknown to me. Unseen sights. I cannot fathom how, as an immortal, you could befriend humans. Gu Jiefu probed subtly for information. Fei Shu, undeterred by the insinuation, replied, You are mistaken. Even when I was human, I counted them as friends. Very well, it is time to begin, he declared, taking 2 steps back and standing still, regarding Gu Jiefu. Ah, indeed. Let us commence. Gu Jiefu tightened his grip on his sword. You two over there, signal us to start. Fei Shu casually directed his gaze toward Clem and Brian, who exchanged startled glances and fell silent. Observing their hesitance, Gu Jiefu smiled slightly and turned to Clem. Clem, I rely on you. After some persuasion, Clem finally produced a bell, but as he prepared to sound it, 2 figures swiftly appeared behind Fei Shu. Supreme Sovereign, allow us to assist. He is unworthy to battle you, Demiurgus respectfully stated from behind Fei Shu. Upon their appearance, Gu Jiefu's pupils constricted, muttering to himself, 2 more extraordinary beings. Meanwhile, Brian and Clem stood frozen, their eyes fixed on the 2 newcomers, their thoughts mirroring Gu Jiefu's. As the 3 remained in stunned silence, Fei Shu spoke up. Allow me to take the lead. Understood, Demiurgus and Yair Bey stepped back quietly, preparing for battle. Meanwhile, in the command room of the victory team, the door creaked open, and Lena, clad in her team uniform, rushed in, addressing her captain. Captain, I have searched the entire battlefield but found no sign of Daegu. At her words, Zhu Jianhui sprang to his feet and turned to the seated Yi Rui. Yi Rui, search for Daegu's PDA signal. Ascertain its location. Yes, Captain. Yi Rui replied urgently, his fingers flying over the keyboard. However, as he searched, his anxiety grew. After a long while, drenched in sweat, he looked at Zhu Jianhui and Lena. Captain, I cannot locate Daegu's whereabouts. Zhu Jianhui slammed his fist on the table in frustration. The others, including Zhong Fong, were equally stunned into silence. The absence of Daegu's signal could mean he had been captured by a monster or worse. In that moment, Zhu Jianhui, feeling despondent, instructed Yi Rui, Can you check the monitors for any sign of Daegu before his disappearance? I will try, Yi Rui replied, nodding vigorously. After some time, Yi Rui suddenly lifted his head, staring at Zhu Jianhui. Captain. Lena turned sharply to him. What is it? Did you find something? Hesitating, Yi Rui nodded slowly. It seems Daegu entered a black hole. I will project it on the big screen. As soon as he spoke, the large screen flickered, revealing Daegu's form enveloped in light. Zhu Jianhui's expression froze upon seeing Daegu emerge from the radiance, murmuring, Light. Digga? Daegu, you truly concealed yourself well. On the screen, Daegu placed an object back into his embrace, standing still for a moment before a flash of white light flickered in his hand. A card materialized. which Daegu inspected briefly before crushing it in his grip. At the moment he crushed the card, a black hole appeared before him. Tentatively, Daegu extended a leg into the void, then dashed inside. The video concluded, leaving the command room enveloped in silence, disbelief spreading among the gathered members. Chapter 45. The Great General Zifa's Mercy in the Overlord World. The agile flying mouse stood before the camp, addressing the gathered individuals. Are we not going to play a little longer? Upon hearing this, Yetion offered a faint smile and replied, No. There are matters in that world that require my attention, and I cannot be away for too long. The others nodded in agreement at Yetion's words. Well then, we shall meet again another time, Flying Mouse said with a hint of regret. Fear not, there will be ample opportunities in the future. Farewell for now. Yetion remarked as he opened a dark portal beside him. After bidding farewell to the others, he stepped through with Carp. The rest of the group also said their goodbyes to Flying Mouse before departing from the Overlord world. In the world of Diga, within the command room of the Victory team, the previously silent atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a loud exclamation from Yahweh. Captain, we have a signal from Daegu SPDA. The team turned their attention towards the screen, where Daegu was visible, standing in a secluded corner, a dark portal rapidly vanishing behind him. As Qishihua prepared to communicate with Daegu, she noticed arcs of electricity coursing through him, causing him to suddenly disappear from sight, only to reappear a few meters away. The team members were left agape, unable to comprehend the astonishing speed displayed by Daegu. Unbeknownst to him, a camera was capturing his actions, transmitting them back to the command room. Yahweh, delete that footage immediately. It must not be seen by anyone. Qishihua instructed quietly after a moment of contemplation. Understood. Yahweh responded as he busily worked on the computer. Qishihua then turned her gaze towards the gathered team members, saying, Let us all keep this matter a secret for Daegu. Too many people knowing about his identity could lead to trouble. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement, appreciative of the captain's concern for Daegu. In the world of pirates, within the ship's cabin, a dark portal slowly materialized, from which Yetion emerged with an air of calm, followed by an exuberant Carp. Yetion leisurely removed his coat and flopped onto the bed, gazing at Carp with a weary expression. Carp, you should attend to your affairs. I wish to rest for a while. Carp, having no objections, nodded and exited. As he made his way down the corridor towards the deck, his mind raced with thoughts. His recent experiences had been profoundly enlightening. He had witnessed many incredible events and had also joined Yetion's organization. While he could not divulge too much information, he felt compelled to subtly warn certain individuals. He had long harbored a disdain for the celestial dragons, and perhaps this was a rare opportunity to address that issue. Having observed their capabilities, Carp was convinced that if Yetion wished to deal with the celestial dragons, there would be no obstacles in his path. However, there were many arrangements to be made prior to that, and haste was unwarranted. As Carp pondered, time slipped by, and soon the Navy's warship approached the shore. Carp turned to Yetion, who was reclining in a sun chair, and announced, Yetion, we have arrived at the Navy headquarters. Yetion slowly opened his drowsy eyes and glanced at the nearby buildings. He then sat up from the lounge chair, looking at Carp with a fatigued expression. Oh, we're here? Yes, Carp nodded, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he asked, What do you intend to do? Shall I arrange a leisurely position for you? In response, Yetion regarded Carp with mild surprise, saying, I plan to visit the Naval Academy. Carp's eyes widened in disbelief. Yesterday, he had transferred a portion of his abilities to Yetion for the sake of his grandson's future. Now, Yetion was undoubtedly far more powerful than he. Yet he was considering a visit to the Naval Academy. Seeing the puzzled look on Carp's face, Yetion chuckled softly and continued, I wish to witness the esteemed figure of Admiral Zifa. At this, Carp was momentarily taken aback, then sighed wistfully. Yetion smiled gently, saying, Admiral Zifa has devoted his life to justice, yet in this ruthless sea, mercy holds no value. A single misstep could invite retribution. Carp nodded in agreement, his expression somber. Indeed, it is a pity that he is too stubborn to be swayed. Yetion, noting Carp's words, adopted a serious demeanor, stating, In a world governed by law and respect for justice, mercy may not yield favorable outcomes. In this world, to show mercy is to invite disaster. Karp nodded, his expression heavy with thought. After a moment, as if recalling something, he turned to Etion and quietly inquired, "What do you believe is the essence of justice in this world?" Etion, taken aback, replied, "Didn't you mention the Rear Admiral? Why do you ask me?" "I wish to hear your perspective," Karp murmured. Observing Karp's earnest expression, Etion refrained from evading the question, stating, "The term justice is inherently difficult to define, and interpretations vary widely. I cannot say definitively, is the Navy justice?" Karp gazed at Etion with hope in his eyes. Scratching his head, Etion replied, "I can only say it is a matter of perspective. You likely have an inkling of what I mean." As Etion spoke, Karp fell into a contemplative silence. However, Etion interjected, "Please, ensure our accommodations are arranged. I must pay a visit to Zephyr shortly." Karp ceased his musings and nodded slowly before leading the way off the warship, guiding Belmir and others towards his villa. Once everything was settled, Karp turned to Etion, saying, "Let us go see Zephyr, and we shall also deliver these two young talents." "Very well," Etion agreed, indicating his indifference, and followed Karp along with Kuna and Zoro towards the elite training camp of the Navy Academy. At the entrance of the elite training camp, Zephyr was already waiting. He had just received a call from Karp, who mentioned he would be sending two promising recruits. Zephyr was genuinely pleased to welcome an old friend. Their bond had remained steadfast over the years. While Zephyr reminisced, a hearty laugh echoed from nearby. "Haha, Zephyr, I have arrived." Chapter 46, The Duel with Zephyr Cap. "Haha, it's been a long time." With a hearty laugh, Karp greeted Zephyr, who couldn't help but chuckle in response. After exchanging pleasantries, Zephyr's gaze shifted to the three individuals standing beside Karp. Observing Etion and his companions, Zephyr's eyes brightened, and he turned to Karp, asking, "Karp, who are these three?" Karp shook his head and replied, "Etion is not one of them. These two are Kuna and Zoro. Their talents are exceptionally remarkable." Zephyr, who had initially been excited, paused in surprise upon hearing Karp's words, and a playful smile crept onto his face. "Etion, my younger brother? When did you take such a young child as your?" he exclaimed, reaching out to ruffle Etion's hair, but Etion deftly leaned away. Unfazed, Zephyr regarded Karp seriously and remarked, "This young of yours is quite a promising talent. Are you sure you don't want him to join?" Karp sighed. "You wish to bring him in for further training? What a waste it would be to let such a talent go unrefined." "Not at all. I cannot even best him. If anyone needs to undergo further training, it should be me," Karp lamented. Upon hearing this, the onlookers fell silent, taken aback by the revelation. Even Kuina and Zoro, standing beside Etion, turned to him in astonishment. They had come to understand Karp's formidable strength over the past few days, yet they never imagined that Etion could surpass him. This left them with a surreal feeling. Zephyr chuckled awkwardly and said, "Karp, old friend, are you joking with me? Come on, let us go inside and discuss your little s future." Karp shook his head again, turning to Etion and asking, "What do you think?" Etion raised his head slowly, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at Zephyr, and said, "I have witnessed the demeanor of a great general. However, I wonder about your true strength." Zephyr paused. His hand that had been reaching towards Karp halted mid-motion and slipped into his pocket. A knowing smile appeared on his lips as he replied, "Interesting. Since you know of me, you should also be aware of my power. Are you certain?" Etion smiled and tilted his head, inquiring, "How do you compare to Karp?" "Oh, you wouldn't truly be stronger than Karp, would you?" "I am eager to test your abilities and see if you speak from experience or mere bravado," Zephyr said with keen interest. In response, Etion chuckled lightly, scanning his surroundings before addressing Zephyr. "You aren't suggesting we spar here, are you? My destructive power is quite considerable." Zephyr's eyes glimmered with excitement. He was confident that Etion possessed genuine skill, and even if he were not as strong as Karp, he would be close. It was astounding to realize that a mere child could match Karp's prowess. With this thought solidifying in his mind, Zephyr expressed his intent to test Etion's strength, saying, "Let us go. I know a place suitable for our duel." He turned and walked toward the camp. calling for his aide to summon the elite trainees to witness the match. Meanwhile, Ition found himself preoccupied as Konoha and Zoro tugged at him, eager to challenge him. In the arena, Sengoku stood upon a platform, accompanied by Tsuru and two admirals, Kizuru and Akiji. Below them, a series of stands resembled an ancient coliseum. Sengoku, observing Carp standing a short distance from Ition, turned to Tsuru and said, "Tsuru, you brought Carp here. I must inquire what he intends to do." At that moment, Zephyr descended from the stands, where a group of elite trainees clad in training uniforms awaited. He stepped into the center of the arena, facing Ition, his eyes calm and attentive. Ition acknowledged Zephyr with a slight nod and, amidst the crowd's gaze, raised a hand. Just as Carp was about to seek out Sengoku, he shouted, "Begin." Zephyr observed Ition's raised hand and asked, "Is there a problem, young Ition?" Ition merely glanced at him and shook his head. Then, a clear and resonant voice emerged from him. "I am the strongest, the one who holds all victories, whether human or demon, against all foes who harbor malice. I shall crush any enemy that stands in my way. O bull with shining golden horns, grant me your aid." Zephyr, intrigued by the faint glow enveloping Ition, smiled lightly and remarked, "An interesting ability. But are you certain you have time to utilize it?" No sooner had he spoken than Zephyr vanished from sight, reappearing in front of Ition. His right hand, enveloped in haki, surged with unparalleled force as it struck toward Ition's chest. However, just as Zephyr's fist was about to make contact, Ition swiftly raised his already encased hand, palm outward, effectively blocking the blow. The impact unleashed a violent gust of wind, and Ition pivoted, retaliating with a powerful punch aimed at Zephyr's side, which Zephyr managed to fend off. The two exchanged blows with neither yielding an advantage. In that moment, Ition leaped onto Zephyr's arm and, with a swift motion, found himself on Zephyr's shoulder, preparing to ensnare his neck with a scissors hold. Yet, Zephyr reacted with agility, seizing Ition's legs and spinning him before casting him away. To Zephyr's surprise, as he hurled Ition into the distance, Ition's voice reverberated once more. "You have betrayed our pact, bringing sin into this world. Thus speaks the Lord, the sinner shall be punished. Crush his spine, excavate his sinews, hair, and marrow, trample the blood and earth together. If I am the one with sharp teeth who cannot approach, then grant the covenant's violator the obliterating hammer." Chapter 47. The shocked crowd, "You have breached the covenant and brought sin upon the world. The Lord declares, sinners shall face punishment. Smash their spine, extract their sinews, hair, and brain matter, and trample them into the blood and soil. If I am the one with sharp fangs who cannot be approached, then I shall obey the Lord's command and deliver the annihilating hammer unto the covenant breaker." As the voice echoed, Zephyr's expression abruptly changed, his observation haki unfurling to envelop the entire arena. With clenched fists and arms covered in armament haki, his gaze fixated on the spot where Ition had struck the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. Just as Zephyr readied himself for defense, Ition's voice resonated once more. "O wielder of sharp fangs, deliver a single blow to annihilate and trample into oblivion." With a thunderous roar, a mountain boar engulfed in azure flames charged forth from the swirling dust. Witnessing this, Zephyr furrowed his brow, instantly tensing up. As the boar barreled toward him, Zephyr realized he could not afford to take this hit. Otherwise, he would suffer greatly. Meanwhile, on the elevated platform of the Colosseum, Sengoku observed the tense standoff below. His brows knitted in worry. He turned to Garp, his expression laden with doubt. "Garp, are you certain this young man has an ordinary background?" Upon hearing this, Garp's eyelids twitched, and he hesitated before responding. "Ahem. Well, his background is somewhat unusual, but, ahem, it's not a big deal, is it?" After speaking, Garp awkwardly averted his gaze, ignoring Sengoku. At that moment, Sengoku felt a vain throb on his forehead, and he slapped Garp's shoulder, bellowing, "You dare bring back someone with an unusual background? Huh. Vice Admiral Garp, could you enlighten me on what you were thinking?" Beside them, Vice Admiral Tsuru fixed her gaze on Garp, and, noticing Sengoku's growing fury, she slowly interjected, "Garp, tell us everything you know. Don't keep us in the dark." or Sengoku will certainly have that young man apprehended." At her words, Garp's expression turned serious as he regarded Sengoku and Tsuru. "You both need to remember. Do not provoke him. If he wishes, obliterating this world would be a trivial matter." However, just as Garp finished speaking, Kizaru chimed in with a lecherous grin. "Kids these days, so terrifying. Vice Admiral Garp, you mustn't speak carelessly about this. You should tell Vice Admiral Tsuru the truth," Akiji remarked languidly from the side. Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged glances, then turned their attention to Yi-Tian below before looking back at Garp. "Garp, this is no jest. Speak to us honestly. Who exactly is he?" In response, Garp sighed, glanced at the four of them, and fell into a prolonged silence before finally speaking. "Do you know where I went not long ago?" "Where?" Sengoku asked, his brow furrowing deeply as he regarded Garp. "To another world. I witnessed them, exuding divine might, judging the wicked. I also know that they will soon commence war, but not in this world." The four were momentarily taken aback by Garp's revelation. Sengoku's expression hardened as he retorted, "Garp, this is not a time for jokes. Get serious." Observing Sengoku's tense demeanor, Garp shook his head and slowly turned his gaze back to the battling Yi-Tian. "We all know that the celestial dragons claim to be descendants of gods. But he represents this world. If he declares you guilty, then the entire world cannot accommodate you. This is not merely a bounty issued by the world government, but rather, the heavens themselves are issuing a decree against you." Recalling the events from a few days prior when Yi-Tian confronted Muron Kwong, Garp's expression grew grave. "Garp." Sengoku's teeth clenched as he listened to Garp's words. He could hardly believe it. Is there truly such a thing as a god in this world? And if he declares you guilty, then what is the role of the fleet admiral? Seeing Sengoku's incredulous expression, Garp solemnly replied, "I must warn you. If you attempt to arrest him, you will face the assault of more than 5 worlds, or even more. With a total military force of at least 10 million. The four men regarded Garp, their brows furrowing in concern at his serious demeanor. Akiji, sitting idly by, fixed his intense gaze on Yi-Tian, who was locked in combat with Zephyr, murmuring, "Is it truly as the predecessors have said?" After a prolonged silence filled with varied thoughts, Tsuru finally broke the quiet. "Garp, are you speaking the truth?" Upon hearing Tsuru's inquiry, Garp nodded gravely. "Can this child wield such influence? It is beyond imagination." Sengoku inhaled deeply. "His influence? He is the leader of that organization, governing all matters of this world." Garp stated solemnly, hoping Sengoku would grasp the gravity of issuing a bounty against Yi-Tian. While it may be straightforward, the consequences would be insufferable. Why were we never informed of this before? A person of such stature should not have gone unnoticed, Tsuru pondered aloud after a moment's reflection. This organization is... Before Garp could finish, a jolt of electricity surged through his body, enveloping him in a crackling aura. The others rushed to his side, exclaiming, "Garp." "Vice Admiral Garp, what is wrong?" After a lengthy pause, Garp collapsed into a chair, remaining silent for a moment before slowly uttering, "I cannot disclose any more." "What just happened?" Sengoku pressed, looking at the silent Garp with urgency. "I have joined them. Once my probation period ends in a month, I will also apply." Garp stopped abruptly, falling silent. Upon exchanging glances, Tsuru and Sengoku's eyes widened in shock, realizing Garp's implication. To govern a world. Such a feat can only be accomplished by a deity, and yet Garp says it so casually. Does that mean Yi-Tian and those behind him are gods? Not only Sengoku and Tsuru, but even Kizaru, who had previously appeared lecherous, now exhibited a glint of intrigue in his eyes as he fixated on Yi-Tian, pondering his thoughts, while the others remained oblivious. Meanwhile, Akiji's fists clenched tightly, his breath quickening, his gaze unwavering on Yi-Tian in the arena. Chapter 48. A Touch of Grandeur. Seated alongside, Akiji clenched his hands tightly, his breathing quickening, his gaze fixed intently upon Yi-Tian in the arena. At this moment, within the Colosseum, Yi-Tian held his sword with a smile playing on his lips as he regarded the battle-worn Zephyr, and gently spoke, "Mr. Zephyr, let us conclude for today." Upon hearing this, Zephyr's somewhat stooped figure gradually straightened, accompanied by the faint sound of cracking bones. Observing Yi-Tian, who bore only a slight layer of dust, he managed a wry smile and remarked, "It seems this is the way it must be." However, who would have thought? The tides of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead, yet here I am, the former wave, feeling so constrained in the presence of the latter. In response to Zephyr's words, Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle softly. My methods may be somewhat chaotic, yet as long as they serve to bolster my strength, they are indeed valuable. Zephyr nodded slightly, then continued, "That is a valid point. Let us move on. I presume Sengoku is growing impatient." With that, he reached out to take Yi Tian's hand, intending to ascend to the platform. However, just as his hand extended, he paused abruptly, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha! I almost forgot. Your strength is not inferior to mine. Come, let us go together." With that, he began to stride gracefully toward the platform where Sengoku and the others awaited. Watching Zephyr ascend alone, Yi Tian shook his head, then followed suit, making his way to the elevated area. Upon reaching the platform, the others regarded Yi Tian's entrance alongside Zephyr with a mix of expressions. Noticing this, Yi Tian furrowed his brow slightly and cast a glance at Carp beside him, who was nodding with a hint of embarrassment on his face. This revelation sank Yi Tian's heart. The only reason Carp would appear awkward towards him could only stem from one matter. While he and Zephyr were engaged in their duel, Carp had divulged the news of the alliance to Sengoku and the others. Otherwise, they wouldn't exhibit such expressions. With a hint of annoyance, Yi Tian shot a look at Carp and slowly said, "Well, just grant me a minor position, will you?" Before Sengoku could respond, Zephyr interjected, "Little Yi Tian, that won't do. With such formidable strength, how can you squander your days? You ought to conquer the seas." At this, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Yi Tian's forehead, and he glanced at Carp, silently signaling, "I can't handle this guy. You take over." Understanding the look instantly, Carp subtly nodded in acknowledgement and returned a knowing glance. "Leave it to me." Clearing his throat lightly, Carp diplomatically interrupted Zephyr and spoke. "Well, you see, Yi Tian is still young and shouldn't be rushed into the world just yet. He should enjoy his childhood a bit longer before venturing out to sea." Upon hearing this, Tsuru nudged Sengoku beside her, signaling that it was his turn to speak. "Ah yes, Carp is right. At such a tender age, it's indeed a time for play. To send him to sea so soon wouldn't be wise. Here's the plan. I just discussed this with Tsuru and the others, and I propose granting Yi Tian the rank of Rear Admiral, allowing him to remain in the headquarters for a few years until he matures." Sengoku promptly interjected. Zephyr turned to observe Tsuru and the others around him. As his gaze swept past them, Kizaru nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Zephyr relented, realizing he had been a bit hasty. After all, Yi Tian was still young, and setting sail too soon could be detrimental to him. "Very well, I concede. You all make valid points." Hearing Zephyr's acquiescence, everyone internally breathed a sigh of relief. Sengoku smiled gently at Yi Tian and continued, "Yi Tian, should you need anything, feel free to approach me, and I will assist you." Yi Tian nodded in response and replied, "All right, I appreciate it. I will ensure your military uniform is prepared promptly. Since you have just arrived, you may stay with Carp for now. I will arrange accommodations for you, as it may be inconvenient with so many people living together." Sengoku spoke softly. Realizing this, Yi Tian quickly nodded. Indeed, Carp's villa is rather small. It would be quite cramped for so many. Meanwhile, in another realm, the world of Diga. In the victory team's command room, Dagu hurriedly approached the door, took a deep breath, and adjusted himself, calming his rapid breathing before entering. Inside the command room, Ye Rue addressed the others softly. "Everyone, pay attention, Dagu is just outside." As soon as the words were uttered, the previously gathered group dispersed to their respective seats, resuming their tasks. Just then, Dagu stepped into the command room and, upon observing the bustling activity around him, made his way to the side of Kumi. Standing at attention, he declared, "Report, Captain, I have returned." Without sparing him a glance, Kumi nodded and replied, "Yes, you're back. Now go get to work." "Understood," Dagu responded before heading to his seat. Watching Dagu turn away, Kumi's lips curled into a faint smile. In the chat group, Dagu exclaimed, "Wow, that nearly scared me to death." Nonsense, what happened? Dagu replied. I just returned to the command room, expecting some form of punishment. But the captain simply told me to get back to my seat without asking anything. Nonsense. TSK. Look at how cautious you are. Be bold. What is the big deal about skipping work? Slime. Exactly, what's the worry? You must remember, you are no longer the same as before. Nonsense, Slime. He is not a time traveler. Slime. Oh, is that so? Well, anyway, what's the harm in skipping work? Back in my day, I would skip whenever I pleased. Dagu. Stop it. I'm timid and can't do that. Nonsense. TSK. Look at you. Still calling yourself a hero, yet afraid to skip work. Slime. Right. Dagu. Take a leaf out of our book. Consider it a word of experience. Be bold. A few days' wages aren't worth losing sleep over. Dagu. I think I'll pass. Red, you two couch potatoes, what are you doing? Leading the young ones astray. Dagu. Young ones? Nonsense. Ahem. Slime. Well, how could that be? Nonsense. I'm merely sharing some wisdom to encourage him to be more audacious. Red A. TSK. I look down on you both. Yi Tian leader, you two are a pair of jokers. That's legitimate work. They're risking their lives. How can it compare to your previous jobs? Dagu, be bold. After all your sacrifices, what is the big deal about skipping work? Chapter 49. Newcomers join Dagu. Yaishan leader. By the way, do you have a place to stay? It's been a long time since I've enjoyed the modern world. I really miss it. Dagu. I do have a place. But are you really sure you want to come over? Yaishan leader. Yes, absolutely. That world of Minshi is rather dull. He often seems confused. If I go over, I'd probably be even more bewildered. So I feel your world is more entertaining. Nonsense. I miss it too. Slime, me too. Yaishan leader. Shall we all go together? Slime. Great idea. Nonsense. If I go over, wouldn't my appearance be a bit, you know? Yaishan leader. Can't you change it with some magic? Yaishan leader. I was thinking, should I also try to become an Ultraman? Slime. Ultraman? Just like Dagu? Nonsense. Are you out of your mind? How would you do that? Ask Dagu to copy his abilities for you? Yaishan leader. That would be so boring. If I'm to become one, I should be unique. Nonsense. How would you do that? Yaishan leader. I actually know a method. Slime. What method? Yaishan leader. Go to the land of light. Receive the baptism of light, and then a genetic mutation would probably suffice. Slime. Genetic mutation sounds interesting. Hunter. Meng Tian. Genetic mutation. Navy Carp. Genetic mutation? Yaishan leader. Alright, I was just joking. Even if I wanted to go, I couldn't. We're not even in the same universe. Ding. The activity level of the Alliance chat group is full. The system is online upgrading to version 2. 1. Ding. The system has consolidated all items from member worlds. The Alliance Mall is updating. Ding. Inviting new members. Congratulations. Oma Shirwang has joined the chat group. Congratulations. Black Braised Egg has joined the chat group. Congratulations. No Shake Billion has joined the chat group. Yaishan leader, Oma Shirwang? Braised Egg? No Shake Billion? Nonsense. Are there newcomers? What are these names? Slime. Well, just by looking at their names, one can tell they aren't good people. Red A demon lord? Carp. Welcome. Hunter, Meng Tian, welcome. Dagu, welcome everyone. Oma Shirwang, what is this place? So magical. Black Braised Egg, who are you all? No Shake Billion. Is this the legendary golden finger from novels? Am I about to rise? Yaishan leader, rolling eyes, JPG slime. This No Shake Billion looks like a total couch potato. Nonsense. Indeed, that makes sense. Yaishan leader, you all can take care of them. I want to check the mall for good items. Nonsense, I'll check too. Excited JPG Red A, I'll go as well. Hunter. One Yaishan ignored the newcomers and directly opened the Alliance Mall. Instantly, a list appeared before him. As he perused the items, drool involuntarily dripped down. Pirate World Armament Hockey. Beginner version 200 Alliance Exchange Points. Pirate World Conquerors Hockey. Beginner version 200 Alliance Exchange Points. Pirate World Observation Hockey. Beginner version 200 Alliance Exchange Points. Pirate World Natural System Perfect version of the Goro Goro Nomi. 5,000 Alliance Exchange Points. Diga World Complete Genetic Factor of Light. 10,000 Alliance Exchange Points. Fate World Gilgamesh Template 20,000 Alliance Exchange Points. Fate World Artoria Pendragon Template 20,000 Alliance Exchange Points. Decade World Complete Set of Decade Perfect Version 50,000 Alliance Exchange Points. Decade World Perfect Version of the Agito Belt 20,000 Alliance Exchange Points. Zeo World Time King Set 10,000 Alliance Exchange Points. Zeo World Complete Set of the Guai's Belt Perfect Version including all forms 40,000 Alliance Exchange Points. Oh my! Yaishin's eyes were fixed on the items, sparkling with excitement. After a long while, he let out a sigh, conflicted, and closed the Alliance Mall, sitting in his villa in a daze. However, within the chat group, chaos erupted. Oma Shirwang, so magical. Slime. Yes, I've introduced everything. Do you all understand? No shake billion. Understood, understood. Big shot, I get it. It truly is a golden finger. How fortunate. Black braised egg, got it. Slime. Yes, that's it. As for the boundary envoy, let Yaishin arrange things when he arrives. Nonsense. I'm feeling down. Red A, me too. Hunter. Meng Tian, it's quite nice. But too expensive. After so long, I only have 2,000 exchange points. Nonsense. Sigh. At this point, we need to Yaishin. Yaishin leader. What's up? Nonsense. Is there a place to earn exchange points? Red A. Same question. Hunter. Meng Tian. One Yaishin leader. I also want to know where to earn exchange points. Yaishin leader. However, there is one thing that can definitely earn exchange points. Nonsense. What is it? Hurry and tell us. Yaishin leader. Find worlds. Specifically those outside of our members. Once you find one, let me know, and after I sign the agreement with that world S-will, you can earn exchange points. Nonsense. No way. Slime. Same here. Red A sigh. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. I feel like I'm about to make a fortune. Laughs. JPG. Nonsense. You? Are you joking? Slime. Exactly. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. Didn't I tell you all that I'm currently traveling through various parallel worlds? Nonsense. What? Shocked. JPG Slime. Terrifying. Red A. So envious. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. Yaishin. Yaishin. I'm in the world of Kongwu now. Yaishin leader. Received. I'll come over shortly. Arrogant Wang Xiaoming. Okay. Nonsense. My goodness. Slime. For people like us, we can only watch the big shots earn exchange points. Is there truly no other way? Yaishin leader. Not for now. Slime. Alright then. No shake billion. Yaishin. Big shot. Big shot. Yaishin leader. What's the matter? No shake billion. Ahem. What exactly is a boundary envoy? Yaishin leader. Understood. No shake billion. Hee. Indeed, a big shot is a big shot. Yaishin leader, you know the responsibilities and rules, right? No shake billion. Yes, yes. Slime just explained it to me. Chapter 50. The Will of the World? The Sphere of Light. Yi Tian leader. Understood. I will make arrangements shortly. Hai Luden. Greetings, leader. Fingmashi Wang. Greetings, leader. I am Tokawaki Zigu. Yi Tian leader acknowledged. Congratulations to the members of the Alliance chat group. Bullian has become a resident envoy. Congratulations to the members of the Alliance chat group. Hai Luden has become a resident envoy. Congratulations to the members of the Alliance chat group. Fingmashi Wang has become a resident envoy. Yi Tian leader. One thing you must bear in mind is that you cannot casually reveal your identity as a resident envoy. When the need arises for you to present your identity, I will notify you, or a task will emerge. Bullian. Understood, esteemed leader. Hai Luden. Understood. Fingmashi Wang. Understood. Yi Tian leader. However, you must fulfill the responsibilities that come with being a resident envoy. Complacency is not an option. Bullian. Yes. I will diligently carry out my duties. Hai Luden. Understood. Fingmashi Wang. Understood. Yi Tian leader. Lastly, if you wish to enhance your power, it is imperative to cultivate good relationships with fellow members in the group. They may share their strengths with you. Bullian. Understood. Financially motivated. Hai Luden. Understood. Fingmashi Wang. Understood. Yi Tian leader. Alright. Now, Xiaozhong Wang Xiaoming, are you prepared? I am coming. Xiaozhong Wang Xiaoming. Always ready. Yi Tian leader, here I come. With that, Yi Tian abruptly closed the chat group and promptly purchased a trans-dimensional card from the marketplace. After shattering it, he stepped through. In the decade world, Minyashur sat comfortably in a photo studio, savoring a cup of coffee. Nearby, Guang Xiaohai idly flipped through the photographs taken by Minyashur. Meanwhile, Guang Lei Jiro busied himself in the kitchen. At that moment, Minyashur gently set his coffee down, stood up, and with a smile, said he has arrived. Though his voice was soft, Guang Xiaohai caught it. Who has arrived? She inquired, scanning the room. Suddenly, a dark portal opened in the living room, and Yi Tian stepped out. Upon seeing Yi Tian, Minyashur smiled and said, "You've arrived. Please, have a seat. I've prepared coffee for you." Yi Tian returned the smile and moved to sit beside Minyashur. However, Guang Xiaohai suddenly stood, looking at Yi Tian excitedly. What a cute little boy. Yi Tian's mouth twitched at the remark. He was pleased by many things, yet somewhat dissatisfied with his identity as a little boy. The reason being, he felt too young to accomplish much. Despite his popularity, it seemed futile. Nevertheless, Yi Tian courteously smiled at Guang Xiaohai and said, "Hello, I am Yi Tian. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, little Yi Tian, you are so adorable. Come here to your sister," Guang Xiaohai exclaimed, reaching out to embrace him. In response, Yi Tian quickly turned to Minyashur, signaling for assistance. Seeing this, Minyashur cleared his throat and addressed Guang Xiaohai. "Cough, cough. Xiaomakin, Yi Tian is my friend. Please don't cause a fuss." Surprised, Guang Xiaohai looked up at Minyashur. "Oh, has your memory returned? I only remember Yi Tian." Minyashur paused, taken aback by her words, and hastily replied, "I see." With that, Guang Xiaohai turned back to her seat. Yi Tian exhaled with relief and remarked to Minyashur, "Your luck is quite remarkable." Minyashur, "Of course, who do you think I am?" Yi Tian smirked at Minyashur's arrogance, then settled into the chair. Taking a sip of coffee before reclining comfortably, he contentedly murmured, "This is delightful. Well, if you find it comfortable, why not stay a few days? It would be perfect for traveling together," Minyashur suggested with a grin. "That could be arranged." Yi Tian pondered for a moment before nodding slowly. After sipping another mouthful of coffee, Yi Tian seemed to recall something and slowly said, "By the way, have you completed your business in this world?" "Yes, it is done. I was just planning to take a break. Fortunate timing, or I would have truly missed this opportunity," Minyashur replied with a smile. "All right then, let us sit for a while. I have matters to attend to soon," Yi Tian said, continuing to lounge comfortably. After a while, Yi Tian set down his empty coffee cup and turned to Minyashur. "Let us go outside." Minyashur nodded eagerly and quickly stood, following Yi Tian. Seeing them about to leave, Guang Xiaohai hurriedly asked, "Where are you two going?" Minyashur glanced at her and replied, "Just a few matters to attend to. We'll be back shortly." Noticing their lack of intent to include her, Guang Xiaohai felt a surge of frustration. Seeing her disappointment, Minyashur looked at Yi Tian and said, "Let us go." "Indeed," Yi Tian responded, stepping outside. The two strolled into the deep mountains. Yi Tian surveyed the surroundings before saying, "Here will do." With that, he transformed into his resident envoy attire. Upon seeing Yi Tian's change, Minyashur swiftly donned his own resident envoy badge. Yi Tian lifted his gaze to the sky and softly declared, "I am the leader of the alliance against anomalies across the realms. I seek an audience with the will of the world." In an instant, the once clear sky darkened, clouds gathering ominously, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Yi Tian and Minyashur vanished under a faint glow. Within an unknown space, Yi Tian and Minyashur stood amidst a foggy atmosphere, unable to discern their surroundings. "What is this place?" Minyashur asked, puzzled. Yi Tian glanced at him and slowly replied, "An unknown space. I am unsure of the specifics, so we must wait." Minyashur nodded and remained silent. Before long, a brilliant light illuminated the entire space. Yi Tian gazed at the sphere of light that had suddenly appeared, his mind filled with questions. Just then, an imperceptible wave emanated from the sphere, enveloping Yi Tian. He seemed to grasp something and smiled as he addressed it. "Indeed, we are the resident envoys. We inquire if you would be willing to formalize an agreement with us. In the future, This world will have dedicated resident envoys to oversee its safety. We shall not spare those who threaten it. Chapter 51. Did Dagu traverse time? As Yi Tian's words faded, the orb of light flickered slightly, soon emanating another wave. Following the natural course of events, Yi Tian closed his eyes, thoroughly analyzing this wave in his mind. He then slowly removed the badge from his chest and placed it before the orb. The orb shifted slightly, enveloping the badge in its glow, and shortly thereafter, its radiance intensified. As the brilliance gradually dissipated, Yi Tian retrieved the badge and replaced it on his chest. He then addressed the orb. "Thank you. Now, please return us." No sooner had Yi Tian's voice echoed than a flash enveloped them, and the two found themselves standing in a forest. In the midst of Men Shishir's bewilderment, Yi Tian said, "Let us go back and continue with our coffee." "Is that it?" Men Shishir inquired, puzzled. In response, Yi Tian turned slowly to him and replied, "It is done. Let us leave it at that. Your points should be credited shortly." With that, Yi Tian and Men Shishir returned to the photography studio. Yi Tian settled beside the table, losing himself in the chat group. He submitted the recently signed agreement to the group, and the information soon appeared before his eyes. Ding! Yi Tian, leader, has signed a contract with a world, earning 100,000 alliance exchange points. The reward has been distributed. Please check. Upon seeing the system's reward, Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle softly, though soon he was beset by a headache. How should he allocate the 10,000 points? How much should he grant to Men Shishir? If he offered too little, it might dampen their enthusiasm. If he gave too much, his own earnings would dwindle. After much contemplation, Yi Tian concluded that he should act with integrity. Consequently, he resolved to reward Men Shishir with 20,000 exchange points for his contributions. Utilizing his authority as the leader, he issued an announcement in the bulletin. With the chat group shielding him, no one could challenge his actions. True to his principle of acting upon thought, Yi Tian proceeded. Alliance group member, the audacious Wang Xiaoming, successfully discovered and signed an agreement. The chat group rewards him with 20,000 alliance exchange points. After sending out this announcement, Yi Tian recalled that Men Shishir had witnessed him signing the agreement, causing a flicker of concern. He feared that when others signed their own contracts, they might discover his private appropriation of 90,000 exchange points. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a light screen suddenly appeared. Contract signing rules. The first contract of the alliance group must be signed by the leader personally. Upon completion, the rewards distributed will determine the exchange points members receive thereafter. In the future, if any member signs a contract independently, they will receive 100,000, with 80,000 allocated to the leader's account and 20,000 to their own. Reading the text, Yi Tian felt his heart race, blood rushing to his head. Thankfully, he managed to suppress his impulse and relaxed. Meanwhile, Men Shishir, sitting beside him, received a notification from the chat group, instantly igniting his excitement. This was the first time he had received such a substantial amount, 20,000 points. I need to plan wisely, he thought. At that moment, Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes and, feeling a bit awkward, took a sip of coffee as if nothing had transpired. He turned to Men Shishir and asked, "So, how do you plan to use it?" After a moment of contemplation, Men Shishir responded, "I wish to purchase items to enhance myself." Hearing this, Yi Tian nodded slowly, choosing not to engage further. Instead, he discreetly opened the Alliance Mall, joyfully selecting items he desired. Suddenly, Yi Tian noticed Dagu had tagged him, suppressing his racing heart. He opened the chat group to check. Dagu, Yi Tian leader. Yi Tian, there's trouble. Yi Tian leader, what happened? Stay calm and explain. Dagu, I've traversed time. Yi Tian leader, traversed? What is going on? Dagu, I woke up to find myself in an unfamiliar room, and my mind is filled with strange memories. Dagu, after searching the room for a while, I finally located my identification. Dagu, image JPG Dagu, image JPG Dagu, image JPG Dagu. What should I do? Can I return? Yi Tian examined the images Dagu sent one by one. Read A. No way. Could it be true? Nonsensical. You actually traversed time? Slime. Envious. Yi Tian leader, I know where you are now. However, Let me think about this matter. At that moment, a new task appeared in Yi Tian's backend. Event: The truth behind Dagu's time travel. Task: Eliminate the summoned monster and uncover the truth. Reward: 4,000 alliance exchange points. Penalty: If the task fails, Dagu will never return to his original world. Yi Tian pondered deeply upon seeing the task before him. One thing puzzled him. Why would two unrelated parallel worlds allow Dagu to traverse between them? Nevertheless, he did not hesitate and promptly disseminated the task. Members of the chat group received the task. Dagu: No way. If I fail, I can never return. Red A: This is a low-risk task. Failing just means Dagu can't go back. Quite humane. Nonsensical. Indeed, very humane. Dagu: You all have such cold hearts. Yi Tian: Leader: All right. Focus on living according to your trajectory in that world. I will join you shortly. Dagu: Fine. It's the only option. Yi Tian: Leader: Everyone, who will take on this task? Red A: I will. Naval Captain Carp: I will. Nonsensical: One slime. One dragon hunter. Meng Tian: I won't go. There are unusual activities with the Blood Clan on my end. Audacious Wang Xiaoming: I will go. Feng Imo Shi Wang: Me too. I've never ventured into another world before. Black Braised Egg: I also wish to see. Not Shaking by Lian: It would be unreasonable for me to miss this group activity. Yi Tian: Leader: Very well. Please purchase the time travel card when you're ready. Not Shaking by Lian: I don't have any exchange points, nor gold. Chapter 52. The Demon King? The Super 8 World. Dagu, clad in a black suit and carrying a briefcase, strolled down the street, heading toward the location of the tourism department. However, at that moment, he abruptly halted, subtly turning his head to glance in a particular direction. He pondered silently. Is someone following me? Having recently acquired the Thunder Fruit, he could only wield its powers superficially. Yet it sufficed for his current needs. Dagu slowly turned his head back and continued his walk toward work, seemingly unfazed. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner behind him, a figure cloaked in a black robe spoke softly. What is happening? How could he detect me? Ignoring the presence trailing him, Dagu continued his path toward the tourism department. As he walked, he noticed a corner not far ahead and proceeded to turn into it. The robed figure followed silently. After waiting for a while without any sign of Dagu's reemergence, the figure grew puzzled and stepped into the corner as well. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find the space empty. Quickly, he advanced, eyeing a wall that towered above him, preparing to leap to see what lay beyond. However, just as he was about to jump, a voice called out from behind him. Who are you? Why are you following me? The robed figure froze at the question, then slowly turned to reveal a handsome face beneath his hood. It is a pleasure to meet you. Dagu, Ultraman Tiga, the young man smiled. Who are you? Dagu inquired, his expression shifting to one of wariness. Me? I'm afraid that is a question I cannot answer. Moreover, you need not know. This world has neither Ultraman nor monsters. I am the one who summoned you here, the young man replied. What is your purpose? Dagu asked, his brow furrowing. Purpose? No, I have no specific aim. Perhaps, my arrival has intensified the crisis in this world, and thus, in order for me to thrive here, I require Ultraman to rescue this realm. The young man expressed with a hint of frustration. Dagu was momentarily taken aback, then uncertainly asked, Are you a traveler from another world? The young man appeared surprised, exclaiming, How did you know? Could it be that you are a traveler too, and have even transformed into Dagu? That is not your concern for now. Please, tell me what you know, Dagu insisted, his demeanor serious. Well, it is not a significant matter, and sharing it 1T hurt. After I arrived, I bound myself to a fear indicator system, which requires me to summon monsters in this world to earn points that can be exchanged for various items. However, only yesterday did I discover that this system possesses its own consciousness, which has already altered the trajectory of this world, causing numerous monsters to soon descend. Listening to his words, Dagu fell into contemplation before remarking, So, you intend to summon Ultraman to combat these monsters? Indeed, while acquiring the system is thrilling, I cannot bear the thought of it being built upon the death of countless individuals, the young man replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Dagu smiled, stating, I shall temporarily place my trust in you. However, We will take charge of this matter, and as for your system, I shall reclaim it forcibly. I believe you would be pleased with that." The young man stepped back instinctively, unease flickering across his face. You can forcibly reclaim my system? Indeed. Since you are not fond of this system, allow me to take it back. In return, you will no longer live under the scrutiny of this world's will, but will instead fully integrate into it. How does that sound? Daegu smiled slightly. To live without the world's will watching over me. Have I been under its gaze all this time? The young man gazed at Daegu in disbelief. Well, it is not a significant issue. Coming to this world as a traveler is inherently acceptable, but the presence of an illicit system on you complicates matters, Daegu explained. At that moment, the young man's expression changed abruptly, his eyes turning white, his pupils vanishing, and crimson streaks began to stain his face, rendering him grotesque. Daegu instinctively took 2 steps back, his gaze fixed on him. "Damn it, you have meddled in my affairs, and now you shall not interfere again." A raspy voice emerged from the young man's throat. Raising his head with a mischievous grin, he looked at Daegu and said, "Kid, you are quite impressive. How about becoming my servant? Whatever you desire, I can grant you." Observing the transformation of the once familiar face, Daegu inhaled deeply and shouted, "Who are you, really?" "I am the Demon King. This boy has acquired one of my artifacts, and simply granting him a little power has made him intoxicated with joy. He dares to disrupt my plans. Truly, he does not know the meaning of danger," the Demon King declared. Daegu, upon hearing this, instinctively took a step back. His eyes locked onto the figure before him in silence. Noticing Daegu's reaction, the Demon King regarded him with amusement. "I presume you are waiting for someone? However, I advise you to abandon that hope. This is a space created by my magic. No one can enter." Gritting his teeth, Daegu glared at him. "What do you intend to do?" Unfazed by Daegu's anger, the Demon King casually replied, "Of course, I plan to reshape my body using endless magic and resentment. Thus, you are left with 2 choices, life or death. Do you truly believe you can keep me here? Are you unaware that I am Ultraman?" Daegu's expression grew grave. "I am well aware, thanks to that boy's revelations. Yet, I must thank him for imparting so much knowledge. So what will your choice be?" The Demon King grinned. Daegu's expression grew even more serious as he realized that his movements in this space felt sluggish. Though he could still manage some actions, they seemed utterly ineffective. Chapter 53, The Surrounded Demon King. However, after just a brief moment, Daegu's expression regained its composure, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. The Demon King standing before him, filled with confusion, turned to Daegu and inquired, "What are you smiling about?" In response, Daegu merely shook his head and fell into silence. "It seems you are determined to die rather than submit. Allow me to send you on your way." With that, the Demon King advanced directly, preparing to snap his neck. However, just as his arm grazed Daegu's throat, a radiant light surged forth from Daegu's chest, burning like flames against his arm. "Ah, what is this?" The Demon King quickly recoiled, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at Daegu, demanding an explanation. Yet, Daegu offered no answer, casually observing him instead. "You are aware of what I have begun to say. Once you arrived in this world, you have lived under the watchful gaze of the world's will, and my arrival will only draw more attention from it. As you attempt to strike me, if it possesses even a modicum of wisdom, it will aid me." "How? How can this be? This world should not have a world will. How can there be a world will?" The Demon King murmured, somewhat lost in thought. "Do you think its existence hinges on your beliefs? Moreover, are you not curious why my presence has attracted the world's will to this place?" Daegu asked, a smirk gracing his lips. "Why?" the Demon King queried, gazing at Daegu with suspicion. "Because." Before Daegu could finish, a dark portal suddenly appeared behind him, and a voice emerged from within. "Because we are the guardians of this realm." Yi Tian stepped forth, wearing a smile as he regarded the bewildered Demon King before him. "Yi Tian, you have arrived," Daegu exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Yi Tian and his companions. "Indeed, I am here." As he spoke, Yi Tian activated the emblem on his chest to resist the rules of this space, then took a step forward. Addressing the Demon King, "Had you possessed a physical form, I might have feared you. However, you have made the grave mistake of usurping his body. And what of it?" I expended great effort to procure this body for him, the Demon King retorted. At this, Yi Tian let out a derisive laugh and replied, he can live here unscathed, for he has gained the world's will's recognition. However, with your suppression of his soul, your sins are now laid bare. Sins? I am the Demon King. Can human laws bind me? The Demon King scoffed at the notion. Human laws? Apologies, but I never suggested employing human laws against you, Yi Tian said, a hint of regret in his tone. Be sensible and leave immediately. Otherwise, even in my weakened state, I shall annihilate you all, the Demon King warned, his expression darkening as he glared at Yi Tian and his companions. In response, Yi Tian shook his head, then stated, are you truly so obstinate in your delusions? If so, he took a step forward, a blue ethereal light materializing in his hand, transforming into a sharp sword. What? Are you truly intent on engaging in combat? Young one, though I currently exist in a spiritual state, that does not preclude my ability to slay you. The Demon King declared, dark flames enveloping his entire being. Observing the Demon King's transformation, Yi Tian smiled slightly, then teased, so, noble Demon King, have you ever heard of Taoists or talismans? The Demon King paused, then incredulously questioned, who are you? You cannot possibly be from Neon. Are you from the Celestial Empire? Yi Tian, emboldened by the Demon King's inquiry, produced a talisman from behind him and pondered aloud. I wonder if this exorcism talisman will be effective. Exorcism talisman. You, vile creature, you dare compare me to a mere ghost? The Demon King bellowed, furious. Yi Tian, realizing the talisman was ineffective, mused, what about the golden light spell from the Celestial Master's residence? How does lightning magic sound? Golden radiance gradually enveloped him, and he summoned brilliant bolts of electricity in his palms. Still smiling, Yi Tian remarked, let us experience your esteemed prowess, Demon King. With that, he vanished from sight, reappearing before the Demon King to deliver a powerful punch. In an instant, the space crackled with flashes of lightning. At that moment, Yi Tian's voice rang out, Lao Zhang, come lend a hand. On my way, Zhang Chulan, who had been spectating, responded eagerly, reciting incantations as golden light flickered around him and rushed towards Yi Tian. The battle between Yi Tian and the Demon King intensified, with Zhang Chulan occasionally launching surprise attacks, reveling in the chaos. As the Demon King endured each of Yi Tian's strikes, the dark aura surrounding him began to wane. The three fought with abandon within this space. Finally, as they separated, the Demon King spoke first. Today, even though you have gained an upper hand, I strongly advise against our paths crossing again. With that, he prepared to withdraw from this space. However, at that moment, a figure clad in crimson armor stepped before him, gazing intently. You shall not escape. Rede approached, a smile gracing her lips as she added, if you ask me, you are truly lacking, at the very least. The young man you suppressed seems to have grasped certain matters. You appear inferior even to him. Indeed. Do you think you can leave while surrounded by so many of us? Rimuru's youthful voice chimed in from the side. Faced with the encircling figures, the Demon King growled in frustration. Yi Tian then casually remarked, there is no need for you to flee. You cannot escape anyway. If you possess any skill, attempt to abandon this body and flee. Taken aback, the Demon King's lips curled into a sly smile as he responded, ah, thank you for your enlightening suggestion. With that, he attempted to disengage, while Yi Tian and the others made no move to stop him, standing still with smiles on their faces. Ultimately, all distinctive features faded from the young man's visage, and he collapsed to the ground, entirely relaxed. Chapter 54, The Repatriation of Blue City. Yi Tian gazed quietly at the young man lying on the ground, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Chulan, who nodded subtly in response, a gentle golden aura beginning to emanate from him. Seemingly unfazed by the events unfolding, Yi Tian turned to the others and said, let us depart. Although the group was somewhat bewildered, they nodded in agreement and prepared to leave. At that moment, Yi Tian abruptly stepped back, a brilliant golden light flashing around him as he unleashed a powerful punch into the air beside him. Ah, I will fight you. A ghostly wail echoed, accompanied by a chilling wind. Unperturbed, Yi Tian continued his assault, his palm crackling with faint electricity as he struck again at the shadow of the Demon King. With each blow, Yi Tian could perceive the Demon King's soul dimming slightly. Gradually, the Ghost King's cries grew fainter, and his form became increasingly translucent. Spare me. The Ghost King pleaded desperately as Yi Tian raised his fist once more. With a dismissive curl of his lip, Yi Tian replied, "Spare you? You wish." With that, he brought his fist crashing down. A resounding boom reverberated as gusts of wind ravaged the nearby structures, and the Demon King's soul faded further into oblivion. At last, with one final, devastating punch, accompanied by the Demon King's anguished cries, the figure vanished completely. Only then did Yi Tian lower his fist and turn to the young man still sprawled on the ground. "Dagu, this individual is yours to handle," he instructed before leisurely exiting the alley. As Yi Tian walked away, the others followed suit, leaving Dagu behind. Sighing, Dagu glanced at the young man on the ground, then stepped forward to hoist him up and lead him out of the corner. By the coast, Dagu set the young man down and turned to Yi Tian and the others. "Yi Tian, everyone, I need to check in at the observation department. I'll be back shortly." Yi Tian sighed at this, shaking his head in mild exasperation. "It's just a minor issue. Why hesitate to take a break? Go on, then." Rolling his eyes at Yi Tian's demeanor, Dagu bid farewell to the group and departed. On the sandy beach, Yi Tian and the others reclined in nearby chairs, silently watching the vast ocean for an extended period. Finally, Zhang Chulan broke the silence. "Is it really this easy? This mission feels more like a vacation. I've never traveled abroad before." Yi Tian slowly turned his head to regard him. "Do you think I wanted this? If we weren't here, where else could we go? We don't know the way around." The others nodded in agreement. Zhang Chulan's expression darkened, and he silently turned away, feeling that further conversation would only lead to folly. Just then, the young man lying on the sand began to stir. Upon opening his eyes and surveying his surroundings, he was startled to find himself encircled by a group of people. Alarmed, he attempted to retreat but collided directly with Zhang Chulan. As he looked up, he was met with Zhang Chulan's unblinking stare. Fearful under the scrutiny of the group, the young man trembled as he spoke. "Gentlemen, please spare me. I have a liking for women. Spare me." Yi Tian was taken aback by his words, then quickly delivered a punch to the young man's face. The others joined in as well, incensed at being so disrespected. "Spare me," the young man whimpered, his face swelling, tears welling in his eyes. Yi Tian rose slowly, stretched, and glanced at the assembled group. "Let us introduce ourselves." The young man, sensing no option for defiance, stammered. "My name is Lan Cheng, and I hail from Mercury. I woke up here without any knowledge of how I arrived." Yi Tian nodded, then inquired, "Tell me, what have you done? What were you instructed to do?" A look of frustration crossed Lan Cheng's face as he began to speak. "I was ordered to throw a machine into the sea. Beyond that, I am unaware." Yi Tian paused, contemplating. "Throw a machine into the sea?" He rubbed his chin, pondering the implications. "Is there anything else? Think carefully. What else happened?" Lan Cheng appeared lost in thought, but, upon raising his gaze again, managed a bitter smile. "I cannot recall anything else. I suspect that whenever I sleep, he emerges, seizing control of me to carry out his orders." Yi Tian nodded thoughtfully before offering. "You have two choices. Remain in this world or be repatriated to your former one." Lan Cheng stood frozen, his expression transforming into one of elation as he exclaimed, "Please, send me back. This world is too terrifying." Acknowledging his plea, Yi Tian stood and handed him a repatriation card. "This is your ticket back. Simply crush it, and you shall return to your previous world. The choice is yours." With that, Yi Tian returned to his chair, his gaze fixed on the horizon. At last, Lan Cheng rose, bowed slightly to Yi Tian and the others, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you all." He then crushed the repatriation card in his hand and stepped back. Instantly, a six-pointed star, reminiscent of a magical circle, appeared beneath his feet, emanating a mysterious aura. Lan Cheng glanced at the star, then took a moment to memorize the faces of those present. In that instant, the star erupted in a brilliant golden light, and he vanished from sight. Yet, just as Lan Sheng disappeared, Rimuru shouted, "His system hasn't been retracted. How could we let him leave like this?" Chapter 55. The Arrival of Dream Beta Sai. Beside him, Red A gazed vacantly at Yi Tian and said, "You've sent him away just like that? Are we to sit here idly? Everything is at a standstill." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, and then the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He looked at him and said, "Ahem. Brother, your appetite hasn't changed, has it?" With that, he instinctively shifted away, attempting to distance himself from Red A. At this remark, those sitting next to Red A couldn't help but smirk, subtly shifting away as well. Witnessing this, a dark line crossed Red A's face, and he gradually lowered his head, his expression turning cold. He then stood up and approached Yi Tian, a cold smile playing on his lips as he stared at the now wary Yi Tian, saying, "Let us go have some fun." "Wait, keep your distance," Yi Tian exclaimed, suddenly leaping up from his beach chair, his expression one of alarm as he stumbled back a few steps. However, Red A had no intention of letting him off easily. He followed closely, saying, "Didn't you just say not to run?" In an instant, Yi Tian panicked and vanished from sight, reappearing at the edge of the shore. With a grave expression, he warned, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll jump. You know this is a crime, right? I can't let you succeed, even if it costs me my life." The previously disinterested onlookers shifted their attention to the unfolding drama between Yi Tian and Red A, chuckling as they enjoyed the spectacle. Red A, unfazed by Yi Tian's antics, swiftly disappeared and reappeared next to him. As he prepared to seize Yi Tian, a sudden burst of mist erupted from the water, causing Yi Tian to vanish once more, now taunting Red A from a distance, "You can't catch me." Haha. Seeing Yi Tian, arms akimbo and laughing heartily, a flicker of amusement crossed Red A's eyes. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he disappeared again, only to re-emerge, gripping Yi Tian by the collar. With Red A holding him aloft, Yi Tian's face darkened, and he flailed his arms helplessly. Meanwhile, a group of individuals equipped with cameras and filming equipment boarded a yacht. Speeding towards the open sea, Yi Tian noticed unusual activity in the sky. Amidst the ruins above, a towering figure, obscured from view, stood ominously still. Yi Tian turned to Lina, who was narrating from the yacht, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Lina, catching sight of Yi Tian, smiled back warmly. However, Yi Tian felt a surge of irritation, thinking, "Do you see me as a child?" But he quickly dismissed the thought. He was not a child anymore. With this in mind, Yi Tian sat back down, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Just then, Takaban Shoji looked up at the mirage in the sky, puzzled, and asked, "Leader, why is there a mirage like that in the sky?" Yi Tian turned to him slowly and replied, "I wish to know as well." Hearing this, Takaban nodded glumly and said, "All right then." At that moment, on a nearby bridge, Daegu was introducing the surroundings to a group of foreigners. Suddenly, his mind went blank, and he found himself on an empty street. As he surveyed his surroundings, a deafening roar echoed through the sky. Daegu prepared to draw his transformation stick, but a red orb fell from the heavens, crashing down upon the creature. The tremendous force sent the beast tumbling to the ground, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. Daegu instinctively covered his mouth and nose, and in an instant, he was back where he started. Behind him, a group of tourists bombarded him with questions. After scanning the area for any issues and finding none, he turned to his group, feeling a headache coming on. Just then, he spotted a figure waving at him. Squinting, he recognized Lina and murmured, "Lina." Quickly finding an excuse to disperse the group, Daegu hurried towards her. On the bridge, Daegu and Lina stood together, chatting casually. Suddenly, Daegu realized Lina had vanished, and a monster loomed nearby. Just as he prepared to transform, the fiery dream Beatus appeared. Faced with the situation, Daegu reluctantly put away his transformation stick and stood still, watching the battle unfold between Ultraman and the monster. However, he soon noticed that this unfamiliar Ultraman was struggling against the creature, continuously on the defensive. Daegu sighed in exasperation, but after observing for a while, he discovered the monster had a critical weakness. It could not see stationary objects or people. Realizing this, Daegu rushed forward, shouting, "That monster can't see stationary objects." Indeed, it was Hilbegon. If Yetion had witnessed this scene, he would have found it peculiar, for according to the storyline, the one who should have appeared was King Pandan, not Hilbegon. Upon hearing Dagu's warning, Dream Beatus nodded and swiftly dispatched the creature. Watching the monster's defeat, Dagu couldn't help but smile knowingly. In an instant, the illusion dissipated and Lena's voice echoed in his ears. "Dagu, Dagu." Startled, Dagu replied, "Ah, sorry, I was lost in thought." Just as he finished speaking, something seemed to trigger his senses, and he turned abruptly, his expression one of confusion. Approaching him with a smile was Hinobia Mirai, who said, "Thank you for your reminder." "Who are you?" Dagu asked hesitantly, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. "Yes, it is I," Mirai replied, nodding slowly. Chapter 56. Eavesdropping Lena upon witnessing the scene. Dagu could not help but smile, extending his hand as he spoke gently. "Hello, I am Dagu, pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Hibino Mirai." Hibino Mirai hastily added after hearing Dagu's introduction. At that moment, Lena, who had been standing aside, looked at Dagu with a puzzled expression and whispered, "Dagu, this heavily delusional otaku." In response, Dagu chuckled softly and turned to Lena, saying, "He is not." Then he faced Hibino Mirai and continued, "Let us find a place to converse. I have some questions for you." "All right." Hibino Mirai nodded eagerly, his mind brimming with curiosity and a desire for answers. Seeing Hibino Mirai's agreement, Dagu smiled and then turned to Lena, saying, "Lena, I have some matters to attend to." Lena felt a twinge of disappointment, but, glancing at Hibino Mirai behind Dagu, reluctantly nodded and prepared to leave. However, just as she took a couple of steps, she heard Dagu's voice call out, "Hello. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Dagu, also known as Ultraman Tiga." "Oh, so you are also an Ultraman. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Hibino Mirai, the Ultraman Mebius from the Land of Light. Were you summoned here as well?" Hibino Mirai exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing Mirai's words, Dagu nodded and then shook his head, looking at him and saying, "My situation is somewhat unique. I am an exception." "What do you mean?" Mirai inquired, confusion evident in his gaze. "My arrival here was likely an accident. Someone summoned me, and I merged with the Dagu of this world. I suspect that once I depart, the Dagu of this world will reappear," Dagu replied, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Upon hearing Dagu's explanation, Mirai pondered and nodded, saying, "A parallel world, then." "Indeed. I am the Dagu from a parallel universe." At this, Dagu let out a sigh. Meanwhile, Lena, who had not wandered far, shivered slightly and turned to observe the conversation between Dagu and Mirai. Her bright eyes began to flush with a subtle hue. "Since you arrived here before me, do you have any leads?" Mirai asked, looking at Dagu with curiosity. "I do know a few things. This world itself lacks Ultraman and monsters. They have all been summoned here. Moreover, for some reason, an unusually large number of monsters are expected to appear." Dagu's voice grew somber as he spoke. Mirai nodded slowly, then looked at Dagu, saying, "When I arrived, a little girl informed me that there are 7 warriors in this world and that I should find them." "7, you say?" "Including myself. That leaves 6 remaining," Dagu replied. "Let us go. I will take you to find them. Perhaps they possess the information we seek." With that, Dagu led Mirai towards the seaside, while Lena followed them at a distance, eager to uncover more truths. At the shore, the group lounged on beach chairs. Just then, Rimuru spoke up. "Ah, I feel like I'm going to dry out. So boring." The others nodded in agreement. Observing them, Yetion sighed and said, "Patience, patience. Dagu has yet to return." As Yetion's words faded, Dagu and Mirai approached. Dagu's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he looked at the group sprawled on the chairs. "What are you all doing?" he inquired. Rimuru was the first to respond, leaping onto Dagu's shoulder and exclaiming, "Dagu, how could you be so inconsiderate, knowing we just arrived and are completely unfamiliar with this place? You didn't even leave us any money. Do you wish for us to starve?" Dagu scratched his head awkwardly at Rimuru's words, apologizing, Sorry. I was too busy and forgot." At that moment, Yetion glanced at Hibino Mirai standing beside Dagu, a smirk forming on his lips as he said, He.S. Mebius, right? What is going on, Daegu? Is there something you need? Daegu gently lifted Rimuru off his shoulder and cradled him in his arms. Then approached Yi Tian and explained the situation, summarizing what they knew. After listening to Daegu's account, Yi Tian nodded slowly and said, I believe I understand your concerns. I am also aware of the human forms of the other Ultramen. They are close by. Think carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he stood on his beach chair, gazing at Daegu and sternly ordering, Daegu, Ultraman Tiga, do you intend to starve us? Hand over your bank card immediately. I need to eat. Daegu's mouth twitched at this, but he soon noticed the intense glares from the others, as if they were ready to pounce on him. Quickly, he retrieved his bank card and cash from his bag, handing them over to Yi Tian, saying, Sorry. Yi Tian examined the bank card and cash in his hands before announcing, Let me make this clear so you don't run around in confusion. Your two childhood friends are the human forms of Dinah and Gaia, and your fiancé, E, and comrade Lena's father is also one of them. Just take Mirai to find them. You should already have an idea where they are. Daegu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Yi Tian with surprise, and after a pause, he asked, in my world, Lena's father isn't also an Ultraman, is he? Rolling his eyes, Yi Tian replied, Of course not. Your team member Lena's father is an ordinary person, and the Lena from both worlds are not the same individual. Daegu blinked in astonishment. As he seemed about to ask more, Yi Tian waved dismissively. You all go ahead. We are nearly starving here. If you need anything, just me. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Daegu smiled sheepishly and took Mirai, who still appeared bewildered, and left. However, as they departed, Yi Tian did not rush away but turned his gaze towards a certain spot, his lips curling into a smile as he spoke. Hey, Lena, how long do you plan to hide before you come out? Daegu has already left. Yi Tian's words reached Lena, who was concealed behind a vehicle, causing her expression to change instantly. Chapter 57. Come, let us witness Ultraman battle the little monsters. Lena gracefully emerged from behind the car, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the young Yi Tian, who appeared to be around 6 years old. Observing this, Yi Tian could not help but chuckle softly before reclining on a beach chair. Red A, lying nearby, tilted his head in curiosity and asked, Little Yi Tian, who is this? Do you know her? How did she come over? In response, Yi Tian nodded slowly and said, This is Lena, Daegu's childhood friend from this world. Oh, then it's all good. By the way, since we have the bank card, let us hurry and buy some food, Red A urged eagerly. As Lena watched the two converse, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She scanned the others lounging on nearby chairs and finally could not contain herself any longer. Could you please tell me what is happening? What has happened to Daegu? And what about my father? Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Lena and nodded. I can tell you, but we are all quite hungry. Could you help us buy some food, or perhaps take us to a restaurant? Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, echoing, Exactly, we are starving. Daegu is a bit unreliable in this regard. Lena, still perplexed, nodded and then looked at Yi Tian, saying, Follow me. I will take you to a restaurant. With that, Yi Tian sprang from the beach chair and called to the others, Let us go, everyone. We are off for a feast. Let us go? The group responded in unison. Inside a private room of the restaurant, Yi Tian occupied the seat of honor while the others took their places around the table. However, as soon as they were seated, Yi Tian's expression turned contemplative. He stared vacantly at the bank card in his hand. Noticing this, Meng Tian looked over in curiosity and asked, What's wrong? The others turned their attention to Yi Tian as well. With a hint of frustration, he replied, I have no idea how much money is on this card. I'm afraid if I order too much, we will end up washing dishes here. The group fell silent, exchanging glances at the bank card in Yi Tian's hand. At that moment, Fei Shu spoke up, I think you should check with the bank. Taken aback, Yi Tian shot him a look, saying, How am I supposed to find the bank here? What would I even ask? Meanwhile, Lena noticed the bank card in Yi Tian's hand and asked, somewhat dazed, Is that Daegu's bank card you are holding? Yes, why? Yi Tian replied, I think you can order whatever you like. There should be enough money on that card for us to eat here, Lena said hesitantly. Yi Tian nodded slowly, and then called for the waiter. As the waiter approached, Yi Tian instructed, "We would like one of everything on the menu, and a large bowl of rice. These folks have quite the appetite." Lena was taken aback by his order, staring wide-eyed at those gathered around the table. She had never seen anyone order food in such quantities. Soon, dishes began to arrive at their table. While encouraging everyone to dig in, Yi Tian turned to Lena and asked, "So, what would you like to know? I want to understand what is happening with Dagu and my father. What has happened to him?" Lena asked urgently. Yi Tian nodded thoughtfully before responding. "As for Dagu's situation, it is something you must recall yourself. You will remember what you can. And about your father, I have no qualms in telling you. He exists in another world, as a human form of an Ultraman. It is nothing to fret over. You will soon understand." With that, Yi Tian resumed eating. Lena, sitting beside him, was momentarily stunned, muttering under her breath, "That doesn't tell me anything." However, when she glanced back at Yi Tian, she found him engrossed in his meal, seemingly oblivious to her. Frustrated, she surveyed the table and noticed that two individuals had yet to touch their food. Curious, she asked Yi Tian, "Why are those two not eating? Is the food unappetizing?" Yi Tian paused, looked at Fei Shu and Rimuru, and slowly shook his head. "Do not mind them. They cannot eat." Fei Shu and Rimuru, sitting silently, gazed enviously at the others enjoying their meal, but remained motionless. However, upon hearing Lena's inquiry, they turned to her and smiled. Just then, the ground trembled violently, causing the entire room to shake. Feeling the tremors, Lena's expression shifted to alarm. "An earthquake is coming. We must find shelter." Yi Tian, taken aback, looked at the dining group and declared, "Well, it seems it's time for us to watch the show. Let us go witness Ultraman battling the little monsters." With that, he finished his last bite and stood, making his way toward the exit. The group, surprised, set down their utensils and followed Yi Tian. Yi Tian, arriving at the front desk, settled the bill and then stood outside the restaurant, waiting for the others. Once everyone had gathered, he spoke again. "Let us sit atop that building and watch the spectacle." He pointed to a nearby skyscraper. Lena, momentarily bewildered by his words, asked, "Aren't we supposed to take cover? Why are we going up to the building to watch?" Yi Tian shot her an exasperated glance before turning to Fei Shu. "Fei Shu, could you open a portal?" "Understood." Fei Shu replied, extending his hand to create a shimmering portal. He stepped through first, followed closely by the others. Lena stood beside Yi Tian, momentarily stunned, watching the group enter the portal. Then Yi Tian turned to her, urging, "What are you waiting for? Step inside." With that, he stepped through the portal. Contemplating for a moment, Lena felt a surge of determination and followed suit. As she emerged from the portal, she found Yi Tian and the others already seated at the edge of the building. Chapter 58. Let us fight, Zio. On the rooftop, Yi Tian stood at the edge of the building, gesturing toward the distant crimson giant, saying, "That towering figure over there, the one in red, is Dream Becomes. A warrior from the Land of Light. Yes, he can be quite amusing at times. The Land of Light. Young Yi Tian, does it consist entirely of such towering giants?" Montaigne inquired slowly from the side. "This is the true giant. The giants from my homeland pale in comparison. They cannot even claim the title of giants," Kabu remarked, gazing at Dream Becomes with a hint of admiration. "Indeed, he is exceptionally tall," Go concurred. However, Monya sure held a different perspective. He then turned to Yi Tian and asked, "I wonder, who is stronger, him or me?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, then contemplated for a moment before responding, "Perhaps you should activate the Ancestors mode?" Monya sure appeared puzzled, staring blankly at Yi Tian. "What on earth? Ancestors mode? Does that mean if I activate it, I can defeat him?" "Well, perhaps. I cannot say for certain. You two are entirely different concepts. After all, no one has ever witnessed a Ultraman and a Kamen Rider fighting," Yi Tian replied, his expression one of mild frustration. "Kamen Rider? Huh. Monya sure. Are you also a Kamen Rider?" Go, who had been listening, turned to inquire. "Indeed, I am a Kamen Rider. What about you?" Monya sure asked, surprised. "Yes, I recently obtained my belt," Go said shyly. "Good. Let's have a match shortly." Monya sure nodded calmly. "Wait, a match? Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" CHKNSH expressed his concern. There's no harm in testing your abilities, Monyashur said as he turned his attention back to the battlefield, continuing to observe Ultraman battling the small monsters. Just then, Lena, who had just arrived, looked at the group engaged in conversation and was momentarily stunned. She then raised her head in shock, gazing at the battlefield not far away. What is happening? However, at that moment, Monyashur stood up with a hint of resignation and glanced at Lena. Excuse me, could you step aside? Afterward, he looked at CHKNSH Go. Come, let me test your skills. Hearing this, CHKNSH Go turned to Yi-Tian with a distressed expression. Seeing this, Yi-Tian smiled and said, if they ask you to go, just go. It's a perfect opportunity to gauge your strength. Testing my strength, huh? Very well. CHKNSH Go replied solemnly, nodding. He then stood up and walked toward the center of the rooftop. Lena, standing between the two, was momentarily taken aback and quickly exclaimed, Hey, you too. In response, Monyashur, appearing somewhat helpless, looked at her and said, Could you please step aside? Don't obstruct the center. Realizing her advice was futile, Lena turned to Yi-Tian, hurrying to his side. Aren't you going to stop them? You seem to hold a high position among these people. How can they just fight like that? Fight. Just watch and see, Yi-Tian replied with a dismissive glance. Then turned to the others. Ahem, bets are on, betting on Dicky to win. However, before Yi-Tian could finish, Monyashur turned to him with a sigh. Young Yi-Tian, you're being rather mischievous. Ahem, well then, go ahead and fight. I'll just observe in silence, he said, sitting upright. His demeanor serious as he watched the scene unfolding. The onlookers turned their attention to the two preparing to battle, intrigued. Lena, however, was momentarily stunned, as she had intended to persuade Yi-Tian to intervene, but things had taken an unexpected turn. As she contemplated her next move, she prepared to stop the two from engaging in combat. Yet, before she could take a step, her eyes widened in astonishment as she observed the two in the arena. CHKNSH Go, having reached the center and standing opposite Monyashur, produced a driver from behind and placed it at his waist. Instantly, a spectral clock materialized behind him, its hands spinning until they reached 12 o'clock. The mechanical voice from the Zio driver echoed, Transform. CHKNSH Go shouted, Rider time. Kamen Rider Zio. As his words faded, armor enveloped his body. Observing this, Monyashur smiled slightly and remarked, Impressive effects. Now it's my turn. He produced a driver from behind, attaching it to his waist, and retrieved a card from the storage box on his belt. Transform. Kamen Rider Decade. Countless phantoms took shape before Monyashur, coalescing around him, while several blocks flew toward his head. As they reached him, the originally gray armor transformed into a striking red and black ensemble. Gazing at CHKNSH Go across from him, Monyashur spoke slowly. Come. Let me see your strength. All right. CHKNSH Go, now transformed into Zio, immediately swung his fist toward Monyashur's form, Dicky. In response, Dicky raised his hand slightly and effortlessly grasped the incoming fist. With a swift motion, he punched Zio in the abdomen. Feeling the tremendous force, Zio staggered back. Clutching his stomach, that hurts. Dicky shook his head. Is this all the strength you possess? Zio, how can you claim to be a king with such meager power? Hearing this, Zio lowered his hands, standing upright. I will definitely become the king. Absolutely. With that declaration, he swung his fist once more toward Dicky. Dicky merely tilted his head and gracefully dodged the blow. Although he had lost his memories, his reflexes and strength remained intact, making it effortless to handle Zio, who had only recently gained his powers. Zio retracted his fist and took a deep breath. He placed his hands in front of him, clenched them tightly, and a sword materialized in his grasp. Zakingarade, Time Sword Gun. With the sword firmly in hand, Zio advanced, aiming to strike Dicky. Seeing the blade approaching, Dicky was momentarily taken aback, but quickly retrieved a storage box from his waist, transforming it into a long sword to block in front of him. Clang! The two swords clashed, sending sparks flying. Chapter 59. Let us introduce our three heroes. Observing the fierce battle between Decade and Zio, Yi-Tian couldn't help but smile, reminiscing about the time he watched Zio. Back then, Decade's confrontation with Zio seemed rather effortless. However, this time he was witnessing a live performance. Meanwhile, standing beside him, Lena furrowed her brows, gazing at the combatants with concern, and inquired, "What are they fighting for?" "Exactly." Taken aback by her question, Yi Tian pondered, "Why are they fighting?" Indeed, why would they engage in combat when they were such good friends not long ago?" Lena looked at him, puzzled. Perhaps it's just a case of restless hands." Yi Tian mused, absent-mindedly rubbing his chin. "Restless hands?" Lena replied, her expression filled with disbelief. Yet, after a brief moment, she voiced another concern. "Who exactly are you?" "I cannot disclose that," Yi Tian responded, casting her a sidelong glance. "Then why have they turned into this?" Lena asked, her eyes darting around. That is something I can share. They are Kamen Riders. One is the World Destroyer, Decade, and the other is the Overlord of Time, Zio. Yi Tian replied with a teasing tone. "The World Destroyer? Decade?" Lena murmured, astonished as she observed the individual in pink armor. "Overlord of Time, that name. Overlord of Time, he is someone who, in the future, will annihilate and recreate a timeline, referred to as the Supreme and Benevolent King." Lena felt bewildered, having merely expressed her thoughts. However, upon hearing Yi Tian's words, she found herself in a daze. The Supreme and Benevolent King? That seems rather contradictory to the term Overlord. Noticing Lena's confusion, Yi Tian smirked before redirecting his attention back to the ongoing battle between Decade and Zio. Suddenly, the ground trembled, accompanied by a chorus of roars. Upon hearing the commotion, Yi Tian swiftly turned to the battlefield where Mebius was located. Seeing 5 monsters closing in on Mebius left Yi Tian momentarily stunned. He muttered, "How could 5 monsters appear at once? Did that Demon King do something truly catastrophic? They initially came here just to travel downstream. And now they are faced with so many monsters, their chances of victory are minimal. If they encounter one with thick skin, they might not even be able to penetrate its defenses. If there was anyone among them capable of fighting the monsters, it would be the later incarnations of Decade and Zio. Currently, who could contend with these beasts?" With that thought, Yi Tian shifted his gaze to Roronoa Zoro, Rimuru, and Garp. The might of the pirate world was unparalleled, capable of knocking out entire islands with a single punch. Garp, too, stood as one of the pinnacle figures in that realm. If he were to land a few blows, or perhaps Roronoa Zoro, his transcendent magic was impressive as well. And Rimuru, surely he could swallow a monster? After all, he had devoured a dragon before. Surely consuming a mere monster shouldn't pose a problem. The trio had been observing the battle between Decade and Zio when an unexpected chill swept over them, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Tian had already orchestrated their roles. With that in mind, Yi Tian coughed lightly and said, "Ahem. How about you two? And take a breather. We have some work to do." He then turned to the others. Mitsuya SH and Takaaka SH go halted their movements, reverting from their armored forms to gaze at Yi Tian. "I and Appos. I'm sure you and Appos," V noticed. "Yes, it and Appos. Those 5 monsters behind me. So, who among you would like to test their mettle?" Yi Tian stated with a smile. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury, who had been standing beside Yi Tian, subtly took a few steps back, wanting to distance himself. Noticing this, Yi Tian shot him an exasperated look and remarked, "Why are you retreating? I never intended for you to join in. That would be tantamount to signing your own death warrant." With a beaming smile, Yi Tian turned to Garp, saying, "So, Garp, what do you think?" Garp, his mouth twitching, stepped forward and replied, "I can give it a shot. I've never had the chance to smack around something like that." Pleased with Garp's response, Yi Tian nodded and added, "Well, if you can't handle it, just retreat." He then turned to Roronoa Zoro, his smile unwavering, and said, "And you, Roronoa Zoro? The supreme ruler of the great tomb of Nazarick? Oh, why are you stepping back?" Hearing Yi Tian and Appos' words, Roronoa Zoro took 2 steps back, feeling somewhat awkward as he said, I'm just a mage." "Well then, how about you stay here and cast a transcendent spell to test its damage?" Yi Tian prodded. Realizing the situation, Roronoa Zoro reluctantly nodded. After encouraging Roronoa Zoro, Yi Tian's harmless smile returned as he surveyed the crowd. He then addressed Rimuru, saying, "Rimuru, Demon Lord? Future Emperor of the Federation? Why not give it a try? See if you can swallow one whole." At this, Rimuru, in his human form, couldn't and amp, Oppos, help but grimace. He looked at Yi Tian, despair evident in his voice. I'm just a slime. Why would you burden me with such a monumental task?" Yi Tian cast a sidelong glance at Rimuru and then turned to the others, saying, "Have you ever seen a slime that devoured a dragon? No? Well, now you have. Here he is, the slime that swallowed a dragon." Upon hearing this, those standing beside Rimuru instinctively took a step back, their expressions filled with awe. This was the being that had devoured a dragon, definitely not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Lena, standing at the back of the crowd, found herself lost in thought after hearing Yi Tian's words. Who were these people? Each one seemed more formidable than the last. The master of the Great Tomb? Was this considered normal? One had even consumed a dragon. This group was rather intimidating. Yi Tian, having no time to address Lena's astonishment, turned to Rimuru and suggested, "How about we let your great sage analyze the situation first?" After that, Yi Tian looked around and said, "Ahem. Let us make way for our three heroes to make their grand entrance." Hearing this, those surrounding them stepped back a few paces, allowing the three to stand apart. Garp, glancing around at the suddenly empty space beside him, sighed. "I thought I had joined a powerful organization, but who would have guessed?" Chapter 60. Carp, Battle the Monsters. Standing beside Carp, Yi Tian seemed to sense something, instinctively glancing in his direction. Noticing this, Carp's expression grew serious, and he resolutely shouted, "For justice." Upon hearing his words, a smile unconsciously graced Yi Tian's face. He then turned to the two individuals beside Carp and remarked, "Observe the noble spirit of Rear Admiral Carp. How resolute his will is. We must learn from him." Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Fei Shu and Rimuru exchanged glances filled with a hint of resentment towards Carp. Noticing the looks directed at him, Carp appeared oblivious, scanning the surroundings as if he were unaware of his own affairs. Seeing this, Fei Shu and Rimuru exchanged a resigned glance, offering each other silent consolation. Yi Tian then declared, "Well, this is the situation. Brave warriors, please commence your journey. Let your strength shine brightly in this alternate world." "Yes," the three replied weakly. In response, Yi Tian took a couple of steps back, allowing the stage to be set for the trio. At that moment, Carp began to warm up on the spot. Meanwhile, Fei Shu dispelled his disguise spell and secretly prepared for his superior magic. As for Rimuru, he was boldly striding toward the center of the battlefield atop the back of a wolf. On the battlefield, Dagu witnessed the sudden appearance of monsters surrounding and mercilessly attacking Dream Bias, and felt a pang of sympathy. He quickly transformed and rescued Dream Bias from the fray. The two Ultramen stood in confrontation against 5 monsters, neither side making the first move. However, just then, a furious roar erupted from a nearby building, immediately capturing the attention of the two Ultramen. Upon seeing Carp advancing toward them with a graceful leap, the two Ultramen were momentarily stunned. Dagu gazed in disbelief at the approaching Carp, murmuring, "Mr. Carp." As Carp soared through the air, he noticed the dazed expressions of the two Ultramen and quipped, "What are you staring at? Never seen a person fly before." With that, he charged directly at the monsters. The 5 monsters, clearly oblivious to Carp's arrival, seized the opportunity to attack as the Ultramen turned their backs on them. At that moment, a thunderous crash resonated from beneath one of the monsters. Its balance was disrupted, causing it to topple to the ground. Carp had delivered a powerful punch to the monster's leg. Feeling the force reverberate through its limb, the creature staggered and fell. As Carp watched the monster crash toward him, his expression shifted dramatically, and he blurted out, "Oh no." Instantly, he used his agility to evade and sprinted away. With a resounding thud, the monster hit the ground, sending dust flying. Hearing the impact behind him, Carp halted and slowly turned to look back. In that instant, a massive hand swung down towards his head. With a swift application of his haki, Carp raised his arms to shield himself, successfully blocking the blow. The concrete beneath him cracked in all directions, and his feet sank deeply into the ground. After bracing himself against the monster's strike, Carp inhaled deeply, calming the turbulent energy within him. He then retaliated with a powerful punch, breaking the monster's grip, and quickly extricated his legs from the concrete. As the monster began to rise, Carp refrained from immediate attack, instead pausing to catch his breath. After a moment, he raised his hand, enveloping it in haki once again, and charged at the monster's incoming kick. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rimuru had reached a rooftop not far from the monsters. Watching Carp battle fiercely, he was momentarily taken aback. After a while, determination filled his eyes, and he leaped from the wolf's back, transforming into slime as he surged toward a solitary monster. As he approached, Rimuru expanded, engulfing the creature entirely, only to gradually shrink back down. Atop the building, Fei Shu, readying his magic, glanced at the ongoing battle involving Dagu and the others, and bellowed, "Dagu, Carp, Rimuru, clear the way." Hearing his voice, the three warriors paused in surprise, then swiftly rolled aside to evade. However, upon noticing Rimuru shrinking, Fei Shu shook his head and adjusted his position before unleashing his superior magic, Skyfall. A ring of blue light descended from the heavens, crashing down upon one of the monsters. With a resounding boom, the creature was pinned to the ground under the immense pressure of energy. Within the circle, the energy erupted, illuminating half the sky. Below, the area surrounding the monster collapsed, leaving it sprawled in a pit, motionless and battered. Seeing that his comrades had already dispatched 3 monsters, Dagu swiftly turned and locked eyes with Dream Bias, rushing forward to engage the remaining 2 monsters. On the rooftop, after casting his superior magic, Fei Shu stepped back, finding a spot to sit down. Gazing at the massive crater he had created, he murmured, "This is the first time I've used superior magic against a monster. What a thrilling sensation." At that moment, Yi Tian appeared beside him, inquiring, "That was exhilarating, wasn't it? Care for another go?" Fei Shu was momentarily taken aback, hastily shaking his head. No. That was a lucky strike, and I didn't even use any items. My MP is depleting too quickly. I need to recover." Upon hearing Fei Shu's words, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel exasperated. Recover? It's just one instance of superior magic. Is it really necessary to be like this? However, as he glanced at the crater, he stroked his chin and mused, "The power is quite impressive. This magic seems effective against monsters." In response, Fei Shu, resting on the side, puffed his chest with pride, declaring, "Of course. Just look at me. I am the Supreme Sovereign." Hearing Fei Shu's boastful tone, Yi Tian rolled his eyes and turned his attention back to the battlefield. At that moment, Carp was still entangled with a monster, engaged in a fierce struggle. The peculiar emotions swirling between the two made the scene oddly humorous, prompting an uncontrollable laugh from Yi Tian as he observed the monster awkwardly shifting its stance. Chapter 61. I, Carp, shall vanquish the monster today. At this juncture, Rimuru, who had entirely absorbed a monster, sat upon his wolf and approached Carp, who was not far off. Observing Carp's tattered cloak and worn attire, he spoke, "Uncle Carp, I have arrived." Upon hearing this, Carp, who was engaged in battle, swiftly turned his head, his expression grave as he replied, "No need. I shall handle this monster myself. I, Carp, will defeat the monster." Rimuru was momentarily taken aback by Carp's declaration and hurriedly instructed his wolf to halt, moving to a safe distance. Silently, he watched Carp confronting the monster, muttering to himself, "Is it really necessary to be so stubborn? Wouldn't my assistance expedite the process?" Nevertheless, he respected Carp's choice. If Carp opted to face the monster alone, he surely would not falter, would he? Before Rimuru could collect his thoughts, a figure suddenly darted past him. Just as he turned to see what it was, another figure surged by him, directly striking the monster. With a resounding boom, Carp's punch sent the creature crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Carp unleashed a flurry of punches upon the monster, raining down blows like a torrential downpour. Meanwhile, not far away, Mebius and Digga had dispatched 2 other monsters, additionally delivering a finishing blow to the one that had previously survived Rimuru's attack. They soon noticed Carp's location and prepared to assist in eliminating this monster as well. However, just as Mebius was about to intervene, Digga interjected, One of my seniors is engaged in battle over there. Let us wait a moment. Surprised, Mebius glanced toward the monster's abdomen and indeed spotted a middle-aged man relentlessly pummeling the creature. To his astonishment, the monster bore numerous wounds inflicted by this human. Though the injuries were not grievous, they were still substantial, leaving Mebius bewildered. Was this truly a human he recognized? Or perhaps the one battling the monster was an extraterrestrial? Yet, he slowly turned to Digga, gradually easing his wariness toward Carp. Digga Sr. must be a remarkably noble individual. Just as Mebius regained his focus, a sudden force collided with his chest, causing him to stagger back, almost toppling over. Fortunately, Digga was quick to catch him, preventing him from falling. At that moment, Mebius glanced down to find Carp, bewildered, standing on his chest. Carp casually greeted him before delivering a swift kick to his chest and darting back toward the monster. Although Mebius was still unsteady, Digga's support kept him from collapsing. Mebius, still dazed, looked at Digga and whispered, "Digga, this person." Digga scratched his head, chuckling lightly. "Ah, my senior has devoted his life to justice." Mebius felt a surge of respect upon hearing Digga's words. Yet, not long after, another figure crashed into Mebius's chest. Observing Carp flying back, Digga sighed. Carp Sr., perhaps you should take a break and allow your junior to take over?" Upon hearing this, Carp halted his charge momentarily, then propelled himself forward again, exclaiming, "Let me try once more." Watching Carp charge toward the monster again, Digga felt a deep respect for him, thinking, truly, he is a hero of the Navy. His dedication and perseverance in the fight for justice are beyond my reach. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by swirling dust as Carp bellowed, "I, Carp, shall slay you, foul beast, or else how can I continue to exist?" With each word, his fist struck the monster with increasing ferocity. Finally, Carp's punch landed squarely on the creature's head, sending it crashing to the ground and causing the earth to crack around it. As Carp observed the monster, now merely gasping for breath, he paused momentarily before leaping onto a nearby rooftop. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned to Digga and Mebius, stating, "All right, you two can deliver the finishing blow. I and Alpos, VE fought enough to feel quite sore." Digga and Mebius exchanged glances, both bemused, before nodding in agreement and rushing toward the fallen creature. The monster, now lying helplessly, could only watch as the two Ultramen approached, rendered powerless by the energy Carp had drained from it. Meanwhile, Rimuru, who had been observing the battle, approached Carp and remarked, "It would have been wise to accept my assistance. Would you not be less fatigued?" Carp gave a sheepish smile and replied, "Well, I suppose I was just feeling a bit restless." Heh. As he spoke, he nonchalantly picked his nose. At that moment, Digga had reached the monster, and with Mebius's help, they lifted the creature into the sky. In midair, they exchanged glances before forcefully throwing the monster away, each delivering a powerful beam attack. Carp, witnessing the spectacle above, was momentarily taken aback and then sighed, realizing he had perhaps overestimated his own abilities. "It seems I was a bit too ambitious. It brings me comfort to see you recognize the disparity in strength between you," Rimuru commented, nodding approvingly. Rimuru felt a sense of satisfaction, having guided someone back to the right path. As Digga and Mebius descended from the sky, they approached Carp and remarked, "Carp Sr., you are truly remarkable to engage so fiercely with such a formidable foe." At this, Carp's smile faded, and he fixed Digga with a steely gaze, saying slowly, Do you look down upon us? If there are more monsters, I, Carp, shall continue to fight." Chapter 62, Departure and Explanation. At that moment, the entire city was engulfed in darkness. The souls of the monsters they had vanquished began to traverse the city, gradually converging into a tempestuous mass of thunderclouds in the sky. Within this ominous cloud, these monsters amalgamated to form a colossal creature. As this behemoth materialized, countless energy spheres surged towards Daigu and Mebius. Kabu and Rimuru, witnessing the onslaught, swiftly retreated. However, Tiga and Mebius braced themselves and endured the impact. Under this overwhelming assault, their energy indicators pulsated ominously in crimson. In a distant part of the city, Asuka and Irumu observed the beleaguered Tiga and Mebius, anxiety washing over them. Memories from their parallel world flickered in their minds. They exchanged a knowing smile before turning to Tiga, declaring, "Daigu, wait for us." Meanwhile, in another location, a group led by Hayata gathered, encircled by shimmering lights and wielding their respective transformation devices. "Daigu, we are here too," they proclaimed. On the rooftop, witnessing the sudden appearance of 6 Ultramen, a smile crept across a man's face, for he had received confirmation of their mission's completion. He turned slowly to address the others, stating, "All right, everyone, our task is accomplished. The trajectory of this world has returned to its origin, and we can now depart. The rewards will likely be distributed after they eliminate this creature." The others nodded in agreement. Afterward, Etion addressed the assembly once more. "I shall take my leave now. You may wait for them to finish before returning if you wish. Farewell." With that, he opened a black hole before him and prepared to depart. Unexpectedly, Lena hurried forward, blocking Etion's path, her gaze fixed intently on him. "What about Daigu?" she inquired. Taken aback, Etion paused, then turned to observe Daigu engaged in battle. A smile graced his face as he reassured her, "After this battle, Daigu will also vanish from this world alongside Mebius. However, the Daigu that belongs to this world will reappear." He added, "So farewell. I hope we may meet again someday." With a light laugh, he stepped into the black hole and disappeared. The others soon followed suit, leaving only Kabu, Rimuru, and the flying mouse, along with Lena, on the rooftop. They watched in silence as Daigu and the others continued their struggle, sighs of awe escaping their lips. After a long moment, Kabu remarked, "It seems I am still not strong enough." "Take your time, Uncle Kabu," Rimuru chuckled lightly. Kabu nodded solemnly, then opened a black hole behind him, bidding farewell to the two before departing. Observing the battle drawing to a close, the flying mouse turned to Rimuru. "Rimuru, please convey my regards to Daigu. I'll take my leave now." "Understood. I shall leave shortly as well," Rimuru replied with a nod. As Lena watched the last of them go, she approached Rimuru, hesitating for a moment before finally asking, "Could you tell me who you all are?" Her question drew Rimuru's attention away from the battle. He was momentarily stunned by her inquisitiveness before responding, "We are the guardians of this world, or so it seems." Lena's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you akin to Ultramen?" she asked. "Not quite," Rimuru clarified. "I am a custodian of the world, belonging to a realm beyond this one. Ultramen, while similar, are not recognized by this world." Lena gasped softly, covering her mouth, her astonishment rendering her momentarily speechless. "Do not be alarmed. This world initially lacked a guardian, allowing malevolent forces to invade freely. Now that we are here, we will establish positions to prevent anomalies from occurring," Rimuru explained, a smile illuminating his face. "Establish positions? What purpose does that serve? Will it prevent the appearance of monsters?" Lena inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Rimuru's expression turned somewhat troubled. "Well, I cannot divulge that information. Furthermore, this matter pertains to us and this world, and sharing it with you would be against protocol." Lena was on the verge of asking more when suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted in the sky, illuminating the entire expanse. Daigu, alongside Mebius and others, transformed into radiant beams, appearing atop the building. As Daigu, now in human form, noticed that only Rimuru and Lena remained, he was momentarily taken aback. "Have Yi Tian and the others already returned?" he asked in surprise. Rimuru nodded slowly, saying, "They have indeed departed." "Oh, and I want to take the agreement of this world from you. You've worked hard enough." With that, Rimuru opened another black hole, waving goodbye to Daigu before stepping through, vanishing along with the portal. A smile spread across Daigu's face as he bowed deeply in gratitude. "Arigato." Standing upright, he turned to Lena. "You must have figured it out by now. Daigu, what is going on? Who was that man?" Troop asked, looking at Daigu with confusion. Asuka and Irumu stepped forward, equally curious. Daigu smiled gently at them, then extended his hand to Lena, their palms meeting. Just as the group assumed Daigu and Lena were becoming romantically involved, Daigu spoke, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Daigu Senpai." a member of the Victory team and also Tiga Ultraman. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lena. The group was taken aback, staring at Daigou in bewilderment, unsure of his meaning. Just then, Asuka took a step forward, pointing at Daigou, his voice trembling slightly. You are the true human form of Tiga Ultraman? Chapter 63. Explanation and agreement. Upon hearing the words of Asuka, Daigou slowly turned his head, gazing at him with a subtle smile, and then said, "Ah, it is a pleasure to meet you, my junior." Hearing Daigou's acknowledgement, Asuka hastily bowed to him, his expression brimming with excitement as he declared, "I am truly delighted to encounter you here, senior." At this, Daigou couldn't and Appos, helped but smiled gently, then assisted him to rise and address them. "I am grateful for your care of me in this world. If fate allows, we shall meet again." However, just as Daigou and Appos' voice faded, Lena called out to him. Looking directly at Daigou, she inquired, "I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." Daigou paused for a moment and replied, "What is it?" "I will share everything I know. In my recollection, it seems I do not have a friend named Thank You, so could you enlighten me about the agreement that one of your friends just mentioned? Is there something amiss?" Lena regarded Daigou, concerned that this world might once again attract the attention of malevolent forces. She was uncertain whether Yi Tian and his companions were virtuous or not, and she was oblivious to the nature of the agreement they spoke of. However, she felt it imperative to clarify with Daigou, understanding that the agreement was indeed related to their world. In response, Daigou offered a bittersweet smile and said, "Indeed, Lena, your intellect remains as sharp as ever. I can disclose some non-confidential details regarding this matter." Hearing Daigou's words, the others eagerly leaned in, fearful of missing any crucial information. From Lena's previous statement, it seemed they had gleaned that Daigou and his companions were planning something significant for this world. If they did not clarify their intentions, they would be left with lingering doubts. Observing the attentive expressions of the crowd, Daigou smiled and began, "As you all know, beyond this world lie parallel realms. In addition to these parallel worlds, there exist numerous dimensional realms, and Ultraman serves merely as a law enforcement figure bridging our world and the Ultraman universe. However, this role does not earn the recognition of the entire world or the universe. When I refer to the entirety of the world and the universe, I do not mean the inhabitants within or any other entities. Rather, I refer to the will of the world. Each parallel world possesses its own world will. We are tasked with overseeing, patrolling, safeguarding, and sanctioning all illicit intrusions, counterworld actions, and phenomena that threaten the integrity of our world. This responsibility grants us a unique position within this realm. As guardians of the realm, when the anomalies in this world become so severe that we can no longer intervene, the world wills shall, after a certain period, choose to reset, returning the entire universe to chaos and eliminating the threats to the world. At that moment we, as guardians, will withdraw from the realm. Thus, our departure signifies the destruction of this world. If a world is devoid of guardians, it is akin to leaving the gates wide open. Any capable individual may enter without a sentinel to safeguard it. Upon hearing Daigou's explanation, the group fell into a stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. "Is that so?" Tuan was the first to speak up, looking at Daigou with a puzzled expression. "Then, if Ultraman is dedicated to maintaining the universe, why does he not receive the world's acknowledgement? We, too, strive to uphold justice." Daigou smiled softly and replied, "This matter is rather straightforward. Ultraman belongs to this world, and all that you do falls within the trajectory of the world. This alone does not merit the world's recognition. To gain the world's acknowledgement, you must first join our alliance, after which we guardians shall communicate with the slumbering world will to establish a pact. Otherwise, you will forever be unable to engage with the world will. Once the agreement is signed, we will assign guardians to this world. Is this what is referred to as the representative of the heavenly path in the Celestial Empire?" Beidou queried, gazing at Daigou with intrigue. "One might say that." Daigou nodded thoughtfully, a smile gracing his lips. "May we know who will be the future representative of this world, or rather, the guardian?" asked Beidou. At this, Daigou hesitated, then sighed. "I do not know, for at this moment, The Alliance has unassigned worlds without guardians. We shall have to wait some time for specific details. Is there any way to join the Alliance? I remain uneasy about others coming to this world. If their intentions, Hayata paused, trailing off. In response, Daegu chuckled resignedly and replied, that depends on fate, or perhaps on your outstanding contributions to the Alliance. Mr. Cap, for instance, made notable contributions during a previous incident, which allowed him to become an intern, although he is yet to complete his probationary period. As for you all, I regret to say I am unaware of any means for you to become guardians. The group fell into a contemplative silence. After a long moment, Tuan sighed deeply. What a pity. Hearing Tuan's lament, Daegu smiled gently and reassured him, fear not. I believe the Alliance's vetting process is commendable. The individuals designated as guardians will surely be worthy of that title. Should anyone exhibit a less than noble character, I trust the leader would address the issue. Upon hearing Daigu's words, the group nodded, reassured. Just then, Hayata abruptly lifted his head and gazed intently at Daegu. Might I inquire if the world of M78, the Land of Light, has any guardians? Daegu paused, contemplating the identities of everyone present, then slowly shook his head and said, not yet, and we have not established an agreement with that world, so we cannot currently access it. Acknowledging Daegu and Appo's response, Hayata nodded slowly, falling silent thereafter. As the group remained quiet, Daegu extended his right hand to his chest, revealing a badge that appeared before him, then gently removed it and placed it before him. Turning away from them, he spoke clearly. I, Daegu of the Anti-Anomaly Alliance, hereby sign this agreement for this realm. With his declaration, the others stood in stunned silence, gazing at Daegu, who had undergone a remarkable transformation. Chapter 64. Signing the agreement, gazing at the celestial blue robe enveloping Daegu, with a halo shimmering behind him, an overwhelming sense of sanctity washed over them. As they marveled at Daegu's attire, a voice resembling thunder resonated within their minds. Yin. In an instant, their surroundings shifted dramatically, revealing a void. Before them stood a young girl clad in a white gauzy dress. Upon seeing her, Daegu could not help but smile gently and addressed her, Greetings, Supreme World Will. On behalf of the Alliance of All Realms, I, Yi Tian, extend my salutations and hereby establish the position of the Realm Envoy for this world. The girl responded with a sweet smile, then turned her gaze to Daegu. I am already aware of your circumstances. It appears a mouse has infiltrated from another world, completely disrupting the original trajectory. Fortunately, your arrival has rectified it. Thank you for your acknowledgement. Now, please sign the agreement that is rightfully yours. Daegu smiled slightly in response. Very well. The girl nodded, then waved her hand, conjuring a scroll resembling parchment that materialized in her grasp. She handed it to Daegu, who, after receiving it, pressed his emblem onto the scroll, causing the mark to appear instantaneously. With a serene expression, Daegu lifted the parchment above his head and proclaimed, the contract has been established. It is now submitted for Alliance review. As his words echoed, a beam of light emerged above Daegu, whisking the contract away. After a prolonged moment, the light dissipated, and a detached voice resonated throughout the expanse. The agreement has passed review. The Alliance Envoy will assume their post within a month. Please await further instructions, Worldwell. Hearing this, the girl nodded slowly and turned her gaze to Daegu. Thus, I entrust the future to you. Daegu smiled at her words, replying, Thank you for your trust. Now please escort us back. The girl nodded once more, gracefully waving her hand to release Daegu and his companions. Reappearing atop the building, the group maintained their expressions of astonishment. Daegu smiled gently, addressing them. I have completed my task. Farewell, everyone. As he spoke, golden radiance enveloped him, and beside him, Hibino Mirai was similarly surrounded by golden light, both vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Lena and the others regained their senses, casting longing glances at Daegu. Seeing their expressions, Daegu offered a soft smile and waved goodbye. In an instant, he was engulfed in golden light, departing this world, while the Daegu of this realm collapsed to the ground. On another front, within the Kingdom of Light, deep in the cosmos, the Ultraman brothers stood in silence beneath the Plasma Spark Tower. They had just received news from their respective human forms, unveiling the existence of an organization that transcended the entirety of the universe and even time itself. Though they bore no ill will towards this organization, an abundance of questions swirled in their minds, yearning to be voiced. However, having merely caught a fleeting glimpse, they learned through Hayata's words that their current timeline lacked a realm envoy. Thus, any inquiries would have to be postponed until a more opportune moment arose. In a separate realm, the pirate world, Yi Tian stood before the entrance of a villa, glancing at his companion, Moria Shido, who had followed him. "You came along too? I just wanted to see your villa," Moria replied with a hint of excitement. "I must say it's quite impressive." Yi Tian smirked slightly, then suggested, "Let us head to the cafeteria for something to eat. We've been in that world for a while. The food was decent, but nothing extraordinary." Moria nodded in agreement, following Yi Tian toward the cafeteria. Inside a private dining room, Yi Tian casually picked up a piece of roasted meat from the table, savoring it as he nodded appreciatively. Moria followed suit, sampling a small piece and mirroring Yi Tian's enthusiasm. After a spell of eating, Moria, seemingly casual, inquired, "With only a few of us in our group, what happens to the worlds that have signed agreements but lack a realm envoy?" Yi Tian paused, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Moria. "Is that your true concern?" Realizing he had been seen through, Moria nodded sheepishly. Yi Tian set down his food, looking at him earnestly. "Currently, there's nothing we can do about it. The invitation process is beyond my control, and I lack the necessary invitation letters. They aren't even available in the market. So we must simply wait in anticipation for the next group upgrade, which I believe shouldn't take too long." Moria's expression fell slightly at Yi Tian's words. Noticing Moria's disappointment, Yi Tian chuckled lightly. "What? Do you have someone in mind? Wishing to bring them aboard?" Moria took a breath, then replied, "Yusuke Onodera." "Yusuke Onodera, you say?" Yi Tian closed his eyes thoughtfully for a moment. After a while, he opened them, saying, "It's not impossible. Just wait, and I'll try to arrange it for you." Moria's face brightened at this prospect. After discussing this matter, the two resumed their meal in silence. Eventually, Moria recalled something and asked, "By the way, I remember you mentioning a world that needs cleansing. When can we go?" Yi Tian fell silent at this, contemplating for a moment before responding slowly, "Actually, we could go now. However, I'm uncertain whether I should proceed." "Why not?" Moria asked, perplexed. "Do you understand what cleansing entails?" Yi Tian replied, his expression serious. "What? Isn't it just about addressing the anomalies in that world?" Moria asked, bewildered. Yi Tian nodded slowly. "While that is part of it, the world requires cleansing not only of anomalies, but also of those who have lost their humanity." At this, Yi Tian paused, leaning back in his chair, gradually closing his eyes as he spoke solemnly. "In that world, the vast majority of its inhabitants have long since lost their humanity, which means..." Chapter 65. The arrival of Akiji. Upon hearing the words, Minyashur was momentarily taken aback, then stood up, visibly shaken, exclaiming, "So, it is akin to the annihilation of the world." "Yes, akin to annihilation. After we establish our presence in the realm, the world will revert to chaos, and subsequently, with the aid of the Alliance, civilization will be hastily revived. If that is the case, it would indeed be a massacre, would it not?" Yi Tian gazed solemnly at Minyashur. A massacre. Minyashur's expression grew grave as he sat back down, deep in contemplation. "Indeed. Therefore, I am still uncertain whether to proceed. Should we go, it would necessitate a tremendous military force, vast and formidable. If we do not go, everything will remain stagnant, and that world will quietly await its demise, led by the will of the world itself." Yi Tian articulated. At these words, Minyashur felt as if a heavy mountain had been placed upon his shoulders, making it hard for him to breathe. After a long silence, he slowly lifted his head and regarded Yi Tian, saying, "Perhaps we should inform others about this matter and hold a vote on whether to proceed or not. This way, you wouldn't bear such a heavy burden." Hearing Minyashur's suggestion, Yi Tian nodded helplessly and replied, "It seems we have no other choice." "Then, shall you announce it, or shall I?" Minyashur inquired earnestly. "Go ahead, I still need to eat," Yi Tian replied, before returning to his meal. Minyashur gradually set down his fork and opened the chat group, sharing the news with everyone. For a time, the room was filled only with the sounds of Yi Tian eating. Eventually, Yi Tian finished the last piece of meat on the table. Minyashur slowly exited the chat group and turned to Yi Tian, saying, after intense discussion, "It has been unanimously agreed upon. Everyone supports going to that world. Is that so?" Yi Tian responded with a faint smile. "Yes, since destruction is inevitable, and as you mentioned, that world is devoid of good people. It would be better for us to expedite its demise," Minyashur articulated thoughtfully. "Then, let us begin amassing troops. Since we have made a decision, we should act swiftly," Yi Tian stated with a calm demeanor. Minyashur nodded slowly and asked, "How many troops will be needed?" "How many, you ask? Perhaps 10 million. We need speed." "1 million would be far too slow," Yi Tian replied. "Understood," Minyashur acknowledged with a nod. "This matter can wait for now. Let us see how the group evolves next." "Agreed," Minyashur concurred, aware that gathering such a large force would take time. Just then, the door to the private room opened slowly, and a figure clad in a naval admiral's uniform entered. "Ah, you must be Major General Yi Tian," the newcomer remarked. At this, Yi Tian, who had been resting his eyes, opened them and looked over, surprised to say, "Admiral Akiji, what brings you here?" Akiji chuckled lightly in response. "Nothing of great consequence. I heard from below that Major General Yi Tian was in this room, so I came to see for myself." With that, Akiji turned to the soldiers accompanying him and instructed, "Bring some desserts from the kitchen." He then closed the door behind him and leisurely took a seat. However, as he settled down, he noticed Minyashur sitting opposite Yi Tian and remarked with interest, "And who might this be?" "Oh, this is my friend, Minyashur," Yi Tian casually introduced. At the introduction, Minyashur stood with a smile and extended his hand to Akiji, saying, "Minyashur, a pleasure to meet you, Admiral Akiji." Though unfamiliar with Akiji, he had heard Yi Tian refer to him as such, prompting his greeting. Akiji smiled slightly, shook Minyashur's hand, and replied, "I am Akiji. A pleasure to meet you." After their introductions, the two took their seats, and a silence fell over the room. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Minyashur gradually stood and said, "Well then, Yi Tian, I must take my leave. My journey must continue." "Indeed, go ahead. I shall visit you when time permits," Yi Tian replied, rising to see him off. "Very well," Minyashur responded, opening a dark portal to step through, vanishing along with the portal, leaving the pirate world behind. Akiji watched as Minyashur disappeared, a realization dawning upon him. He had surmised that Minyashur was of the same ilk as Yi Tian, hailing from another world. Noticing Akiji's silence, Yi Tian did not rush him, but instead sat quietly, observing the room's decor, convinced that Akiji's visit held significance. Before long, a group of servers entered, clearing the table and bringing the desserts Akiji had requested before departing. Akiji picked up a slice of cake, took a bite, and then said, "Major General Yi Tian, you should join me. The cake is quite delightful." In response, Yi Tian took a piece of cake for himself. Finally, after a moment of contemplation, Akiji spoke again. "I wish to know how one might join Major General Yi Tian's organization or command." Yi Tian was taken aback by this query and chuckled. "Ah, so it was Karp who mentioned it to you. But it makes sense. My affairs cannot remain hidden for long. Have you discussed this matter with Karp?" Akiji shook his head slowly, replying, "I have not mentioned it to anyone." "Why do you wish to join me?" Yi Tian inquired, curiosity piqued. After a brief silence, Akiji responded, "For the future of the Navy." "The future of the Navy? Intriguing. Please elaborate on your thoughts," Yi Tian encouraged, taking a sip of juice. "I hope to leverage your strength to change this world," Akiji stated, his fists clenched tightly. "Ah, you refer to the celestial dragons and the world government, I presume? It is indeed a race that has never regarded others as equals, living in their lofty realm. I too would wish to rebel," Yi Tian remarked, taking another sip of juice. "Thus, I implore you to allow me to join your ranks, to utilize your power." Akiji bowed deeply before Yi Tian. Seeing this, Yi Tian smiled gently and said, "Very well, your request is not something I can dismiss. I am well aware of your character, and I hold a certain admiration for the pacifist faction within the Navy." Chapter 66. The Navy's choice. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Qingji's face unconsciously broke into a smile, and he hastily inquired, "Then you?" Observing the joy radiating from Qingji, Yi Tian slowly raised a hand to interrupt him, saying, "Firstly, to join us. You must make an extraordinary contribution to the alliance, or else you must wait for the opportunity to choose you. Moreover, if I were to assist you, it would alter the course of the world entirely, and in return, I would have to pay a substantial price. Therefore, what you must do now is not to seek me, but to seize the position of marshal and unify the Navy." Yi Tian gazed at him and continued, "The trajectory of the world cannot be altered by me. It is you who must make the change. At the final moment, I may step in to assist you, but it cannot be now." His eyes fixed intently on him. At these words, Qingji fell into a thoughtful silence, then nodded resolutely, "Understood. Then let me take on this task." Hearing Qingji's declaration, Yi Tian smiled softly and replied, "It will not be an easy feat for you. Go seek Carp and the others. Let them provide you with counsel and mention that I sent you. Carp will assist you." At this, Qingji abruptly lifted his head, his face aglow with excitement, and earnestly expressed, "Thank you." "Yes, go ahead," Yi Tian remarked casually, before picking up a dessert from the table and indulging in it. As he watched Qingji depart, Yi Tian set down his dessert and murmured to himself, "How intriguing. Now, Qingji aims to attain the position of marshal, which signifies that the narrative of this world has already begun to shift. I eagerly anticipate what lies ahead." Meanwhile, in the marshal's office, Carp was seated in a chair by the window, enjoying a donut. Beside him sat he and Sengoku, quietly observing him. "I say, do your eyes not grow weary from staring at me so intently?" Carp remarked with a hint of exasperation. "You just returned from another world, didn't you? You're covered in wounds. Did you encounter an adversary?" he softly inquired. Upon hearing this, Carp averted his gaze, remaining silent. "From what I see, it appears you were bested. Otherwise, you wouldn't look this way," Sengoku casually added. Yet neither of them shifted their gaze from Carp. After a prolonged silence, Carp finally turned to face them and said, "Speak up. What do you wish to know? What transpired just now that left you speechless and silent for so long on the sofa?" He adjusted her glasses and looked at Carp. Taken aback, Carp hesitated before turning his back to them without a word. Observing Carp's resolute demeanor, Sengoku cleared his throat and suggested, "Share with us. Perhaps we can offer you our assistance." At this, Carp's eyes darted about, contemplating, and he was about to turn to speak when he suddenly paused, slowly shaking his head. "You cannot help." Upon hearing this, he felt a growing sense of urgency regarding the matter at hand. She pressed Carp, "If you don't explain, how can you be certain we can't assist?" "All right, here's the situation." Carp then recounted the events that had just transpired in the group. "My heavens, a world cleanse!" he exclaimed, springing to her feet, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at Carp. "Yes, precisely that," Carp nodded, somewhat helplessly. "So, according to your account, Yi Tian intends to summon millions of soldiers to that world?" Sengoku quickly inquired. "Indeed, just as you surmised," Carp confirmed. "In that case, do you think you could ask if we might mobilize the Navy to aid him?" Sengoku's expression turned serious. "Mobilize the Navy?" Carp was taken aback, shaking his head as he looked at Sengoku. "Are you certain you can rally a considerable portion of a Navy? Are you not concerned about the world government and the celestial dragons?" Sengoku paused, reflecting on Carp's words, and let out a sigh. "Alas, it's always like this." At this juncture, he adjusted her glasses and turned to Carp. "Since Yi Tian has the capacity to mobilize such a vast force and possesses considerable authority, might you persuade him to assist?" Carp was momentarily startled. Then a look of realization crossed his face, accompanied by a mysterious smile as he looked at He. "You wish to enlist Yi Tian's followers to aid you?" "Yes," he replied without hesitation. Just then, Qingji burst into the office, addressing the three. "I have just returned from there." At this, he and Sengoku exchanged surprised glances, quickly asking, "What happened?" He said he cannot intervene. He cannot act prematurely as it would incur a grave cost. He advised us to handle it ourselves, promising to assist us at the last moment, Qingji explained. Upon hearing this, his eyes brightened, and she turned to Sengoku. "This implies that Yi Tian does not harbor ill feelings toward those people." He is indifferent to intervening but cannot initiate action himself. Sengoku nodded in agreement and responded, if that is the case, we should swiftly assemble our higher combat forces. Since we are to take the initiative, we must do so decisively. Carp, taken aback by Sengoku's assertiveness, remarked, but what about the concerns you've expressed all along? Leave the matters at sea for now. For the time being, let a few vice admirals guard the 4 seas, and we shall sweep through the Grand Line. As long as we can avoid immediate crises, we can resolve this matter promptly, Sengoku stated with solemnity. At that moment, Carp, wearing a smile, turned to Qingji. Just now, Yi Tian asked me to support your ascension to Marshal. First, we will clear the navy internally, and then we will wage war against the celestial dragons and the world government. This declaration left he and Sengoku momentarily stunned, before they both turned to Qingji. Does this mean Yi Tian has chosen you, Qingji? He inquired slowly. Carp affirmed. Yes, Yi Tian mentioned that Qingji is a commendable person, quite suitable for the role. Moreover, this could prove beneficial for him in the future. What kind of benefit? Sengoku pressed, visibly anxious. Carp, taking a bite of his donut, replied. He wishes to gather the world's soldiers, conquer nations, and eradicate the world's brigands, uniting them under one empire. This revelation left the room in stunned silence. As the attendees sank into contemplation, they had contemplated various possibilities, yet none had anticipated the vastness of Yi Tian's ambitions. Chapter 67. The arrival of Nami after Akiji's departure. Yi Tian returned to his villa, lying down in solitude. However, the idyllic and leisurely life seemed to conspire against him. At this moment, in front of Yi Tian's villa, little Nami gazed curiously at her companion, Peach Rabbit, and inquired, Sister Peach Rabbit, is this the place where Brother Yi Tian resides? Hearing this, Peach Rabbit couldn't help but smile knowingly before responding. If I am not mistaken, this villa indeed belongs to that youthful rear admiral. As she mentioned Yi Tian, a flicker of disdain arose within her. She could not fathom why Fleet Admiral Sengoku would appoint a mere child as a rear admiral, allowing him to languish without any missions, merely resting in this place. This sentiment was not hers alone. It was a shared perplexity among many high-ranking officers within the Navy headquarters. When Yi Tian arrived at the headquarters, only a handful of senior officers were privy to the battle with Zifa. It was no wonder Peach Rabbit harbored such thoughts. Setting aside her other musings, Peach Rabbit approached and knocked on the door. She could have sent someone to bring Nami to Yi Tian, but her curiosity about this rear admiral, who had attained such a high rank and privileges at such a tender age, compelled her to see him for herself. As she knocked on the door again, the sound echoed, yet there was no response. Frowning, Peach Rabbit turned to Nami and said, It seems your brother Yi Tian is not home. Nami, furrowing her brow, kicked the door with a firm thud and shouted, Stinky brother, open the door. You brought me here, and now you ignore me? Stinky brother, open the door. Her youthful voice resonated around the villa, startling Yi Tian, who had been lounging within. He quickly lifted his head, surveying his surroundings. And after listening intently for a moment without hearing anything further, he returned to his bed, muttering, How could I hear that little witch's voice? It must be an illusion. Yes, certainly an illusion. Back to sleep. Just as he was about to drift back into slumber, the sound of another kick against the door jolted him awake with anger, and he sprang to his feet, striding towards the entrance. He was determined to confront whoever dared to assault his villa, vowing to not let this intruder escape unscathed. Upon reaching the door, Yi Tian prepared to fling it open, his anger palpable. However, just then, a small foot collided with his thigh, intensifying his irritation and compelling him to retaliate. Yet, when he focused his gaze, he found Nami standing at his doorstep, causing his expression to soften as he quickly opened the door. Oh, it's you, Nami. What brings you here? He stammered, adopting a servile demeanor as he approached her with a sheepish grin. Nami, momentarily suppressing her excitement, huffed and strode into the villa. Yi Tian escorted her to the living room, where he served 3 cups of milk, handing one to her before sitting beside her. What brings you here today, Nami? He inquired. At his words, Nami's earlier excitement evaporated, her expression shifting to one of anger as she fixed her gaze on him. You brought us here, and then just disappeared. Are you going to forget us if I don't come? Yi Tian. With that, her small hand grasped his ear and twisted it sharply. The pain surged through Yi Tian, prompting him to smile apologetically at her. I didn't want to disturb you, he replied. And now Belle-Marie asks me every day where you are. How would I know? You brought us to this unfamiliar place and vanished. As she spoke, Nami's grip loosened, and she instinctively hugged her knees, quietly sobbing. Witnessing this, Yi Tian felt a pang of guilt and hurriedly sought to comfort her. He recognized that bringing her to such a strange environment was irresponsible, yet he would not concede that he had been enjoying life a bit too much. Nevertheless, with Nami's arrival, it was evident that he needed to address this matter seriously. He could no longer neglect them. That would be utterly ungrateful. After some time, once Yi Tian had calmed Nami down, he dashed to his room and retrieved some snacks, presenting them to her eagerly. Upon seeing the treats, Nami pouted. She felt a twinge of irritation towards Yi Tian for moving out. Didn't he realize how worried she, her sister, and Belle-Marie had been for him? The prolonged silence had left her distressed. As the two conversed, Peach Rabbit, seated nearby, observed Yi Tian intently. This was her first encounter with him, and she struggled to comprehend why Fleet Admiral Sengoku would elevate such a child to the rank of Rear Admiral. Did he possess some hidden background? Yet, she had inquired about Nami and found no indication of Yi Tian's connections. What then? Empowered him to act without regard for his naval duties? Just then, Yi Tian lifted his gaze and noticed Peach Rabbit studying him closely. He leaned in slightly and whispered to Nami, "Who is this person?" Startled by his question, Nami realized she had forgotten to introduce Peach Rabbit, and in her flustered state, she responded, "This is Sister Peach Rabbit. She is really good to me." At this, Yi Tian was taken aback and looked at Peach Rabbit with surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Nami had been brought by her. Peach Rabbit, who had been observing Yi Tian, suddenly found herself met with his gaze. Taken aback, she smiled and said, "You must be the new Rear Admiral in the Navy that Fleet Admiral Sengoku mentioned, the youthful Rear Admiral?" Yi Tian blinked in surprise, then replied, "Is that what Sengoku said? Calling me a child?" Peach Rabbit smirked and retorted, "What else would you be? I truly wonder what Fleet Admiral Sengoku saw in you." Chapter 68. The Challenge of Peach Rabbit. Upon hearing Peach Rabbit's words, Yi Tian's expression darkened considerably. With a somewhat sullen face, he gazed at Peach Rabbit and asked, "Do you take issue with me?" "Me? No. How could I possibly take issue with you? However, little one, I must remind you that the Navy is fraught with danger," Peach Rabbit replied nonchalantly. "Oh, is the Navy truly perilous?" "I fail to see it," Yi Tian retorted, his expression devoid of emotion. "Consider this. If a mere child like you can ascend to the rank of Rear Admiral, surely the seasoned officers in the Navy would question your authority. At that moment, you might find yourself obstructed," Peach Rabbit remarked with a sigh. In response, Yi Tian let out a quiet laugh, dismissing her with a glance as he reclined on the sofa. Observing Yi Tian's childlike sulk, Peach Rabbit furrowed her brow and earnestly stated, "I believe you are still young. I am uncertain how you managed to be promoted to Rear Admiral by the Marshal. Yet, I feel that it would be more prudent for you to hone your skills. When the time comes for you to undertake a mission, you might regret not preparing adequately." Yi Tian, amused by Peach Rabbit's serious demeanor, turned to Nami and softly said, "Nami, let me take you upstairs for a look. You haven't seen it yet." At his words, Nami abandoned her earlier intent to speak on Yi Tian's behalf and eagerly followed him upstairs. Watching Yi Tian completely disregard her, Peach Rabbit felt a surge of anger, her gaze turning icy. Rising abruptly, she addressed Yi Tian with a cold voice. "Do you not think it disgraceful for a child with no strength to become a Rear Admiral? This is an affront to the entire Navy and its soldiers." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's expression hardened, and he replied, "Do not let your words tarnish my regard for Crane. Do not provoke me, or you shall face your reckoning." With that, Yi Tian vanished from the staircase, appearing suddenly at Peach Rabbit's side. In that moment, no one can save you, not even the entire Navy. Your ignorance will not serve as a shield for your survival. As he finished speaking, Yi Tian's figure dissipated once more, returning to the stairs. He held Nami's small hand, his earlier cold demeanor melting away as he ascended with her. Peach Rabbit stood frozen in place, staring blankly at Yi Tian's retreating figure. She had not heard the sound of his moonwalk, leaving her bewildered as to how he could appear so suddenly beside her and leave without a sound. His words echoed in her mind, and she bit her lip in frustration. Do you truly think that speed alone can shield you from consequences? There are many within the Navy who could surpass your speed, she challenged. Yi Tian turned slowly, a bemused expression on his face. Well then, feel free to summon Kizuru to confront me. I genuinely doubt he would dare lay a hand on me. How can you speak so arrogantly? Peach Rabbit glared at him, incensed. What of it? I am grateful to you for bringing Nami here, but do not let this gratitude vanish into thin air. If you wish to know about my affairs, consult Crane, but do not provoke me, Yi Tian replied, casting her a dispassionate glance before continuing upstairs with Nami. Ask Crane? Peach Rabbit hesitated, recalling previous conversations where she learned of Yi Tian, a mere 6-year-old child, rising to the rank of Rear Admiral. She felt indignation swell within her, as she had worked tirelessly from a young age to attain her own considerable strength and become a candidate for Admiral. How could she accept that a child could achieve such a rank? She had also heard tales of this child defeating Zephyr in combat, which she could hardly believe. Who was Zephyr? How could he be bested by a mere child? It wasn't until she encountered Nami at Crane's that she learned Nami was Yi Tian's sister, prompting her visit to see the young Rear Admiral for herself. Yet, in her observations, she found no evidence of Yi Tian's power, and it seemed implausible that someone so devoid of strength could attain the rank of Rear Admiral. There had to be some undisclosed circumstances at play. As their interactions progressed, Peach Rabbit noted that Yi Tian had a penchant for grandiloquence and threats. However, after witnessing his remarkable speed, she was momentarily taken aback, though she dismissed it, thinking it was merely a matter of swiftness. How could that possibly enable him to defeat Zephyr? Peach Rabbit regarded Yi Tian with a complex expression, biting her lip as a mix of anger and curiosity brewed within her. She then called out resolutely, Rear Admiral Yi Tian, I challenge you to a duel. Yi Tian paused, momentarily taken aback, before a scoff escaped him. You wish to duel me? Yes, I challenge you to a duel, Peach Rabbit stated, her voice devoid of inflection. And why should I accept your challenge? Yi Tian smiled, amusement dancing on his lips. For the justice of the Navy. I wish to see if your strength is worthy of your rank, Peach Rabbit asserted. Is that what matters to you? Very well, if it brings you satisfaction. I shall not engage in futile endeavors, Yi Tian replied, preparing to turn away. Peach Rabbit interjected, What do you desire? With a smile, Yi Tian rubbed his chin thoughtfully. How about this? If you lose, you shall serve as my attendant for a month. Peach Rabbit and Appo's expression darkened at his proposal, and she responded in a somber tone, agreed. If I win, you shall relinquish your rank and serve as a Navy soldier. Agreed, Yi Tian replied nonchalantly, tilting his head as he asked, Where shall we duel? Outside. Peach Rabbit replied coldly. Very well, let us proceed, he said, turning to Nami. Nami, wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly. Chapter 69. The Duel Which Way? Let's go. As he spoke, Yi Tian turned to Nami and said, Wait for me a moment, I'll be back soon. Upon hearing this, Nami nodded slightly, then watched as Yi Tian turned to descend the stairs, whispering, Be careful. Initially going down the stairs, Yi Tian's face lit up with a bright smile upon hearing Nami's voice. He glanced back at her and replied, It's fine. With that, he strode towards the door. As he passed by Momonosuke, he cast her a casual glance and remarked, Let us go. In response, Momonosuke huffed and followed closely behind. Outside, in a relatively open area, Yi Tian faced off against Momonosuke, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he slowly stated, Don't say I'm bullying you. You can strike first. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Momonosuke's delicate face flushed with anger, her silver teeth clenched as her bright eyes fixed fiercely upon him, as if she could slay him with her gaze. However, she had no intention of holding back. She slowly drew her long knife, her figure instantly vanishing from sight. Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile slightly, then disappeared in an instant. At the moment he vanished, a flash of blade light appeared where he had stood, slicing downwards into empty air. As the blade light emerged, Momonosuke's figure materialized. Yet, a tempest of anxiety swelled within her heart. She believed her speed was commendable, yet compared to Yi, she couldn't even brush against the hem of his clothing. However, while Momonosuke was momentarily dazed, Yi was far from idle. Behind her, a long knife had already appeared in his hand, which he thrust fiercely towards her location. As the sound of slicing air grew nearer, Momonosuke suddenly regained her senses, moving her long knife to meet the oncoming strike. Clang! The sound of iron clashing resonated sharply. Momonosuke took a step back, her expression stiffening as she stared at the long knife quivering on the ground beside her. What immense strength, she thought, and in an instant, she vanished once more, charging at Yi. In response, Yi merely smiled slightly, shifting his body half a step to the left. Just as he steadied himself, a blade light struck against his left shoulder. Yet, he did not remain in place. He retreated 2 steps. In a flash, Momonosuke's sword narrowly grazed past him, missing by mere inches. As she watched Yi evade her attacks time and again, frustration bubbled within Momonosuke. However, she found herself powerless and continued her relentless assault. Yi, seemingly strolling, moved about without any discernible rhythm. Finally, unable to contain her anger any longer, Momonosuke shouted, "Do you only know how to dodge?" At her words, Yi paused and pondered thoughtfully before replying. "What? Am I not allowed to be cautious around you? Do you truly wish for me to fight back? Are you looking down on me?" Fuming, Momonosuke retorted, "If you disdain me, you can keep dodging." With that, her attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Observing her crimson eyes, Yi sighed and said, "If you truly wish for me to attack, then prepare yourself." In an instant, Yi figure shot back, then came to a halt. His eyes slightly closed, lips parting as he spoke with an air of authority. "Heaven and earth, the profound sect, the source of all chi." As he began his incantation, a golden radiance enveloped his entire being, with his eyes flashing with golden light. He moved slightly and vanished from sight. "With boundless cultivation, I shall prove my divine powers." Momonosuke furrowed her brows, her long knife angled downward. In a moment, she thought she caught sight of Yi figure and prepared to strike down with her knife. Boom! A punch landed squarely in Momonosuke's abdomen. Yi had positioned himself where she had been standing, his voice echoing as he vanished once more. Within the 3 realms, only the Tao is supreme. Momonosuke, who had just regained her footing, gazed at the golden radiance swirling around her, filled with frustration. She swung her long knife again. Yet, just as she did, she sensed something blocking her blade. Fixing her gaze, she discovered a hand, enveloped in armament haki and shimmering gold, grasping the edge of her knife. Boom! Before Momonosuke could react, Yi fist struck again, sending her flying several meters away, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Blood began to trickle from the corner of her mouth as she lay there. Seeing this, Yi dispelled the golden aura, his armament haki dissipating. With his hands casually in his pockets, he stood relaxed and regarded her, saying, "That will suffice. Come back when you can defeat Carp." With that, Yi whistled as he leisurely walked back towards his villa. At the entrance of the villa, Nami, with a worried expression, watched Yi. As soon as their fight ceased, she rushed towards him. Yi, who had initially appeared carefree, smiled upon seeing Nami approach and cautioned, "Slow down. Be careful not to fall." In response, Nami hastened her pace, dashing straight into Yi embrace. Just as he intended to speak a few comforting words to her, Nami had already twisted his ear. She exclaimed, "Be careful not to fall. Do you think I'm just a toddler?" Each word she uttered tightened her grip. Seeing this, Yi quickly pleaded, No, absolutely not. Little ancestor, please let go, it hurts." Upon hearing his denial, Nami huffed and finally released his ear, then pulled him into the villa. On the staircase, Nami looked at Yi with a somewhat troubled expression and softly said, "Brother, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let her bring me here. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have fought." Yi smiled at her and gently took her hand, saying, "It's no big deal. She can't harm me, and besides, she would have found me eventually. You were merely a coincidence. Let us go?" With that, He took Nami's hand and ran upstairs. Meanwhile, Momonosuke stood amidst the dust, her body covered in dirt, staring fixedly at Yition's villa, speechless for a long time. Chapter 70. The Attendant. Peach Rabbit, have you sought out Yition? In the office of the advisor, Crane held the phone bug, and a flicker of emotion crossed his otherwise placid face. Yes, I had a match with him, and I lost. Peach Rabbit's voice came through, low and somber. You actually fought him? Crane's brows knitted together in surprise. Yes, Peach Rabbit replied slowly. Here's the plan. Head to the Admiral's office. I'll follow shortly. With that, he abruptly hung up, draped a nearby Admiral's cloak over his shoulders, and departed. Not far from Yition's villa, Peach Rabbit glanced at the residence before returning the now disconnected phone bug to her pocket and proceeding towards the marshal's office. As she walked, her mind swirled in confusion, consumed by thoughts of Yition's identity. The seemingly impossible feats he performed astounded her. She could scarcely fathom that someone so young could wield the armament hockey with such finesse. Furthermore, the incantations Yition uttered, though incomprehensible to her, were enveloped in a significant golden aura that demanded respect. The more she pondered, the more enigmatic Yition appeared, igniting a sense of wonder within her. Before long, Peach Rabbit arrived at the marshal's office. After a light knock, she opened the door and stepped inside, only to freeze upon seeing the occupants. The presence of Sengoku, Garp, and Crane was not surprising, but the attendance of 2 of the 3 admirals raised alarm bells. Ah, little sister Peach Rabbit, how delightful. You sought out Yition and even had a spar, Kizaru quipped playfully. Enough, Kizaru. Silence, Crane admonished with a glare. Kizaru shrugged and settled into silence. Crane turned her attention to Peach Rabbit, offering a gentle smile. Close the door behind you and take a seat beside me. Understood. Peach Rabbit nodded, closed the door, and sat next to Crane. Garp, observing her settled demeanor, chuckled before speaking. So, you got beaten by Yition, huh? Peach Rabbit nodded slowly, her expression heavy with unspoken feelings. Garp shook his head in disbelief. Why on earth would you choose to spar with him? Enough, Garp, Crane interjected, casting a sidelong glance. Peach Rabbit, please recount the events for us. Peach Rabbit nodded again and recounted the details of her encounter with Yition. Yet, as she concluded and lifted her gaze to the assembled company, she was taken aback by their expressions. They looked at her with a mixture of concern and puzzlement. Your sister certainly knows how to stir trouble, Crane, Kizaru remarked, a smirk on his face. However, Crane remained contemplative, lost in thought. Peach Rabbit, sitting beside her, felt a rising tide of anxiety. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, Crane spoke slowly. Garp, since you were the first to know Yition, what is your take on this? Garp, mid-bite of a donut, paused, glancing at Peach Rabbit before responding. It's nothing. She lost. So let her serve as an attendant for a month. It's hardly a grave matter. Is it really that simple? Peach Rabbit initially received quite the harsh reprimand. Crane expressed her agitation. Well, considering Yition didn't impose any other conditions before their match, it suggests he isn't overly concerned. She might even gain something valuable from this, Garp added, winking at Crane. Something valuable? Crane mused, nodding slowly. Peach Rabbit, whether you acquire any boon from him is entirely up to you. Perhaps this could turn out to be fortuitous. Sengoku, seated at the head of the table, spoke thoughtfully. Indeed, let us hope for the best. Peach Rabbit, sitting beside Crane, found herself bewildered by the reactions of those present. She could not fathom why she felt as though she had committed a grave sin. Just as she prepared to protest, Crane shook her head, prompting Peach Rabbit to set her questions aside, trusting that Crane would explain later. Now that we've concluded matters regarding Peach Rabbit, let us discuss the affairs of the world government, Crane said, her fingers interlaced on the table, addressing the gathering with a serious tone. Brother Yition, you're not in any trouble, are you? I heard that woman is a candidate for Admiral and the sister of Major Crane, Nami said anxiously, her eyes fixed on Yition. Hearing her, Yition smiled gently, taking a sip of coffee from the table before responding. No need to worry, everything is fine. As if recalling something, he looked at Nami. By the way, how is your stay at Garp's villa? Would you like to move in with me? Nami's face lit up with joy at his words. Really? Of course. I've been rather lonely here, Yi replied with a warm smile. That is wonderful. I'll tell Belmir as soon as I get back, Nami exclaimed excitedly. Seeing her exuberance, Yi couldn't help but sigh. He had been neglecting Belmir lately, something he deeply regretted. She had taken such good care of him when he first arrived in this world. Feeling a pang of guilt, Yi stood up, looking at Nami. You don't need to wait until you return. Let us go find Belmir now. Nami sprang to her feet, grabbing Yi-Tian's hand. This is amazing. We can live together from now on. Touched by her words, Yi-Tian felt a lump in his throat and took her hand, both descending the stairs together. As they reached the entrance, Yi-Tian had just shut the villa door and was about to make his way to Garp and Apos' villa when he noticed Peach Rabbit, now adorned in a fresh naval uniform, approaching him with measured steps. Yi-Tian smiled slightly, watching her as he spoke. So, Candidate Admiral, have you come to fulfill your promise? Chapter 71. The prelude to naval changes. Upon hearing the words, Tao Tu was momentarily taken aback, her delicate face lowering slightly as she gradually nodded. Subsequently, she refrained from speaking further, choosing instead to stand quietly by, awaiting Yi-Tian's instructions. Observing this, Yi-Tian was momentarily startled but chose to disregard her, and he then took Nami's hand, heading towards the direction of Karp's villa. Meanwhile, in the office of the Admiral, the modest space was filled to capacity with high-ranking naval officials. One of the three admirals, Akainu, sat expressionless, gazing at Sengoku, who occupied the main seat. Admiral, may I inquire about the urgency of your summons? Akainu slowly articulated. His inquiry prompted the others present to turn their attention towards Sengoku, hoping for clarification. Sengoku, with a serious demeanor, scanned the room before speaking. Gentlemen, do you comprehend the reason for our Navy and Apos' existence? This statement caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere, as the attendees understood that Sengoku would not have posed such a question without cause. Yet, they were confounded by his motives for such a query. A moment of silence ensued, leaving the attendees exchanging glances, uncertain of how to respond. At that moment, Saru, seated beside Sengoku, gradually spoke. The Navy is one of the institutions under the world government, maintaining order across the oceans in the name of absolute justice. In response, the attendees nodded in agreement, expressing their accord with Saru and Apos' words. Sengoku, his expression grave, also nodded in affirmation, then slammed his fist onto the conference table, addressing the gathered officials. Indeed, however, despite our years of service, does no one harbor any thoughts on this matter? The gravity of his words rendered the assembly speechless, their expressions shifting to shock as they gazed at Sengoku. They were at a loss to comprehend the reasoning behind such a statement, recognizing the perilous implications it carried. Consequently, they hesitated to engage further. Sengoku, observing their silence, remained unfazed, quietly awaiting responses. The room fell into a heavy silence, as the officials chose to remain mute, reluctant to entangle themselves in any unnecessary complications. Just then, Akiji, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them and sat upright, addressing Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, you speak the truth. Instantly, Akiji and Apos' declaration captured the collective attention of the room, leaving them puzzled as to why he would chime in at this juncture. Akiji, undeterred by their scrutiny, continued, as an admiral, I cannot accept the protection we provide to the celestial dragons. They are an absolute blight upon this world. As agents of justice, how can we, while executing that very justice on the seas, be tasked with safeguarding a collection of parasites and obeying their commands? Is there still a need for our justice to persist? His words incited a stir among the attendees, with Akainu seated beside Akiji, swiftly turning to fix him with an intense gaze. Admiral Akiji, do you comprehend the consequences of your statements? Akiji, however, remained composed, silently seated. Meanwhile, Kizaru, sitting adjacent to Akiji, couldn't suppress a sly smile, and amidst the astonished gazes of the assembly, he remarked, Admiral, I must express my agreement with Admiral Akiji's sentiments. Akainu abruptly turned towards Kizaru, his eyes wide with disbelief. Kizaru, you. In response, Kizaru smiled, Admiral Akainu, what seems to be the issue? Why must we? who bear the mantle of justice. Heed the commands of those true parasites. Hearing Kizaru's words, Akainu was momentarily taken aback, then fixed his gaze upon the others. Do you understand the implications of what you're saying? Are you suggesting we aspire to be like Dragon? Have you considered the repercussions? Sengoku, maintaining his impassive demeanor, raised his hand to tap the table lightly, casting a casual glance at Akainu. Enough. Let us maintain decorum. Admiral Akainu, please, take a seat. Although Akainu contemplated retorting, he ultimately fell silent, letting out a huff as he reluctantly complied. Sengoku then addressed the assembly. The positions articulated by Admirals Akiji and Kizaru are quite clear. Thus, let us proceed to vote. Who is in favor of the Navy withdrawing from the world government and declaring war for true justice? Please raise your hand. With that, he raised his hand and quietly observed the others. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, their astonishment palpable as they gazed at Sengoku. Akainu could no longer contain himself, slamming his hand on the table, glaring at Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, do you grasp the gravity of your words? Declaring war on the world government? Do you know what that entails? I am aware, Sengoku replied, his expression unyielding. Yet I am resolute in this course of action. We have strayed too far. Only in this manner can we address the root of the issues at hand. Only in this manner? Akainu scoffed, incredulous. At this juncture, Vice Admiral Doberman looked at Sengoku and slowly inquired, Admiral Sengoku, do you truly understand the implications of your statement? I do, which is precisely why I am convinced that this must be our path, Sengoku affirmed. Are you suggesting that we, the Navy, can single-handedly oppose the dominion of the world government and the celestial dragons? Is that not somewhat absurd? Another Vice Admiral questioned. Sengoku adjusted his glasses and nodded. No, we are merely a catalyst. The real question lies in whether the Navy can embody true justice. Can we transcend this world? The world is vast, and in the past, we stubbornly believed the celestial dragons to be the rightful descendants of gods. Yet now, I realize they are regarded as nothing more than refused by some. The assembly, absorbing Sengoku's discourse, exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mix of apprehension and realization. Who were these individuals that could prompt such a profound transformation in Sengoku? What influence had they wielded to inspire such courage in him, to challenge the world government and the celestial dragons? Chapter 72, The Essence of Justice. Casting a glance at the silent crowd, Akainu slowly turned to Fleet Admiral Sengoku and spoke. Admiral Sengoku, I am uncertain why you harbor such thoughts, yet you must understand that the Navy is not your personal possession. Such actions will only plunge the Navy into an abyss from which it cannot return. Upon hearing this, Sengoku glanced at Akainu and then turned his attention to the assembly, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, I believe I understand your general sentiments. But one thing you must grasp is that the celestial dragons have never regarded you as part of the Navy. They will seize whatever they desire without hesitation. And we are powerless to retaliate while our Navy is tasked with sending admirals to protect them. What a display of impotence this is. And where does it place our Navy and Appos' justice? Where does it leave our conviction to uphold justice? Perhaps you wonder why this decision has been made so suddenly? There is a pressing matter at hand. The tide has turned. The world government is not truly invincible, but those individuals are. Those individuals? Vice Admiral Ghost Spider inquired slowly. Admiral Sengoku, who exactly are these people you have mentioned repeatedly? Could you enlighten us? Sengoku nodded thoughtfully and addressed the assembly. I shall briefly clarify this matter. Your understanding of the world is likely well formed, yet I have acquired an alternative perspective from them. The world, parallel worlds, and multidimensional realms. Among these countless worlds reside innumerable human beings, and they are the custodians of the order within these realms, referred to as the envoys of the boundaries. Envoys of the boundaries possess godlike powers. They hold various rights, including guarding, patrolling, auditing, and sanctioning within their resident worlds. Once they establish a presence in our world, they act as a barrier. However, for whatever reason, if they depart from this world for an extended period, it will inevitably collapse, mutate, or face annihilation due to various factors. At this proclamation, the attendees were momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Sengoku as they absorbed his almost fantastical assertions. Meanwhile, Akainu, gritting his teeth, glared at Sengoku and remarked, "So, Admiral, does this mean that opposing the world government and the celestial dragons aligns with their intentions? I shall apprehend them." Sengoku slammed his palm on the table, glaring at Akainu with fury. "Do you truly comprehend the gravity of your actions, Akainu? You would lead us into an irreversible abyss, forcing us to confront an overwhelming assault from beyond our realm. Do you understand what this implies? If the forces of the world government and the Navy unite, totaling 600,000 troops, they will respond with 10-fold, 20-fold, or even greater numbers to invade and cleanse our world. Can you bear that responsibility? Can you even capture them? Are you aware of what they have recently undertaken? They are on the brink of annihilation. Do you know what that entails?" Stunned, Akainu stared at Sengoku, his expression betraying his astonishment as he digested the gravity of the fleet admiral's words. He had never fathomed the resolute nature of Sengoku's stance, only now realizing the dire situation. The thought of such formidable entities standing behind Sengoku left him questioning whether the world government could truly withstand their onslaught. Surely, resistance would be futile against beings of such divine capability and their immense forces. With this realization, Akainu's countenance darkened further. Yet, he chose to remain silent, gradually returning to his seat, deep in contemplation. Observing this, Sengoku cast a fleeting glance at him before addressing the assembly. "I have said all I can. Now, let us proceed to the vote." With that, he raised his hand, silently observing the attendees. This time, unlike before, as soon as Sengoku's words fell, a majority of hands were raised. They understood the vast power of the celestial dragons. Many had encountered them, either directly or indirectly. Among them were individuals who had once been close friends, now ruined by the celestial dragon's whims. To claim they felt no hatred would be a lie, yet they lacked the power to avenge their fallen comrades. This time, however, it was different. With Fleet Admiral Sengoku leading the charge and backed by this mysterious force, the flames of their long-dormant resolve reignited. In their minds, the celestial dragons, once seen as untouchable, suddenly found themselves cast down from their pedestal. Descendants of the gods. They pondered, facing what could genuinely be described as divine beings. Sengoku observed that the votes had surpassed the halfway mark, his gaze sweeping across the room. He noted that the only ones who had not voted were those truly loyal to Akainu, who himself had not supported the proposal. Seeing this, a flicker of intensity flashed in Sengoku's eyes, quickly replaced by his usual demeanor. Addressing the assembly with a smile, he stated, "Very well. I shall commence with the necessary arrangements. Reinforce the defenses across the seas. We must stifle all pirates and other factions within the four seas. Smoker and Stalaberry will provide support. In the Grand Line, increase patrols, with assistance from Fire Mountain and Gummere. As for the New World, Akainu will lead that front. The rest of you will gather your forces in 2 days at the headquarters, where further plans will be disclosed." Understood, the assembled officers replied in unison. Dismissed, Sengoku concluded. Rising, he moved to the side to pour himself a glass of water and began to drink. As the others departed, a few remained at the conference table: Karp, Tsuru, Akiji, Kazuru, and Akainu. Akainu surveyed those around him, an enigmatic glimmer flashing in his otherwise inscrutable eyes. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Admiral Sengoku, do you not worry that your actions may betray the very essence of justice?" "Betray the essence of justice? No, Akainu, you are mistaken. The essence of justice lies in the well-being of the people. Look at the state of this world. What has it become? Justice? What does your notion of justice entail?" Sengoku sighed, gazing at Akainu with a weary yet resolute expression. "The essence of justice lies in the well-being of the people?" Akainu murmured, turning his gaze towards the window. Chapter 73, Declaration of War. Outside the window, the generals who had just been in a meeting departed in pairs, their faces adorned with smiles previously unseen. Perhaps this was the hidden desire that dwelled within their hearts. Akainu observed their expressions. "You have steadfastly upheld absolute justice. But does such a concept truly exist in this world? It is an extremity, and if you do not enact change, I fear you may descend into the abyss." Sengoku gazed at the smiles of the generals outside and slowly addressed Akainu. Could it be that my notion of justice is truly flawed? In that moment, Akainu found himself engulfed in confusion, a struggle evident upon his visage. Noticing this, Sengoku sighed and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Contemplate deeply what it is that underpins your pursuit of justice. What is our purpose in annihilating pirates? Once you grasp this, clarity shall emerge." With that, Sengoku returned to his seat. The day's meeting had already been secured with confidentiality. The information would not escape. Yet, nothing is absolute, and he could not guarantee that spies from the world government did not lurk within the office. Nonetheless, it was too late to halt his course. The celestial dragons, the world government. The mere thought of these colossal entities caused Sengoku a throbbing headache. At this juncture, he increasingly believed that Yaishin's words rang true: to eradicate the nations of the world, to eliminate the thieves of the world, to establish a supreme empire where all individuals live under a singular governance. This would greatly assist the Navy in its pursuit of justice, and the oppressive celestial gold burdening the populace would cease to exist. A world devoid of such exploitation would be nothing short of idyllic. With his thoughts thus, Sengoku gradually regained his focus and began to plan for the events of the following day. Time slipped quietly through his fingers. On this day, Sengoku stood upon a high platform at the Navy headquarters, flanked by the three admirals. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he regarded the den mushi before him. Inhaling deeply before stating, "I am Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Navy. Since assuming command, I have been haunted by a singular question. What is justice? What constitutes true justice? Why do we eliminate pirates? What do we seek to protect? These inquiries have plagued my thoughts, and at last, I have found my answer." Thus, I convened a meeting with all senior Navy officials, and the proposal was passed with overwhelming support. Today, I shall announce this proposal, seeking to better implement the justice that belongs to us. One fateful day, I encountered a divine being who proclaimed that this world is tainted, that immortality should not exist, and that the world has strayed from its rightful course. He likened the celestial dragons to parasitic worms affixed to the world and denounced the world government as a heap of filth. He urged the Navy to raise its banner and lead the charge. He foretold that the divine would descend, bringing peace to the world. Therefore, I, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, representing the entirety of the Navy, hereby declare war upon the parasitic celestial dragons. Furthermore, I, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, on behalf of the Navy, formally declare war upon the detritus that is the world government. This resolution takes effect today, and the final confrontation shall commence upon the arrival of the Divine Army. The moment this transmission was broadcast, the ocean fell into a profound silence, soon followed by a surge of fervor across the globe. No one anticipated that the Navy, one of the three major institutions under the world government, would declare war against it and the celestial dragons. This unprecedented event captured the attention of the masses. Yet, many astute individuals fixated on the divine's arrival and the mention of a divine army. The concept of deities in this world is often regarded as absurd. Few would dare to invoke the divine, for they do not believe in the existence of gods. However, since these words were spoken by Sengoku, they could not help but ponder the implications. Is there truly a divine presence? Does a divine army genuinely exist? These questions remain shrouded in mystery. Yet, one undeniable truth resonated throughout the world: the Navy's declaration of war against the world government and the celestial dragons. In Mariehua, within a grand palace, the five elders convened. One elder, clad in a white robe and spectacles, abruptly slammed his hand on the table, glaring at the screen before him. "Sengoku is provoking us." "Well, since he has declared war, is it not normal to provoke? In that case, we cannot allow the Navy to remain." Agreed. The events within Mariehua were beyond anyone's imagination. Meanwhile, Garp had arrived at Yaishin's villa, observing the busy movements of Belmare and Nojiko. Garp turned towards Yaishin, who was seated and sipping coffee, and remarked, "Yaishin, the Navy has made its move, have they not?" Upon hearing this, Yaishin smiled slightly and replied, "I understand your intent. Just wait, I have already summoned them. Please ask Sengoku to place my area under martial law. Upon hearing Yaishin's words, a look of joy spread across Garp's face, and he swiftly retrieved the Den Den Mushi from his pocket, dialing Sengoku to convey Yaishin's request. Shortly thereafter, Garp slowly closed the Den Den Mushi and turned to Yaishin with a somewhat awkward expression. Yaishin, Sengoku wishes to meet them. He asked me to inquire if that would be acceptable. Taken aback, Yaishin pondered for a moment before responding. Feel free. However, just as Yaishin finished speaking, a black void suddenly materialized nearby. A squad of skeletal figures clad in golden armor emerged, brandishing flags aloft. Following them were the flying squirrel and his cadre of guardians. The scene captured the attention of Belmare and Nojiko, who were previously occupied, leaving them speechless as they gazed at the figures emerging from the void. At that moment, Belmare, eyeing Yaishin who remained motionless on the sofa, urgently called out, "Little Yaishin." Startled, Yaishin exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to inform Belmare." With a smile, he turned to Belmare and said, "Belmare, come, allow me to introduce a friend to you." With that, Yaishin and Garp rose slowly, gazing at the flying squirrel who had just emerged from the black void. "Flying squirrel, you have finally arrived." In response, the flying squirrel chuckled, his voice laced with playful banter. "The leader summons. I couldn't possibly delay my arrival, could I?" Chapter 74. The bustling villa of Yi Tian at this moment. All the villas within a 4-mile radius surrounding Yi Tian's villa had been completely vacated. Outside the villa area, a substantial naval presence had been arranged by Sengoku to prevent anyone from entering, ensuring the tranquility of those within. Sengoku had also dispatched a multitude of chefs on standby, ready to prepare meals at a moment's notice. Currently, Sengoku was making his way here accompanied by 3 generals and Crane. Inside Yi Tian's villa, he surveyed the room filled with the ceremonial guard and couldn't help but smirk. He turned to the flying squirrel and said, "Old Bone, please arrange your guard to stand outside. The villa is too small to accommodate them all." Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel scratched his head and looked towards the side at Demiurge, instructing, "Little D, please take care of the arrangements." Demiurge bowed slightly in response to the flying squirrel's command and led the ceremonial guard out of the villa. Outside the villa, Peach Rabbit stood at the entrance, looking quite dejected. This was a prestigious task assigned by Yi Tian to stand guard. In an effort to avoid disturbances to his life, Yi Tian had specifically positioned Peach Rabbit at the front gate. At that moment, she turned her gaze back towards the villa and was struck by a sudden transformation of emotions. She witnessed a peculiar procession emerging from Yi Tian's villa, a regiment of skeletons clad in golden armor, wielding flags, marching in perfect formation. If anyone had told Peach Rabbit that such a sight existed, she would have dismissed it as nonsense. Yet, here it was, unfolding before her eyes. Just as she contemplated stepping forward, the words of Crane echoed in her mind. "From now on, you will be by Yi Tian's side, no matter who appears around him. Do not be surprised, do not interfere, and ask fewer questions. Do you understand?" Perhaps Crane's admonition took effect. Peach Rabbit pretended not to see and remained rooted in place, though her eyes remained fixated on the spectacle before her. At that moment, Demiurge and his retinue approached her. He adjusted his glasses and smiled slightly, addressing her, "Greetings. Might you be a subordinate of the Supreme Lord Yi Tian?" "Supreme Lord Yi Tian. Subordinate?" Peach Rabbit stood frozen, bewildered. She had never heard Crane mention Yi Tian's title as the Supreme Lord. She shook her head in a daze. Demiurge's expression shifted, growing colder as he regarded her. "Just an ordinary human, I see. You may take your leave." Peach Rabbit felt a pang of frustration at Demiurge's abrupt change in demeanor. She hadn't provoked him. Why the sudden chill? Why? Yi Tian assigned me here to guard. Is it his will that I should come and go at his whim? What logic is this? Demiurge's eyes glinted with a cold light as he seemed to recall something, then adjusted his glasses again. "The individuals arriving shortly are of unparalleled nobility, friends of the Supreme Lord Flying Squirrel and the Supreme Lord Yi Tian. You, a mere human unrelated to Lord Yi Tian, hold no right to be here." "Human?" Peach Rabbit stammered, processing Demiurge's words. Demiurge scoffed lightly, then continued, "I am Demiurge, a guardian of the great tomb of Nazarick, under the Supreme Lord Flying Squirrel. The security here will be overseen by us. You may leave." With that, he disregarded her and began organizing the soldiers behind him to secure the perimeter of the villa. Watching Demiurge ignore her, Peach Rabbit felt a surge of indignation. Just as she was about to express her frustration, the villa's grand door slowly opened. A cohort of soldiers clad in silver armor, armed with long spears, emerged. Behind them, they raised a flag with a blue background, featuring a fist intricately embroidered in golden threads at its center. The leading captain nodded at Demiurge and approached the entrance, planting the flag firmly into the ground. As he did so, the soldiers behind him split into two lines, standing at attention. Demiurge smiled subtly and summoned a skeletal warrior to take the flag from him. He positioned the flag of Nazarick beside the Alliance flag, then gestured for the golden-armored skeletons to surround the villa, standing motionless like statues. Demiurge acknowledged the silver-armored captain with a nod before stepping inside the villa. Witnessing this, Peach Rabbit was momentarily taken aback, her gaze drawn to the two flags fluttering behind the door. Although she did not understand what these flags represented, she realized they symbolized the presence of at least two factions within the villa. At that moment, Sengoku and his entourage arrived at the villa's entrance. Observing the two flags standing tall, he inhaled deeply, aware that the guests had indeed arrived. His attention shifted to the silver-armored soldiers guarding the flags, and his eyes narrowed. He could discern their formidable strength. They appeared to be at least of the rank of major, and the three generals accompanying him exchanged glances. "Crane, what are your thoughts on these silver-armored soldiers?" Sengoku inquired, looking at Crane beside him. "I suspect they are merely ordinary soldiers," Crane replied after a moment of contemplation. Sengoku nodded in agreement and prepared to advance toward the villa. Just then, the grand door swung open once more, revealing another group of soldiers clad in black armor, brandishing shields and long spears, who carried the flag of the fierce tiger. In the presence of Sengoku and the others, these soldiers planted the fierce tiger flag behind the Alliance flag, aligning it alongside the Nazarick banner. They offered a slight bow to the silver-armored captain in the center before commencing patrols within the villa. Sengoku raised his head slowly, murmuring to himself, "3 flags now. This signifies the convergence of 3 world powers." Chapter 75, Assembly. As Sengoku lamented, Tsuru slowly spoke up. "Sengoku, send 2 vice-admirals to take 100 elite troops and plant our navy's flag there." Upon hearing this, those present turned to Tsuru, puzzled by her intent. Observing their confusion, Tsuru shook her head gently. "We are now considered a force under Yi Tian's command, and Karp represents our navy. Without a flag, would that not imply our inferiority? Are we to suggest that our navy's strength is insufficient?" After Tsuru's words, Sengoku nodded thoughtfully and then turned to the yellow ape behind him. "Yellow ape, it's up to you. We shall await your return here." "Very well, leave it to me. I look forward to meeting individuals from other worlds," replied the yellow ape, who then transformed into a beam of light and vanished. At that moment, Sengoku suddenly noticed Peach Rabbit standing at the corner of the villa, and he felt a twinge of curiosity. He turned to Tsuru and asked, "Little Tsuru, is that not Jiyuan?" Upon hearing this, Tsuru quickly looked in the direction Sengoku was gazing and was momentarily taken aback before calling out to Peach Rabbit. "Jiyuan." Startled, Peach Rabbit turned around sharply and hurried towards Tsuru. Approaching, before Peach Rabbit could speak, Tsuru quickly asked, "Jiyuan, why are you outside? Did Yi Tian not allow you in?" Peach Rabbit had been concerned that the Navy's presence among them was not formidable enough, potentially leading to underestimation. However, she was taken aback by what had just transpired. Peach Rabbit replied slowly, "Yi Tian instructed me to stay outside to fend off those troublesome individuals. But, suddenly, so many people appeared, and one of them said I was not one of the supreme beings under Yi Tian's command and ordered me not to stand there. Oh, and he even referred to me as a human." His tone was quite cold. At this, a flicker of brilliance flashed in Tsuru's eyes. The term used to address Peach Rabbit was quite revealing. By calling her a human, it implied that they were not human, or perhaps that this person harbored disdain for humanity. Gazing at the villa, Tsuru suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from within. Just as she was lost in thought, the villa's door slowly swung open. A young man clad in a dark green long robe, a black scarf wrapped around his neck, emerged, holding a flag in one hand and a book in the other. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Waz's eyes sparkled with understanding. He had been puzzled as to why the Demon King had tasked him with creating a flag. Now, everything became clear. He was to participate in such a gathering belonging to the Demon King. The individuals present appeared incredibly powerful and intimidating. Observing the 3 flags planted in the ground and the soldiers standing guard, Waz took a deep breath, his expression solemn and respectful as he approached the designated spot. He then planted the flag he was holding next to the Alliance flag, aligning it with the other 2 flags. As he gazed at the flags, Waz turned to the silver-armored captain guarding them. The 2 exchanged smiles and polite nods before Waz turned to enter the villa. Outside the villa, Sengoku quietly remarked, "Another flag has been added." The others behind him nodded solemnly, fully aware of the significance. Another world had joined this assembly. Sengoku fixed his gaze upon the newly added flag, which featured a white background with a clock intricately embroidered in golden thread. Before he could regain his composure, the villa's door opened once more. A troop of armored goblins wielding swords and bows, mounted on wolves, emerged. The leading goblin, holding their kingdom's flag, solemnly planted it into the ground before leading his subordinates to take up positions within the villa grounds. Yet another flag. Not long after, Natasha, clad in a uniform, appeared with a team of SHIELD agents, planting their flag before dispersing throughout the villa. Natasha, however, remained within the courtyard, observing the soldiers. The more she watched, the more unnerved she became. She could not fathom how her director was acquainted with these individuals, but the aura they emitted filled her with trepidation, urging her to keep her distance. As Natasha and Sengoku observed, the villa's door gradually opened again. Monya and Onodera Yusuke emerged, followed closely by the cautious Hikari Natsumi. Monya and Yusuke held their respective flags as they advanced. At that moment, Yusuke swallowed hard, asking Monya, "Where exactly are we? Why are there so many ancient soldiers? They all seem incredibly powerful." In response, Monya smiled and explained to Yusuke, "This is the world of the leader. Do you see those silver-armored soldiers? They are the elite guards led by the leader. If you were any weaker, you would likely struggle to confront them." Hearing this, Yusuke's expression turned sour. At that moment, Hikari Natsumi chimed in, "And what about those skeletons in golden armor?" Upon hearing her question, Monya briefly turned to her, a thought crossing his mind before he replied, "Those are soldiers under the command of the Flying Mouse." "And those with green skin?" Hikari inquired again. "Those are goblin soldiers from the Monster Federation kingdom established by the Slimes," Monya explained. "This place can't be a gathering ground for monsters, right? It seems far too dangerous," Yusuke said, swallowing hard. "What gathering ground for monsters? This place is quite sacred. Besides, as long as you don't provoke them, why should you be afraid?" Monya retorted, planting his flag in the ground. Yusuke, following suit, planted his own flag as well. Just as Monya turned back, the villa's door opened once more. Daegu appeared, accompanied by a group of people. Upon seeing Daegu, Monya couldn't help but smile and greet him. "Hey Daegu, you've arrived." Daegu's face twitched momentarily before he weakly nodded. "Yes, I'm here." He then scrutinized the expression of his captain beside him. Observing this, Ikuya glanced at Daegu, who felt increasingly helpless. He had just asked Ikuya for an extended leave, only to find himself ensnared in her trap, inadvertently revealing the reason for his request. Chapter 76. The Arrival of the Navy. Observing Daegu's troubled demeanor, Menshurshur was momentarily taken aback, then curiously inquired, "What troubles you, Daegu? Why the long face? Is there something amiss? Would you like my assistance in resolving it?" In response, Daegu hurriedly shook his head and replied, No, it's nothing. I'll be fine shortly." Acknowledging Daegu's refusal, Menshurshur refrained from further questioning. He then surveyed the individuals behind Daegu, as if he had grasped some understanding, and gently patted Daegu on the shoulder, saying, "Just hang in there." With that, he led Waisuk and Keinatsu into the villa. Watching Menshurshur enter the villa, Daegu let out a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, The ever-curious Kyuka slowly asked, Dagu, is this gathering what you referred to? Is this truly a gathering? Are you perhaps misunderstanding what a gathering entails? Well, Dagu found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Dagu, could you enlighten us about this place? Why are there so many peculiar characters around, including a skeleton? The enthusiastic Kyurei chimed in. Outside the villa, Sengoku observed that Kizuru had arrived with his men. After exchanging glances with those around him, he slightly adjusted his attire and proceeded toward the villa. Meanwhile, Dagu and the others, who were chatting in the yard, noticed the arrival of Sengoku and his entourage. Seeing this, Kyuka turned to Dagu and quietly asked, Dagu, who are these people? After pondering for a moment, Dagu slowly responded, these individuals must be the navy of this world, as mentioned by the leader. The navy? Is that the military of this world? The group exclaimed in astonishment. One could say so, Dagu continued. According to Uncle Carp, the navy is the force maintaining justice on the seas. But their notion of justice is not a mere ideal. It is manipulated by the world government. This gathering was convened because the navy declared war on the world government. Uncle Carp mentioned that the navy has grown weary of the celestial dragons, who consider themselves descendants of gods, as well as the sordid world government. This world has long dwelled in their shadow. For the sake of true justice, Admiral Sengoku officially declared war on the detestable celestial dragons and the corrupt world government a few days ago. Following the war, they will receive the leader's protection and assistance in establishing an empire in this world, allowing its people to live in peace. Kyuka's eyes brightened at this revelation. Meanwhile, Lina, standing beside Dagu, gazed at Sengoku and the others with admiration, whispering, "How magnificent!" At that moment, Sengoku and his team reached the entrance of the villa, but they were halted by Captain Silver Armor. "Stop! This is the Alliance gathering area. Unauthorized personnel must withdraw," he commanded. Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled slightly, saying, "Greetings. Please inform that Admiral Sengoku, accompanied by the 3 admirals of the Navy, has arrived for the gathering." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Captain Silver Armor nodded and replied, "Very well, please wait a moment." Sengoku nodded in acknowledgement and stood quietly with his companions. Observing this, Lina turned to Dagu with a puzzled expression, asking, "Dagu, why aren't they allowed to enter?" With a smile, Dagu explained, "This is an alliance gathering. Unauthorized personnel must indeed stay away. While they are affiliated with the leader, they are not yet considered part of the gathering. Therefore, they require Uncle Carp to lead them in." The others nodded in understanding. Dagu then turned to Shinjo, who was holding the victory team's flag, and said, "Shinjo, please hand me the flag. I shall plant it." After taking the flag from Shinjo, Dagu approached the ground and firmly planted the flag. As he turned back, he heard Carp's booming laughter echoing from the villa's entrance. "Haha, Sengoku, you've finally arrived. The place is nearly filled. You were the last to arrive." With that, Carp vanished before Lina and the others' astonished eyes, only to reappear at the villa's entrance. In shock at Carp's sudden disappearance and reappearance, Lina and the others turned to Dagu, seeking an explanation. With a sigh of resignation, Dagu rubbed his forehead and explained, "This is Uncle Carp, a vice admiral of the Navy and a hero of this world. He holds immense honor, status, and prestige within the Navy." At this revelation, the group nodded enthusiastically. After a moment, Kyuka sighed, "What a remarkable place, a wondrous world, and extraordinary individuals." Captain Silver Armor, having seen Carp arrive, took a few steps back, offering a slight bow while creating a path for him. Sengoku, pleased by this display, nodded in approval, reflecting on how they had underestimated Carp's standing within the alliance. Seeing Sengoku's expression, Carp chuckled and explained, "There's no need for confusion. Technically, we members are considered their superiors. We can issue commands to them, but Yi Tion's orders take precedence. As long as our commands do not conflict with his, they will execute our instructions." Sengoku nodded thoughtfully and prepared to have the Navy flag planted in the ground. However, Kizaru stepped forward and said, "Admiral, allow me the honor of planting the flag." He then took the flag from a nearby sailor and confidently stepped forward to plant it in the ground. Sengoku nodded approvingly and turned to Tsuru, instructing, "Tsuru, organize the soldiers." The rest, follow me inside. With Karp leading the way, they entered the villa, while Kyuka and the others cleared a path for them. As Sengoku and the three admirals passed by, the victory team held their breath, feeling overwhelmed by the formidable aura emanating from them. Once they had entered the villa, Lena finally dared to whisper to the others, "Their presence is so imposing. It's even greater than Director Zeiji's. I can hardly bear to look at them." In response, Daegu smiled slightly and remarked, "Of course. Uncle Karp has mentioned that the technology in this world differs from our own. It is a realm entirely reliant on individual strength." Chapter 77. The Alliance meeting begins. Upon hearing Daegu's explanation, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of astonishment as they gazed at him, exclaiming, "Individual might?" Indeed, it was a complete reliance on personal power. Take Uncle Karp, for instance. He once claimed that with a single punch, he could shatter a mountain. Yet, Uncle Karp holds merely the rank of Rear Admiral within the Navy, a position he chose not to ascend from, as he refused to protect the Celestial Dragons. Nevertheless, the strength of the three admirals and Fleet Admiral Sengoku is considerable. I have also heard Uncle Karp express admiration for an admiral codenamed Akiji, who possesses the extraordinary ability to freeze an entire sea. The group listened intently to Daegu's account, their minds stirred by the sheer magnitude of the power wielded by the three admirals. It was almost unfathomable, leaving them feeling utterly inadequate. After a prolonged silence, Ijima K hesitantly spoke up. Daegu, since their power is so formidable, what purpose do we serve here? It feels rather futile." In response, Daegu smiled slightly, a hint of pride in his demeanor, and replied, "I am Tiga. There's no need to worry. You all can simply stand back and observe the conflict when the time comes. For the sake of the people of this world, I am more than willing to exert my strength." "Captain, look at Daegu, that smug expression. I'd like to give him a good thrashing, if I could," Nishij commented, a bit disgruntled. Hearing this, Ijima K surveyed the area and slowly shook his head, saying, "I doubt that would be wise. Did you not notice that when you mentioned wanting to hit Daegu, the soldiers around us tightened their grips on their weapons?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Nishij took a couple of steps back and forced a chuckle at the armored soldiers surrounding them. He then leaned closer to Daegu and whispered, "No way, Daegu. Are those soldiers really that perceptive?" Daegu nodded, looking at him with a knowing smile. "Of course. Look at those silver-armored guards. Most of them possess at least mid-level strength. The other soldiers are not far behind." Nishij shrank his head in embarrassment, muttering, all right. You're the boss here. I'll save my complaints for later." After a casual exchange, Daegu led them into the villa. Inside, the living room had been cleared to create an open space, and everyone stood around, seemingly awaiting something. At that moment, Yi Tian turned to the visibly anxious Belle Mel and Noki Gao, offering a reassuring smile. "I'm heading over now. There's no need to be nervous. They are quite amicable." Belle Mel, still shocked, managed to nod in agreement. Watching Yi Tian's retreating figure, she was overwhelmed by a tide of emotions, unable to fathom how he had reached such heights. As Yi Tian approached the gathering, he surveyed the assembled crowd before stating, "The Alliance meeting shall commence." With that, he made a subtle motion, and to everyone's astonishment, he appeared to sit in midair. Just as they were pondering this peculiar sight, a flash of purple light signaled the emergence of a crystalline chair beneath him, adorned with intricate carvings that exuded a formidable aura, momentarily leaving the onlookers breathless. At that moment, Yi Tian moved again, raising his hand as if placing it into the air. He began to tap lightly, producing a sound reminiscent of knocks against a stone table. Suddenly, another burst of blue light heralded the arrival of a massive crystal conference table before them. The crowd gaped in disbelief, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. A singular thought emerged in countless minds, creating something from nothing. This was a divine ability. At that moment, Fei Shu stepped forward from the crowd, taking his place at the table beside Yi Tian. He crouched slightly, mirroring Yi Tian, and as blue light enveloped him, a chair of blue crystal appeared beneath him, engraved with his own emblem. Simultaneously, Red-A stepped forward and seated himself beside Fei Shu. Daegu, observing the scene, turned to Demios and quietly requested, "Please step aside." Demios, taken aback, glanced at Daegu, puzzled. Daegu reiterated, "Please, I need to pass." In response, Dimios bowed slightly and cleared a path. At that moment, Lena called out softly, "Daegu." Daegu smiled gently at her, assuring, "It's all right. There's no need to be anxious. Just stand behind me when the time comes." With that, he walked through the complex gazes of the victory team and took his seat at Red A's side, settling into a chair uniquely his own. As the clang of armor echoed, the gathering parted to allow Monten to stride forward, taking a seat beside Yition. Minya and Hikari followed suit, sitting alongside Monten. "Make way," a youthful voice piped up from behind, swiftly parting the crowd. A blue slime bounced forward, and upon reaching the conference table, a flash of white light transformed it into a human figure, who then sat beside Minya. "Please make way. My lord, the Demon King, is passing through," was announced as he casually followed Takanami Esko to the table. "Excuse me, could you please step aside?" Karp pushed through the throng, sitting beside Daegu. "Make way." Nicole Fury, accompanied by Natasha, also made her entrance, seating herself next to Takanami Esko. Could you make some room, please?" Zhang Chulan requested as he joined them, taking a place beside Nicole Fury. Thus, all members of the alliance were assembled. At this moment, their subordinates also took their positions behind their respective leaders. Observing the neatly organized gathering, Yition nodded in satisfaction and addressed the members at the table. "Now that we are all in place, let us officially commence the meeting. The primary agenda today concerns the world government and the celestial dragons, as well as the myriad pirate factions that threaten this world and its inhabitants. It is well known that every faction in this world exploits, enslaves, and mercilessly slaughters the common folk, with one notable exception, the Revolutionary Army, founded by Karp's son. Chapter 78, The Arrival of Steelbone Kong. After imparting all he knew to the gathered audience, Yition leaned back against his chair. Following his analysis, there was a moment of silence among the attendees, which soon turned into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, Fei Shu was the first to speak. "If that is the case, we should first defeat the world government and gradually reclaim and unify this world. With our strength, dealing with the world government should not pose much of a problem." Upon hearing this, Yition nodded slowly and looked at the others. "Do you have any objections?" Meng Tian, stroking his chin, added, "I believe we can launch a preemptive strike against the world government, annihilating all of its forces before they even realize what is happening." Yition nodded in agreement, aware that although he had explained the distribution of power in this world, the others had only a superficial understanding. They had little direct experience with the combat capabilities of this world. With this thought, Yition straightened up and addressed the group. "This matter requires a plan from the Navy." "Understood," Karp replied with a nod. However, just then, a loud noise echoed from afar. Boom. Accompanying it was a thunderous shout that pierced the sky. "Sengoku, get out here." Sengoku, who had been standing behind Karp, changed his expression and turned to Karp. "Karp, that voice. It seems to belong to Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong." Hearing this, Karp's expression darkened, and he slowly nodded. "Indeed, it sounds like him." The others present, upon hearing Karp, turned to look at him. Karp hesitated for a moment, then forced a laugh and said, "I suspect this voice signifies that the Fleet Admiral of the world government, Steelbone Kong, has arrived. His combat prowess should not be underestimated." Yition nodded slowly. "I did not anticipate that the world government would come knocking." Fei Shu slammed his hand on the conference table, visibly irritated. In response, Yition stood up and addressed everyone. "Now that we know the world government's personnel have arrived, we should not just sit idly. Let us go and see." With that, he strode away from the conference table and headed outside the villa, prompting those around him to follow suit. The villa doors opened slowly, and Yition led the group out, moving towards the source of the sound. The silver armor captain, stationed at the entrance, shouted, "Flag relocation." Following his command, the silver armor soldiers stepped forward, respectfully lifting the flag from the ground and shouldering it as they followed Yition. At the Marine headquarters, Marineford, numerous rear admirals stood before the main building, silently facing off against Steelbone Kong. Both sides remained motionless. However, it was the Navy that dared not move, for they were confronted by an immensely powerful figure. Among the attendees, the highest rank present was merely Rear Admiral, while the three admirals followed Sengoku closely. Without the threat of overwhelming power, Steelbone Kong regarded them with disdain, focusing instead on the main building. He had come today not only to fulfill the world government's orders, but also to discern what cards the Navy held, given their audacity to challenge the world government. Although he had previously admired Sengoku's abilities, this was a different time. The orders of the world government were not to be defied, not even by him. After a prolonged silence, the doors of the Marine headquarters gradually opened. Sengoku led Yi Tian and the others into the square. His expression was anxious, his eyes betraying a mix of reluctance, frustration, and a hint of indifference. After a long while, Sengoku sighed and addressed Steelbone Kong, Fleet Admiral. "Ah, Sengoku, you still recognize me as Fleet Admiral, yet you dare to challenge the world government? Are you tired of living, or do you simply crave more chaos in this world?" Steelbone Kong retorted vehemently. Sengoku shook his head slowly and replied, "Fleet Admiral, after all these years, you should understand what the world government is like. You are aware of the reasons why the Navy has been unable to eradicate pirates, aren't you?" Steelbone Kong paused, momentarily taken aback by Sengoku's words, then shook his head in disappointment. "Sengoku, you should know that the Navy is an institution of the world government. How can you dare? How can I not dare? How has the world government treated us? Are you still pretending to be oblivious to the fact that our Navy has been punished for the transgressions of celestial dragons? Is this the justice of the Navy? Are the celestial dragons truly the descendants of gods, deserving of such privileges? I apologize, but I refuse to serve a Navy so spineless, a marshal so feeble. In the past, I lacked the power to change anything and had to endure. Now, we possess the strength to resist and rebel. Why should I continue to tolerate this? Fleet Admiral, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your past kindness, but now that I have become the Navy's marshal and possess the power to resist, why should I not act? If your purpose here is to negotiate, then you may leave. If you have come to fight, then I fear you shall find it difficult to depart." At this, a flicker of reluctance flashed in Sengoku's eyes, but was quickly concealed. He understood what he was doing, what he should do, and what he could do. However, Steelbone Kong, upon hearing Sengoku's words, merely scoffed and replied, "Sengoku, you do not comprehend the terror of the world government. As long as you admit your mistakes and hand over those who have misguided you, you can still serve in the Navy." Before Steelbone Kong could finish, Yi Tian casually pulled Sengoku's shoulder, nonchalantly cleaned his ear, and waved his hand backward. Instantly, a shroud of black mist enveloped the sky, and spectral figures emerged, reminiscent of wraiths. "Mortals of this realm, you are fortunate enough to witness our arrival. Pray, tremble, kneel, wait, and suffer. We, possessing infinite will, power, and influence, have descended." The Supreme Yi Tian. In a flash, a banner descended from the sky, planting itself firmly into the ground a short distance before Yi Tian. Chapter 79, The Deterrence from the Alliance. In an instant, a flag descended from the heavens, firmly planted in the ground not far from Yi Tian. Dust and debris erupted skyward, momentarily obscuring the scene. As the haze began to lift, several silver beams gradually emerged in the sky, swiftly descending to the earth. The Alliance's armored guards knelt on one knee, supporting silver spears, standing sentinel beside the Alliance flag. Observing this, Gang Ku Kong's eyes sparkled with intrigue, contemplating, these individuals are indeed enigmatic. Yet, he could still discern their approximate strength. He realized that the puppeteer behind the warring states had made their appearance. Slowly, Gang Ku Kong stepped forward, preparing to speak when a chilling voice echoed from the heavens. "Mortals of this realm, you possess a great honor. Pray, revere, kneel, await, and endure. Under the supreme command of Yi Tian, the Lord of the great tomb of Nazareth, the undead king, who stands at the pinnacle of the 42 supreme beings, Lord Flying Squirrel descends." Instantly, a mechanical voice, laced with static, resonated in the ears of Yi Tian and the others. Detection in progress. Detection successful. War mode activated. Alliance leader authorization acquired. World passage opening. War channel activated. Esteemed guests, let us commence a holy war that will alter the world. The alliance against Anomaly has been authorized, and this battle shall unfold under the witness of Alliance leader Yi Tian and the will of this world. Wishing you all prosperous fortunes in battle. In that moment, a colossal wormhole appeared on one side of the battlefield, and a battalion of skeletal warriors clad in golden armor, brandishing flags, emerged in formation. Voices erupted from the wormhole, exclaiming, "Rejoice! Celebrate the arrival of the Supreme." As Gang Ku Kong beheld the endless ranks of soldiers emerging from the wormhole, his pupils constricted, and he was momentarily frozen in place. He could distinctly feel his limbs growing cold. Suddenly, several silver beams struck the ground from above. With a thunderous crash, two silver-armored warriors brandished the flag of Flying Squirrel, planting it in front of the Alliance banner. Meanwhile, the Guardians, including Yalbert, who had been positioned behind Flying Squirrel, soared into the air towards the army, leaving only Demugos at Flying Squirrel's side. Mortals of this realm, you possess a great honor. Pray, revere, kneel, await, and endure. Under the supreme command of Yi Tian, the great world of kings, General Meng Tian of the Xianyong Empire descends. At these words, Meng Tian, standing behind Yi Tian, could not help but smile, glancing at Demugos before addressing Flying Squirrel. "Old Bones, I must say, your subordinate's entrance is truly impressive." Hearing Meng Tian's words, Flying Squirrel chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a simple spell. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Perhaps another time. Let us first conclude this matter." As the two conversed, a portal to another dimension opened, and tens of thousands of soldiers clad in dark iron armor from the Meng family marched forth, exuding an aura of chilling ferocity that left the audience momentarily stunned. They recognized that this army was entirely distinct from Flying Squirrels. It was composed of humans, their murderous intent soaring to the heavens. At that moment, a flag guarded by two silver-armored warriors fell from the sky, aligning with Flying Squirrel's banner. "Mortals of this realm, you possess a great honor. Pray, revere, kneel, await, and endure. Under the supreme command of Yi Tian, the harbinger of time, the Demon King descends." Upon hearing this, Tokawad Go, who had been standing behind Yi Tian, trembled slightly, urgently scanning his surroundings. Just then, a black hole opened beside him, and Hua stepped out briskly. He held a tray with both hands, upon which lay a golden dial wrapped in red cloth, presenting it reverently to Tokawad Go. "Your Majesty the Demon King. This dial was formed by sealing a portion of future Demon King's power. Please make use of it." Upon hearing this, Tokawad Go took a deep breath, nodding solemnly as he grasped the dial and stepped forward. With each step, Gang Ku Kong's expression shifted to one of disbelief, muttering softly, "An ordinary person?" Tokawad Go approached the flag, gazing intently at Gang Ku Kong, and slowly produced a belt from behind him. He secured it around his waist, then retrieved the Time King dial, affixing it to the belt. In an instant, a radiant light erupted from the belt. "Time Driver Zio, Henshin." As the words left his lips, a virtual clock behind Tokawad Go began to spin. "Rider Time, Kamen Rider Zio." Instantly, armor enveloped him. Seeing this, Tokawad Go carefully took out the Ma Zio dial, locking eyes with it for a brief moment before inserting it into the driver. It felt as if it could work. Suddenly, a tangible golden clock formed beneath his feet, its edges engulfed in flowing magma, reminiscent of an apocalypse. As the clock's hands turned, the resounding ticks echoed through the air. A commanding voice reverberated across the expanse. "Blessing Time, the king of ultimate goodness and strength, Ma Zio." The clock, soaked in magma, shattered, revealing the true visage of Ma Zio to the world of pirates. At that moment, Gang Ku Kong felt a suffocating dread wash over him, his pupils constricting as a sense of powerlessness enveloped him. The king of ultimate goodness and strength. The world government is surely destined for defeat. Such a formidable foe, merely gazing upon them instills an unshakable tremor. Gang Ku Kong murmured weakly. The arena fell silent, all eyes fixated upon the imposing figure. Just as the crowd began to regain their composure, the ominous voice resounded once more. "Mortals of this realm, You possess a great honor. Pray, revere, kneel, await, and endure. Under the supreme command of Yi-Tian, the destroyer of worlds, Kamen Rider Decade descends. Kamen Rider Decade stepped forward, retrieving a belt and securing it around his waist as he produced a card from a storage box at his side. Chapter 80. The battle concluded with a single kick. Masked Rider, Emperor Rider. Den-O inserted the Den-O card into the driver and strolled confidently forward. Under the supreme authority of Yi-Tian, in another world, he commanded the Kingdom of Monsters, the Jura Tempest Federation, where the demon Lord Rimuru Tempest descended. As his voice echoed, a black hole materialized, from which emerged 1,000 armored monster soldiers and knights. Under the supreme authority of Yi-Tian, on Blue Star, the ancient hero, Ultraman Digga, descended to enlighten the world in the name of light, guiding all beings with hope. Standing at the center of the victorious team, Digga walked forward amidst the encouraging gazes of those around him. Under the supreme authority of Yi-Tian, on Blue Star, the mighty Zhang Chulan arrived. Under the supreme authority of Yi-Tian, the world was monitored, and the lives of all were protected by S.H.I.E.L.D., led by Nick Fury. As the proclamation resounded, figures began to emerge from the crowd. In the skies above, silver-armored warriors descended, each bearing their respective banners. At that moment, Steelbone looked up at the fluttering flags, his face paling in realization. From the voice that had just echoed from the sky, Steelbone deduced that these individuals were likely from another world. The thought of the dire situation the world government was about to face brought a grim smile to his lips. Just as he was about to say something to Sengoku and the others, the voice from the heavens resounded once more. Mortal beings of this world, you are granted the honor. Pray, revere, kneel, wait, and endure. This world is under the stewardship of the envoys of the multiverse, tasked with inspection, protection, guardianship, cleansing, judgment, and sanctioning. The leader of the alliance, Yi-Tian, the supreme being adorned with myriad titles, descended with his allies. Under the authorization and witness of Yi-Tian and the will of this world, the holy war commenced. The opposing forces comprised the world government and the celestial dragons. With the approval of the world's will, the fortunes of nations, luck, combat strength, willpower, and life force were all diminished. The war officially commenced. And may fortune favor the alliance. This proclamation seemed to echo alongside the necromantic spells of Demiurge, yet there was a distinct difference. As the words fell, the sky seemed to rain down starlight, gracing the earth below. Steelbone distinctly felt a portion of his vitality vanish in an instant, his already frail body decaying further. Ignoring Steelbone's plight, Yi-Tian ambled forward, hands in pockets. Gazing at the banners fluttering above, he gradually halted and proclaimed, I, Yi-Tian, leader of the alliance, declare this battle to be conducted under my supervision and that of the world's will. He then turned to the gathered crowd and announced, I declare the holy war has begun, targeting the foul and corrupt of this world. During this period, we shall launch indiscriminate attacks against all who bear sins. The once innocent and cherubic Yi-Tian now spoke with a chilling aura. Receive the order. Receive the order. Thus, the great battle officially commenced. Steelbone felt as if he had been locked in place, unable to move an inch. Suddenly, a chilling dark aura emanated from behind him, slicing down from above. Sensing the impending danger, Steelbone's previously immobilized body sprang into action, enveloped in a black armored haki. The clash of the massive axe against his haki shattered the ground beneath them, sending debris flying and knocking back the soldiers of the world government who had been advancing. Clear the way, Sengoku bellowed, launching himself into the air. At his command, the approaching forces halted and swiftly retreated. At this moment, the formidable Omega Wizard descended, exuding an ominous presence, with smoke-like light radiating from his form. He aimed a powerful kick at Steelbone. In an instant, the Marine headquarters at Marineford began to tremble. As the Omega Wizard landed, the ground cracked and shattered into countless fragments. An overwhelming tide of water surged forth. Once the smoke cleared, the Omega Wizard stood on a small patch of land, surrounded by an expanse of ocean. The fleet of over 20 world government warships had completely vanished without a trace. The onlookers, including Sengoku, fell into a profound silence. They had anticipated the terrifying strength of the Omega Wizard, but this exceeded their wildest imaginations, completely obliterating the enemy around them. If they had engaged, they would have surely met a swift demise. Meanwhile, the spectator, the flying squirrel, was taken aback by the scene and turned to Yi Tian, asking softly, "Is Changpan Zhongwu really this strong?" Yi Tian nodded and sighed. This is merely a fraction of the power he possesses as a future incarnation. I initially believed he would only embody the Time King. Just as Yi Tian finished speaking, an epiphany struck him. He approached the flying squirrel and inquired, "Tell me, how did you come up with this grand spectacle? How did Changpan Zhongwu suddenly acquire the power of the Omega Wizard?" Hearing Yi Tian's question, the flying squirrel chuckled and glanced around before whispering in Yi Tian's ear, "We have painstakingly organized such a grand battle. How could we not have a little thrill, right?" Yi Tian's expression darkened in confusion. This isn't how the flying squirrel is supposed to behave. Is there a flaw in the setup, or is he inherently mischievous? Contemplating this, Yi Tian turned to scrutinize the flying squirrel, who now appeared rather grotesque. Shaking his head to dispel these unsettling thoughts, he declared, "The battle here has concluded. So let us proceed directly to Mary Geos and eliminate the world government and the celestial dragons." The flying squirrel and the others nodded in agreement with Yi Tian's plan. Yi Tian then turned to the still-dazed Carp and instructed, "Carp, arrange for us to be taken to Mary Geos. Let us resolve this swiftly to prevent any future complications." Chapter 81. The Frustrated Red A. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Carp finally emerged from his astonishment. He stared, somewhat dumbfounded, at the figure of Tokawaki Zigo standing in the middle of the sea, murmuring, "Is this truly the power of this young man? This strength, is it not against the rules?" In response, Sengoku and the others nearby also nodded in dazed agreement, remarking on the incredible power and its remarkable control. "What an impressive young man," the yellow ape commented, dropping his usual lazy demeanor to speak earnestly. Meanwhile, Akiji and Akainu were also nodding in acknowledgement. Not only were Sengoku and the others taken aback, but Tokawaki Zigo himself stared at the small patch of land beneath his feet, bewildered. He then gazed at the area now submerged by the ocean, softly murmuring, "Is this the power of the king of Getsu? Even just a fragment of it is so formidable. Daigu, did you see that? That armored man just kicked with a single foot. It was astounding." Karazui exclaimed excitedly, nudging Daigu, who was still dazed with his godlight stick. Awakened by Karazui's exuberance, Daigu looked at Tokawaki Zigo in shock and murmured, "Indeed." Nick Fury observed Tokawaki Zigo's back, somewhat dazed. "Is this the power of these individuals? It's truly terrifying," Natasha whispered. Ignoring those who were astonished by the king of Getsu's kick, Yi Tian approached Carp, who was still in a daze, and said, "Carp, arrange for the warships to head directly to Mariehua and resolve the situation here." "Huh? Oh, yes, I'll arrange it immediately," Carp replied, nodding vigorously after hearing Yi Tian's instructions. He then hurriedly gathered Sengoku and the others to organize the next steps. Following a brief moment of confusion, Tokawaki Zigo and the others gradually made their way towards Yi Tian. While many were still in a state of shock, none dared to underestimate Tokawaki Zigo any longer, not even the once boisterous Emperor Knight, who had previously boasted of sharpening Tokawaki Zigo's combat skills. Observing the cautious demeanor of the crowd, Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle quietly and turned to Tokawaki Zigo, asking, "Zigo, will you be able to utilize the power of the king of Getsu from now on?" Startled by the question, Tokawaki Zigo glanced at Waz behind him. Understanding Zigo's thoughts, Waz slightly bowed to Yi Tian and replied, "The power of the king of Getsu has not been fully infused by his majesty, who has indicated that this dial can be used 3 times before shattering." Yi Tian nodded slowly, casting an indifferent glance at those present. He then looked back at Tokawaki Zigo and said, "Well, use it sparingly. After all, there are only 2 uses left." "I understand, leader," Tokawaki Zigo replied solemnly. Upon hearing Waz's explanation, The surrounding individuals let out a collective sigh of relief. All right, everyone prepare. First, withdraw your armies into the Alliance space. Once we arrive, we will release them, Yi Tian instructed the group. Zhang Chulan, momentarily taken aback, looked at Yi Tian with confusion. Isn't it better to go together? Besides, how do we withdraw them into the Alliance space? Going together? Have you not counted how many troops they brought? Yi Tian retorted, rolling his eyes. He then addressed the flying squirrel and the others. Here's the plan. I will open the spatial gate, and you let them in. With that, Yi Tian communicated with the Alliance space and opened a portal in the empty area ahead. The flying squirrel and others promptly began to organize the troops. Meanwhile, Karp had prepared the warships, boarding Yi Tian and the others before setting off towards the world government. On the deck of the warship, Yi Tian reclined on a beach chair, inhaling the salty sea air before speaking leisurely. This lifestyle truly suits me. You can just admit you're a lazy bum. Zhang Chulan retorted. Do you not enjoy it? Yi Tian shot him a glance as he replied. Of course, I relish the life of a lazy bum. Zhang Chulan said with a grin, joining Yi Tian on the beach chair. Just then, cheers echoed in their ears. Bravo! That sidekick was marvelous. Be careful, Your Majesty. Turning his head, Yi Tian noticed that Morshi was engaged in a spar with Tokawaki Iko once more, seemingly at a disadvantage. After a brief exchange, Morshi called out, Hey, Wai-Suk, do you want to join in? Startled, Wai-Suk asked, What did you say? I'm asking if you want to join the fun, Morshi reiterated. Wai-Suk raised an eyebrow. How would that work? Are we teaming up against you? Morshi tilted his head. It's a free-for-all. Those are the most fun. A free-for-all? All right. Then, let us do it. Wai-Suk agreed, summoning his belt to transform into Kuga and joining the fray. As the three engaged in battle, Meng Tian, sitting nearby, chuckled and said, Ugh, watching this is making me itch for a fight. Yi Tian turned to Meng Tian and asked, Do you want me to arrange a sparring partner for you? Meng Tian's eyes lit up at Yi Tian's suggestion, but he quickly shook his head. No. It's better if I don't. I'm afraid I might damage the ship. Not at all. I know someone you can fight without worrying about damaging the ship, Yi Tian said with a mysterious smile. Who? Meng Tian asked, his curiosity piqued. Yi Tian turned to Red A, who was reclining like him on a beach chair, and gestured towards him. Meng Tian smacked his forehead, exclaiming, How could I forget him? Fighting him truly won't damage the ship. With a smile, Meng Tian approached Red A and shared his idea. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Red A sprang up from his seat, looking bewildered. Is there something wrong with my hearing, or did you just say something utterly ridiculous? Are you out of your mind? I'm an assassin. Do you even know what that means? Chapter 82. The battle with Meng Tian. Upon hearing the words of Hong A, Meng Tian could not help but feel a touch of embarrassment. He scratched his head and remarked, Well, it's just that my hands are a bit restless. In response, Hong A shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, Restless hands? You shouldn't come to me, a mere assassin, for that. Look over there. As she spoke, Hong A extended her hand, pointing towards Karp, who was perched at the bow of the ship, indulging in a donut. Do you see Karp? You could have a match with him. After all, you are both warriors. Is it fair to bully me, an assassin? Following the direction of Hong A's finger, Meng Tian was momentarily taken aback, then slowly nodded in agreement, saying, But if we fight, won't the ship be ruined? Hong A paused, then looked at him, and said, I know what you're implying. Actually, you could find a compromise. My inherent barrier can handle a scuffle, but I am an assassin. Therefore, I suggest you challenge Karp. However, once you engage him, you might lose control and end up damaging the ship. Given that, I shall recommend someone else to you. Someone who can preserve the ship while also satisfying your desire for a duel. Meng Tian stared at Hong A, puzzled, as he had no idea whom she was referring to, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Observing his confusion, Hong A rolled her eyes and discreetly gestured towards Yi Tian. As Hong A continued to signal towards Yi Tian, it seemed a light bulb went off in Meng Tian's mind, and a smile quickly graced his face. He hurriedly approached Yi Tian and abruptly pulled him up. Yi Tian, who had been basking in the sun, was suddenly jolted awake by Meng Tian's booming voice. He looked at Meng Tian with a feeble expression and said, Meng Tian, I suffer from a peculiar ailment. I'll perish if I don't indulge in some leisure. Hearing this, Meng Tian was momentarily taken aback, then silently regarded Yi Tian. Sighing, Yi Tian finally said, "Is your restlessness so severe that you must fight?" Meng Tian eagerly nodded in affirmation. Thus, Yi Tian reluctantly donned his shoes and stepped to the opposite side of Meng Tian. He began to chant the incantation for his inherent barrier, swiftly enveloping Meng Tian within it. Watching Yi Tian distance himself, Meng Tian laughed heartily and clenched his fists, saying, "Little Yi Tian, be careful." In an instant, Meng Tian was clad in armor, and a long spear and a massive shield materialized in his hands. Yi Tian, not to be outdone, similarly donned armor, wielding a spear and shield. As he beheld Yi Tian's transformation, Meng Tian suddenly recalled Yi Tian's capabilities and smacked his forehead in realization. "I nearly forgot you possessed this ability as well," he exclaimed, shaking his head with a sigh. "In that case, let us see whose formation surpasses the other." With that, a large flag appeared in Meng Tian's hand, which he raised high as he shouted, "Meng family army, return to position." Instantly, 1,000 soldiers of the Meng family appeared before them. Yi Tian raised his spear and commanded, "Charge." Hearing Yi Tian's command, Meng Tian chuckled and issued his own order, "Defensive formation." In an instant, Yi Tian and his troops coalesced into a singular force, surging forward like a bolt of lightning towards Meng Tian. Boom! The two forces collided fiercely. At that moment, Yi Tian shouted, "Defensive formation, shield bash." Hoorah! The Meng family soldiers roared, and the shields clashed with the spears, producing a resounding echo. Bang! Clang! In response, Meng Tian bellowed, "V formation." Simultaneously, Yi Tian shouted, "V formation." The two armies clashed once more. Yi Tian gradually lowered his spear and shield, enveloping his fists with armed color, vanishing from sight and reappearing behind Meng Tian. With a slight accumulation of power, he aimed a punch directly at Meng Tian. Sensing the gust of wind behind him, Meng Tian swiftly turned, only to find Yi Tian poised to strike. He raised his shield just in time to block Yi Tian's punch. The impact resonated with a dull thud, forcing Meng Tian back 2 steps. He raised his gaze, resting his spear against his shield, and charged at Yi Tian. In response to this maneuver, Yi Tian swiftly activated his shave technique, coating his arm in armed color. As he reappeared, Meng Tian's spear was already on the offensive, its tip colliding with Yi Tian's hand, producing a symphony of iron clashing. "Ah, delightful! Truly exhilarating!" Meng Tian exclaimed, and with renewed vigor, he launched himself at Yi Tian once more. Within the confines of the inherent barrier, the two engaged in a spirited battle, their skirmish sending tumultuous waves throughout the area. All summoned soldiers vanished, leaving only the two combatants to engage in an unrelenting cycle of attack and defense. Finally, after an intense exchange, both paused, lowering their arms. Yi Tian gradually dispelled the armed color and armor, gazing steadily at Meng Tian. "Let us leave it at that. Your shield is quite formidable." With that, he closed the inherent barrier, and the scene before them transformed, revealing the ship's deck. Upon returning to the deck, Yi Tian reclined once more on a sunbed, while Meng Tian ambled over to sit beside Hong A, releasing a deep sigh. Observing this, Hong A smiled faintly and inquired, "What is the matter? Did you not emerge victorious?" Meng Tian nodded slowly, responding casually, "Indeed." "Huh, that is to be expected, do not fret. Yi Tian has long possessed abilities that rival both ours and Karp's. Besides, he is held back considerably, otherwise, you would have been defeated by now. Relax. There is no comparison with someone of his caliber," Hong A reassured him with a gentle smile. Acknowledging her words, Meng Tian nodded in agreement, well aware that he could not best Yi Tian, especially since Yi Tian had acquired the powers of 3 individuals. "I believe the armed color and techniques Yi Tian just employed were quite impressive. Those abilities must have been obtained from Karp, correct?" Meng Tian turned to Hong A and inquired. "Indeed, those abilities were acquired from Karp. Armed color and techniques are unique to this world. If you are interested, you may exchange points in the marketplace to learn and train in them," Hong A replied thoughtfully. Chapter 83. The banquet interrupted by the Golden Lion. Upon hearing the response from Red A, Meng Tian became absorbed in the Alliance shop. Meanwhile, Yi Tian slowly rose from his beach chair, unconsciously smacking his lips before directing his gaze towards Carp, who was seated at the bow of the ship, and loudly declared, "Carp, let the banquet begin. I am quite famished." In response, Carp turned around gradually, observing Yi Tian, who had just gotten up from his chair, and slowly replied, "Very well, I too wish to partake in some food." As he spoke, Carp leaped down from the bow and stood on the deck. He then proceeded to the cabin and, after instructing the kitchen, cleared a space on the deck with his crew. Before long, an array of sumptuous dishes was brought forth. Just as everyone was preparing to take their seats, the thunderous sound of a cannon echoed, followed by a sudden explosion on the side of the ship. Instantly, the expressions of those on the deck darkened. They had yet to enjoy a meal when they were attacked, and this incited Yi Tian's fury. At that moment, a booming laughter resounded from afar. "Haha, Carp, do you fancy my little gift?" Everyone turned their gaze skyward, startled to see numerous islands of varying sizes drifting above them. Before Yi Tian and the others could utter a word, a voice descended from above. "I have heard about your Navy's affairs. I must say, splendid work, haha." As if insulted, Yi Tian sprang to his feet, gradually forming a long sword in his hand, preparing to hurl it skyward. However, at that instant, Carp abruptly stood up and bellowed, "Golden Lion, are you seeking death? Haha, even if I am, can you ascend to stop me? Just watch as I systematically obliterate your beloved ship." The Golden Lion's voice echoed mockingly. In response, Yi Tian took a step forward and turned to his companions, saying, "Friends, let us engage in some activities before dining. It will aid in digestion." Upon hearing this, smiles spread across the faces of those nearby. The flying squirrel extended a hand, conjuring an image before them, then opened a portal within it, directing his gaze towards Dimarugos and Yalbed behind him, saying, "Let us proceed." Indeed, how dare they disrupt the banquet of the Supreme Lord? They deserve death, the two responded. With that, their attire transformed dramatically, and they stepped resolutely through the space portal opened by the flying squirrel. Observing this, Yi Tian calmly stated, "Let us also see what audacity this Golden Lion possesses to disturb our meal." He stepped into the portal first, followed closely by the others. Carp sighed inwardly, reflecting, "Old friend, today, it seems you shall not rise again. May we meet in another life." He then followed the others into the portal. Inside the palace on the island where the Golden Lion resided, he gazed down at the fleet below, his lips curling into an uncontrollable smile. However, he soon sensed a disturbance behind him and swiftly turned around. In an instant, a glimmer of an axe streaked before his eyes, prompting the Golden Lion to retreat several steps to evade Yalbed's strike. Regaining his composure, the Golden Lion took a deep breath, his expression turning cold as he glared at Yalbed and Dimarugos. "Who are you? How did you come here? You insolent humans dare to disrupt the banquet of the Supreme Lord. You deserve to die." Yalbed paid no heed to the Golden Lion's inquiries, immediately launching herself upward, her massive axe spinning gracefully in her hands. Dimarugos, standing behind her, spoke calmly, "For the sin of disrupting the banquet of the Supreme Lord, kneel." As soon as the words fell, an invisible pressure descended upon the Golden Lion, compelling his legs to buckle slightly. He gritted his teeth, staring in shock at the two. "Who are you? When did I disrupt your so-called banquet?" Just as he questioned, he noticed a pitch-black void behind them. From this darkness, a child emerged, momentarily pausing in surprise. Soon after, more figures began stepping forward from within. Suppressing his anger, Yi Tian addressed the stunned Golden Lion. "That was your cannonball that fell below. Wasn't he it, Golden Lion? Are you seeking death? If so, allow us to escort you on your journey." With that, Yi Tian raised his hand, enveloped in a dark aura of haki, and in an instant, vanished from sight, delivering a tremendous punch to the Golden Lion's head. With a resounding crash, the Golden Lion was sent crashing through the massive island beneath him, landing heavily on the ground below. Slowly standing upright, he wiped the corner of his mouth, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the group above him. As he prepared to retaliate, he spotted Carp among the crowd and froze in place. He had initially thought he might have struck that Supreme Lord before, but now it was evident that those who had come from Karp's ship were incredibly powerful. How could they silently appear on his island? Even a mere child among them displayed such strength, wielding haki akin to Karp's. "Etion, is that you?" the flying squirrel inquired, standing beside him. "Indeed, it is he, the Golden Lion. I had intended to deal with him after we cleaned up the world government. But to encounter him here so soon is fortuitous," Etion replied with a chilling smile. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement and surged forward to attack the Golden Lion. At that moment, Red A charged ahead, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, his dual blades were blocked by the Golden Lion's weapon. Unfazed, Red A smiled subtly and remarked, "So this is observation haki? Quite impressive." With that, he disappeared once more. The Golden Lion furrowed his brows, tightening his grip on his blade, closing his eyes to sense Red A's rapid movements. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and shouted, "I've got it." Chapter 84. The Golden Lion reduced to a tool for venting clang. 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 The two combatants exchanged blows, their weapons colliding and sparking. As the Golden Lion grew increasingly adept, several beams of laser fire suddenly shot towards his back. In an instant, he executed a swift roll, narrowly evading the attack, and glared furiously in the direction of Daegu and his companions. Just as he prepared to charge at them with the intent to rend their bodies asunder, a dark axe blade swiftly approached his face. Startled, the Golden Lion's pupils constricted, and he rolled on the ground to evade the strike. As he attempted to rise, dozens of weapons were hurled at him in rapid succession. Realizing the gravity of his situation, he continued to roll on the ground, successfully dodging the barrage of incoming attacks. Finally, he sprang to his feet, casting a venomous glance at Daegu and the others, and wielded his long knife fiercely against the dual blades that were approaching. "Prepare to meet your demise, Golden Lion," Kapu shouted, raising his fist and charging toward him. Feeling the pressure of the growing number of assailants, the Golden Lion muttered a curse under his breath and hastily exclaimed, all right, I apologize. Is that enough?" Taken aback, Etion paused momentarily before responding with a chuckle, "Apologize? Do you think that will suffice? It's not that simple." At Etion's words, the Golden Lion was momentarily stunned, then replied in a somber tone, "What do you wish to do?" "What do we wish to do? Since you are not targeting me, this is quite straightforward. You can easily achieve it. Take your own life, and I shall grant you a complete corpse," Etion remarked coldly, fixing his gaze on the Golden Lion. "Take my own life? Huh, you jest. There are only those who die in battle, not those who take their own lives. Come forth and fight." The Golden Lion, youthful in spirit, displayed an unwavering defiance in his eyes. Seeing this, Etion shook his head slowly and addressed the surrounding crowd. "Let us proceed, accompany him on his journey. Since he desires to keep his corpse intact, let it transform into something else." No sooner had he spoken than the crowd vanished without a trace. When Etion looked back at the Golden Lion, he found him covered in wounds, occasionally struck by an adversary. Noticing that the onlookers, Tokuwadai and Minya, along with Feishu, had not joined the fray, he spoke, "Shall we not give it a try?" "No, it lacks interest. While Red A may not serve much purpose against him, with Uncle Kapu, a master of this world's haki, it becomes a different story," Minya replied, shaking his head slowly. At this, Etion smiled slightly and remarked, "They must be quite eager. They haven't had a proper battle in some time." Minya and Tokuwadai exchanged amused glances and suggested, "Let them have their fun. The banquet can always be resumed later." Etion nodded in agreement before turning to the members of the victorious team standing nearby. He then asked, "Aren't you concerned about being caught in the crossfire?" Upon hearing Etion's voice, Kirai turned around first and grinned. Esteemed leader, may I inquire why this island is floating in the air?" Taken aback, Etion replied, "That is the power of the devil fruit. Each devil fruit possesses its unique ability, and this Golden Lion has consumed the float fruit, granting him the power to levitate anything he touches." After absorbing this explanation, Kirai stood frozen in awe, and when he glanced back at the Golden Lion, his eyes were filled with envy. "Greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you, esteemed leader. I am Kugake. I have long heard of your remarkable abilities from Daegu." Kugake said as she approached Yi-Tian. Yi-Tian smiled modestly, then directed his gaze toward those engaged in battle below. I am not particularly remarkable. I merely have knowledge of the trajectory of your world. The trajectory of the world? May I ask what role you play within this realm? Kugake inquired with a smile. Caught off guard by her boldness, Yi-Tian laughed heartily and replied, That's quite a daring question. To be frank, we are but guardians. Aside from the necessary calamities of the world, we shall shield it from all others. Kugake nodded thoughtfully at his words. Observing her response, Yi-Tian continued, Of course, with this responsibility comes significant privileges. I trust you are aware that as long as we do not recklessly destroy the world or take innocent lives, we remain unscathed. Then, has Dega been with you for a long time? Kugake cautiously asked. Not at all. He joined us before becoming Dega. We do not accept those without combat capabilities. Although we can quickly grant individuals immense power, Yi-Tian explained with a smile. Before Kugake could pose another question, Yi-Tian stood and, glancing at the ongoing battle, declared, Let us proceed. It is time to resume the banquet. With that, he strode toward the portal behind him. On the deck, Yi-Tian approached Nico Fry, who was leaning against the railing, admiring the seascape. So, how does this world compare to your own? Nico Fry nodded slightly and replied, Indeed, this world is quite extraordinary, yet perilous, a true reflection of the dark laws. Yi-Tian acknowledged her words with a nod and sighed, allowing his gaze to drift into the distance. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Indeed, survival of the fittest remains an unalterable rule, though in worlds with established laws, such rules are somewhat suppressed. Nico Fry nodded in agreement, falling silent once more. Seeing this, Yi-Tian shrugged and proceeded to the dining table, muttering to himself, I am famished. This cursed lion has interrupted my meal. Upon reaching the table, Yi-Tian wasted no time and began to eat, disregarding the ongoing battle. What was fighting compared to the importance of a meal? One cannot remain hungry, as the significance of sustenance surpasses all else. Just then, a voice called out from behind him, followed by hurried footsteps. Wow, esteemed leader. Have you already begun eating? Why didn't you call me? Zhang Chulan exclaimed anxiously. Chapter 85. Arrival at the Holy Land. Mariehua upon hearing the words. Yi-Tian slowly turned his head to look at Zhang Chulan, who was already sitting beside him, momentarily taken aback. He then inquired with a hint of confusion. Weren't you playing with them? At Yi-Tian's question, Zhang Chulan nodded and picked up a piece of roasted meat, saying, Yes, I returned after playing for a while. The main reason is that the golden-haired fellow was in such a miserable state that I almost felt reluctant to strike him. Haha, let him be. Who told him to interrupt our banquet? I was already hungry, and his commotion only fueled their anger. Having said that, Yi-Tian hastened his pace, eagerly devouring the delicacies laid out on the table. As time passed, the others gradually returned. Observing Yi-Tian nearly emptying the table, they were taken aback and quickly joined the fray, competing with him for the food. Beside the table, Carp stared blankly at the empty plates, momentarily stunned. However, he soon noticed a plate with a solitary piece of meat remaining and instantly sprang into action. Just then, a hand snatched that piece of meat away. Carp's head shot up, only to find that Red A had already popped the meat into his mouth. Instantly, Carp's expression darkened. Chef, bring more meat. He bellowed as he slowly rose from his seat and headed towards the ship's prison. Hey, Carp, where are you going? Red A asked at just the right moment. I'm going to check on the golden lion. Carp replied, his face etched with gloom, and continued towards the prison. Before long, the sound of the golden lion's curses echoed from below deck. Gradually, the curses grew fainter, and Carp emerged, sporting a look of satisfaction. Curious, Yi-Tian asked, Carp. You didn't, eh? As soon as he spoke, those sitting near Carp subtly shifted away, their faces reflecting a hint of fear. Observing their reactions, Carp's expression darkened further, and he explained loudly, You all are overthinking it. I merely went to give the golden lion a thrashing to vent my frustrations. Indeed, we understand. Red A nodded seriously from the side. Carp's face grew even darker at this remark. Just then, several chefs entered, carrying freshly prepared roasted meat. After casually tidying up the table, They placed the newly cooked meat on it and exited. After a hearty meal, the group lounged comfortably on deck chairs, savoring the sea breeze. "Hey, Carp, how long until we reach the Holy Land, Mariowa?" Flying Squirrel asked slowly. Carp pondered for a moment before responding. "Probably about half a day." "Oh." Flying Squirrel replied casually and fell silent. Silence enveloped the deck as time passed slowly. Finally, as they approached the red line, a series of booming sounds erupted in the air, followed by an irate and authoritative voice declaring, "Navy, retreat. The world government will forgive your foolish mistakes this time." The voice gradually reached the resting group, awakening them. Yi Tian, half awake, looked at Carp and asked, "Carp, can you see who is speaking over there?" Carp sat up slowly but did not immediately rise. Instead, he gazed at Yi Tian and replied, "It seems the world government's forces are ahead, attempting to stop us here. Is that so?" As the conversation unfolded, Yi Tian had already sat up, and the others gradually stood, stretching their bodies as they remarked, "So we finally arrived. At last. We can have a grand showdown." Yi Tian smiled at the fleet of warships ahead and turned to Flying Squirrel, saying, "Old Bone, how about we send them a taste of the sky falling?" Flying Squirrel nodded in agreement. "That's an excellent idea." With Flying Squirrel's approval, Yi Tian then looked at Carp and instructed, "Prepare the Navy trailing behind us. Old Bone will unleash a high-level magic upon these world government forces, and then the remaining stragglers will be left to the Navy." "Understood. I'll notify them right away." Carp responded, retrieving a transponder snail to inform Sengoku and others following behind. On the deck, Flying Squirrel raised his hand, and a magic circle instantly materialized beneath him. A beam of energy shot skyward. Within the magic circle, Flying Squirrel crushed a small hourglass, instantly clearing the magic reading. High-level magic, Skyfall. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of magical power erupted. Boom. The massive energy swept across the area occupied by the world government forces, decimating a significant portion of their ranks. Seeing this, Yi Tian nodded at Carp, who quickly spoke into the transponder snail, "It's done. The remaining stragglers are yours." After hanging up, the warship gradually halted. Before long, hundreds of warships sailed past them, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire aimed directly at the world government forces. Soon, the two sides clashed. Content with the outcome, Yi Tian nodded and said to Carp, "Let us head straight to the red line. I wish to see what this so-called Holy Land, Mariewa, truly is." "All right, set sail." Carp nodded and issued the command to continue their journey. At that moment, a flash of light suddenly descended upon the deck, and the figure of Kizaru gradually materialized. Seeing Kizaru, Yi Tian remarked with a hint of envy, "What a remarkable technique for traversing distances." "Indeed, quite impressive." Red A and the others nodded in agreement. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Kizaru smiled and said, "The marshals will be arriving shortly. Please wait a moment." "Oh, very well," Yi Tian replied nonchalantly, as it made little difference to him, just a slight delay. Before long, Sengoku, accompanied by Akiji and Akainu, approached via the ice path laid out by Akiji, swiftly leaping onto the deck where Yi Tian stood. "Apologies for our tardiness," Sengoku said with a hint of regret. "No problem, let us go." Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. Once the others had boarded, Carp instructed the warship to set course for the red line. Beneath the red line, Yi Tian and the others gazed up at the towering structure that pierced the clouds, momentarily stunned, before turning to Sengoku. With a wry smile, Sengoku explained, "Typically, we ascend using bubble fishing boats, but now, it seems we can only utilize the abilities of the golden lion you recently captured to reach the top." Chapter 86. Arrival at the Red Earth continent. Upon hearing the words, Yi Tian smiled faintly and turned to the Flying Squirrel beside him, saying, "Old Bone, I entrust this to you." "Understood." The Flying Squirrel nodded in agreement and promptly conjured a mirror through magic, which revealed the scenery of the Red Earth continent. With that, the Flying Squirrel opened a spatial gate beside him and nodded at Yi Tian, saying, "You may enter directly." Hearing the Flying Squirrel's words, Carp was the first to step inside. Upon witnessing Carp's silhouette vanish into the portal, Sengoku and the others followed suit. "Let us proceed," Yi Tian reminded the group before stepping into the spatial door himself. at the summit of the Red Earth continent. The entrance to the world government was marked by a lengthy and broad stone staircase. However, at that moment, the staircase was already filled with a dense formation of armored guards wielding long spears. They were the world government's guard army, tasked with protecting the world government and the celestial dragons residing in Mariehua. Their assembly indicated that they had received the highest order from the world government, a command jointly signed by the 5 elders to repel the imminent rebel navy. Crossing through the spatial door, Yi Tian could hear Sengoku conversing with others outside. Sengoku, why do you rebel against the world government? It has not treated you or the navy unfairly. A CP0 member, dressed in a suit and wearing a mask, loudly questioned. The world government, beneath its glamorous facade, is riddled with corruption. We in the Navy can only barely execute the so-called justice in such an environment. But have you ever questioned whether your so-called justice aligns with the justice we, the Navy, uphold? Sengoku replied, his expression fierce as he addressed the CP0 member. Sengoku, do not be obstinate. CP0 warned sternly, glaring at Sengoku. You. Before Sengoku could finish, Yi Tian's voice emerged from behind him. Sengoku, why waste your breath on a group of beasts that only know how to gnaw on the bones their master tosses them? Upon hearing this, the expressions of those from the world government turned grim. A child? CP0 looked at Yi Tian, who had just stepped through the spatial door, bewildered. However, in the next moment, their faces displayed sheer astonishment as Yi Tian waved his hand, manifesting a colossal spatial door. Following this, an exquisitely ornate gate creaked open slowly. 3 silver-armored warriors, armed with long spears, were the first to emerge, standing resolutely not far from the stone staircase. Following closely behind them were 10 silver-armored soldiers bearing various flags, who planted the banners into the ground before taking their positions to stand guard silently. Almost instantly, the sound of marching troops resonated. Thud, thud, thud. In a heartbeat, rows of golden-armored skeletons filed out from the spatial door. Seeing this, a smile graced Yi Tian's face as he glanced back at the multitude that had just emerged from the portal. He turned to the flying squirrel, saying, Old Bone, clear the way here. Leave it to me. With that, the flying squirrel, wielding the guild staff and flanked by the guardians Demurgos and Yalbed, stepped forward. At this moment, the flying squirrel slowly raised a pair of bony hands to embrace the sky, then proclaimed loudly, I am the overlord of the great tomb of Nazarick, the undead king. The flying squirrel. My soldiers advance. Roar. Thud, thud, thud. The golden-armored skeletons advanced steadily towards the stone staircase. In an instant, the sounds of slaughter erupted, and the once pristine stone steps gradually became stained with blood. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, several CP0 members relentlessly struck down the golden-armored skeletons. Seeing this, Sengoku bellowed, Halt! Akiji, Akainu, Kizaru, follow me. With that, he instantly vanished from his spot using Soru. The 3 admirals named by Sengoku immediately followed suit, charging toward the CP0 members. The spatial door connecting to the Alliance dimension continued to release an unending stream of golden-armored skeleton soldiers. Under the assault of Sengoku and the 3 admirals, the CP0 members scattered in retreat. The front line continued to advance, blood now saturating the entire staircase. Yi Tian, accompanied by his group, began to ascend the stone steps. With each step, he tread upon the blood-soaked ground. At that moment, Yi Tian's heart bore no tremors, as if devoid of any emotion. Meanwhile, behind them, the members of the victory team stood rooted at the base of the staircase, unwilling to move forward. Noticing this, Daigu stepped forward and addressed the team leader. Captain, you should stop here. I must go up. With that, he prepared to follow in Yi Tian's footsteps. Seeing this, Jiuyuan Hui displayed a conflicted expression as he gazed at Daigu, saying, Daigu, they are committing mass slaughter here. Why do you wish to follow them? You are different. You are light. You are Diga. In response, Daigu smiled faintly and replied, I appreciate your good intentions, Captain, but I firmly believe that what they do poses no harm to me. Moreover, I will strive to keep pace with them. For their sake, I cannot let them down. With that, Daigu turned his back and stepped onto the blood-drenched staircase. Watching Daigu depart, Jiuan Hui and the others felt even more conflicted. They were merely ordinary people, utterly unable to fathom such brutality, and they had no standing to counsel Yi Tian and his companions. Just then, Nick Fury approached, accompanied by Natasha. As they passed by Jiuan Hui, he paused momentarily. In a solemn tone, he remarked, "I originally served as a director, merely maintaining world security without any power. However, after joining them, I came to comprehend the world's darkness, and within them, I glimpsed a sliver of hope to change my world. If I were in your position, I would never reject this glimmer of hope. Even if their hands are stained with countless blood, even if they slay countless lives, never forget, within their rules, they are the gatekeepers. As long as they guard this world, apart from the calamities it must face, all else is managed by them. Should you reject them, your world will soon descend into ruin, much like the world we must cleanse in the future. That would be humanity's end, and all vitality there shall be buried by our own hands. Think carefully. The world is not as beautiful as you imagine. Just know, by following them, you will always stand on the side of justice. Oppose them, and you shall be deemed the sinner." With that, Nick Fury ascended the staircase, walking alongside Daigou toward the future. Chapter 87. During the war following them will be eternal justice. Opposing them will render one a sinner? Zhu Jianhui gazed thoughtfully at the retreating figure of Nick Fury. At that moment, Xinqing, standing nearby, could not help but interject. "Captain, why ponder so much? Did you not hear their words? The world government has long since rotted. It is filthy, and these soldiers, complicit in their tyranny, deserve their fate." Zhu Jianhui disregarded Xinqing's remarks, slowly turning to Lina beside her and asking, "What do you think, Lina?" "Me?" Lina replied thoughtfully. "I believe we cannot oppose or confront them. Captain, you must realize one thing. That man did not deceive us. Daigou often speaks of this in our world." She looked earnestly at Zhu Jianhui. "Are you referring to the Guardian?" Zhu Jianhui asked, her brow furrowing in concern. "Yes, to be a guardian of the world affords certain privileges, and among them, the leader possesses even greater authority. I suspect you did not pay attention to what that child named Yi Tian said to the elder known as Steelbone. He spoke of eliminating national fortunes, eliminating auspiciousness, eliminating luck, and initiating a holy war under the witness of the world's will. While I do not fully comprehend what the world's will entails, it is evident from the literal meaning that it pertains to the world itself. To think he stands equal to this world's will illustrates the terrifying nature of this alliance. To put it in the words from our Eastern Celestial Empire, with a single command, he could have the world forsake you, loathe you, and hunt you down. Do you think we can oppose or confront them?" Lina spoke her thoughts gravely, and Zhu Jianhui's expression grew troubled and conflicted. She could certainly perceive the overwhelming strength and tyranny of this alliance. However, such carnage was beyond her capacity to prevent. After a moment of inner turmoil, the members of Victory Team slowly ascended the blood-soaked stone steps. The battle raged on, and the slaughter had not ceased. Yi Tian and others had reached the middle of the stone steps, where countless streams of blood flowed before them. The warring states continued their relentless pursuit of CP0 and other formidable entities within the world government. Fei Shu, as he walked, transformed the fallen members of the world government's guard into his undead army. At the pinnacle of the stone steps, the assembled army stood, clad in armor and wielding long spears, bracing themselves for the impending conflict. Yet, as they beheld the slaughter occurring below, a chill began to creep into their hearts. At that moment, an army general stepped forward, surveying the battlefield below, and bellowed, "Bring up the cannons. We must not allow these demons to ascend the stone steps." "Yes," echoed the soldiers behind him, and one cannon after another was wheeled into position, their muzzles aimed at the stone steps below. However, as the general observed the soldiers below, a flicker of reluctance crossed his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a fierce resolve. He then shouted, "Fire!" With a resounding boom, cannonballs rained down upon the skeletal soldiers. Yet, as the projectile struck, the armor they wore unveiled intricate magical arrays that deflected the incoming cannonballs into the sky, where they exploded like fireworks. The guard members, however, were not so fortunate. Some stray cannonballs struck among them, sending bodies flying. Witnessing this, the army general's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "Wah! What is happening? Why are the cannonballs bouncing off them?" The soldiers behind him shook their heads, equally baffled. Meanwhile, Daegu, standing on the stone steps, looked curiously at Feishu and asked, "Old Bone, why did the cannonballs deflect so effortlessly?" Feishu chuckled and replied, "Do you think their armor is just ordinary? Nonsense. That is magical equipment. Deflecting cannonballs. What is so surprising about that?" Upon hearing Feishu's words, Daegu's eyes sparkled with envy. Observing Daegu's expression, Feishu inquired, "Do you want some?" Daegu eagerly nodded. With a grand gesture, Feishu replied, "All right. I'll have them craft a few for you when I return. Just tell me what you desire." Hearing Feishu's generous offer, Daegu promptly declared, "Old Bone, if you ever need help in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I will do whatever I can." "Haha, splendid." Feishu rejoiced in response. At this moment, Red A and the others turned their gazes toward Feishu, their intentions unmistakable. They too desired such gifts. Feishu, with a flare of bravado, proclaimed, "All right, I'll provide for all of you. Just give me a blueprint of what you want, and I'll make it happen." Grateful expressions filled the faces of the group as they thanked Feishu. However, Feishu's attention shifted to the forward-moving Yitian, and he gently asked, "Little Yitian, what kind of armor do you wish for?" Yitian turned slowly, meeting Feishu's gaze. "Can the armor you create be worn and retracted at will?" Upon hearing Yitian's question, Feishu lowered his head and absent-mindedly stroked his skull. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "It can be done, though the materials are somewhat elusive. I will look into it when I return." "All right, if you encounter any issues, just ask me." Yitian nodded in affirmation. Unexpectedly, Feishu interjected, "I have a matter to discuss right now." Yitian paused. Curiosity piqued as he asked, "What is it?" "I have a lingering suspicion that my world is not as simple as it seems, yet I cannot pinpoint why. Do you know anything?" Feishu gazed at Yitian with anticipation. At this point, Yitian understood Feishu's intentions. Having only begun to explore the kingdom, the empire, and a religious state, he had scarcely begun to uncover the mysteries of the map. It was certain that the world held complexities beyond mere appearances. After pondering for a moment, Yitian finally spoke. "After this matter concludes, I will share with you relevant information about your world. Additionally, there is something crucial I must tell you." Chapter 88. The 5 elders in white robes at the pinnacle of an exceptionally grand structure. 5 elderly figures were seated in a circle, their gazes fixed upon the images transmitted from the front. As they observed the skeletal army that had ascended halfway up the stone steps, their brows furrowed in unison. After a prolonged silence, one of the elders, clad in a white robe, felt the veins on his forehead bulge and abruptly rose from his seat, seizing the demon's sword resting nearby as he prepared to exit. Noticing this, the elder beside him, dressed in a deep crimson suit, inquired, "Where are you going?" "Humph. Do you expect us to wait until they arrive here before we take action? What would that say about the dignity of our world government?" The elder in white retorted sharply. In response, another elder, clad in a black suit, glinted with a chilling light in his eyes as he addressed the elder in white. "We cannot allow them to breach this place. We must halt them at the stone steps. We cannot allow them to retreat even a single step." After speaking, this elder transformed into a standing position, his gaze locking onto Sengoku, who was engaged in battle with members of CP0. He solemnly stated, "Sengoku." At this moment, an aura emanated from him, imbued with a palpable intent to kill that enveloped the entire room. Humph, these CP organizations have proven utterly useless at this juncture. Despite their numbers, they cannot withstand Sengoku and his forces, the elder in white scoffed. "You need not be so dismissive. Look at those soldiers in the images. Are any of them human? I even question whether they belong to this world," the elder in crimson remarked with a sigh. "Enough of this chatter. I shall assess their strength. You all must swiftly assemble all forces and combatants at Holy Mary Geos. We cannot allow them to mount an offensive here," commanded the elder in white. The remaining 4 nodded slowly in agreement. On the battlefield ahead, Yitian and his companions strolled along the stone steps, observing the attacking army with faint smiles. Yi turned to the others and queried, "By the way, why have the 5 elders not yet appeared?" Hearing this, Karp chuckled and replied, "Do you believe the 5 elders possess formidable strength? If they truly were powerful, they would have shown themselves by now. Their abilities are merely on par with that of a vice admiral, though one of them with a sword does possess decent skill." Nodding slowly at Karp's words, Yi affirmed, "Indeed, that seems about right. It aligns closely with my expectations." As the group continued their conversation while advancing, a sudden roar resonated through the sky. "Sengoku, why do you assault the world government? Do you not comprehend the implications of your actions? Have you forgotten the favor the world government has bestowed upon you?" Lieutenant General Shioka began. Upon hearing this, Sengoku, who had been relentlessly attacking CP0 members, gradually ceased his movements and replied, "Shioka, serving the world government has been a necessity. As an army general, do you still remain oblivious to the government's corruption?" Shioka hesitated momentarily before fixing Sengoku with a resolute gaze. "The world government is the core of peace and stability in our world. Do you realize what will happen if it falls?" Sengoku smiled slightly in response to Shioka's words, saying, "I need not envision a world without the world government. I am certain of the outcome. The entire world shall be unified." Shioka was momentarily taken aback by Sengoku's unwavering tone, then scoffed, "Do you truly believe it can be accomplished by you and your navy? Or perhaps these skeletons?" "Do not jest, Sengoku." "Jest? No, I am not jesting. You remain unaware of the origins of these soldiers, but I do know what they represent, and it is beyond the comparison of the world government," Sengoku stated with resolute conviction. "Curse it, it seems a battle is inevitable," Shioka said, and in an instant, he utilized the shave technique to vanish from sight, reappearing beside Sengoku, ready to strike with a powerful punch. However, just as he launched his attack, a flash of light streaked before his eyes. Shioka quickly withdrew his arm and turned to the direction from which the light emanated. "Admiral Kazuru," Shioka shouted sharply. "Whoa, whoa, whoa. I cannot permit you to ambush Admiral Sengoku," Kazuru replied in his characteristic tone. Shioka felt a headache coming on. Who could have anticipated that Sengoku and Appo's rebellion would align the entire navy with his cause? Sengoku, overhearing Shioka, chuckled softly. "Ah, it seems you remain blissfully naive, only perceiving the superficial aspects of the world government. You." Shioka felt a wave of frustration wash over him upon hearing Sengoku and Appo's words. Sengoku and Appo's remarks left Shioka momentarily stunned before he spoke slowly. "Regardless of the world government and Appo's nature, I do not care to indulge. However, it must not be destroyed." "Are you jesting? Shioka, receive my punch." With that, Sengoku swiftly engaged Shioka in battle. Meanwhile, the 3 admirals followed the skeletal soldiers, relentlessly attacking the forces of the world government. With Shioka's obstruction removed, the skeletal army's advance quickened significantly. Observing this, Yi couldn't help but smile faintly, then turned to his companions, including Flying Squirrel, and remarked, "I suspect the 5 elders must be quite astonished right now, considering how swiftly we have reached this point." Karp did not comment on Yi words, but nodded vigorously in agreement. "Leader, let us join the fray as well," chimed in Hong A and Meng Tian, who had previously engaged in battle but had not truly fought seriously due to their alliance. Now, witnessing the chaos on the battlefield, the two exchanged a glance and pressed forward into the fray. Meanwhile, the rest of the group yawned, feeling drowsy. They are truly battle maniacs, Arin and Appo's, they? Charging in like this, one wonders who among them will claim more victories. Others began to analyze the situation slowly. Atop the stone steps, the elder in white robes arrived at the summit, gazing down at the ongoing battle with an expression of concern. He harbored a premonition that Sengoku and his allies might indeed reach the location of the world government. Contemplating this, the elder's face betrayed an unwilling thought. Chapter 89. The appearance of Nazalik and Appo's cosets. At this moment, Yi slowly raised his head, just in time to meet the gaze of the elder in a white robe atop the stone steps. A faint smile gradually appeared at the corners of Yi and Appo's mouth, and he murmured, So this is one of the 5 elders. I didn't expect to meet him so soon. Meanwhile, Karp, standing beside Yition, involuntarily nudged his shoulder and remarked, Yition, that is indeed one of the 5 elders. Upon hearing this, Yition nodded slowly, then looked at Karp and said, I know, there's no need to pay him any mind. If he truly intends to strike, you should step forward to confront him. Our goal is not them. They are merely a group of puppets. Karp furrowed his brow at Yition and Apos' words and inquired, the 5 elders hold the highest authority in the world government. How could they be puppets? Yition shook his head slightly and replied, there are those above the 5 elders. You will see them soon. Karp and Apos' frown deepened. After years in the Navy, he had no idea there were individuals above the 5 elders. With this thought, Karp turned his gaze towards Yition. Noticing this, Yition shook his head and continued, the one above the 5 elders resides in the depths of the flower room. Named him. Karp muttered softly. Observing Karp lost in thought, Yition chose not to engage him further and resumed his ascent up the stone steps. The arrival of the 5 elders momentarily invigorated the guards and army, instilling a faint hope of resisting the skeletal soldiers. However, it was not long before they were completely overwhelmed, suffering heavy casualties in mere moments. The skeletal soldiers relentlessly pushed forward, while the guards retreated step by step. Paralyzed by fear, their attacks proved futile, unable even to dent the armor of the skeletal soldiers. They could only momentarily trip a few of them, slightly delaying their advance. Ultimately, the guards broke down. Aside from a few who managed to maintain their composure, the rest turned to flee. Yet, as they turned, long spears pierced through their chests, leaving them lifeless on the ground. At the summit of the stone steps, the elder in the white robe wore an expression so grim it seemed he could weep. He could hardly believe that the members of the guard could only halt the advance of these foes for a brief moment. The speed at which these foes moved was nearly indistinguishable from that of ascending a staircase. Finally, he spoke. Sengoku Karp, is this how you repay the world government for its nurturing? Do you intend to disrupt the entire sea? At his words, Sengoku paused, and those engaged in combat with him halted as well. Karp, lost in contemplation, was jolted back to reality by the elder's voice. He slowly lifted his head, glanced at Yition beside him, and then directed his gaze to the 5 elder, saying, you are a pitiful lot, manipulated by the celestial dragons. Enough of this. Leave us be and do not obstruct our path. Yition looked at Karp with an expression of incredulity, while Sengoku stared at Karp, momentarily at a loss for words. The white-robed elder and Apos' expression shifted upon hearing Karp and Apos' words, and with a hint of fear in his eyes, he questioned, Karp, do you even realize what you are saying? Yes. Yes, I know. You should leave. We are headed to the flower room, right? Karp turned to Yition for confirmation. Yition's face turned to one of exasperation as he helplessly replied, it's the flower room. Oh, right, the flower room, Karp repeated, then turned back to the elder in the white robe, declaring, we are going to the flower room to find that. The onlookers nearby covered their foreheads, feeling embarrassed as they gradually distanced themselves from Karp, fearful of being affected by his words. Yition, however, was more direct. He abruptly tore off a piece of his sleeve and stuffed it into Karp's mouth, looking grave as he said, Karp, I think it would be wise to pause for a moment. If you cannot remember, it's best not to speak it aloud. It's quite embarrassing. Karp scratched his head awkwardly, filled with confusion, wondering what he had said wrong. At that moment, the white-robed elder also took note of a child beside Karp, his brow furrowing as he pondered something. Just then, the battle resumed. The CP members, having regained a modicum of strength during the brief respite, unleashed their attacks against the skeletal soldiers clad in golden armor. Yet, upon impact, their strikes dissipated like a gentle breeze against the golden armor of the skeletal soldiers. As they prepared to retreat and gather their strength for another assault, they were pierced by long spears, collapsing into pools of blood. Seeing this, the white-robed elder bellowed, enough. Receive my blade. He bent low, one hand gripping the sword sheath while the other rested on the hilt, gathering power. With a resonant hum, He unleashed a massive sword energy that surged towards the skeletal soldiers. However, in an instant, a towering blue figure leapt forward to intercept the strike. This figure was none other than Cosette's, the guardian of the 5th tier under the command of the Flying Mouse. Standing at 2.5 meters tall, this insect warrior wielded 21 weapons and boasted the strongest offensive capability among the 4 NPCs most adept in melee combat within the Nazalic underground tomb. With 4 arms deftly maneuvering weapons, he raised 2 long swords to block the Elder and Apos' strike before looking up and addressing him. "Human, shall we engage in combat?" With that, Cosette leapt into action, charging directly at the Elder in the white robe. The Elder's expression shifted, and he swung his long sword once more, unleashing a more potent strike. The clash resounded as Cosette took the blow directly, seemingly unscathed, landing before the white-robed Elder with his dual blades pointed threateningly at his nose. Chapter 90. The Battle of Cosette's silence enveloped the scene as the 5 elders, clad in white robes, held their breath, their gaze fixed intently upon Cosette's. Curiosity stirred within them. How could such a being exist? They had never encountered this race before. Was there perhaps a corner of the world that the world government had yet to reach? In response, Cosette slowly raised the long blade that pointed at the tip of his nose and spoke. "Human, capable of wielding sword energy. Impressive. Allow me to introduce myself." Upon hearing this, one of the 5 elders nodded slightly and replied, "Please proceed. I am Cosette, the guardian of the 5th layer under the Supreme Ruler, Lord Flying Squirrel of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. I am proficient with various weapons, and I possess some knowledge of simple magic," Cosette declared solemnly, maintaining eye contact with the Elder in white. After listening to Cosette's introduction, the Elder nodded slowly and then began to speak. "I am one of the 5 elders, the highest authority of the world government." With that, the Elder sprang into action. The sound of steel clashing echoed through the air as his blade struck Cosette's armor. Such sturdy armor, he marveled. "Since that is the case, I shall also make my move." "Do be cautious," Cosette said, raising his long knife. In an instant, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, accompanied by a faint ringing sound. The Elder quickly lifted his sword to parry Cosette's attack. However, as Cosette applied more force, the veins on the Elder's forehead bulged. The Elder's sword tilted downward as he attempted to disarm Cosette's. Little did he know that in that very moment, Cosette twisted his blade and aimed directly for the Elder's forehead. Realizing this, the Elder's expression shifted dramatically, and he crouched down, allowing Cosette's arm to graze his shoulder, sparking a shower of sparks as the blade slid harmlessly off his armor. Breaking free from Cosette's assault, the Elder retreated several steps, seeking to create distance. Yet, Cosette was not one to let such an opportunity slip away. He retracted his long sword and took out a massive axe. After spinning it briefly in his grasp, he lifted his gaze to meet the Elder's darkened expression. It dawned on him that he had underestimated these individuals. After all, if they lacked prowess, how could they be present in such a blood-soaked arena? With this realization, the Elder's countenance darkened once more, and he confronted Cosette's. "Does the world government have enmity with you?" "None whatsoever," Cosette replied with a slight shake of his head. The Elder pressed on. "Then why do you assist the rebellious navy in opposing the world government?" "We merely follow the commands of the Supreme Ruler. This battle is an edict from the Supreme Ruler, and we are here to assist," Cosette stated matter-of-factly. "The Supreme Ruler? The Supreme Being? Who are they?" "I do not recall offending such a person," the Elder murmured, glancing around. "You need not ponder further. We are not of this world. We have come at the behest of the Supreme Ruler to initiate this war, witnessed by the will of the world you inhabit. You cannot defy it. You must either surrender or face annihilation," Cosette explained slowly. "From another world? This realm has a will of its own." The Elder fell into silence, grappling with the concept of the world's will that Cosette spoke of. "What do you mean by the world's will?" he finally asked. "You may interpret it as the rules of your world, or as a deity, or even as a unique consciousness that governs the trajectory, existence, and destruction of this world," Cosette elucidated. "In other words, your arrival is sanctioned by the god of our world? Your assault on the world government is under its approval and watch?" The Elder inquired cautiously. Indeed, you cannot halt this conflict. After the supreme ruler issued the command, your world government and Apos' fortunes have been extinguished. Thus, your demise is inevitable. The will of the world no longer offers you protection, Cosetz stated with a calm certainty. At this, the elder's pupils constricted, and he scoffed, preposterous. We have never heard of such a will. If anything, it is Lord Emu we acknowledge. A god? You have never truly comprehended the divine. The might of a deity is beyond the grasp of mere mortals. Enough of this. I have revealed too much. Now, take the truth and descend into eternal silence. With that, Cosetz swung his massive axe with ferocity, aiming a horizontal strike at the elder. In an instant, the two were once again embroiled in combat. Each of Cosetz and Apos' strikes grew progressively stronger, causing beads of sweat to form on the elder and Apos' brow as exhaustion began to take its toll. These people, where do they come from? He thought, struggling to defend against Cosetz and Apos' relentless onslaught. Meanwhile, Yaishin and Flying Squirrel were engrossed in their own conversation, oblivious to the unfolding battle. Wow, old bone. Your subordinate is impressive. Is he truly this powerful? Carp said, astonished as he observed the clash between Cosetz and the elder in white. Flying Squirrel turned his attention to the skirmish, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, Cosetz is an old friend of mine, crafted at great expense by the martial artist Jin Yulei. He is now my guardian of the fifth layer. Crafted? Carp pondered, his mind racing with questions. Is he not a creation? Could the one who made him be a god? How else could he possess such intellect? Sensing Carp's intrigue, Flying Squirrel smiled knowingly and responded, yes, but by the time I crossed over, they had already gained their own consciousness. The reasons behind this, I do not know. Well, Carp admitted, a hint of envy creeping into his tone. Enough, Carp. No amount of envy will change the fact that this is Flying Squirrel's fortune, one no one can take away. Yaishin teased, casting a playful glance at Carp.